In the 20th year of the imperial calendar, Lolon's underground dragon vein. The dragon vein suddenly burst into an unprecedented shining light, as if a powerful force was about to burst out. Kamaru and a tall, silver-haired, one-eyed man stood quietly, their eyes fixed on the shining dragon vein. The chakra is ready to be filled, the energy ratio is stable, and we can set off at any time now. Although Kamaru's voice was still calm, it was difficult to conceal the excitement. As Kamaru's words fell, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed in the empty underground space. A silver-haired, one-eyed man walked out from behind Kamaru. He was burly and wore heavy armor. Every step he took seemed steady and powerful. Although this man had only one eye, his eyes were sharper than anyone else's. He called out in a deep voice, and his voice echoed in the empty underground dragon vein. "Praise the Emperor, Minma, Jasuk, let's go." As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of fluttering clothes from above, and then two figures, one black and one yellow, fell down and stood steadily in front of Kashiizer. The two warriors were equally tall and strong, and they were also wearing gorgeous and heavy armor. Minma and Jasuk knelt on one knee in front of Kashiizer, and their voices were firm and powerful. "Lord Kashiizer, we are ready and can set off at any time." Kashiizer looked at them, and a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He looked at the dragon vein spewing energy again, and his mind was full of thoughts. 30 years ago, the Emperor came to the world. His power was unfathomable, and the technology he brought was far beyond the imagination of the world. Under the Emperor's gift, Kashiizer underwent 13 magical operations, thus gaining a physique beyond mortals. Since then, he has become the Emperor's sword, clearing all obstacles for the ninja world. In that earth-shaking change, the feudal system of daimyo was abolished, and the 5 major countries and small countries were unified, achieving unprecedented integration. And those who once lurked in the dark, such as the Kara organization and the Otsutsuki, were eliminated one by one under the Emperor's thundering means. The tailed beasts that were once regarded as the most powerful in the ninja world are now being refined again under the wisdom of the Emperor and returned to the purest chakra form. Under the rule of the Emperor, the ninja world ushered in unprecedented prosperity and peace. The dragon vein in front of him was like a mysterious and deep vortex, leading to one parallel world after another. Kashiizer knew that his mission given by the Emperor was to explore these parallel worlds, judge their correctness, and decide to bring peace or destruction accordingly. Just as Kashiizer was immersed in his memories, Minma broke the silence. There was some confusion and uneasiness in his voice. "Lord Kashiizer, do we have to go to that unknown world? Bringing war to them is too much." Before Minma finished speaking, Jasuk interrupted him. Jasuk's voice was firm and powerful. "Minma, put away your kindness and don't question the Emperor. Our mission is to judge the correctness of the other party's world. If the other party is right, we will bring peace and development if it is wrong." He clenched his fists, and the Mangeki Sharingan emerged, flashing a sharp light. "Then we will bring destruction." Kashiizer looked at the 2 young warriors in front of him and felt relieved. He took a deep breath and said firmly, "Let's go." Then, Kashiizer, Minma, and Jasuk stepped into the vortex formed by the dragon vein together. When they appeared again, the surrounding environment had become dilapidated and decayed. The dragon vein that should have been hidden deep underground was exposed under the sky at this moment, which seemed unusually abrupt. Jasuk quickly raised his right arm and turned on the instrument on the wristband for inspection. He stared at the instrument screen intently, and after a moment he reported, "The atmosphere is normal, the chakra concentration is normal, but the pop state is abnormal. Lord Kashiizer, we should be in a new world now." Jasuk's tone revealed a hint of excitement and curiosity. Hearing this, Kashiizer quickly checked the instrument and verified the data. After confirming that Jasuk's observation was correct, he lightly tapped his chest, and a disc emerged. The disc emitted a beam of light, projecting a screen in the air on which a solemn figure appeared. This figure was wearing golden armor, with a halo of flames floating behind him. Sitting on the throne, he looked majestic and mysterious. Seeing this, Minma and Jasuk immediately knelt on one knee on both sides of Kashiizer and bowed their heads to the screen to show their respect for the Emperor. As the 3 knelt, the Emperor's majestic and profound voice sounded. "Well done, Kashiizer. The data shows that you have now reached the new world. Kashiizer respectfully replied, "Thank you for your praise. We will continue to work hard and live up to your expectations." The emperor continued, "Now, you need to hide your identity and blend in there. Then report to me regularly about the situation in this world. Remember not to act rashly before I give you the next instructions." "Yes, Emperor." Kashiizer, Minma, and Jasuk answered in unison, their voices firm and powerful. As the emperor's figure and voice gradually disappeared, the three stood up and discussed how to hide their identities in this world and integrate into local life. At this time, Black and White Zetsu, who was underground, witnessed all this. They were just monitoring this land as usual, but they didn't expect the dragon vein to appear and bring such a shocking scene. Black and White Zetsu approached and wanted to find out. However, three extremely powerful chakras suddenly emerged, like a giant star falling from the sky, which made them feel incredible. What surprised them even more was the tone of the three humans when they talked. They talked about the new world, hiding their identities and integrating into life, as if everything was under their control. Black Zetsu was full of doubts and fears. He wanted to explore their identities and purposes. However, when White Zetsu approached, Black Zetsu immediately stopped him and asked him to stop. Black Zetsu looked at the three humans. He knew that this news was very important to Madarasama, and he had to pass this news to Madarasama. Chapter 2. The Encounter and Doubt of Black and White Zetsu. As Black and White Zetsu departed, Jusuk and Kashiizer stood silently in place, the air still imbued with the lingering essence of their presence. Following 13 surgical modifications, Jusuk's sensory abilities had significantly heightened, rendering Black and White Zetsu's concealed aura utterly transparent before him. "Lord Kashiizer, I can sense the presence of Otsutsuki's creation. Shall we pursue?" Jusuk's inquiry shattered the brief silence. Kashiizer gazed toward the direction where Black and White Zetsu had vanished, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. He spoke slowly, his voice imbued with steadiness and resolve. "There is no need. Our current objective is to assimilate into this world. Recklessly confronting Otsutsuki's creations would expose our identities." Upon hearing this, Jusuk silently withdrew his perception, understanding Kashiizer's considerations. After all, the Emperor had tasked them with concealing their identities in this realm and regularly reporting on its conditions. Meanwhile, in the distance, Black Zetsu, whose complexion was already dark, appeared even more despondent. He sensed a murderous intent, realizing that his whereabouts had been compromised. Faced with a momentous decision, Black Zetsu recalled the recent intelligence indicating that the other party merely wished to integrate into the shinobi world, posing no threat to the Moon Eye plan. However, this information could hold profound significance for Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu was acutely aware that if he hastily relayed this information to Lord Madara, it could disrupt his plans and potentially jeopardize the Moon Eye plan. Conversely, if he refrained from informing Madara and the other party took action that affected the Moon Eye plan, Madara would find himself at a disadvantage. Weighing his options internally, Black Zetsu resolved to ensure the Moon Eye plan proceeded smoothly. Amidst his turmoil and anxiety, a flash of insight struck Black Zetsu. He realized he had allowed himself to be overly intimidated by the strength displayed by the other party. Calming himself, he began to rationally analyze the current situation. Although the trio hailed from another world, they were not necessarily adversaries. Should common interests arise, they might very well become allies. With this thought, Black Zetsu formulated a plan. He decided to take the initiative and engage with the trio to explore potential collaboration. He promptly commanded White Zetsu, "Now, White Zetsu, let us turn back. Transform into an ordinary person, and we shall approach them." White Zetsu comprehended Black Zetsu's intent and swiftly morphed into the guise of a common passerby. They retraced their steps, searching for the trio's trail. Black Zetsu pondered how to establish contact and envisioned several possible collaboration strategies. Self-assured in his persuasive abilities, he recalled his history of manipulating generations of Indra's reincarnations, earning the title of a perennial instigator. This time, he intended to leverage his extensive experience to charm the trio. Just as Kashiizer, Jusuk, and Minma had removed their armor and donned casual attire, preparing to depart, they noticed Black and White Zetsu hastening toward them. Unlike before, Black and White Zetsu did not conceal their presence or forms, but merely disguised their appearances. A flicker of perplexity crossed the faces of the three individuals, as they found themselves bewildered by the audacity with which the others had appeared. As the enigmatic figures of Black and White approached, adorned with curious smiles, Black spoke. Greetings, esteemed travelers from another realm. I am Black, here to extend my assistance to you. Kazire raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, and replied, Oh, assistance? Were you not just lurking underground? What emboldens you now to present yourselves so brazenly before us? Black, seemingly prepared for Kazire's skepticism, maintained his serene demeanor and elucidated. Circumstances shift. What was true before is not necessarily so now. Upon realizing our potential for collaboration, we have cast aside our veils of concealment to engage with you candidly. Myanmar, intrigued, scrutinized Black and interjected, What manner of assistance can you offer us? Black responded, We can provide intelligence and resources pertinent to this world, aiding your adaptation here. Furthermore, should you require assistance in your missions or battles, we shall strive to support you. Arj, with an air of vigilance, coldly inquired, Why should we place our trust in you? Unperturbed by the doubts cast by Kazire, Arj, and Myanmar, Black understood that a fleeting interaction could not wholly persuade them. The primary aim of this encounter was to leave a favorable impression, laying the groundwork for future collaboration. He produced an exquisite scroll, unfurling it with open arms in a gesture of transparency. Contained within is a detailed map of the Land of Fire, along with various identities that may prove useful to you. Additionally, the scroll records a summoning technique, should you wish to collaborate with us in the future. You may convey information through our summoned beasts via this method. Kazire accepted the scroll, curiosity igniting in his gaze. He opened it, swiftly scanning its contents before looking up at Black, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Your preparations are indeed thorough. Arj stepped forward, casting a glance at the scroll's contents before coolly stating, We shall contemplate your proposal. Myanmar, brimming with excitement, gazed at the scroll in his hands. Black smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement, We look forward to our collaboration. With that, he turned and departed. As the figures of Black and White receded into the distance, Myanmar radiated enthusiasm. He turned to Kazire, a bright smile illuminating his face. Lord Kazire, I sense that the people of this world are benevolent. Even the creations of Tsutsuki exhibit such warmth. Arj, upon hearing this, wore a look of exasperation, casting a resigned glance at Myanmar, pondering whether the extraction of the 9 tails had somehow impaired his companion's intellect. Kazire, carefully stowing the scroll, replied with a serious demeanor, We shall deliberate on our collaboration with Black and White at a later time. For now, the information contained within the scroll is valuable. This is indeed a fortuitous development for us. He turned to Myanmar, his tone imbued with caution and admonition. Myanmar, you must remember, do not take it upon yourself to make decisions for His Majesty the Emperor, until we receive the next directive from His Majesty. We possess no authority to make any decisions. Do you understand? Myanmar was taken aback by Cassius's grave tone. He immediately suppressed his smile and replied earnestly, Understood, Lord Cassius. I shall strictly adhere to His Majesty's commands and will not act independently. Chapter 3. Exploration and Initial Encounters in the Land of Fire. After Cassis made brief arrangements with Ma and Jae-suk, they each set off on separate paths to undertake their tasks in various regions of the Land of Fire. Days later, Jae-suk found himself wandering alone along the national road of this land. His eyes roamed with curiosity, taking in the surroundings. It was his first glimpse of the bygone shinobi world. Although he had heard tales of the past from Cassis and others, experiencing it firsthand was a novel sensation. The national road was flanked by lush green trees, and the fields exuded the fragrant aroma of ripening rice. The distant mountains, bathed in the hues of the setting sun, appeared extraordinarily beautiful. Jae-suk inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air of this world. He could not help but feel a profound sense of wonder. This realm was rife with differences compared to the world in which he lived. As he traversed the national road of the Land of Fire, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. He recalled that when he was born, the Emperor had already unified the Land of Fire. His understanding of the nation's past predominantly stemmed from the accounts of veterans within the War Corps. These veterans often reminisced about the history of the 5 great nations, describing it as an era marked by profound human bonds, where people of different races would sacrifice for one another. Under the governance of daimyos and nobles, the populace thrived in peace and happiness. However, Jae-suk had always scoffed at such sentiments. He firmly believed that these so-called golden days were merely embellished memories of the veterans. Reality was invariably far harsher than imagination. He preferred to trust in what he observed and experienced. Shaking his head, Jae-suk endeavored to cast these thoughts aside. Suddenly, a cacophony caught his attention. Following the sound, he beheld a group of ragged, gaunt refugees. This scene bewildered him, for under the emperor's rule, even the most impoverished regions provided a better standard of living than these individuals seemed to possess. Jasuk approached the refugees, engaging them in conversation. From their accounts, he learned that they had fled from the border regions, their homes ravaged by an assault from the land of rain. Upon hearing this, Jasuk's confusion deepened. His mind brimmed with questions. Where were the resettlement personnel? Where had the border troops gone? In his recollection, the land of rain was not particularly formidable. A single war corps unit should be sufficient to quell any threat. Yet, the current situation of the land of rain launching an attack on the border left him perplexed. Determined to delve deeper, Jasuk inquired further. Elder, may I ask about the border troops and the logistics support? He asked an elderly refugee who appeared venerable. The elder scrutinized Jasuk, noting his humble attire, which nonetheless bespoke quality, along with his tall stature and robust physique that commanded respect. Thus, the elder replied with deference. My lord, the place where we reside is not a critical strategic point, hence there are no ninjas stationed there for an extended period. Before the attack at the border, although troops had passed through, their primary responsibilities lay in patrolling and responding to emergencies, rather than establishing a prolonged presence. Upon hearing this, Jasuk pondered. As this situation diverged from his expectations, he continued to inquire, what are the logistics troops? Surely they would provide supplies? The elder sighed and shook his head, replying, the logistics troops do deliver supplies periodically, but their numbers are limited and prioritized for significant military strongholds and cities. In a remote area, the assistance we receive is exceedingly scant. With the sudden assault from the rain country, we find ourselves powerless to resist, left with no choice but to flee our homes. Upon hearing the elder's response, Jusuk's expression darkened, a surge of dissatisfaction rising within him. What of the tribunal? Are the lives and properties of the empire's citizens to be so disregarded? Yet, despite the weight of his thoughts, he clung to a flicker of hope for the fire country. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain a calm tone, asking, Elder, where do you intend to go now? The elder promptly replied, My lord, we plan to head to the capital. I've heard from knowledgeable villagers that it is quite prosperous, and the nobles are very generous. He cast a fond glance at his granddaughter, adding, If a noble were to take a liking to my granddaughter, our family would no longer have to worry. Jusuk's impression of this nation turned decidedly bleak, backward, ignorant, and lacking ambition. Just as he fell into contemplation, the surrounding clamor shattered the tranquility. Hey, everyone, don't rush. The legendary sage Jiraiya from Mayaboku Mountain is here. There's enough for everyone. This voice captured Jusuk's attention. Following the sound, he beheld a middle-aged man with a head of white hair, clad in theatrical garb, distributing food, water, and clothing. Upon noticing Jusuk watching him, Jiraiya enthusiastically waved him over. Hey there, young man. Come and grab a bite. This is my special recipe rice ball. It's absolutely delicious. Initially reluctant to engage with Jiraiya, Jusuk considered the task at hand and approached. Jiraiya warmly handed him a rice ball, which Jusuk accepted and took a few symbolic bites. For a battle-hardened warrior who had undergone surgery, the taste of the food was not his primary concern. Observing Jusuk eating, Jiraiya curiously asked, You don't seem like you're from the fire country? Jusuk, unperturbed, responded slowly, Indeed, I hail from the grass country. I have relatives residing in Konoha, and I intend to visit them. Upon hearing Jusuk mention Konoha, Jiraiya's interest piqued. Living in Konoha, you must be a ninja, then? Jusuk swallowed the rice ball and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Not quite. I merely know a few ninjutsu techniques. I wouldn't call myself a ninja. After some conversation, both Jiraiya and Jusuk harbored doubts. Although Jiraiya could not extract any useful information from Jusuk, his instincts told him that this man was far more complex than he appeared. Simultaneously, Jusuk recognized Jiraiya's intentions and assessed the situation before him. Through keen observation, Zhangju discerned that the individual he was conversing with was indeed a counterpart of Jiraiya. This revelation compelled him to proceed with utmost caution, for in his realm, Jiraiya had been a pivotal figure in the resistance against heresy, possessing such formidable strength that he could withstand assaults from multiple sergeants without faltering. Zhangju contemplated the considerable cost he would have to bear should he seek to confront Jiraiya. Chapter 4. Jiraiya Zango took a deep breath, suppressing the tension and anxiety that stirred within him. He understood that a direct confrontation with Jiraiya would not be a prudent course of action. In these tumultuous times, does not every individual harbor their own secrets in order to survive? In response to Zango's deliberate evasion of the topic, Jiraiya offered a gentle smile. Well, that is true. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Jiraiya, a ninja from Konoha. And you? From the land of grass, a humble villager named Zango, he replied. After exchanging introductions, Jiraiya stroked his chin thoughtfully. Zango, what a splendid name, he remarked before adopting a serious demeanor. He gestured towards the surrounding refugees. What are your thoughts on the current state of the land of fire and Konoha? Zango lowered his gaze in contemplation. Based on his observations, he could only describe Konoha and the land of fire as utterly dismal, surrounded by external foes and plagued by internal corruption and incompetence. After much deliberation, he resolved to answer honestly. Lord Jiraiya, I have yet to visit Konoha, but the current state of the land of fire. He hesitated, noticing Zango's reluctance. Jiraiya reassured him, do not worry, speak freely, for it is just you and me here. Encouraged by Jiraiya's words, Zango continued. If I were to describe the land of fire today, I would say it is like a gilded facade hiding decay within. To be frank, I find it quite disappointing. Lord Jiraiya, do you know? I recently spoke with an elderly man over there, and he shared that their village was devastated by war, homes destroyed, loved ones lost. And life has become a struggle. A note of sorrow and indignation tinged Zango's voice as he expressed. The daimyos of the land of fire seem only to care for power and profit, disregarding the plight of the people. And while the ninjas of Konoha may appear formidable from the outside, the internal corruption and incompetence are truly disheartening. Jiraiya remained silent for a long moment, then let out a deep sigh. Zango, I am not entirely unaware of the circumstances you describe. You are correct, these are indeed the facts. Rising and stretching, Jiraiya continued. However, even amidst such adversity, there are those who strive for their ideals and beliefs. Zango, I wish to entrust you with a task. Zango perked up, curious about what this legendary ninja would ask of him. Lord Jiraiya, please speak. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request. Jiraiya was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that Zango would hesitate, yet he was met with such decisive resolve. Then I entrust this to you, Zango. I need you to escort these people to Konoha. Though it is within the borders of the land of fire, the threat of rogue ninjas brought by the war has become a significant issue. Without someone to protect them, their survival is precarious. Zango was momentarily stunned, not expecting Jiraiya's request to be of this nature. Lord Jiraiya, I understand. I will do everything in my power to ensure their safe arrival in Konoha, he replied solemnly. Jiraiya regarded Zango with a glimmer of admiration, his esteem for the young man growing ever higher. After speaking, JZ turned and approached the refugees, initiating a dialogue to comprehend their circumstances and discuss a concrete plan for their journey to Konoha. Subsequently, Jiraiya bid farewell to the group, while JZ followed them toward Konoha. On the night of the following day, the pace of JZ and his companions was hindered by the presence of the elderly, women, and children, resulting in a slow progression. Despite having traveled for an entire day, they remained a considerable distance from Konoha. As night fell and camp was established, JZ rested on a tree branch. Upon learning that JZ possessed some knowledge of ninjutsu, the refugee's initial respect transformed into a tinge of fear. JZ was perplexed. In his previous world, the ability to wield ninjutsu, even the most rudimentary techniques, garnered admiration and affection, as it contributed to productivity beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. While lost in thought, he noticed a little girl peering at him. Leaping down from the branch, JZ smiled at her and inquired, "What is it? Do you need something?" Startled by his sudden appearance, the girl quickly regained her composure and replied in a timid voice, I just wanted to see you." JZ's confusion deepened upon hearing this. He crouched down to meet her gaze, gently asking, "See me?" "Why?" The little girl, somewhat intimidated, lowered her head and whispered, "Because the adults say you can use ninjutsu, that you're very powerful, a ninja." Upon hearing this, an inexplicable emotion surged within JZ. He realized that the girl's fear stemmed from the wars and suffering brought about by ninjas in this world. He smiled and endeavored to soften his tone, saying, "Little one, there is no need to be afraid. I am not a true ninja. I merely know some ninjutsu and would never harm you. Do you know? Ninjas are actually ordinary people. They just possess certain special skills." The girl looked up, her curiosity piqued, her eyes sparkling with wonder for the unknown. "Can you tell me your name?" JZ asked. "My name is Sun," the girl replied, her voice gradually growing more confident. "Sun, it is a pleasure to meet you." JZ smiled and continued, "In truth, ninjas are not as fearsome as you might imagine. They have families and friends too. They experience joy and sorrow. They simply possess additional abilities to protect themselves and others. JZ's words gradually alleviated Sun's fear, and she gazed at him with curiosity, eager to learn more about this individual. Sun, what do you envision a ninja to be like? JZ inquired. Sun contemplated for a moment before responding. I've heard the adults say that ninjas are formidable beings. They can traverse rooftops and wield various magical techniques. However, the adults also say that ninjas often engage in fights, even killing, and that they have caused chaos in our villages, leaving us with nowhere to live. Therefore, I find them somewhat frightening. After listening, Jasuk nodded and said, Indeed, ninjas possess certain unique abilities, yet their existence is not solely for the purpose of fighting or killing. Their true aim is to safeguard themselves and those they hold dear, as well as to uphold peace. Of course, there are times when ninjas must engage in battle, but that is merely to prevent greater calamities from occurring. After hearing this, Sun nodded thoughtfully, as if her understanding of ninjas had deepened. Brother Jasuk, are you currently protecting us? Sun inquired. Yes, Sunday. My present mission is to ensure your safe arrival in Konoha, Jasuk replied. Chapter 5. The Rogue Ninja. As the conversation with Sun came to a close, Jasuk's perception of this world improved somewhat. Perhaps it was the exchange with Sun that instilled in him a sense of purpose. The following morning, as sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a warm glow upon the camp, Jasuk sensed an unusual atmosphere of tension. He awoke early, his keen gaze sweeping over the surrounding woods, as if he had detected something amiss. Just as they were preparing to set off, a group of rogue ninjas clad in civilian attire, their faces twisted with malice, suddenly emerged from the trees. The previously serene atmosphere was shattered. Refugees were thrown into disarray. Children clung tightly to their guardians. While Jasuk instinctively positioned himself in front of the others, he scrutinized the intruders closely, deducing from their appearance and complexion that they were rogue ninjas from Iwagakure. With this confirmation, Jasuk felt a sense of relief. Had they been from Konoha, his rash actions might have attracted the attention of the Umbu. But with rogue ninjas from other villages, he had fewer reservations. Esteemed ninjas, we are merely refugees. Might you grant us mercy and allow us to depart in peace? Jasuk spoke with a hint of levity. The leader of the rogue ninjas sneered, Humph, of course. In this world, we all seek to earn a living. Simply hand over your money and provisions, and we shall let you go without issue. At this, an elderly man behind Jasuk began to gather their supplies. But Jasuk swiftly intervened. Son, as I mentioned last night, there are times when one must fight, correct? Sun, hidden among the crowd, hesitated for a moment before nodding in understanding. Jasuk, witnessing this, offered a slight smile and turned to face the rogue ninjas, his expression sharpening with resolve. You wish to take our supplies? Then let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Before he finished speaking, Jasuk drew a distinctive sword hilt from his waist. This was a chakra emitter specifically designed by the Empire, its unique design and exquisite craftsmanship underscoring its exceptional nature. As Jasuk infused it with lightning chakra, a blue blade of light extended from the tip of the hilt, shimmering with an aura that seemed to contain the force of a thunderclap. The rogue ninjas, witnessing this spectacle, were seized by trepidation, although they were accustomed to wrongdoing. The sight of such a formidable opponent instilled fear in their hearts. Yet, driven by greed and the instinct for survival, the rogue ninjas summoned their courage and launched a ferocious assault against Jasuk. They brandished their weapons, shouting as they charged, hoping to overwhelm him with their numbers. The battle was imminent. Jasuk remained composed, wielding the blue blade with precision, his movements swift as lightning as he navigated through the ranks of rogue ninjas. With each swing of the blade, another rogue ninja fell. In a short span, as the last of the rogue ninjas crashed to the ground, Jasuk casually sheathed the blue blade and the distinctive hilt, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. For him, this skirmish had been akin to a leisurely practice, hardly deserving of his full attention. He had once undergone rigorous illusion training in the Empire, a form of training far more challenging than the current rogue ninjas he faced. At this moment, the refugees witnessing Jasuk's battle were utterly astonished. Their eyes widened as they stared at his not-so-tall figure. Having lived through an era of turmoil and witnessed countless battles among ninjas, they had never encountered such overwhelming combat prowess, nor had they ever imagined that someone could so effortlessly vanquish foes several times their own strength. Incredible, so powerful, one refugee exclaimed. We are saved. Another cried out excitedly. Jasuk returned to the crowd, and when the murmurs subsided, he sincerely addressed them. I kindly ask that you do not speak of what just transpired. I am merely a commoner with a modicum of ninjutsu skills. and I wish to avoid any unnecessary troubles." The crowd buzzed with conversation, and the elder from earlier stepped forward. "Mr. Kimura, please share the purpose of your journey. Though I am not well versed, I believe there are few ninjas as formidable as you." The elder's inquiry caused Jasuke to furrow his brow. He was reluctant to divulge too much information at this moment. However, faced with the elder's earnest request and the curiosity of the crowd, he felt a twinge of discomfort. If the elder pressed further, he would have to consider more extreme measures to safeguard his secrets. In that tense moment, a girl named S.N. pushed her way through the throng, panting heavily as if she had run a great distance. After catching her breath, she leaned on her knees and said to the elder, "Grandfather, Jasuke II is definitely not a bad person." Her innocence and conviction offered a semblance of reassurance to all present. The elder gazed at S.N., a flicker of softness in his eyes. "Are you certain, S.N.?" She nodded affirmatively. "I am sure. Jasuke II has always protected us and taught me many survival skills." The elder fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. "Very well, since you say so. I will trust you." He turned to Jasuke and continued, "Mr. Kimura, we shall not press you further regarding your purpose. But remember, though we are but refugees, we are also part of the Land of Fire. Should you undertake any actions detrimental to our homeland, I assure you, I will not stand idly by." As the murmurs among the crowd gradually subsided, Jasuke and the refugees continued their journey toward Konoha. Throughout the trek, Jasuke remained vigilant, constantly attuned to his surroundings to ensure the safety of the refugees. As they walked, Jasuke pondered how these villagers could hold such allegiance to the Land of Fire, even with their homes ravaged by war. He couldn't help but wonder if his own world would have descended into such folly and ignorance in the absence of the Emperor. Days later, they finally beheld the gates of Konoha. The sentry ninjas on duty swiftly approached upon noticing their arrival. Upon learning that they were refugees from near the borders of the Land of Rain, the sentry ninjas conducted a brief inquiry. Perhaps it was due to their unfortunate circumstances, or perhaps it stemmed from compassion and pity. But the duty-bound ninja did not impose overly harsh conditions upon them, and soon granted them entry into the village hidden in the leaves. Upon entering, Zangetsu curiously surveyed his surroundings. Although this Konoha appeared significantly less advanced than the one from his own world, the overall architectural style and ambience of life bore a striking resemblance, evoking a sense of inexplicable familiarity within him. At that moment, Sun leapt joyfully before Zangetsu, her face aglow with innocent delight. "Zangetsu Nyakin, the esteemed ninjas of Konoha have arranged accommodations for us. Would you care to join us in exploring?" she invited, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Zangetsu offered a faint smile, but shook his head gently, saying, "No, I must visit relatives in Konoha first. You all go ahead. Once you are settled, I will seek you out." Upon hearing Zangetsu's response, Sun felt a tinge of disappointment but nodded obediently. "Very well then, Zangetsu Onyakin. Do come find us soon." With that, she turned and joined the other refugees as they made their way to their newly arranged lodgings. Chapter 6. Is it Toanzo or White Absolute? After bidding farewell to the bamboo shoots, Jasuke pursued the intelligence provided by Kurizetsu, searching for the Kakazukura family in Konoha. It was said that this household was inhabited solely by an elderly man. After a series of obstacles, Jasuke finally located the Kakazukura residence in a remote part of the village before nightfall. Despite its secluded location, it was remarkably advantageous for his impending plans. He gently rapped on the wooden door, the sound echoing through the stillness of the night. Upon hearing the knocking, Kakazukura Aikir rose from his seat in confusion to answer the door. Having lived in the village for over 20 years with few visitors, he was filled with bewilderment. As the wooden door creaked open, Aikir beheld a tall, robust stranger before him. Momentarily taken aback, he had never encountered this individual in all his years in the village. "Young man, you are looking for." Aikir's words trailed off as Jasuke's Sharingan began to swirl, emanating an enchanting glow. "I am Jasuke Kakazukura, your distant nephew." Jasuke introduced himself with a smile, employing the alias and identity he had meticulously prepared. Aikir paused, seemingly grappling to recall this so-called distant nephew. Yet, Jasuke did not afford him ample time for contemplation, stepping into the house as if he were indeed the master of the abode. Jasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, his Sharingan flickering with a profound luminescence in the twilight. The Jinjutsu he employed was one he had mastered during his time as a new recruit in the war faction, capable of subtly altering a person's perception through the Sharingan. Although this technique had limited efficacy against powerful ninjas, Its utility in infiltration and covert operations was on par with any S-rank ninjutsu. However, Jae-suk was acutely aware that he had only temporarily resolved the issue of identity. Despite the disparities between worlds, as long as a counterpart of Tuanzo existed in this realm, all his concealments could become utterly meaningless. To fully integrate into Konoha, he must eliminate Tuanzo. The mere thought of Tuanzo filled Jae-suk with a sense of dread. Tuanzo was akin to a lethal blade in the Emperor's hand. If Kaze-Eyes was the Emperor's sharp dagger displayed to the outside world, then Tuanzo represented the Emperor's merciless cleaver wielded internally. This individual possessed a profound cunning and depth, making him difficult to grasp. After settling into Aikir's home, Jae-suk opted for the secondary bedroom as his resting place. This room had originally belonged to Kakazukura, Aikir's late wife, but after Jae-suk employed Genjutsu to alter Aikir's perception, it became his chamber. At this moment, Jae-suk reclined on the bed, perusing a fully functional communication device in his hand. This device not only facilitated communication, but also integrated maps and a database for reference. Jae-suk was currently utilizing it to examine Tuanzo's early records. Previously, Jae-suk had lacked the authorization to access these files. However, now, as one of the Vanguard members dispatched by the Emperor to a parallel world, he, alongside Menma and Kaze-Eyes, had been bestowed with the highest level of clearance. This signified that they could access the files of anyone, save for the Emperor himself. After delving into the history of Danzo, Zhangju finally unearthed some intriguing information. His eyes lit up upon discovering that Danzo once served as the leader of the Root organization, covertly conducting experiments on wood release and Hashirama cells. This project was not unfamiliar to Zhangju. As a warrior of the battlefield, he had undergone 13 surgeries, including the transplantation of Hashirama cells. He possessed a clear understanding of the formidable power and potential of Hashirama cells, as well as their pivotal role in warfare. After meticulously reviewing the pertinent information, Zhangju shut off his communicator, a contemplative expression gracing his face. A well-formed plan had begun to take shape in his mind. One that would leverage Danzo's obsession with the studies of wood release and Hashirama cells to achieve his own objectives. Zhangju was convinced that once he identified Danzo's identity in this world, he would ascertain that the latter was undoubtedly scheming or preparing to conduct research on wood release and Hashirama cells. At that juncture, he merely needed to showcase his own prowess and present an irresistible bargaining chip, confident that Danzo, the cunning old fox, would take the bait. As for this irresistible bargaining chip, a smile crept across Zhangju's lips, and he formed hand seals. Enveloping the house in a wave of chakra, a concealment technique designed to disrupt other sensory ninjutsu, effectively cloaking his presence. He then sat cross-legged in meditation. Shortly thereafter, some masks began to emerge on his face as he absorbed the surrounding natural energy, entering sage mode. Not long after entering this state, white spores began to manifest on Zhangju's body, the very replicas of White Zetsu. "How did you discover me, you bastard?" White Zetsu exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. His disguise, impervious even to those of the highest caliber, had been seen through by this individual from the very beginning. Zhangju remained silent. Indeed, White Zetsu's ability to disguise himself was unparalleled in the ninja world, earning even the Emperor's admiration. However, this was contingent upon the opponent's lack of awareness. Given his understanding of Black Zetsu, Zhangju did not believe that the latter would fail to leave a White Zetsu behind to monitor him, thus exposing White Zetsu from the outset. Chapter 7. Apprenticeship. On the following morning, Jae-suk arose from his slumber. Although he had undergone a transformation that rendered him capable of ceaseless wakefulness, the rare respite still bestowed upon him a profound sense of satisfaction. Even though he no longer required sleep, occasional moments of rest invigorated his mind, sharpening his thoughts. After getting out of bed, Jae-suk did not hasten to seek out the elusive Danzo of this world. Instead, he immersed himself in his daily training. Despite his current status as a commander under the Emperor, his yearning for power and relentless pursuit of strength had never faltered. His dedication to the arts of illusion, physical combat, and ninjutsu remained unwavering, fueled by immense passion and perseverance. However, as Jae-suk was wholly engrossed in his practice, a youthful voice suddenly pierced the air, interrupting his concentration. He turned to see Sun, standing there, transformed in a way that was strikingly different from before. Clad in a pristine white dress, her orange hair adorned with a delicate pink bow, she emanated an aura of freshness and grace. Her once dirted face had blossomed into a complexion of rosy fairness, radiating the vibrancy of youth. Jae-suk momentarily stood in astonishment at Sun's remarkable transformation. The girl before him bore no resemblance to the impression she had previously left. With a shy smile, Sun approached Jae-suk and softly inquired, "Jae-suk and did I disturb you?" Jae-suk, taken aback, had not disclosed his whereabouts to Sun, yet she had managed to find him, which struck him as peculiar. He swiftly channeled his chakra, gently placing his hand atop her head, and with a warm smile, he asked, "Not at all, Sun, but how did you manage to locate me?" Feeling the warmth of Jae-suk's hand, Sun bashfully replied, "Jae-suk and I asked the adults in the village, and they told me your name is Jae-suk from Kaimura. Then I inquired about the location of Kaimura, and an older boy from the guard pointed me in the right direction. So, I followed the path to find you." Upon hearing Sun's explanation, Jae-suk felt a sense of relief. He carefully scanned Sun's memories through his chakra and, upon confirming her honesty, withdrew his hand, gazing into her clear eyes. He couldn't help but admire the girl's innocence and bravery. "Indeed, you are quite courageous, but you must refrain from wandering about the village recklessly. Even in Konoha, safety is not guaranteed," Jae-suk advised earnestly. In response to Jae-suk's admonition, Sun eagerly defended herself. "But Jae-suk and everyone in the village is kind, and I only came out after speaking with Grandpa and the others. Besides, you were the one who arrived in the village without explaining anything and just ran off." Her voice gradually diminished, and she shot Jae-suk an annoyed glance, pouting slightly, as if her feelings were hurt by his abrupt departure. Confronted with Sun's sincerity and resolve, Jae-suk felt a profound emotional stir within him. He crouched down to meet her gaze and gently asked, "So, Sun, what is it that you seek from me?" Sun fidgeted slightly, her feet shifting awkwardly, but soon she steadied herself and, with unwavering determination, declared, "Jae-suk and I wish to learn ninjutsu from you. I aspire to become a formidable ninja, much like you." As Jae-suk gazed into the fervent and expectant eyes of Sun, he felt a profound sense of astonishment. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, attempting to quell the tumult within. "Sun," he began, his tone turning grave, "do you understand that mastering ninjutsu is not a simple endeavor? It demands immense effort and sweat, and may even pose life-threatening risks. Are you truly prepared for this?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sun nodded vigorously, affirming, "I am certain. I am ready. You have told me, Jae-suk, that ninjas exist to assist and protect others. I do not want to see my friends succumb to danger, nor do I wish for my grandfather and others to toil endlessly." Jae-suk was taken aback by her response. He had initially hesitated to acquiesce to her request, aware of the inherent risks involved. However, as he contemplated the potential of nurturing a prodigious ninja, he realized that such a talent would likely attract the attention of the organization. A far safer approach than seeking them out himself. A faint smile graced his lips as he reached out to ruffle Sun's hair. "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I will wholeheartedly support you. Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you the art of ninjutsu, and I hope you remain steadfast in your pursuit to become an exceptional ninja." Upon hearing Jae-suk's agreement, Sun leaped with joy. "Then it's settled. I will come here to the village tomorrow to learn." Jae-suk, observing the exuberance of the young girl, shook his head in resignation. He rose and addressed her, "All right. Now let's wander through the village together. I shall prepare some training tools for you." As they strolled through the village, Sun was brimming with excitement, bombarding Jae-suk with questions, to which he patiently responded one by one. "Jae-suk, are all ninjas like my grandfather described?" Sun inquired curiously. Jae-suk pondered for a moment before replying, "Not all. Some possess strength without understanding the responsibilities that accompany it. Sun, such individuals cannot be regarded as true ninjas." Reflecting on his words, Sun's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she asked, "Well then, Jae-suk, will I be able to become a powerful ninja like you in the future?" Jae-suk smiled encouragingly at her, saying, "Diligent practice cultivates strength, and self-discipline yields results. Sun, how you treat yourself will determine how you are rewarded in return." Sun, somewhat perplexed, scratched her head and muttered, "Jae-suk, your words are quite strange. I don't quite understand." Nevertheless, her eyes still shimmered with hope for the future. After escorting Sun home, Jae-suk bid her farewell and returned to his dwelling, laden with various packages. Once in his room, he retrieved his communication device, which displayed messages from Kazuz and Minma inquiring whether he had arrived in Konoha and if the current plans were proceeding smoothly. Jae-suk composed a response to both of them. "Master Kazais, I have successfully entered Konoha and am currently preparing to engage with the esteemed Danzo of this realm. with aspirations for a seamless endeavor. After stowing away my communication device, I retrieved a myriad of training apparatuses from the scroll I carry. Each of these instruments is a product of their world, embodying advanced technology and profound wisdom. I meticulously examined each piece to ensure they were in optimal condition. These training tools serve various purposes. Some are designed to enhance physical conditioning, others to improve reaction speed, and still others utilize illusions to simulate a combat environment. With these resources at hand, even if my innate talent were negligible, I am confident in my ability to transform my opponent into a prodigy. Chapter 8. A True Genius. The following morning, Jasuk had just arranged various instruments in the small courtyard when Sun arrived. Unlike the previous day, Sun donned a pragmatic training outfit, her hair cut short and half-tied. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Jasuk, who was adjusting the equipment, piquing her curiosity. "Jasuk, what are you doing?" "Oh, Sun, you're here," Jasuk replied, raising his head to reveal his characteristic gentle smile. "I am calibrating these training devices to ensure they are in optimal condition, so we can achieve our desired results more effectively during training." Sun approached Jasuk, scrutinizing the instruments he was fine-tuning. "What kind of devices are these?" "Each device serves a distinct purpose," Jasuk patiently elucidated. "For instance, this one tests reaction speed." He gestured toward another apparatus. "And this one is designed to enhance explosive power and endurance." Observing the myriad of facilities scattered throughout the courtyard, Sun felt a sense of dissonance. Her understanding of training had revolved around meditation, contemplation, and some physical conditioning. Just as self-doubt began to creep in, Jasuk handed her a wristband, indicating she should wear it. After Sun secured the wristband, Jasuk instructed, "This wristband will monitor your current physical condition and display the data here. Now, you should run 10 kilometers." Sun initially froze at Jasuk's words, glancing at the wristband and then at him, her expression one of disbelief, as if questioning whether he was jesting. Jasuk, however, disregarded her reaction and urged her to begin running. He understood that 10 kilometers would be quite a challenge for someone her age and did not expect her to complete the distance. His intention in having her run this distance was to thoroughly assess her physical limits, thus informing the subsequent training regimen. With a resigned glance at the wristband and then the expansive courtyard, Sun took a deep breath and began to run slowly. Jasuk sat quietly nearby, his electronic device displaying her physical data in real time. In the vast courtyard, Sun found herself running alone, her figure flickering in and out of focus under the sun. Sweat trickling down her forehead, dampening her hair and clothing. She lacked the energy to wipe it away, instead mechanically swinging her arms and taking heavy strides. Her vision began to blur, and the surrounding environment seemed to dissolve into a haze of heat. Yet, she persevered, determined to keep moving forward. Time became indistinct. Sun could no longer discern the scenery ahead, her arms hanging weakly at her sides. Nevertheless, fueled by remarkable tenacity, she continued to advance. The rhythm of her heartbeat echoed in her ears, seemingly cheering her on. At long last, after completing the final lap, Sun could no longer sustain her efforts and slowly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, Zhanzhu approached, and the sight of the young girl before him brought him considerable astonishment. Setting aside her impressive data that far exceeded that of her peers, it was her sheer willpower that warranted his admiration. He stepped forward to offer his hand to help her up, but she trembled slightly and waved him off, her voice hoarse as she murmured, "Co-village. Normal school, just a moment, let me rest." Zhanzhu nodded gently, fully comprehending her exhaustion. However, he understood that this form of rest was inadequate. As someone who had traversed this path before, he was acutely aware that if she did not receive timely relaxation, it could lead to severe hidden injuries. He carefully lifted the weary girl and placed her on a specially designed recovery apparatus situated in the courtyard. This device was crafted specifically to provide relief and relaxation for fatigued bodies, aiding muscle recovery and preventing latent injuries. Though she was nearly too fatigued to move, Sun could still sense Zhanzhu's attentiveness and concern. With his assistance, she reclined on the apparatus, immediately enveloped by a warm, soothing airflow that gently cradled her, akin to being supported by soft clouds. "Relax and fully embrace the recovery process," Zhanzhu gently instructed, adjusting the settings of the apparatus to ensure she achieved optimal recovery. Sun nodded softly, and with the aid of the device, she felt the weariness and tension in her body gradually dissipate, replaced by a profound sense of tranquility and relaxation. Meanwhile, Zhanzhu stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently on the data displayed on the apparatus screen. He was taken aback to discover that the recovery effects seemed almost too remarkable, prompting an involuntary furrow of his brow. Originally designed as an advanced medical instrument for battle group warriors, this apparatus primarily served to relax and alleviate fatigue for ordinary ninjas. However, the data on the screen indicated that the young girl, Sun, exhibited a recovery rate far surpassing expectations. Sun, noticing the change in Zhangju's expression, timidly inquired, "Co-village normal school, is there something wrong with my body?" Her voice carried a hint of anxiety and worry as she observed his furrowed brow. Fearing that her body might indeed be in trouble, Zhangju, regaining his composure, met her concerned gaze and quickly reassured her, "Do not worry, son. Your body is perfectly fine. I am merely astonished by your recovery capability. It is far superior to what I anticipated." After a brief period of rest and recuperation, Zhangju prepared to initiate the second test with Sun, the three-body technique. This was a fundamental ninjutsu that every ninja must master, serving as a crucial benchmark for assessing one's innate talent in ninjutsu. Sun rose to her feet, stretched her limbs, and displayed a look of surprise. She distinctly remembered being on the verge of collapse from running moments ago, yet now her body felt as though it had enjoyed an entire day's rest. Clearing his throat, Zhangju addressed her, "Sun, what understanding do you currently possess regarding ninjutsu?" Sun shook her head, as if to convey that a simple village girl from a border town could hardly be expected to know such things. Zhangju gazed at the swaying Sun with a mixture of exasperation and resignation, resting his forehead in his hand, realizing that he should not have nurtured such unrealistic hopes. Just moments ago, Sun's remarkable performance during the test had momentarily exhilarated him, causing him to overlook the fact that she was merely a young girl seeking refuge in Konoha. At this moment, he recognized the necessity of starting from the very beginning. "Very well, follow me," Zhangju instructed, leading Sun to a pristine pond. "To learn ninjutsu, we must first refine our chakra." Standing at the edge of the pond, he began to elucidate. Chakra is the energy within us. It forms the foundation of ninjutsu. To aid Sun's understanding, Zhangju gently stepped onto the surface of the water, demonstrating his exquisite control over chakra. The water merely rippled lightly, leaving his shoes untouched. "This is the power of chakra," he explained. "Through the refinement and control of chakra, we can achieve feats beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals." He turned to Sun, saying, "Now, I shall teach you how to refine your chakra. First, you need to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and strive to relax both your body and mind." Following Zhangju's guidance, Sun endeavored to refine her chakra. Although she initially encountered some difficulty, under Zhangju's patient tutelage, she gradually began to find her rhythm. Chapter 9. Daily routine. For several consecutive days, Sun would arrive in the courtyard each morning to engage in physical training, followed by chakra refining exercises in the afternoon. Sitting in a corner of the training ground, beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, mingling with a faint, earthy scent. With her eyes closed, she regulated her breathing, reflecting on the weariness and fulfillment brought about by the recently concluded chakra refining practice. Nearby, the marks etched into the tree trunk chronicled her progress, and she chuckled softly as she glanced back at these tokens of growth. Sasuke approached, observing Sun with a flicker of approval in his eyes. "Sun, you are doing exceptionally well," he remarked, "and now we shall embark on a new phase of learning." Upon hearing this, anticipation sparked in Sun's eyes as she eagerly stood up. Sasuke noted the hopeful gleam in her gaze and silently nodded to himself. Recognizing that this girl possessed remarkable perseverance and talent, with the right guidance, she would undoubtedly shine. "First, we must delve into the advanced methods of chakra refinement." Sasuke began to elucidate in detail. Each hand gesture and every shift in breath contained profound techniques. He was not merely instructing Sun on how to refine chakra. He was imparting to her an attitude, a rigorous and focused approach toward ninjutsu. Sun listened intently, fearful of missing any detail. In the days that followed, Sun immersed herself in an unprecedented level of diligent training. She practiced the chakra refining techniques relentlessly, experiencing failure time and again, only to begin anew each time. Sasuke remained by her side, observing silently, his Sharingan perceiving every subtle change within her. Initially, Sun's movements appeared clumsy and awkward, each attempt at refinement fraught with instability and tension. However, as time progressed, she gradually discovered that elusive sensation, the extraordinary feeling of becoming one with her chakra. Her movements grew increasingly fluid, and the chakra she refined became purer, When Sasuke employed his Sharingan for a closer examination, he found that the pathways of chakra within Sun had begun to take shape. The chakra, surging like a mighty river, flowed within her body in an orderly manner, infusing her with tremendous energy. Once Sasuke confirmed that Sun had mastered chakra refinement, he decided to pause her current training. He approached her, gazing at her sweat-drenched yet resolute face, and internally nodded in approval. Sun, your chakra refinement is commendable. Now, we must transition to the next phase of learning. However, before that, you need to rest and recover. Though somewhat fatigued, Sun's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation upon hearing Sasuke's affirmation. I understand, Teacher Sasuke. She replied with a nod. At that moment, Sasuke retrieved a pouch of shuriken from his waist and handed it to Sun with a smile. Sun, this is a gift for you. As Sun accepted the shuriken, her eyes glimmered with gratitude and joy. She understood the significance of this gift. It was not merely a pouch of shuriken, but a symbol of Sasuke's encouragement and expectations for her. Thank you, Teacher Sasuke, she said, her voice trembling slightly. I will work even harder and not disappoint your hopes. Zhangzhu gently patted Sun's shoulder as a gesture of encouragement. After a day of intense training, the night gradually enveloped the earth. The two shared a simple dinner before Zhangzhu accompanied Sun on the journey home. The moonlight, soft as water, bathed the tranquil streets, and they walked side by side, their pace leisurely, savoring this rare moment of serenity and comfort. Sun broke the silence first, her voice resonating distinctly in the night. Teacher Zhangzhu, what do you think my future direction should be? Zhangzhu smiled slightly and replied, Sun, your future holds infinite possibilities. Sun lowered her head, murmuring to herself, infinite possibilities? Then, lifting her gaze with determination, she looked at Zhangzhu and declared, I trust your judgment. After escorting Sun home, Zhangzhu returned to his residence alone. Upon arriving, his communication device suddenly flickered with golden light, instantly capturing his attention. Typically, he communicated with Myanmar and Kaze eyes through messages. But the shimmering gold light on the device indicated an extraordinary circumstance. The Emperor had reached out to them directly. Ensuring the surroundings were secure, Zhangzhu activated the communication device. As the connection was established, the device projected 3 small screens surrounding a larger one, forming a temporary virtual conference room. Myanmar and Kaze eyes appeared on the 2 smaller screens, while Zhangzhu was visible on the third. The Emperor's imposing figure slowly materialized on the larger screen, seated on his throne, his gaze profound and serious. His presence transformed the atmosphere of the meeting into one of solemnity and gravity. Thank you for promptly responding to my summons. The Emperor's voice resonated steadily and powerfully within the virtual room. He surveyed the participants before continuing. Kaze eyes, how is your exploration progressing at this stage? Kaze eyes nodded in response on the smaller screen, his voice clear through the device. We have established preliminary contact with the forces of this world. Currently, Zhangzhu has entered Konoha and is working on gaining their trust, while Myanmar and I are engaging with other factions. Upon hearing Kaze Ai's report, the Emperor nodded approvingly on the larger screen and stated with composure, Excellent. Your efforts are progressing well, and I am satisfied with this. Please continue to advance according to plan, without complacency. In our next communication, I will pass judgment on this world. Until then, we must ensure we possess all necessary information and evidence. His voice echoed throughout the virtual meeting room, imbued with an undeniable authority. The Emperor's words instilled a sense of gravity and urgency in everyone present. Zhangzhu, Myanmar, and Kaze eyes exchanged glances, and together they responded, their voices filled with strength and conviction. At your command, Your Majesty. Subsequently, White Zetsu completely detached from Zhangzhu's body, attempting to flee, only to be seized by Zhangzhu by the throat. Struggling proved futile against Zhangzhu's strength, and with a firm grip, White Zetsu succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhangzhu gazed at the unconscious figure in his grasp, filled with confidence. He understood that the chip in his hand would be the crucial bait to lure Danzo into his trap. As a flawless product of the Hashirama cells, White Zetsu not only possessed formidable vitality, but also excelled in perfect disguise. More importantly, the Hashirama cells that White Zetsu carried were precisely what Danzo had long desired. Jaegon carefully placed White Zetsu into a specially designed container, ensuring that escape was impossible. Once he secured White Zetsu and confirmed the integrity of the sealing barrier, he felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. The tension and scheming of recent days seemed to momentarily dissipate in that instant. Although his physique was robust, and his mental strength surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The relentless processing of vast amounts of information and intricate strategizing over the past few days had left even this well-trained ninja feeling a tinge of fatigue. He approached the bedside and gently reclined. The bed was soft and comfortable, standing in stark contrast to the tautness that had gripped his nerves for so long. Jae-gon closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, allowing both his body and spirit to gradually unwind. Chapter 10. Preparation for Assessment. 1. Having concluded his communication with the Emperor, Jozu rose and approached the window. He stood there, gazing through the glass at the resplendent full moon suspended in the night sky. His heart was tumultuous, beset by an inexplicable emotion that fostered an unprecedented resistance to the Emperor's decision. He endeavored to untangle his thoughts. Was it a wavering of loyalty and faith towards the Emperor? Or was it a burgeoning skepticism regarding the ideals he once held steadfastly? After an indeterminate passage of time, Jozu stepped away from the window. He had always been a man of action. Rather than remaining ensnared in the labyrinth of his own mind, he resolved to take initiative. The veracity of the world should not be dictated by others, but should be experienced and observed firsthand. That night, Jozu eschewed rest. He busied himself preparing the necessary items for Sun's training the following day, his heart brimming with anticipation and a sense of duty. He meticulously selected training tools, ensuring each was appropriate for Sun's current stage of development. In the course of his preparations, he couldn't help but reflect on the myriad moments he had shared with Sunday. He watched as she blossomed from a small girl into a promising young ninja, and his heart swelled with emotion. Enrolling Sun in the Ninja Academy was a pivotal step in her journey of growth, a crucial element of his plans. Jozu calculated the remaining days and realized that time for training in the three-body technique and various basic ninjutsu was limited. He understood that for Sun to stand out at the academy, rigorous training was imperative during this interval. As dawn approached, the sky began to lighten, and Jozu's preparations drew to a close. He meticulously transported various equipment to the courtyard, arranging them with care. After a night of toil, fatigue began to set in, yet the anticipation within him kept his mind alert. After a brief stretch to ease his muscles, Jozu settled in the courtyard, awaiting Sun's arrival. The morning breeze caressed his cheeks, bringing a refreshing coolness that invigorated his spirit. In the quiet of waiting, he began to reminisce about his acquaintance and interactions with Sunday. Initially, he viewed her merely as a means to integrate into Konoha, yet as time passed, their relationship deepened. Sun's innocence, kindness, and diligence profoundly touched him. Now, his feelings for Sun transcended mere utility, blossoming into a genuine concern and expectation for her future. Just then, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the treetops, bathing the courtyard in a warm golden hue. Sun gracefully leaped down from the branches, landing steadily before Jozu. "Good morning, Jozu-sensei." Sun's smile radiated like the sun, brightening Jozu's mood in turn. "Good morning, Sun," Jozu replied gently, a smile gracing his lips. "Hey, Jozu-sensei seems a bit different today," Sun remarked playfully, her tone imbued with curiosity. Jozu chuckled softly, and this subtle shift in his expression did not escape Sun's keen observation. She tilted her head, her eyes fixed on him with curiosity, as if attempting to glean deeper insights from his visage. "Is there? I don't feel anything amiss." Jae-suk attempted to conceal his amusement, giving a soft cough before turning seriously to Tsumu. "All right, let us commence today's training." As Jae-suk regained his focus, he watched Tsumu return to his side after warming up, and with a smile, he announced, "From this day forward, we shall practice the body replacement technique along with some fundamental ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Tsumu's eyes. She had previously heard of the body replacement technique and ninjutsu, fully aware that mastering these arts was essential to becoming a true ninja. "Firstly, we shall begin with the body replacement technique," Jae-suk continued. "This technique allows you to evade an enemy's attack at a critical moment. It is an exceedingly practical skill." He then distanced himself from Tsumu and declared, "Now, Tsumu, use your shuriken to attack me, without holding back." Tsumu's eyes sparkled with determination upon hearing Jae-suk's words. Although she had heard of the body replacement technique before, being in the presence of her teacher made her slightly anxious. Gripping the shuriken tightly, she steadied her breath and focused intently on Jae-suk. "Yes, sensei," Tsumu affirmed, and with a swift motion, she hurled the shuriken towards Jae-suk. Several shuriken cut through the air, tracing rapid arcs aimed directly at him. As Tsumu watched her attack, a pang of fear struck her, What if she truly injured her teacher? However, Jae-suk remained composed, and just as the shuriken was about to strike, his figure suddenly blurred, dissipating like a wisp of smoke in the air, leaving behind a wooden dummy. Seeing her shuriken hit the wooden substitute instead of Jae-suk, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she was thoroughly astonished and impressed by Jae-suk's mastery of the body replacement technique. Appearing beside her with a smile, Jae-suk seemed to see through her earlier tension and concern. "It's all right, Sumu. Your aim was spot on. This is the application of the body replacement technique." He then earnestly explained to Tsumu the limitations and conditions of this skill, hoping to provide her with a comprehensive understanding for better application in future battles. Tsumu, while the body replacement technique can indeed save your life in critical moments, it is not infallible, Jae-suk elaborated. The attacks it can evade are those you must be aware of. If you are oblivious to your opponent's strikes, then the technique will be rendered ineffective. Thus, during combat, you must remain vigilant, observing your enemy's movements and anticipating potential attacks. Sumu nodded earnestly, acknowledging her understanding. She realized that every skill in battle has its limitations, and only by thoroughly grasping and judiciously employing these skills can one maximize their combat potential. Furthermore, Jae-suk continued, executing the body replacement technique requires prior preparation of a substitute. In the heat of battle, you may not have sufficient time or opportunity to prepare one. Therefore, you must be well prepared before the fight begins, ensuring that you can swiftly utilize the body replacement technique when the moment arises. Sumu nodded once more in agreement. Observing the serious demeanor of Sun, Jae-suk nodded in approval. He then formed a series of hand seals, and as smoke billowed forth, a clone emerged. When the smoke dissipated, two identical figures stood before Sun, indistinguishable from Jae-suk himself, save for their differing attire. Sun's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the two versions of herself. In disbelief, she shook her head, attempting to discern the genuine from the false. Yet, both figures mirrored her appearance and aura so precisely that she found it impossible to make a judgment. Amid Sun's surprise, both versions spoke in unison. This is the shadow clone technique and transformation technique. Subsequently, Jae-suk dispelled the clone and reverted from the transformation. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, Sun looked at Jae-suk, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Teacher from Konoha, I wish to learn this," she declared resolutely. Jae-suk smiled slightly and began to elucidate the details. "The technique I just demonstrated is, in fact, the shadow clone technique. The sequence of hand seals is Cho, Inu, Tatsu, Na Inu, I Me, Tora. You must accurately execute this sequence to successfully perform the shadow clone technique." He then showcased another seal, explaining, "This seal represents the transformation technique." Turning to Sun, he added, "The essence of the transformation technique lies in the manipulation of chakra, which should pose no challenge for you." Jae-suk's tone shifted to one of gravity as he emphasized, "However, the shadow clone technique is our primary focus today. Sun, you must remember that the allocation of chakra is paramount when utilizing the shadow clone technique." He paused momentarily before continuing. "When you employ the shadow clone technique, your chakra is evenly distributed among each clone. Furthermore, when a clone dissipates, all the experiences it encountered will return to your original self. This is also the reason the shadow clone technique is difficult to detect, as each clone possesses the same memories and sensations as the original." A torrent of information overwhelmed Sun, yet she managed to retain the essence. "Understood. Teacher from Konoha." Jae-suk nodded in satisfaction. "Then let us commence training. Starting with the clone technique." Chapter 11. Preparation for Assessment 2. In the initial days of her training, Sun found herself relatively at ease. Compared to the previous rigorous physical and combat training, merely practicing the shadow clone technique felt like a liberation. However, she had no inkling that the true challenge was only just beginning. When Sun confidently showcased her mastery of the technique to Jae-suk, he affectionately ruffled her hair and remarked, "Well done. It seems you have become quite adept at utilizing the shadow clone technique. Now, let us officially commence your training." For a fleeting moment, Sun felt as though time had frozen, unable to grasp the full import of Jae-suk's words. What did he mean by officially commence training? In the days that followed, Sun endured an unprecedented level of intensive training. Each day, Jae-suk required her to produce 4 clones, each engaging in different training regimens simultaneously. When her chakra was depleted, Jae-suk would promptly provide her with a nutrient solution to replenish her energy. This relentless training continued until Sun's stamina was utterly exhausted, signaling the end of her day. Given the intensity of the training and Sun's physical condition, Jae-suk decided it would be prudent for her to reside in his dwelling, enabling him to better monitor and care for her. To this end, he personally visited Sun's home to explain the situation to her parents and secure their consent. Recalling the formidable prowess Jae-suk had exhibited against the rogue ninja from the rock-hidden village, Sun's family raised no objections and readily acquiesced to the arrangement. However, when Sun learned that her family had so easily agreed to her staying with Jae-suk, her complexion paled. After the grueling training of the day had concluded, Sun lay exhausted in the medical apparatus, slowly sipping the nutrient solution to regain her strength. Her voice trembled slightly as she tentatively asked Jae-suk, "Sensei, may I have a day of rest tomorrow?" Jae-suk paused for a moment, calculating in his mind that Sun had only 3 days before she would enter the ninja academy. He nodded in consent, replying, "Yes, you may rest tomorrow and forego training. However," he added with a serious tone, "you will undergo my assessment. If you do not meet the standards, I would not want you to bring shame upon me once you enter the academy." Upon hearing Jae-suk's agreement for her to rest, Sun felt a wave of relief wash over her, that the impending assessment still loomed large in her mind. Yet, as she reflected on her prior assessments, she recalled that Jae-suk had never intentionally made things difficult for her, always offering fair evaluations of her performance. This thought alleviated some of her anxiety. Physically and mentally drained, Sun now experienced an unprecedented sense of relaxation. She ceased to ponder further and comfortably settled into the medical apparatus, gradually succumbing to a sweet slumber. The following morning, Sun groggily awoke to find, to her astonishment, that her clothes had been changed unbeknownst to her. As she recalled drifting off to sleep in the medical apparatus, she now found herself resting comfortably on a soft bed, a sensation that filled her with warmth and embarrassment. The realization that she had fallen asleep in such a state, with someone having attentively changed her clothes, caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. The young girl's thoughts began to wander, inevitably leading her to memories of Jae-suk. She envisioned his appearance in her mind, imagining how he would gently lift her, carefully change her sweat-soaked clothes, and tenderly place her upon the bed. These images became increasingly vivid, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. As her thoughts raced uncontrollably, like a derailed train, Sun suddenly slapped her own cheeks and firmly admonished herself, "Sun, Jae-suk is your teacher. You must not entertain such thoughts." She attempted to calm her excited heart and remind herself of the boundaries that defined their teacher-student relationship. Just then, Jae-suk opened the door. He was clad in a rather ill-fitting apron, which appeared somewhat comical yet exuded a unique warmth. He said to Sun, "Now that you're awake, hurry over for breakfast. After we eat, we'll take a short break before starting your evaluation." Although the breakfast was simple, Sun found immense joy in it. For some time, she had been consuming nutritional liquids, to the point that her taste buds felt almost dulled. Yet, this modest meal tasted to her like an exquisite gourmet dish. She savored every bite, relishing the long-lost flavors dancing upon her tongue, her heart brimming with contentment and happiness. After she finished her breakfast, Jae-suk took her to warm up. Sun was somewhat reluctant, as she did not wish to move on her rare day of rest. But the thought of the upcoming evaluation compelled her to obediently rise and stretch in the courtyard. Jae-suk retrieved 2 headbands from a scroll. These headbands would transport both wearers into an illusionary realm. In this simulated environment, all physical laws and elements were meticulously replicated to mirror reality, meaning that the experiences within this virtual space were nearly indistinguishable from those in the real world, and any harm suffered there would be genuinely felt. However, a notable distinction of this simulated environment was its accelerated passage of time compared to the outside world. Once Sun completed her warm-up, Jae-suk handed her one of the special headbands. Sun examined it curiously, reminded of the bracelet Jae-suk had given her in the past, an experience that still left her somewhat apprehensive. Tentatively, she asked him, "Jae-suk, what is this for?" Her voice carried a hint of trepidation. Jae-suk offered no elaborate explanation, simply replying coldly, "Put it on. We are ready to begin the evaluation." With that, he donned his headband first. Seeing this, Sun followed suit, adorning her headband with a semblance of determination. The 2 headbands suddenly emitted a bright light, and they both fell into a deep slumber. When Sun awoke again, she found herself amidst the gruesome remnants of a battlefield, standing before none other than Jae-suk. The atmosphere became immediately tense, as if the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood. Zhang Zhu gazed at her, his eyes ablaze with intensity, and then declared in a resounding voice, "Thus, the assessment commences now." Chapter 12 Assessment. Sun furrowed her brow tightly. Her heart filled with trepidation as she beheld Jusuk and the surrounding desolation. The remnants of battle, shattered trees, broken weapons, served as stark reminders of the fierce conflict that had once raged here. The stench of blood hung heavy in the air, threatening to engulf her spirit in an abyss of anguish and terror. She struggled to suppress the turmoil within, striving to find a sliver of reason and a path amidst the chaos and ruins. Yet, at that moment, Jusuk's indifferent voice shattered her thoughts. Brandishing a longsword, he approached her with an impassive expression and declared, "This is your assessment. Attack me with all your might until I am satisfied." His tone was frigid and ruthless, as if this trial were merely a game. However, Sun seemed not to fully grasp his words, still reeling from the abrupt shift in her surroundings. Her eyes betrayed confusion and helplessness. She gazed at Jusuk, seeking solace or guidance within his gaze, yet found only coldness and resolve. Observing her demeanor, Jusuk's brow furrowed in disapproval. In an instant, he appeared before her, delivering a merciless blow to her abdomen. Sun doubled over in pain, her face contorted in agony. "Is this the resolve you possess to become a ninja?" Jusuk queried icily. "If so, next time I shall take your life." His words pierced her heart like a dagger, awakening her to the grim reality of the situation. Struggling to rise, Sun clutched her abdomen, her eyes wide with shock as bile rose in her throat. The sensation was achingly real, especially as Jusuk threatened her life. She felt the weight of his presence, a portent of seriousness, not jest. Her heart raced. Cold sweat trickled down her back, and every nerve screamed that she stood on the precipice of life and death. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth, and the searing pain in her abdomen rendered her nearly unable to stand upright, yet she gritted her teeth, stifling any sound. However, more terrifying than the physical agony was Jusuk's icy words and the palpable aura of lethal intent surrounding him. With great effort, she managed to rise, each movement igniting sharp pangs of pain. She lifted her gaze to Jusuk, whose eyes were devoid of warmth and as sharp as a blade, as though appraising a trivial object. Sun was familiar with such a gaze, having encountered it in the eyes of the ninjas who attacked her village, as well as in the nobles who came to collect taxes. That look was rife with disdain and contempt, as if she were but an insignificant ant. As she stood, Jusuk kicked his sword toward her. Sun reached out awkwardly to catch it, her grip on the hilt firm despite her clumsy posture. Jusuk stood with his hands clasped behind his back, beckoning her with a gesture, "Begin." Gripping the longsword tightly, Sun inhaled deeply. She could not comprehend why the gentle Jusuk had transformed into this. The man before her instilled an unprecedented sense of pressure and fear. Yet she recognized that this was her sole opportunity to prove herself. She adjusted her grip on the sword to ensure greater comfort and meticulously inspected the ninja tools she carried. Every minute detail bore significance in the outcome of the battle, and she could afford no lapse in vigilance. Then, she sprang into action, her form swift and agile like the wind. "Kyuzukabe Normal School," she shouted, rallying her resolve. As her words echoed, several smoke bombs were deftly hurled by her, enveloping the area around Jojo in a thick, white haze. However, this was merely the initial assault. Soon after, numerous kunai imbued with explosive tags shot into the smoke like a tempest, aiming to deliver a fatal blow amidst the ensuing chaos. Yet, Jojo was no ordinary foe. He leaped backward, skillfully evading the smoke and deftly escaping the blast radius. The resounding roar of the explosion and the flickering flames illuminated the smoke, but Jojo stood unscathed at a distance. However, before he could regain his footing, 3 of Kyuzukabe's shadow clones materialized around him like phantoms, encircling him. Each clone, mirroring Kyuzukabe's form, wielded a long sword, their eyes sharp with intent. Jojo cast a glance at the sudden onslaught, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. He understood that the deployment of smoke bombs was not merely to obscure his vision, but to create confusion, thereby facilitating the subsequent attack. Kyuzukabe's tactics and use of ninja tools were indeed masterful. Yet, Jojo remained unperturbed. He calmly observed his surroundings and the movements of the clones, swiftly formulating a counter-strategy in his mind. He knew that in the face of such an onslaught, one must maintain a clear mind and agile reflexes. The 3 clones initiated their assault. One of the clones formed hand seals, exclaiming, "Earth release, swamp." With a commanding shout, the ground instantaneously turned into a quagmire. Resembling a marsh, seeking to impede JoJo's mobility. Another clone swiftly completed hand seals, declaring, "Water release. Torrent." In an instant, a surging stream erupted from the ground, manifesting as columns of water aimed to disrupt and impact JoJo. The final clone, not to be outdone, unleashed lightning release. White Serpent. A serpent of pure lightning appeared, baring its fangs and lunging at JoJo. This serpent not only possessed formidable offensive power, but also had the capacity to paralyze its target upon contact. In the face of these threefold threats, JoJo remained composed. He adjusted his stance and leapt onto a nearby boulder, skillfully evading both the torrent and the swamp's constraints. Simultaneously, he hurled a kunai with precision, striking the lightning serpent and redirecting its attack. Thereafter, confronted with the relentless onslaught of the three clones, JoJo maintained an effortless posture, standing with one hand casually covering the other. He deftly countered the fierce assaults of two of the clones, delivering precise retaliatory strikes. With two resounding thuds, the clones were obliterated, dissipating into wisps of smoke that vanished into the air. As the smoke generated by the shattering of the doppelganger began to dissipate, a colossal shuriken suddenly emerged from the mist, aiming directly at Jae-suk. With a swift sidestep, Jae-suk deftly evaded the unexpected assault. However, just as he prepared to eliminate the final doppelganger, the shuriken inexplicably transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished into thin air. In the next moment, a figure wielding a longsword surged forth from the fog with tremendous force. Simultaneously, the previously defeated doppelganger reformed, brandishing a sword and charging at Jae-suk. With one true and one false swordsman, both wielding long swords, a deadly threat loomed. Unperturbed by this sudden turn of events, Jae-suk resolved to approach the situation with renewed seriousness. Chapter 13 Assessment 2. He took a deep breath, firmly grasping the longsword in his hand, ready to face this new challenge. Steadily, he assumed his stance, as if awaiting his opponent's assault. Just as the swords of Sun and her clone were about to make contact with his body, he suddenly traced a perfect circle in the air with both hands, skillfully intercepting the two incoming swords. After catching the swords, he pushed them away along with Sun and her clone. They were sent sprawling several meters away. Crashing heavily to the ground, the clone dissipated instantly, while Sun's true self struggled to rise. At this moment, he stood still, retracting his stance and taking a deep breath, preparing for the next round of combat. "Can you continue?" His voice was calm, yet powerful, revealing a sense of respect and anticipation for Sunday. Sun spat out a mouthful of blood, wiped the corner of her mouth with her sword-bearing hand, and fixed her determined gaze upon him. She was acutely aware of the considerable gap between them in terms of strength and combat experience, prompting her to swiftly make a decision. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to use speed as her breakthrough point, attempting to compete with him in that aspect. Immediately, Sun drove her long sword into the ground and began to form seals with both hands rapidly. He quietly observed her movements, refraining from intervening. In his eyes, Sun's previous performance had been satisfactory. Now, he was eager to witness what potential this young girl could further unveil. As Sun completed her seals, a white snake shot forth from her palm, lightning release. White snake. The serpent spiraled in the air before descending directly toward her. This action completely exceeded his expectations. He watched as lightning flickered around her, instantly comprehending her intent. Sun was utilizing lightning release to stimulate the cells within her body, awakening her vitality to gain greater strength, swifter speed, and enhanced reflexes. Although this method could temporarily elevate her prowess, it imposed a tremendous burden on her body. While he had briefly introduced this technique to Sun, he had not intended to delve deeper into its instruction, as its effects paled in comparison to the 8 gates of Duanjia and carried significant risks. However, at this moment, Sun was beyond caring for the consequences. She needed this victory. She needed to prove her strength. In an instant, Sun's figure moved like a specter. She inhaled deeply, adjusting her state, her entire body tensing as if preparing for an explosive release. With a sudden, forceful step, the ground seemed to tremble beneath her, and her silhouette approached him with the swiftness of a phantom. Sun's fists were tightly clenched, her knuckles turning pale from the exertion. She unleashed a punch, swift and fierce, an overwhelming force emanating from her fist, as if it would tear through the air. The upward trajectory of her punch aimed for his chin, a strike delivered with all her might. His eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the power behind her blow. Just as her fist was about to make contact, he swiftly extended his large hand, striking toward her cheek with lightning-like speed and precision. His palm was broad and powerful, carrying an irresistible force. Sun felt an immense power rushing toward her. She sought to evade, but it was already too late. Jotaro's palm struck her face with considerable force, causing her to lose her balance instantaneously. She felt as if she had been swept away by a turbulent wind, her body involuntarily tilting backward. With a resounding crash, Sun's body collided violently with the ground, the tremendous impact fracturing the earth beneath her, the fissures spreading like a spider's web. Dust swirled, momentarily obscuring the entire scene. As the dust settled, Jotaro clearly beheld Sun embedded in the ground. A flicker of complex emotion crossed his face, swiftly masked by a calm demeanor. He approached her slowly, gazing down with a deep, resonant voice declaring, "The assessment is concluded, full marks." In the courtyard of the K village home, Sun lay quietly on the corridor floor. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the eaves, casting a delicate golden hue upon her pale visage. Her long hair sprawled carelessly across the wooden floor, creating a harmonious tableau with the rustic surroundings. Sun's breath was faint yet steady, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with the world. Her brow furrowed slightly, suggesting she was grappling with something significant even in her dreams. Everything around her seemed enveloped in tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves in the breeze. At that moment, Jotaro emerged from the house. He approached Sun gently, crouching beside her to assess her condition. Observing her serene repose, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes, though it was overshadowed by admiration for the young ninja. Her performance in the illusionary realm had been remarkable. Her resourcefulness, innovative tactical thinking, and indomitable spirit were truly commendable. What surprised him most was her ability to alter the nature of her ninjutsu without guidance. A talent so rare, it would be exceptional even in a battlefield setting. Jotaro prepared some snacks and tea beside Sun, patiently awaiting her awakening. He felt a twinge of regret for having struck too hard in the final blow. Although the illusionary realm did not entail actual death, the sensation could induce a prolonged slumber in the user, the duration varying from person to person, typically not exceeding a day. As dusk approached, Sun gradually stirred from her slumber. She bolted upright, gasping for air as if breaking free from the depths of sleep. Sunlight filtered through the eaves, bestowing a golden glow upon her pallid face. Her gaze sharpened, taking in her surroundings. Only when she realized she was no longer amidst the blood-soaked battlefield did she feel at ease, though her hands still trembled slightly. Noticing Sun had finally awakened, Jotaro breathed a sigh of relief. He hurried over, eager to present her with the prepared snacks and tea. However, before he could speak, Sun instinctively leapt several feet away, swiftly adopting a combat stance, warily eyeing him. Jotaro paused, then chuckled ruefully. He understood that Sun's reaction was an instinctive response to combat. Raising the snacks and tea in his hands, he made an effort to sound calm. "Sun, it is I. You have passed the assessment. You are safe now." Sun fixed her gaze on Jae-suk for a moment, seemingly verifying his identity and intentions. After a while, her tense body began to relax gradually. Yet her eyes remained vigilant. She spoke not a word but slowly approached Jae-suk, accepting the snacks and tea he offered. It was only after finishing the snacks and taking a gentle sip of tea that Sun finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly. "At K-Mura Normal School. I just had a terrifying nightmare." Jae-suk looked at her, concern evident in his eyes. "What kind of nightmare?" Sun took a deep breath, as if trying to erase the dreadful dream from her memory, and continued. "I dreamt that I was trapped on an endless battlefield, surrounded by blood and slaughter. I fought ceaselessly, yet could not escape that horrific cycle. What was even more terrifying," she paused, her voice quivering, "was that I dreamt of K-Mura Normal School, where I faced you, and the outcome was a devastating defeat, even losing my life in the dream." Listening to Sun's account, Jae-suk gently brushed aside her disheveled hair and tenderly removed the headband from her head, speaking softly. "Did you give it your all?" At that moment, a spark seemed to ignite in Sun's eyes. "Of course, I would give my utmost, even against you at K-Mura Normal School." Her voice resonated with unwavering determination and persistence. Jae-suk smiled with satisfaction, acknowledging her attitude, and continued. "Sun, you know, the dream you just experienced was not fictitious. It was indeed real." Upon hearing this, Sun widened her eyes in disbelief. She stared at Jae-suk, as if struggling to process the shocking revelation. A flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. She could not reconcile the gentle, smiling Jae-suk before her with the cold and ruthless figure of K-Mura Normal School from her dream. The stark contrast left her feeling somewhat disoriented. Jae-suk, Sun opened her mouth, wanting to articulate something but unsure of how to express it. Jae-suk seemed to sense her bewilderment, smiling gently as he said, Sun, the me in the dream is indeed quite different from the me in reality. On the battlefield, I must maintain my composure and cruelty. Only then can I protect those I wish to safeguard. Sun, what have you decided? You still have the chance to turn back. But once you choose the path of a ninja, there is no turning back. His voice was low and serious. Sun bit her lip, hesitating as she said, but I have not yet passed your formal assessment at Konoha Normal School. Can I truly do this? Jae-suk sighed softly, his gaze revealing a hint of warmth. Sun, you have already demonstrated your ability and potential. Your performance has surpassed many formal assessment standards. He paused for a moment before continuing. Therefore, you need not worry any longer about whether you have passed the so-called assessment. You have already demonstrated your qualifications through your own strength. Now, the crucial question is whether you genuinely wish to embark on this path. Upon hearing the affirmation from Jae-suk, the girl beamed with a smile as radiant as the sun. With an excited grin, she replied to Jae-suk, Is there even a need to contemplate that? Without becoming a ninja, I cannot effectively protect everyone. Her voice brimmed with determination and anticipation. Jae-suk, observing her heartfelt smile, couldn't help but be infected by her enthusiasm and returned her smile. He shook his head with a hint of exasperation, seemingly both surprised and appreciative of her fervor and resolve. Then, he solemnly retrieved a finely crafted sword hilt from his waist and handed it to her. This is now yours. Cherish it well, he said gently. The girl accepted the hilt, her eyes sparkling with excitement and exhilaration. She had witnessed Jae-suk wield this very hilt when he had vanquished a group of rogue ninjas. Thank you, Jae-suk-sensei, she expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Then, congratulations on becoming a ninja, Jae-suk said as he patted her shoulder. Now, enjoy the next 2 days of your holiday. The day after tomorrow, you shall report to the Ninja Academy and commence your new life. Tightly gripping the hilt in her hand, she felt the weighty responsibility and power it represented. She deeply bowed to Jae-suk, conveying her gratitude and respect. I will treasure this opportunity, Kimura-sensei, she declared, straightening up with a determined gleam in her eyes. I will study diligently and live up to your expectations. Jae-suk regarded her with admiration and encouragement. I believe in you, Sunday. You possess innate talent and perseverance, both of which are essential to becoming an exceptional ninja. He paused briefly before continuing. At the Ninja Academy, you will encounter numerous challenges and difficulties. Yet you will also find like-minded companions and teachers. Remember, always believe in yourself. Listening to Jae-suk's words, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within Sun. Tears shimmered in her eyes as she could not suppress her emotions and spoke to Jae-suk. Jae-suk and are you going to leave? Jae-suk was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a misunderstanding from her. He quickly clarified, Son, do not worry. I do not intend to leave Konoha. I am merely discussing your future with you. Upon hearing this, the weight in her heart finally lifted, and the tears began to recede. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she lowered her head, slightly ashamed of her outburst. Jae-suk smiled and patted her shoulder, reassuring her, Do not fret. I will always be by your side to support you. As your teacher, I do not wish to miss witnessing the growth of my disciple. Upon hearing the word disciple, Sun immediately reacted, filled with deep respect and gratitude. She bowed once more to Jae-suk, bending at the waist as low as she could to express her respect and appreciation. Thank you for your trust and guidance, Kimura-sensei. Sun rose to his feet, radiating excitement and pride. It is my utmost honor to become your disciple. I shall endeavor to learn diligently and live up to your expectations. Zong-su nodded in satisfaction, his gaze towards Sun filled with admiration. Excellent, Sunday. I look forward to witnessing your evolution into a remarkable ninja, standing shoulder to shoulder with me in battle. Zong-su waved his hand, a hint of playful sarcasm gracing his smile as he said, All right, enough of the sentimentality. What? Do you wish to stay and practice more? Upon hearing this, Sun chuckled shyly and shook her head. No, Master Zong-su. I simply wish to learn more from you. Zong-su smiled gently. Then his expression grew slightly serious. By the way, Sun, when you attend ninja school, refrain from excessive self-promotion. You may shine brightly, yet some things must remain concealed. After all, every ninja should possess their own hidden cards and secrets. Chapter 14. Kakashi-sun listened intently, nodding in acknowledgement. I understand, JZ-sensei, he replied. I will remember your teachings. Jay-Z observed Sun, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Excellent, Sunday. Now, you may return home. Remember to report to the Ninja Academy punctually the day after tomorrow. Should you have any questions or require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Sun bowed deeply to Jay-Z, expressing his boundless gratitude, and then turned resolutely to depart. As he watched Sun's retreating figure, Jay-Z realized that his own plans must now commence. He was acutely aware of Danzo's cunning and suspicion. Sun's current display of talent was insufficient to attract Danzo's attention, let alone elicit his trust to engage with Sunday. Thus, he needed to undertake a more profound cultivation of Sun's potential. Seated at his desk, Jay-Z began meticulously sifting through the archives, searching for direct associates of the third Hokage. He sought an appropriate entry point that would allow Sun to encounter Danzo naturally, without drawing the attention of others. He scrutinized various clans, the Nara, the Hyuga, the Akimichi, the Yamanaka, yet none seemed quite suitable. Ultimately, his gaze landed upon the name Kakashi Hatake. In an instant, clarity dawned upon him. Kakashi's father had similarly been a direct subordinate of the third Hokage, and thus, this world-esque Kakashi must possess a comparable background. Moreover, Kakashi had been heralded as a prodigy from a young age, indicating that his doppelganger's abilities would likely be formidable as well. After swiftly perusing Kakashi's dossier, Jay-Z devised a plan. He resolved to orchestrate a clandestine match between this world's Kakashi and Sunday. During this contest, he could subtly guide both parties toward a divergence in their perspectives, allowing Sun to naturally align himself with Danzo. Jay-Z understood that Danzo had been covertly monitoring the young ninjas of Konoha, seeking out promising newcomers. Therefore, should a talent emerge without a background, inherently positioned against the third Hokage's faction, it would be imperative to act swiftly. Otherwise, he would conclude that the disparities between this world and his own were significantly pronounced. With the direction set, only the tactical approach remained. Jay-Z sat at his desk, his fingers lightly tapping the surface, as he envisioned a detailed course of action. He recognized that both Kakashi and Sun were diligent and disciplined ninjas. Even on the brink of the school year, they would not slacken their training. Consequently, he deduced that Sun would likely refrain from returning to him in the next couple of days, choosing instead to hone his skills at Konoha's training grounds. It was also highly probable that this world-esque Kakashi would be present in the same vicinity. This prediction rendered Jay-Z's strategy clear. He planned to deliver a subtle suggestion to Kakashi's counterpart at the moment of their encounter. Given that Kakashi was still merely a child at this juncture, Jay-Z believed that implanting a Genjutsu suggestion would pose little challenge. With a modicum of caution, no one would be the wiser. In order to ensure the smooth execution of his plan, Zangsu resolved to arrive at the training grounds of Konoha ahead of schedule to scout the location, ensuring that everything remained under his control. Under the cloak of night, Zangsu stealthily approached the training grounds. To maintain the secrecy of his mission, he employed a ninjutsu technique prior to his departure, rendering himself invisible. He stood quietly before the entrance of the training area, where the deep night was illuminated only by the faint twinkling of stars and distant lights, casting a shadowy outline of his figure. Zangsu gazed ahead, silently contemplating the plans that lay before him. "This is the place," he murmured softly to himself. Zangsu commenced his preparations. After surveying his surroundings and confirming that no one was aware of his presence, he slipped silently into the training grounds. His footsteps were light and steady, gliding through the area like a gentle breeze. In the obscurity of night, Zangsu busied himself, his movements skilled and precise, each minor adjustment executed flawlessly. He understood that profound illusions often concealed themselves within the most fundamental elements, ensnaring individuals unsuspectingly. As a battle leader under the emperor, Zangsu's comprehension and application of illusions, while not yet at a masterful level, were decidedly remarkable. He knew how to weave a web of illusion through subtle changes, leading his targets into its embrace. He meticulously rearranged branches, flowers, and various basic equipment within the training grounds. Each adjustment, seemingly trivial, coalesced into a masterful insinuation of illusion. This illusion would trigger at a critical moment, inciting discord between Sun and Kaze during their contest, thereby fulfilling his objectives. Zangsu brimmed with confidence in his plan. The moment Sun and Kaze set foot in this training ground, they would unwittingly step into the intricate illusion he had so carefully crafted. As the night deepened, Zangsu completed his final adjustments. Standing in the center of the training ground, he surveyed his surroundings and nodded in satisfaction. Now, all that remained was to wait. The following morning, Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting dappled light beside Sun's bed. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and quickly sprang from her bed. After hastily sharing breakfast and exchanging pleasantries with her family, Sun eagerly donned her gear, pushed open the door, and made her way directly to the training grounds. The training area in the early morning exuded an unusual tranquility, broken only by the occasional chirping of birds and the rustling of leaves stirred by the gentle breeze. Sun inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, and immediately felt invigorated. She began her warm-up exercises, preparing for the training that lay ahead. While engaged in her warm-ups, Sun suddenly heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Turning around, she saw a boy of her age walking towards her. He had a head of silvery hair and, wearing a mask, his eyes radiated a friendly smile. "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" Sun paused her warm-up and politely greeted him. The boy approached Sun, nodding slightly in response. "Hi, I'm Kakashi. I often train here and noticed you were new, so I wanted to come over and say hello." "Oh, I see," Sun replied with a relieved smile. "I'm Sun. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Likewise," Kakashi responded as he glanced around. "Are you training here alone?" Sun scrutinized Kakashi. Although his tone seemed amiable, a flicker of caution surged within her. "Yes, I am training alone," Sun replied, discreetly observing Kakashi's reaction. Kakashi appeared oblivious to her wariness, nodding and smiling as he remarked, "It seems you are preparing for the upcoming school term." Sun hesitated before answering, contemplating for a moment before replying, "Not really. It's merely my daily training routine." Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. He had witnessed the intensity of Sun's warm-up and inquired, "You call this daily training?" Adjusting his demeanor, he continued, "Do you practice at such intensity every day?" "Not exactly," Sun responded, waving her hand. "This is just a warm-up. I haven't even ramped up the intensity yet." Kakashi was somewhat astonished. After all, he had been labeled a prodigy in his village since childhood, yet the training intensity exhibited by this young girl was challenging even for him. He rationalized internally that sheer volume of training was futile without extraordinary talent. No matter how rigorous the training, it merely fostered mediocrity. Kakashi's surprise was not fully manifested on his face. He maintained his smile, though his gaze conveyed a hint of curiosity. He did not wish to dampen Sun's enthusiasm, but was eager to discern the extent of her abilities. "Warm-up training with such intensity, you truly are dedicated," Kakashi remarked slowly. "However, a high training volume does not encompass everything. True strength must be tested in actual combat." Sun nodded thoughtfully at Kakashi's words, acknowledging, "You are right. Practical experience is indeed vital." With that, she began to weave hand signs, summoning a shadow clone. She had resolved that today's training would consist of sparring against her own clone. Kakashi was somewhat taken aback by her sudden display of ninjutsu. Observing the shadow clone she produced, he couldn't help but silently commend her. Utilizing shadow clones for practice is indeed a commendable strategy, Kakashi agreed. But clones are inherently fragile and cannot accurately replicate the essence of real combat. Sun turned to Kakashi, perceiving the underlying implication in his words. He wished to spar with her. However, recalling her previous encounter with Sasuke in the realm of illusions, she shook her head to convey her refusal. "You are correct, but recklessly engaging in sparring with others could lead to unintended injuries. It's safer to practice with my clones." "Are you implying that I might injure you?" Kakashi inquired. No, I harbor no doubts about your abilities. I merely wish to avoid causing harm without reason." As Kakashi and Sun stood in the training ground, an air of tension suddenly enveloped them. Unbeknownst to them, the genjutsu Sasuke had prepared was already taking effect. Ninjas can indeed be ruthless. If you harbor such a mindset, I advise you to reconsider attending the Ninja Academy in a few days. In response to Kakashi's derision, Sun felt a surge of anger. This boy before her had inexplicably interrupted her warm-up training, sought to spar with her without cause, and now had the audacity to mock her aspirations. What a disgrace. Nevertheless, Sun chose to restrain herself and refrain from escalating the conflict. Her teacher had once imparted that a true ninja is not merely a machine for slaughter. Rather, a genuine ninja channels their strength into aiding others and refrains from engaging in unnecessary battles. Kakashi, however, dismissed this notion. A ninja must obey orders. Those who abandon their missions in the ninja world are nothing but trash. Sun's expression darkened abruptly, her eyes igniting with fury. She clenched her fists tightly, her body trembling slightly with rage. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she retorted, "Kakashi, you are mistaken. While it is indeed essential for a ninja to obey commands and complete missions, that does not imply we must forsake our humanity and moral integrity. I have witnessed far too many ninjas who blindly resort to slaughter for the sake of missions, even betraying their comrades. They may accomplish their tasks, but they have relinquished the fundamental principles of being human. Such ninjas are the true trash. Kakashi was taken aback by Sun's words. He had not anticipated that this seemingly fragile girl possessed such a resolute stance and profound insights. Momentarily speechless, he quickly regained his composure and replied coolly, "Son, your perspective is naive. In this cruel world, only the strong can survive. Moreover, sometimes we must make sacrifices for the greater good." "Sacrifice?" Sun scoffed. "Is your notion of sacrifice merely the abandonment of humanity and morality? Is it an unscrupulous pursuit of mission objectives?" Upon hearing Kakashi's words, a glimmer of determination flickered in Sun's eyes. She recognized that she must stand her ground, not only to uphold her beliefs, but also to demonstrate to Kakashi that strength is not the sole criterion by which a ninja should be judged. "Very well, I accept your challenge," Sun declared, unwavering as she gazed at Kakashi. "However, I will not fight to validate your views. I will battle to show you that, beyond strength, there exists something far more significant." A hint of surprise crossed Kakashi's eyes, quickly overshadowed by his fighting spirit. "Well then, let us see if you possess the capability." Chapter 15. The duel in the heart of the training ground. Kakashi and Sun stood in a tense standoff, their eyes brimming with determination. With a low command from Kakashi, the contest commenced. Kakashi surged forward like a bolt of lightning, his palm charged with formidable chakra aimed directly at Sun's shoulder. Swiftly, Sun sidestepped, artfully evading the strike while countering with a palm aimed at Kakashi's ribcage. Kakashi executed a backflip, landing deftly and effortlessly avoiding her retaliatory blow. He chose not to rush into offense, opting instead to observe Sun's movements, intent on discerning any vulnerabilities. Sun, undeterred, adopted a strategy of mobility, shifting her position continuously to disrupt Kakashi's rhythm, albeit aware of the uncertainty surrounding her opponent's capabilities. However, Kakashi, a prodigy in his own right, quickly adapted to her tactics. In a sudden burst of speed, he maneuvered behind Sun, delivering a palm strike toward her back. Sensing the gust of wind behind her, Sun remained composed. She pivoted sharply, crossing her arms to deflect Kakashi's attack. Their palms collided with a dull thud, prompting Kakashi to smile faintly, complimenting her quick reflexes. Sun offered no response. Instead, she seized the moment to launch a counterattack, her palms slicing through the air, infused with potent chakra, targeting Kakashi's chest. Kakashi sidestepped the blow, retaliating with a strike aimed at Sun's abdomen. She adeptly retreated a few steps, evading the hit. Recognizing that this stalemate was untenable, she resolved to break the impasse. Kakashi, sensing her intent, refrained from interference, patiently awaiting her next move. He was eager to discover how she would choose to engage him. Suddenly, Sun's figure vanished, leaving only an afterimage in her wake. Kakashi's heart raced as he scanned the surroundings, striving to locate her true position. Just then, Sun reappeared behind him, delivering a strike aimed at his back. Kakashi reacted swiftly, rolling away to evade the blow, yet he realized that Sun's speed and agility had reached a commendable level. As the battle progressed, Sun took the initiative, leveraging her speed to circle Kakashi, launching attacks from various angles. Each strike was fierce and rapid, reminiscent of pink lightning dancing across the training ground. Kakashi, utilizing his exceptional reflexes, deftly countered her onslaught, his movements fluid and rapid, each dodge and counter perfectly timed, leaving spectators in awe. However, as time wore on, Kakashi began to feel the mounting pressure. Sun's attacks grew increasingly rapid and forceful, compelling him to expend greater effort to defend himself. In a moment of fierce engagement, Sun unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Kakashi's chest. Although he managed to evade in the nick of time, he was still shaken by the force of her attack. Taking a deep breath, he began to reassess the formidable opponent before him. Bamboo did not afford Kakashi much respite. She immediately unleashed a torrent of attacks. Her fists and feet descended like a tempest, leaving Kakashi somewhat overwhelmed. Yet, just as Bamboo's strike was about to land, Kakashi deftly sidestepped, evading the blow and seamlessly launching a counterattack. His strike landed solidly on Bamboo, and although she attempted to defend with her hands, she was still forced back several steps. "Have you begun to comprehend the disparity between us?" Kakashi remarked, gazing at the retreating Bamboo with a hint of pride. Bamboo offered no reply. Instead, She swiftly formed hand seals and created 2 shadow clones. I can perform the shadow clone technique as well, she declared, and Kakashi, too, formed hand seals to conjure a clone of his own. Bamboo's clones rapidly dispersed, arranging themselves in a triangular formation. As she produced several smoke bombs from her ninja tool pouch and hurled them at Kakashi. This tactic had proven effective in the past, particularly during her earlier confrontation with Jae-suk. Observing the impending threat, Kakashi reacted swiftly, evading several of the smoke bombs. However, one detonated nearby, enveloping the training ground in a thick haze that drastically reduced visibility. A clever maneuver, Kakashi silently commended, remaining vigilant as he scanned his surroundings, attempting to discern the positions of Bamboo and her clones. Before he could extricate himself, he faintly heard the sounds of ninjutsu being performed. As Bamboo and her clones unleashed their techniques, flames erupted skyward, fierce winds howled, and mud surged. Kakashi found himself in peril, yet he remained undaunted, leveraging his keen insight to swiftly devise a counter-strategy. Fire release, fire tongue. The first of Bamboo's clones initiated the assault, a fire dragon roaring as it lunged at Kakashi. He sidestepped effortlessly, calculating the dragon's trajectory in preparation for the subsequent onslaught. Next, another of Bamboo's clones executed wind release, great breakthrough. A torrent of wind laced with razor-sharp blades surging toward Kakashi. He rolled deftly, avoiding the gale, simultaneously redirecting the previously evaded fire dragon into the path of the wind, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Seizing this opportunity, Bamboo's original form invoked Earth Release, Swamp, attempting to ensnare Kakashi. However, he was prepared. He quickly formed seals and executed Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, raising a robust earthen barrier around him to thwart the encroaching swamp. Yet, just as Kakashi emerged from the smoke with the aid of the Earth Flow Wall, he landed unsteadily when a sharp kunai was pressed against his neck. Startled, he turned to see Bamboo behind him, kunai in hand, her gaze resolute. "You have lost, Kakashi-senpai," she stated, her tone devoid of emotion. This was Bamboo's innate talent. Once she entered combat mode, she transformed into a precise machine, devoid of personal sentiment. Her calmness and focus enabled her to maintain optimal judgment and agility in battle. Kakashi regarded Bamboo, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He had not been without defeat, yet losing to Sun this time evoked an ineffable complexity of emotions within him. "Indeed, I have lost," Kakashi conceded calmly, not seeking excuses nor shirking responsibility. "You have triumphed, Sunday." At this moment, both had emerged from the illusion's grasp, and the fervor for battle dissipated. However, Sun harbored little fondness for Kakashi. Despite her victory, her intricate feelings towards him remained unchanged. After a brief silence, she remarked coolly, "This battle does not alter my perception of you." Kakashi, taken aback for a moment, replied gravely, "Everything is for the village." Sensing a lack of further discussion between them, Sun gathered her belongings and departed from the training ground, while Kakashi took a moment to rest before rising to head home. Sun uttered no words, merely nodding silently before turning away from the training ground. She felt there was little to discuss and left alone after packing her things. Meanwhile, Kakashi also took a brief respite before making his way home. In the nearby woods, members of Root lurked behind the dense foliage, employing specialized observational equipment to closely monitor Kakashi and Sun's every movement. They meticulously documented each detail of the battle, capturing the nuances of their expressions and tonal shifts. One member was tasked with recording the combat sequence, utilizing a high-speed camera to seize every action of Kakashi and Sun, from evasions and strikes to subtle tactical adjustments, leaving nothing overlooked. Another member focused on chronicling their dialogue, employing a high-sensitivity recording device to ensure each word was distinctly audible. As the battle concluded and dialogue unfolded, the Root members became increasingly engrossed. They understood that this information held significant value for their superiors, not only for analyzing Kakashi and Sun's combat capabilities, but also for gaining insights into their psychological states and potential future trajectories. Meanwhile, Zangetsu observed from another location. Feeling somewhat troubled, he had overheard their entire conversation and had anticipated a conflict of a different nature between them, not this ideological clash. Moreover, given the circumstances, it appeared that this world's Kakashi was indeed destined to be the innate Root saint body, and it seemed that his little girl was now earmarked by the third Hokage. Chapter 16. Tsunade, I am the Hokage. At this moment, he was not the only one troubled by similar concerns. Sitting in the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed intently at the crystal ball in his hands, deeply ensnared in thought. He had witnessed the rise of countless prodigies, whether it was his own disciple, Orochimaru, or the Umbu's Uchiha Shursui, who had displayed extraordinary talent from a young age. However, the accomplishments of these geniuses were also a product of the elite training they received since childhood. Yet just moments ago, Hiruzen had witnessed an incredulous scene. Hatake Kakashi, the son of the esteemed Konoha White Fang and a widely acknowledged genius, had been utterly defeated by a refugee girl fleeing from a small village on the border. Moreover, the defeat was so comprehensive that from physical combat to the use of ninja tools and ninjutsu, every aspect paled in comparison to her performance. Hiruzen fell into profound contemplation. Who was this suddenly emerging talented girl? What kind of training and hardships had she endured to possess such formidable strength? As Hiruzen pondered the enigmatic girl, an Umbu member hurriedly entered the Hokage office, breaking the silence within. The Umbu operative bore a grave expression, clutching a piece of urgent intelligence that required Hiruzen's immediate decision. Upon receiving the report, Hiruzen glanced over it and discovered it was information from Jiraiya. The report indicated that 3 powerful and mysterious ninjas had recently appeared near the Land of Fire, their identities still unclear. Preliminary encounters had revealed their self-proclaimed names: Konoha's Uzumaki Baruto, Okada Menma, and S.K. Kazuki. The report notably pointed out that these names were likely aliases, and current signs suggested that they might be seeking to join a certain ninja village. This revelation commanded Hiruzen's utmost attention. He set the report down, his brow furrowed. The appearance of these 3 ninjas undoubtedly added a layer of uncertainty to an already complex and volatile situation. Hiruzen had to swiftly assess their true intentions and determine Konoha's response strategy. Hiruzen commanded, immediately enhance surveillance on these 3 individuals. Simultaneously, ascertain their true identities and objectives as swiftly as possible and initiate contact. We must ensure the safety of Konoha and prevent any potential threats from approaching us. Hiruzen retained firm trust in the judgment of his disciple, Jiraiya. For someone to be evaluated by Jiraiya as a formidable ninja, they were certainly not to be trifled with. If they could not be persuaded to join Konoha, then consideration must be given to how to eliminate this potential threat. After issuing the orders, Hiruzen noticed that the Umbu member had not yet departed and asked in a low voice, "Is there anything else?" The Umbu ninja responded promptly, "Yes, Third Hokage." He then presented another document, saying, "This is a report we just intercepted from the Root organization. Please review it." Hiruzen accepted the report, waved his hand dismissively, signaling the Umbu member to withdraw. He opened the document and began to meticulously review its contents, a look of astonishment gradually appearing on his face. This report detailed the covert observations and recordings made by Root concerning the exchanges and confrontations between Sun and Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen had not anticipated that the girl who had just bested Kakashi would have caught the attention of Root, nor that her actions would be documented with such precision. He read each word of the report with great care, seeking to uncover further information about Sunday. The document elaborated on her combat techniques and strategies, as well as the intelligence and resolute spirit she exhibited during her dialogue with Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself increasingly intrigued by this young woman. As he diligently perused the report, he expressed admiration for Sun's unwavering determination. However, he was further perplexed by Kakashi's unusual demeanor. The recorded conversations revealed that Kakashi's temperament was markedly different from his usual self. Hiruzen, well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding the Hatake clan, was aware that no recent events could elucidate Kakashi's transformation. Moreover, the report's field investigation indicated no traces of genjutsu, adding to the enigma of the situation. Upon another careful examination of the report, Hiruzen finally unearthed some intriguing clues. During her conversation with Kakashi, Sun mentioned her teacher, which immediately heightened Hiruzen's vigilance. He understood that in Konohagakure, each teacher's identity and background undergoes rigorous scrutiny, and this sudden teacher could very well be linked to Kakashi's drastic change in behavior. He promptly retrieved records of recent genin and higher-ranked ninja apprentices from the filing cabinet, hoping to find any references related to Sunday simultaneously. He dug up a recent report on foreign personnel to ascertain whether this teacher was included. Hiruzen's instincts proved correct. This mysterious teacher was indeed pivotal. At that moment, however, another individual shared the same line of thought, Danzo, who had just had his report stolen. Danzo was incensed at the theft of his report's copy. He and Hiruzen had been working in both overt and covert manners to govern Konoha together, Yet such an act undoubtedly disrupted the delicate balance between them. Sitting in a dimly lit room, Danzo's expression was a tempest of emotions. He realized that this enigmatic teacher could very well become the fulcrum in their struggle for power. If this teacher possessed formidable abilities or a unique background, the one who could secure their allegiance would likely gain a more advantageous position in Konoha's future. Lost in thought, Danzo unwittingly arrived at the Hokage's office. He pushed the door open, forgoing any pleasantries, and directly confronted Hiruzen. Hiruzen, are you aware of the report copy that Root recently lost? Danzo's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction and suspicion. Hiruzen set aside his work, looked up at Danzo, his gaze calm and resolute. He had long anticipated that Danzo would come seeking him regarding this matter, thus he remained unfazed. Danzo, I am unaware of the report copy you mentioned, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with composure. However, should this report pertain to the village's security or vital intelligence, I shall exert my utmost effort to assist you in retrieving it. Upon hearing this, Danzo's brow furrowed slightly. He did not fully trust Hiruzen's words. Yet he could find no solid evidence to accuse him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions. With a disdainful snort, he strode towards the filing cabinet to commence his search. It was obvious that the report copy was already in Hiruzen's possession, but he had already reviewed the original. It mattered little whether Hiruzen was willing to hand it over. Danzo's purpose for this visit was to inquire about the recent records of Chunin and higher-level ninja disciples, as well as reports concerning foreign personnel. Observing Danzo rummaging through the files for an extended period, Hiruzen waved the document in his hand mockingly, asking, Are you perhaps searching for these items, Danzo? At this, Danzo's expression darkened. He did not immediately respond to Hiruzen's jest, but continued to search intently through the archives. Finally, Danzo ceased his actions, slowly turning to face Sarutobi Hiruzen. A complex light flickered in his gaze, filled with both dissatisfaction and helplessness. Hiruzen, hand over those documents to me. Danzo commanded, his tone laced with irritation and sarcasm. Only by joining the Root can that girl truly contribute to Konoha. Hiruzen's brow furrowed. He understood his old friend and the workings of Root all too well. If he were to entrust the girl to Danzo for training, he feared that the kind-hearted girl would only become a ruthless killer in Danzo's hands. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hiruzen resolutely refused. Danzo, I cannot agree to place that girl in your care. I believe that under your methods, she would become a mere tool rather than a true contributor to Konoha. Hiruzen's gaze was unwavering. He would not allow Danzo to transform the innocent girl into a machine of death. Hiruzen, you underestimate the Root, as well as me. Danzo's countenance darkened. The girl possesses unique abilities. Only within the Root can she receive the best training and utilization. Utilization? Hiruzen scoffed. What you call training is merely exploiting her abilities to fulfill your missions, to kill, to sacrifice, is it not? For the sake of Konoha, everything is justified. Danzo replied without hesitation. Hiruzen shook his head, unable to accept Danzo's ideology. In his heart, every ninja was a living being with flesh and blood, not mere tools to be sacrificed at will. I will personally train that child. She deserves to become a true ninja, not a weapon in your hand. Hiruzen's tone was firm and resolute. He would never allow Danzo's ambitions to destroy a young life. This argument was destined to yield no resolution. But Hiruzen was prepared for the impending conflict. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently resolved within himself to arrange an early assessment for Tsunade upon her entry into the Ninja Academy, providing her the opportunity to graduate alongside Kakashi. Subsequently, he intended to incorporate both of them into the Yambu for more profound cultivation and training. Upon witnessing Hiruzen's stance, Danzo, infuriated, remarked, Hiruzen, you are perpetually obstinate. Do you believe your decision is the most prudent? That girl possesses unique abilities. Only within Root can she receive the optimal training and utilization. Your actions will merely stifle her development. Enough, Danzo. Hiruzen interjected sharply. I am the Hokage. A flicker of anger crossed Danzo's face, yet it was swiftly suppressed. He cast a penetrating gaze at Hiruzen and coldly declared, You will come to regret this, Hiruzen. Chapter 17. Encounter. Having left the Hokage building in a fit of anger, Danzo made his way to the Root laboratory. As the leader of Root, his character was indeed flawed, yet his dedication was unquestionable. Even in the dead of night, he was resolute in inspecting the progress of experiments. Inside the wood-release laboratory, Danzo scrutinized the experimental report in his hands, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The day had unfolded with nothing but setbacks. The wood-release experiment had reached an impasse. With a significant number of test subjects perishing, and the mere sight of these words vexed Danzo greatly. In a fit of frustration, he hurled the report at the researcher's face, reprimanding, "What is the meaning of this? The progress of the experiment is woefully slow, and the loss of test subjects is unacceptable. How can you call yourself a researcher?" The researcher bowed his head, shame etched on his face as he replied, "Lord Danzo, I sincerely apologize. We have exerted every effort. The wood release cells possess an exceptionally high level of activity and instability, making it exceedingly difficult for the subjects to endure such power. We are striving to discover a more stable method, but progress is indeed challenging at this juncture." Danzo remained relentless, leaning closer to the researcher and enunciating each word with chilling authority. "Pick it up. Retrieve the report." His voice was laden with menace and left no room for dissent. With trembling hands, the researcher bent down to gather the scattered reports from the floor. He could feel Danzo's wrath and dissatisfaction, a mix of fear and helplessness swelling within him. He understood that any defense at this moment would be futile. He could only silently endure Danzo's fury. Watching the researcher pick up the report, Danzo's anger showed no signs of abating. He barked again. "What I demand is not an explanation, but results. Do you comprehend? I require solutions, not excuses." As the researcher crouched to collect the disarrayed documents, a pair of large hands nearby assisted him in retrieving the reports and handed them over. The owner of these hands was none other than Shizen, who had followed Danzo from the Hokage building and had overheard the tirade clearly. After passing the reports to the researcher, Shizen sauntered toward Danzo, arms slightly outstretched in a seemingly relaxed manner. With a teasing expression, he spoke, "Lord Danzo, why the agitation? You're not getting any younger. Tempering your ire might serve you well." Danzo, eyeing Shizen, immediately adopted a combat-ready stance. This individual was entirely unfamiliar to him and had stealthily infiltrated the Root Wood Release laboratory. Danzo regarded Shizen with suspicion, his mind racing with questions. As the leader of Root, it was an affront to his authority and security that anyone could infiltrate this space undetected. Though shaken internally, he maintained a stoic facade and coldly inquired, "Who are you? What business do you have here?" Shizen chuckled softly, sidestepping the directness of Danzo's query, and instead jested, "Lord Danzo, why so tense? I assure you, I am not here to cause you trouble." Danzo was not swayed by his words, remaining in a state of vigilance as he coldly retorted, "Your unauthorized presence here constitutes a threat. Speak. Who are you, and what is your purpose?" As Jae-suk encountered Danzo, he refrained from maintaining his playful demeanor and spoke earnestly, "Very well, since you are so eager to know, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jae-suk, merely a transient presence. The reason for my presence here is purely curiosity. After all, the wood release experiment is an exceedingly intriguing study." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Danzo's eyes. He had seen this name in the report on Jiraiya provided by Yuanfei, but he never anticipated meeting him here. Nevertheless, he did not lower his guard, for the secrets of the Root Laboratory must remain concealed from outsiders. He replied sternly, "Jae-suk, regardless of your reasons, you should not be here." Jae-suk shook his head, smiling as he responded, "Oh, Lord Danzo, there is no need to be so tense. I am merely here to observe. I have no intention of disclosing your secrets. Furthermore, I find this wood release experiment quite fascinating and might even offer you some assistance." Danzo frowned, skeptical of Jae-suk's words, yet he did not wish to engage in a confrontation at this moment. Thus, he waved his hand, signaling the other researchers to leave, remaining alone with Jae-suk in the laboratory. Once the surrounding personnel had dispersed, Jae-suk retrieved a scroll from his waist and unfurled it upon the ground. "Lord Danzo, if my guess is correct, your current research has encountered a bottleneck. Has it not? I presume the human experiments involving wood release have faced difficulties, with numerous test subjects perishing. Am I right?" Danzo was taken aback. Such information was directly pertinent to him, and it was unlikely that Jae-suk could know this so clearly, even if he had glimpsed the report. Observing Danzo's tense expression, Jae-suk began to form hand seals, and in an instant, a fainted white Zetsu was summoned from the scroll. Upon seeing the white creature before him, Danzo's countenance grew serious, and he inquired, "What is this thing, and what do you intend to do?" Jae-suk reassured him, "Do not be alarmed, Lord Danzo." He then utilized a chakra-infused blade to slice off a portion of the white Zetsu's body, presenting it to Danzo. "Do you recognize this?" Danzo's eyes widened, as if he were on the verge of fully awakening a previously dull gaze. The sight of the flesh before him astounded him. It retained such vitality even after being severed from its host. Moreover, he noted that as Jace infused chakra into the flesh, it began to change. What is this? The scene before him was almost unbelievable. The white mass had begun to sprout branches and leaves. After a moment of astonishment, Danzo regained his composure. He was uncertain of this man's intentions, but if he could seize such a specimen, the wood release experiment would undoubtedly achieve groundbreaking advancements. Should he take action? The thought crossed Danzo's mind, but he quickly dismissed it, setting aside the uncertainty regarding Jace's strength. The mere fact that he had stealthily followed Danzo into the wood release laboratory without being detected indicated that his ability to escape must be formidable. Moreover, with the white Zetsu still in Jace's possession, any rash move could lead to its loss if Jace were to feel cornered. After careful deliberation, Danzo took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound calm. Speak, he urged. What is it that you desire? With a slight smile, Zangetsu gestured toward the white Zetsu on the ground. Lord Danzo, I believe we can discover a solution to the bottleneck in the wood release experiments through this creature. Observe. Its cellular structure bears an astonishing resemblance to wood release cells. Irritated by the evasiveness of the response, Danzo's patience began to wane. I am well aware of that. Name your price. I shall endeavor to accommodate you, provided it does not jeopardize Konoha. Upon receiving this reply, Zangetsu clapped his hands and moved closer to Danzo, resting a hand on his shoulder. This gesture slightly offended Danzo, yet he held his composure. Noticing Danzo's discomfort, Zangetsu chuckled. Lord Danzo, I have brought you such a substantial gift. Why then, do you distance yourself from me? Internally, Danzo calculated how he might strike and eliminate Zangetsu in a single blow. But before he could act, Zangetsu had moved to a safer distance. Standing securely, Zangetsu continued, there are two matters to discuss. He raised two fingers. Firstly, I require your assistance in formally inducting my two companions into Konoha, preferably without attracting too much attention to ensure the process is discreet. Danzo furrowed his brow. Contemplating for a moment before responding, joining Konoha is not a difficult task. But I need to ascertain the strength and background of your companions to ensure their inclusion poses no threat to the village. Zangetsu nodded in understanding. That is only natural. Lord Danzo, my comrades are formidable ninjas, and their abilities will undoubtedly contribute positively to Konoha. Furthermore, we can provide detailed documentation and verification. Very well, Danzo replied. I shall arrange for an assessment of their abilities and backgrounds. If all is in order, I will personally oversee their induction into Konoha. Now, what is the second matter? Zangetsu waggled the remaining finger. Do not rush, Lord Danzo. Surely you have heard of the new prodigy in the village. Danzo was somewhat taken aback, momentarily unsure of whom Zangetsu referred to, but quickly deduced, you mean the young girl among the border refugees? Zangetsu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is she. Danzo frowned. Speak. What do you wish me to do? Zangetsu smiled lightly. I mean no harm. This girl happens to be my disciple. I hope that both you and Lord Third will refrain from excessive interference in her development. Danzo's brow furrowed as he pondered this request. He understood Zangetsu's intentions. Yet, as one of Konoha's leaders, he felt the necessity to identify and nurture the village's talents, ensuring they contribute to its prosperity and security. I can promise you that I will not impose unnecessary interference, Danzo said slowly, but if she poses a potential threat to Konoha in the future, I must take appropriate measures. Zangetsu nodded. That is only reasonable. All I desire is for her to thrive in a relatively free environment. I am confident that she will pose no threat to Konoha. That is for the best, Danzo remarked. I shall observe her development, but I will not intervene unless necessary. Jay-Z expressed his gratitude to Danzo before turning to depart from the Roots Wood Release Laboratory. Chapter 18. Enlightenment. Upon returning home, Sun lay on her bed, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling. Sleep eluded her, as her mind was consumed by the dialogue exchanged during her battle with Kakashi. A true ninja must obey orders. Those who abandon their missions in the ninja world are deemed worthless. In this harsh reality, only the strong can survive. The mere recollection of these words stirred agitation within the young girl. In a fit of frustration, Sun hurled her pillow against the doorframe, the commotion prompting inquiries from her family. Embarrassed, she loudly reassured them, I'm fine. There's just a mosquito in my room. Although she emerged victorious from the contest, a sense of joy eluded her. Tossing and turning in bed, her thoughts raced. She reminisced about her duel with Kakashi, every move and technique vividly replaying in her mind. Despite her triumph, the elation of victory was significantly dampened by Kakashi's remarks. Did I truly err? Sun pondered. Was her dream and her purpose in becoming a ninja indeed misguided? This reflection led her to recall her training sessions with Shino. The cruel battlegrounds within the realm of illusions, and Shino's cold demeanor, all seemingly affirming the validity of Kakashi's assertions. Resolute, Sun sat up. She decided to seek Kakashi for a conversation. She intended not only to defend her beliefs, but to ascertain whether strength and obedience to orders were truly the sole pathways to becoming a ninja. The starlit night illuminated the tranquil village, a gentle breeze carrying the refreshing scent of the fields. Clad in her shoes, Sun hurriedly traversed the path leading to Kakashi's residence, her heart brimming with determination. Simultaneously, Kakashi was reflecting on his own actions. He recognized his impulsiveness earlier that day. Having spoken words he ought not to have uttered to Sunday. This feeling of guilt rendered him restless, and he resolved to seek her out, to apologize and clarify his stance. Unbeknownst to each other, both embarked on the same path, their silhouettes extending under the moonlight as they drew closer. Suddenly, Sun spotted a familiar figure, Kakashi, approaching her. She halted, watching him come nearer. Kakashi, too, recognized Sun and felt a twinge of surprise, quickly replaced by a gaze imbued with depth. Sun, what are you doing here at this hour? Kakashi broke the silence. I came to find you, Sun replied. I have something to say. Kakashi nodded. Actually, I was also looking for you. I regret my words from today, and I apologize. Upon hearing this, Sun felt a significant portion of her resentment dissipate. As she gazed at Kakashi, she noticed sincerity and remorse reflected in his eyes. I know I was somewhat impulsive today as well, Sun admitted. However, I wish to express that I do not concur with your viewpoint. Becoming an exceptional ninja transcends mere strength and obedience to commands. Kakashi, upon hearing her, let out a deep sigh. You are right, Sunday. I have indeed been rather extreme today. The relationship between the young boy and girl is remarkably pure, often requiring only a bit of initiative from both parties to break the impasse. They instinctively reached out their hands, the touch of their fingers causing both to blush. As Sun scratched his head, he was about to speak when they both simultaneously uttered, The atmosphere swiftly descended into awkwardness, only to be interrupted moments later as they spoke in unison once again. You go first. Please, you speak. Sun and Kakashi exchanged a knowing smile, their shared understanding alleviating some of the tension between them. As the boy, Kakashi chose to allow Sun to express her thoughts first. Sun, you may begin. He encouraged with a warm smile. Sun nodded, gathering her thoughts before she began. Kakashi, I came to see you today primarily to discuss our understanding of what it means to be a ninja. I recognize that strength and obedience to orders are crucial, yet I believe that the essence of a ninja transcends these aspects. We must protect our comrades and safeguard our village, which necessitates a heart filled with love and a sense of responsibility. Kakashi listened intently, occasionally nodding in agreement. Once Sun finished, he interjected, You are absolutely right, Sunday. I must admit my remarks today were somewhat extreme. Hearing Kakashi's affirmation brought Sun great joy. Kakashi, will we be able to train together in the future? She inquired tentatively. Of course. Kakashi readily agreed. It's settled then. We will practice together, and today's match will not count. We can settle our scores at school. Their hands remained clasped together, the moonlight casting a gentle glow upon them, as if witnessing this moment of warmth and harmony. All right, it's getting late, Kakashi remarked, glancing at the sky. Let us head back. We have to report to ninja school tomorrow. Sun nodded and walked back with Kakashi. At an intersection, Sun and Kakashi parted ways. As she walked along the moonlit path, she felt a surge of happiness, humming a little tune with her eyes closed, until suddenly she stumbled. I'm so sorry, she exclaimed, not even noticing who she had bumped into as she clasped her hands together in apology. From the shadows emerged a large hand resting on Sun's head. Walking alone at night can be quite dangerous, the figure remarked. Sun looked up, recognizing the face of Jusuk. Jusuk, what are you doing here? She exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to encounter him at this moment. Well, you see, I happened to have a friend who had a quarrel with her future companion and ended up getting hurt. I came out to check on her. Jusuk explained with a smile, gently removing his hand from her head. Sun stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes, feeling a bit embarrassed as she realized that the friend he referred to was indeed herself. After some contemplation, she shyly admitted, That's me. I apologize, Jusuk. Today, I acted on impulse and ended up in a conflict with him. Sun raised her head proudly to gaze at Jusuk, who, despite the opponent's claim of being a genius, was aware that it was I who emerged victorious. Upon hearing this, Jusuk couldn't help but chuckle, gently ruffling Sun's hair, sensing that she had developed new ideas. Sun nodded, her eyes sparkling with determination, affirming, yes. Although it's not entirely clear, I can feel it. Jusuk gazed at Sun with admiration, replying, excellent. He then rose and effortlessly lifted Sun onto his back, cautioning, however, after a fight, one must not rely solely on physical strength. It can lead to hidden injuries. Startled by Jusuk's sudden action, Sun quickly felt his warmth and strength enveloping her. She settled comfortably on his broad back, a wave of warmth surging within her. Thank you, Jusuk, she whispered softly. Well, it is the duty of a master to care for their unworthy apprentice, Jusuk replied with a smile, his voice imbued with warmth and resolve. Exhausted from the day's events, Sun, resting on Jusuk's back, eventually succumbed to sleep. As she drifted off peacefully, an indescribable tenderness welled up in Jusuk's heart. He treaded carefully, ensuring Sun could rest comfortably on his back. After delivering her home, Jusuk exchanged brief pleasantries with her family. He left behind nutritional solutions and medications, explaining their usage and dosage in detail. Sun's family expressed profound gratitude towards Jusuk. Upon leaving Sun's home, Jusuk returned to his own residence. After confirming that there were no spies from the third Hokage or Danzo in the vicinity, he activated his communication device. Shortly after, a screen materialized, revealing Kazuz and Minma. Jusuk addressed them, Lord Kazuz and Minma. We have concluded our dealings here in Konoha. You may come at your convenience. Kazuz and Minma nodded in acknowledgement from the other end of the screen. Excellent, Jusuk. We will arrange our journey to Konoha promptly, Kazuz's steady voice resonated, his eyes glinting with wisdom. Minma smiled and added, thank you for your hard work, Jusuk. We will discuss further upon our arrival. Jusuk responded, very well. Lord Kazuz and Minma, I shall await your arrival and prepare everything necessary. Once the communication concluded, Jusuk sat quietly in his room, contemplating the forthcoming plans. Although formal contact with Konoha had been established, he recognized that merely relying on Danzo was insufficient to earn the trust of the village. The subsequent plans necessitated Danzo's removal, for Jusuk was acutely aware of the old fox's deep-seated suspicions. As long as Danzo lived, their integration into Konoha would remain unattainable. Before eliminating Danzo, however, it was essential to provide Konoha with some incentives. Chapter 19. The beginning of school today marks the commencement of the academic year at the Konoha Ninja Academy. A throng of students and their parents congregates before the school gates, with numerous attendees hailing from the illustrious clans of Konoha, including the Yamanka, Nara, Hyuga, and even the Uchiha. Under the governance of the third Hokage, while various prominent clans retain influence over certain domains, the realm of education stands as a beacon of fairness, allowing all children of appropriate age to enroll. Even those who have fled from distant lands to seek refuge in Konoha are welcomed to pursue their aspirations of becoming ninjas, provided they meet the age requirements. Sunlight bathes the eager faces of the crowd, and amidst the hustle and bustle, the harmonious blend of children's laughter and parents' gentle admonitions fills the air. Suddenly, the school bell tolls, its deep and resonant chime echoing across the village. The crowd gradually quiets, and both parents and children turn their gaze toward the school entrance, where a teacher stands, smiling warmly to greet the new cohort of students. Please line up according to the class roster. We shall commence the first lesson of the new academic year. The teacher's voice resonates, both commanding and soothing, instilling a sense of calm. The students begin to form lines, their faces reflecting a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. Among them are those from Konoha's prestigious clans and others who have sought asylum from afar. Yet here, they are all students of the Konoha Ninja Academy, destined to receive the same education and striving to become exemplary ninjas. Among the crowd, Suna searches for the familiar figure of Shikamaru, her eyes scanning until she spots him in a corner, slightly apart from the line. A wave of relief washes over her. Despite having undergone Shikamaru's training and assessments, as well as sparring with Kakashi, she still feels a flutter of nervousness. Observing her peers, she notices that nearly every face reflects anxiety and tension. The atmosphere only heightens her apprehension about the impending entrance examination. At that moment, Kakashi approaches and gently pats her shoulder. Startled by the unexpected touch, she turns around swiftly, only to find Kakashi standing there. A sigh of relief escapes her lips. You move so quietly. You nearly gave me a fright, she exclaims, somewhat reproachfully. Curiosity piqued, she inquires, what brings you here? Kakashi offers a sheepish grin, admitting, Actually, like you, I am a new student this year. Suna's eyes widen in astonishment. Really? I always assumed you were a senior. Kakashi chuckles lightly, shaking his head. How could you think that? Do I appear so old? Blushing slightly. Suna scratches her head in embarrassment. Not at all. It's just that during our previous sparring sessions, you performed so remarkably that I never imagined you were also a newcomer. With a playful glance, Kakashi teases, Oh, by your logic, having defeated me means you have become a seasoned ninja. He smiles again, adding, Try not to be too anxious. While the entrance examination is rigorous, your capabilities should more than suffice. Under Kakashi's comforting presence, Sun gradually relaxed her tense nerves. She took a deep breath and nodded resolutely. Affirming, You're right. I have indeed prepared thoroughly, and there is no need for such anxiety. This is merely an examination. The clamor of the crowd did not last long. As the third Hokage strolled into the arena, a serene hush enveloped the surroundings. At the forefront, the third Hokage donned his ceremonial Hokage robe and a hat adorned with the character for fire, exuding an air of authority and solemnity. He gazed at the vibrant assembly of youths before him, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a depth of wisdom and anticipation. In his mind, these children were not merely young students. They represented the future and hope of the Hidden Leaf Village. Each child was akin to an unrefined gem, brimming with boundless potential and possibilities. This ninja academy was founded by his mentor, the second Hokage, Hashirama Senju, with the noble aim of providing the finest education and nurturing for these remarkably gifted youngsters. As the third Hokage's gaze swept across the faces of each child, he discerned their determination, courage, and eagerness. He was firmly convinced that, in the near future, these children would become the pride of the Leaf. Clearing his throat, the third Hokage prepared to address the gathering. Welcome, new students, to the Leaf Ninja Academy. This will be your sanctuary for growth and refinement, as well as the launchpad for your dreams. His voice resonated powerfully across the expansive venue. He continued, Some of you may hail from prestigious families with deep-rooted backgrounds. Others may come from humble origins. Yet, remember, regardless of your lineage, each of you possesses the potential to become an exceptional ninja. As his speech neared its conclusion, the venerable elder, later revered as the god of shinobi, solemnly proclaimed to the children, Wherever the leaf flourishes, the fire endures. The flames will continue to illuminate our village and nurture the budding leaves of the future. From a distance, Obito quietly observed the entire ceremony, and as it concluded, he found himself unable to restrain his applause. This applause stemmed not solely from agreement with the third Hokage's words, but rather from admiration for the elder's oratorical prowess. He regarded the third Hokage, pondering, Truly, he is the leader among the remnants of the old era of the leaf. What a testament to the will of fire. However, Obito was dismissive of the ideals espoused by the third Hokage. He did not refute the spirit behind it, but felt that such idealism appeared rather feeble in the face of harsh reality. To understand a person, do not merely listen to their words. Observe their actions and the outcomes they yield. Clearly, while the third Hokage spoke eloquently, the ninja of the Land of Fire remained unchanged, and the world beyond the leaf continued to loom high and mighty. Amidst the crowd, Obito easily recognized Sun. She stood apart from the rest. While her peers were moved to tears by the third Hokage's rhetoric, Sun maintained a calm demeanor, as if everything unfolded according to her expectations. Observing her composed expression, Obito felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He pondered to himself, fortunate that his disciple possessed unwavering conviction, remaining unscathed by the third Hokage's oratory. Otherwise, he would have to exert considerable effort to rectify her mindset. For Sun, while the third Hokage's words were indeed compelling, her own experiences illuminated the truth that dreams and aspirations are not bestowed by others. Sun's ideals bore some resemblance to the third Hokage's sentiments. Yet she placed greater emphasis on reality and action. She was acutely aware that her own strength was the most dependable assurance. Moreover, as the other party had asserted, the villagers of Konoha would not escape their plight through mere words. Thus, she maintained her composure and resolve, impervious to the sway of external rhetoric. The goals she yearned to protect could only be safeguarded through her own efforts. This was the thought that resonated within Sun's heart. Chapter 20. Enrollment. As the speech of the third Hokage concluded, the crowd gradually ebbed away like a receding tide. Sunlight cascaded through the clouds, bathing the campus of the Konoha Ninja School in a warm, golden glow. Jae-suk stood still, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Kiki. Her petite figure appeared particularly resolute and solitary amidst the throng, like a refreshing stream navigating through murky waters. Jae-suk understood that this disciple was unlike the other children. Her experiences and the depth of her gaze revealed a maturity and fortitude that transcended her years. He refrained from interrupting her immediately, opting instead to wait quietly at a distance. After a moment, Kiki slowly turned, her eyes meeting Jae-suk's. In that fleeting instant, a glimmer of uncertainty flickered in her eyes, soon supplanted by calm determination. She approached Jae-suk, slightly bowing her head in a gesture of respect. "Master, where shall we go next?" Kiki's voice was crisp and composed. Jae-suk smiled gently, gesturing toward the registration area not far away. "Let us first complete the enrollment procedures." The two proceeded towards the registration desk, walking in silence, their thoughts their only companions. The area was bustling with new students and their parents, a vivid tapestry of emotions. Some children, accompanied by their parents, wore innocent, radiant smiles. Others appeared anxious and uneasy, gripping their parents' hands tightly. Kiki and Jae-suk's arrival went largely unnoticed, as they joined the queue like the other newcomers, awaiting their turn. At last, it was their turn. Jae-suk presented Kiki's documents to the staff, who diligently verified the information before handing Kiki a schedule and a student ID. As Kiki accepted these items, she swiftly scanned the schedule, only to feel a wave of disappointment wash over her. The content seemed trivial compared to her previous training, akin to mere child's play. "Master, shall we proceed to the classroom?" Kiki inquired, raising her gaze. Jae-suk nodded. "Indeed, Kiki. Make sure to interact well with your new friends." Kiki remained silent, casting a lingering glance at Jae-suk before turning towards the classroom. Conflicted, she found herself questioning why her brother, Jae-suk, insisted on her attending this school, especially after seeing the schedule that seemed utterly unhelpful to her. Inside the classroom, students had begun to gather. Some huddled together in small groups, engaging in lively conversation, while others sat alone, lost in thought. The moment Kiki entered, the previously boisterous classroom fell into an unexpected hush, all eyes drawn to the girl who entered alone. Kiki disregarded their stares and walked directly to an empty seat, taking her place with quiet resolve. As the teacher arrived, order was gradually restored. After a brief introduction to the school's rules and curriculum, the teacher prompted the students to introduce themselves. When it was Kiki's turn, she stood up and clearly proclaimed her name and origins, her voice resonating with confidence. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Sun, and I bear no surname. I am fond of becoming stronger and—" Sun paused momentarily, seemingly in search of more fitting words. Then, with a more resolute voice, she continued, "I mean to become even stronger." As her words echoed through the classroom, a wave of applause erupted. While the teacher was not particularly moved, the other children, perhaps unable to grasp her full intent, nonetheless found this unconventional girl to be quite admirable. However, the teacher, upon hearing Sun's introduction, felt a pang of concern. He furrowed his brow, silently lamenting, "Ah, yet another troubled child." This educator had encountered countless similar situations, especially while teaching students from esteemed families who often became unruly under the immense pressure and expectations of their lineage. Yet now, even students from humble backgrounds were beginning to exhibit such issues. The teacher felt a twinge of irritation, perplexed as to why the number of troubled youths had been on the rise in recent years. He cast a glance at Sun, noting her unwavering demeanor and piercing gaze. The teacher inwardly sighed, hoping this girl would not stray from the right path and would cherish her time in school, striving to become a valuable asset to her village. Once introductions concluded, the atmosphere in the classroom grew tense as the first examination of the academic year loomed, the three-body technique test. This examination served as a foundational assessment at the Konoha Ninja Academy, aimed at evaluating students' proficiency in the techniques of shadow clones, transformation, and substitution. However, for Sun, such an examination did not incite anxiety. Mastery of the three-body technique had become second nature to her. She sat quietly in her seat, observing the performances of her peers. She noted that, aside from those hailing from powerful clans, very few students succeeded in executing the three-body technique, and even fewer managed to achieve a passing standard. At last, it was Sun's turn. With poise, she rose and made her way to the center of the examination area. Taking a deep breath, she began to channel her chakra, preparing to perform the three-body technique. As her hands formed the necessary seals, the air around her began to ripple, and shortly thereafter, 3 corporeal clones appeared beside her, identical in every way, down to their movements and expressions. Her classmates gasped in amazement, while the teacher nodded in satisfaction. Sun's remarkable performance surprised the instructor, who had initially perceived her as merely an unremarkable troubled girl, yet was taken aback by the extraordinary talent she displayed. The teacher silently marveled, now viewing Sun in a new light. Meanwhile, her classmates, with the exception of Kakashi, who remained unflustered in his seat, gathered around her, offering congratulations and inquiring about her techniques. They were thoroughly captivated by her mastery of the transformation and substitution techniques, expressing genuine admiration for her abilities. Responding briefly to their questions, she eventually returned to her seat. Instead of feeling elated, she found herself somewhat disheartened, as the realities of the Ninja Academy thus far had left her feeling disappointed. The environment here evokes a sense reminiscent of a kindergarten, starkly contrasting with the profound experiences she had while training alongside Jae-suk. Beside her, Kakashi approached, perceptive of her emotions, and gently inquired, "What troubles you? You are performing exceptionally well. Why do you appear somewhat disheartened?" Unsure of how to respond, she found it difficult to express that she found the training here overly simplistic, leading to feelings of boredom and disappointment. Such honesty might hurt the sentiments of her classmates and instructors. Thus, she merely shook her head lightly, indicating that she was fine. Kakashi regarded her thoughtfully, seemingly grasping her unspoken thoughts. With a smile, he remarked, "Do you feel the training here is too elementary, lacking in challenge for you?" Surprised by his insight, she nodded, tacitly agreeing with his assessment. Kakashi continued, "In truth, each individual's pace and direction of training differ. While your training with Jae-suk was indeed rigorous, here you may uncover various new aspects. For instance, you can delve deeper into the principles of ninjutsu or discover innovative training methods and techniques through interactions with your peers." Although she did not entirely concur with Kakashi's perspective, she nodded in acceptance of his viewpoint. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Do you think we will spend the next few years in this ninja school?" Kakashi shook his head, replying, "No. In about 2 to 3 years, we will likely be divided into different classes. At that time, a Jainin will lead our group of 3 students, providing more specific and professional guidance and training, along with accompanying missions." Upon hearing Kakashi's explanation, a flicker of anticipation ignited within her. She envisioned a future where, under the tutelage of a Jainin, she and her companions would embark on various missions, continuously enhancing their skills and experiences. This prospective life appeared far more vibrant and fulfilling than the current routine of mere academic learning. Chapter 21 Dialogue. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a dappled glow upon the path outside the Ninja Academy. As he prepared to return home, Jae-suk found himself walking alone along the familiar route. Suddenly, a calm voice called out to him, "Young man, please wait a moment." Turning around, Jae-suk saw the third Hokage approaching him with a deliberate pace. The seasoned elder's eyes conveyed an indescribable depth, forged through years of experience. "Third Hokage, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Jae-suk inquired with a smile, narrowing his eyes slightly. The third Hokage returned the smile, his gaze reflecting admiration for Jae-suk. "Should I address you as Jae-suk of the Kaimura, or perhaps something else? That young girl you've mentored has flourished remarkably under your guidance." Jae-suk nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "As a teacher, it is my duty to nurture my students." Shaking his head, the third Hokage replied, "Even so, your talents extend far beyond that. I am curious to know how your 2 companions measure up against you." Jae-suk sensed a shift in the conversation but remained unperturbed. He had anticipated such an encounter. With respect, he replied to the third Hokage, "Lord Jiraiya's intelligence-gathering abilities remain as formidable as ever. However, I have yet to provide you with a response to your inquiry." Yuan Fei Risen, aware of the underlying implications, chose not to press further. After all, those with abilities often harbored their secrets. As long as he could secure their allegiance to Konoha, he was willing to accept some mysteries. "I have perused Jiraiya's report. I understand you 3 have traversed the ninja world. Do you have any particular destinations in mind?" Jae-suk smiled faintly, shaking his head as he replied, "I appreciate your goodwill on behalf of my companions, but I fear you are a step too late." Yuan Fei Risen felt a jolt of surprise, various scenarios flashing through his mind, and his hands instinctively prepared to form seals. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Jae-suk continued to smile as he spoke. "Last night, Lord Danzo contacted me and granted approval for my companions and me to join Konoha, so there is no need for you to trouble yourself." Upon hearing this, Yuan Fei Risen relaxed his guard, though a sense of frustration welled within him. While Jae-suk and his companions joining Konoha was undoubtedly a positive development, Danzo's preemptive move left him feeling somewhat sidelined. Now, The third Hokage could only swallow his disappointment. Being late was an unfortunate reality. Yet, he understood the need to maintain appearances. Not at all, not at all. You are all exceptional talents. And it is our village's honor that you have chosen to join us. Danzo is quite busy with his duties. The process may be somewhat delayed, but I will expedite matters on my end. Jasa performed a courteous bow. I am unworthy of such praise. I would be grateful for your assistance, third Hokage. To Jae-suk, this elder, despite his amiable demeanor, exuded an enigmatic depth. He recognized that the third Hokage was not merely a simple figure. He was both a shrewd politician and a powerful ninja. Although he appeared amiable at this moment, it was merely a facet of his social maneuvering. However, Asuma, after joining Konoha, what are your aspirations? I see that you've nurtured your protege quite well. The third Hokage inquired like a concerned elder. Realizing the ulterior motive behind his words, Asuma mused to himself, this old man will not relent until he obtains something. If he cannot secure the grand prize, he will resort to targeting the smaller one. I cannot let him deceive me into relinquishing my student, not for any other reason but sheer unwillingness. Although the objective of taking on a disciple has been achieved, one does not simply regurgitate what has been consumed. Moreover, with my studentess' considerable talent, the future holds great promise. While I do not expect her to be invincible, I estimate that if she follows my guidance, she will at least reach the level of a Kage in due time. If I were to hand her over, it would only add to my list of formidable rivals once the Emperor's judgment descends. In response to the third Hokage's probing, he sought to redirect the conversation. The esteemed third Hokage is jesting, as I am but a humble individual, not even a ninja, merely seeking a tranquil existence within Konoha. At this point, the third Hokage dropped the pretense and revealed his intentions to Asuma. You are indeed her teacher, a fact you cannot deny. Thus, you have a right to be informed. We are all aware of her prodigious talent, and I intend to recruit her into the Umbu for training. You have no objections, I trust? Asuma was taken aback by the audacity of the old man, attempting to sway his student before him. The situation had him cornered. He had to either comply with the third Hokage's demands or surrender his disciple. After much contemplation, Asuma replied, Your Excellency, you overestimate her. She is still young. It is too early for her to join the Umbu. Instead, might I serve as her lead instructor in the interim? This was precisely what the third Hokage desired. He believed in his judgment. A talent like hers could be nurtured into greatness, and with the addition of two prominent clan heirs, he had no doubt that both Asuma and his student would remain in Konoha. Asuma, do not feel pressured. I am quite serious about this arrangement. How about we schedule your entry assessment for tomorrow? Asuma smiled faintly, inwardly sighing at the cunning of this old fox, who had ensnared him so swiftly. He understood the third Hokage's intentions to leverage him to control his student, potentially influencing other future exceptional ninjas. Yet, Asuma would not yield easily. Your proposal is an honor. Third Hokage, I am more than willing to undergo the entry assessment. However, regarding my student, I wish for her to choose her own path. Should she wish to join the Umbu, I will not stand in her way. If she desires to continue her studies with me, I hope the village will extend its support. His request did not catch the third Hokage off guard. He nodded in agreement. Naturally, her future should be hers to decide. As for you, I anticipate your performance in the assessment. Asuma felt a sense of relief. This was merely a temporary compromise. Thank you for your understanding, third Hokage. I shall strive to excel in the entry assessment and contribute to Konoha with all my strength. The two individuals were indeed parting ways. As he traversed the road, Zhangzu felt an unsettling sensation. After much contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. The cunning old fox, Danzo, must have divulged some information to Yuan Fei yesterday. Otherwise, he would not have been ensnared so precisely. Zhangzu felt a twinge of regret for underestimating the capabilities of others. Despite possessing a certain informational advantage, he realized that excessive arrogance could render one a mere bait for others. Never mind, he would return to Sun and prepare for the upcoming training. Chapter 22. Friends. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, students poured out of the classroom, concluding yet another day of lessons. Among this throng of students, Sun's figure stood out remarkably. She glided out of the classroom, her face aglow with the exuberance and vitality of youth, seemingly brimming with anticipation for the future. Sun, a familiar voice suddenly called out to her. Turning around, she recognized Kakashi, flanked by Obito, Asuma, and Kurenai. Their presence instantly transformed the once tranquil corridor into a lively scene. Obito stepped forward, grinning mischievously as he exclaimed, Son, We heard that Kakashi challenged you before school started and ended up getting a good thrashing. Upon hearing Obito's words, Kakashi's expression darkened, and he swiftly delivered a punch to Obito's head, causing a noticeable bump to form. Internally, Kakashi seethed with irritation. He had clearly informed them that Sun's abilities far surpassed his own, and her training regimen was significantly more rigorous. Yet somehow, in Obito's retelling, the true nature of that day had been distorted. Rubbing his head after the blow, Obito grimaced at Kakashi and retorted, "You can't deny it, Kakashi. I called it." Asuma, observing the playful bickering, awkwardly scratched his head before turning to Sun. "Are you heading to the training ground? It would be great to join you. I'm quite curious about your training methods." Kurenai then chimed in, taking Sun's hand and pouting, "Sun, don't pay attention to these boys. A new dumpling shop has opened in the village. Let's go eat there." Sun looked at Kurenai, smiling gently as she shook her head. "I appreciate your kindness, but I would like to head to the training ground first. We can go for dumplings another day." Upon hearing Sun's response, Obito leaped for joy. Although Kurenai felt a tinge of disappointment, she quickly composed herself and asked Sun, "If you're going to train, could you take me with you?" Sun nodded in agreement without speaking, prompting Kurenai to turn to Obito and exclaim, "You idiot, Obito." The group, filled with laughter and chatter, made their way to the training ground. Asuma, curious, inquired of Sun, "What does your training typically involve?" Sun removed her jacket and stretched her body, replying, "Well, I usually start with a warm-up, followed by taijutsu, shuriken techniques, and then ninjutsu training." Asuma thought to himself, although it seemed a bit extensive, it was not as exaggerated as Kakashi had claimed. Obito, now intrigued, declared, "Son, today we'll train alongside you, following your regimen." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. "No, I think I'll stick to my own methods. You all have fun." Noticing Kakashi's reluctance, Obito teased, "What's wrong, Kakashi? Are you sulking because you lost the match?" Kakashi chose to ignore him. He had witnessed Sun's training before and knew that her methods were entirely unsuitable for him. Her training regimen was orchestrated by Shikamaru, pushing her to her limits at every turn. "Since you are coming, you must keep up," said Sun nonchalantly. As soon as the words left her lips, she began to sprint after completing her stretches. The three others quickly followed suit. Initially, they managed to keep pace, but as the distance widened, Sun's speed increased exponentially. Hong was the first to falter, collapsing, followed closely by Asuma. Only Obito, despite struggling to catch his breath, persevered and completed the run alongside Sunday. As Obito gazed at the young woman before him, his face flushed a deep crimson, yet he remained otherwise unresponsive, a hint of regret brewing within him. Sun, noticing his struggle, inquired with genuine concern, "Can you keep up? If not, I can lower the intensity today." Obito, forcing himself to respond, replied, "I can manage. Let us continue." Immediately regretting his words, he watched as Sun effortlessly conjured 3 shadow clones. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "Sun, what are you planning to do?" "Of course, I am preparing for the upcoming training. Otherwise, we won't have enough time for ninjutsu, taijutsu, and shuriken techniques," she explained. Upon hearing this, Obito felt utterly deflated, finally grasping why Sun was so exceptional. He quietly slipped away to Kakashi's side and seized his shoulder. "Kakashi, you sly fox. You knew the intensity of Sun's training and didn't stop us. Were you hoping to see us embarrass ourselves?" Kakashi shrugged off Obito's grip. "You chose to follow her on your own, and I did inform you about the intensity. You concocted some misguided assumptions. Don't blame me, you fool." The four then resumed their individual training, undisturbed by Sunday. After bidding farewell to Kakashi, Sun concluded her training for the day. Instead of returning home, she headed to the residence of Jay-Z, who had previously mentioned a new training project he wished to introduce to her. Arriving shortly, she found Jay-Z fiddling with a headband. The sight of it stirred up some unpleasant memories within her. Approaching cautiously, she hesitantly asked, Jay-Z, I thought I had already passed your assessment. Why do I still need this?" Jay-Z gently tapped her forehead. "This isn't an assessment. The headband is meant to assist you in training. Currently, your taijutsu and combat training are overly reliant on shadow clones, and your practice partner is singular, yourself. This will provide you with a sparring partner." Upon hearing Jay-Z's explanation, Sun's apprehensions dissipated, replaced by curiosity and anticipation for this novel training method. She examined the headband closely, noting its distinct craftsmanship compared to the one used for assessments. It was more refined and emanated an enigmatic glow. "How do I use this?" Sun inquired, her interest piqued. With a smile, Zhangju gently placed the headband upon Sun's head and meticulously elucidated its usage. This headband synchronizes with the fluctuations of your brainwaves. All you need to do is close your eyes and envision the training scenario and adversary you desire, and the headband will simulate the corresponding environment and opponent for you. You may adjust the strength and number of adversaries according to your needs, allowing for targeted training. Eager to commence, Sun shut her eyes and began to conjure the training scene in her mind. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself amidst a dense forest, facing a shadowy ninja. Is this my opponent? Sun inquired excitedly. Indeed, you may begin your training now, Zhangju's voice resonated in her ear. As if he were right beside her, Sun immediately immersed herself in the training, engaging in a fierce battle with the simulated ninja. She discovered that this opponent was of comparable strength, and each exchange of offense and defense proved challenging. However, it was precisely this evenly matched combat that ignited her potential. Time slipped away unnoticed, and by the moment Sun triumphed over her adversary, dusk had enveloped the surroundings. She removed the headband and noticed Zhangju standing beside her, a smile gracing his face. How do you feel? He asked. It was amazing, Sun replied enthusiastically. This training method is truly effective. I feel my combat skills have significantly improved. Zhangju nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, this headband can adjust your opponent's strength and tactics based on your brainwaves, ensuring that you gain the utmost benefit from each training session. However, remember not to overuse it, as it may impose a burden on your mind. Chapter 23. Training. After listening to Jusuk's lengthy introduction of the various modes and functions of the headband, Sun eagerly grabbed it and dashed home. For this young girl, it was akin to a timely gift of coal in the midst of winter. With no peers around her to spar with, and the elder ninjas largely indifferent to her, any agreement to train with her would be merely playful condescension. Furthermore, practicing with her own shadow clones proved inefficient and excessively taxing. In contrast, this headband not only allowed her to unleash her full potential, but also created an array of diverse opponents and battlefield environments. Even the flow of time within the illusionary realm could be adjusted. Once home, Sun lay on her bed, unable to contain her excitement, and donned the headband. Although Jusuk had cautioned her against overuse, she found it impossible to resist her desire. Just once. Surely, it wouldn't pose any issues, right? Just this once. And then I'll go to sleep. Once the headband was securely in place, Sun reclined and, upon opening her eyes, found herself transported to the illusionary world. Before her lay a pristine expanse of white, devoid of the previously prepared scenery. She could simply engage in combat. Suddenly, a white silhouette materialized before her. Greetings, user 8654. Welcome to the Advanced Training Ground. I am your assistant. Should you require any training, feel free to summon me, and I shall serve you. Sun regarded the featureless figure, its appearance entirely white. However, recalling that she was in an illusionary world, she decided not to dwell on such details and promptly replied, Please, do tell me about the services you can provide. Certainly. This space houses a repository of combat data recorded by Uchiha Jusuk, encompassing all adversaries he has encountered, alongside various combat information sourced from our database. This includes aspects such as taijutsu, ninjutsu, kenjutsu, genjutsu, and more, offering you a comprehensive and tailored training experience. A barrage of technical jargon left Sun feeling somewhat overwhelmed, yet she grasped the essence. This facility was designed for her to engage in sparring. Very well, then. Please arrange a taijutsu practice session for me. Understood. Preparing your training session now. Opponent, advanced fighter. Location, park. As the assistant's voice faded, the white figure vanished, and the surroundings transformed into an open space within a park. Not far from her stood a robust individual with braided hair, their sun-kissed skin gleaming with a deep bronze hue, indicative of years spent under the sun's rays. At that moment, the voice of the white silhouette echoed in her mind once more. In this training session, you will be unable to utilize ninjutsu, and your ninja tools have been temporarily disabled. Should you require any assistance, simply call my name during the session. Sun felt a sense of surprise. Her previous experiences in the illusionary realm had not included such restrictions, and the added conditions now instilled a measure of pressure within her. However, these pressures were of little consequence to Sun, as her primary goal was to train her physical skills. The absence of ninjutsu and ninja tools would instead enhance her understanding of physical techniques. She promptly approached the fighter. As both parties closed the distance to 5 steps, the fighter made his move, bowing with his fists clasped together. I am Lai Yongzhou. I humbly seek your guidance. My name is Ba. Before Sun could fully introduce herself, her opponent struck first, launching a powerful punch directly towards her face. The sudden attack caught Sun off guard, and she was struck solidly, propelled backward. "You scoundrel! Who attacks during an introduction?" Lai paid no heed to Sun's grievances, leaping into the air to deliver a downward strike. This time, however, Sun was prepared. The young girl rolled away and swiftly rose to her feet. As Lai struggled to regain his balance, she executed a whip kick. With a thunderous sound, the impact shattered the ground beneath them. Lai managed to block the attack with one arm, but as Sun retracted her leg, wisps of white smoke emanated from his arm. The power is ample, yet the speed is lacking. Sun took offense at Lai's assessment. She believed that had he not initiated the attack, her capabilities would have prevented such a passive response. Yet, the reality was contrary to her belief. The Lai was merely an AI simulation created by XIN. Years of battle had endowed him with a semblance of consciousness, and he had devised a strategy for this encounter. As Sun regained her stance, Lai surged forward. But instead of attacking, he covered her eyes with his hand. "What is happening?" was Sun's immediate thought. She swung her fists to dislodge his arm, only to be met by another arm blocking her vision. Frustration welled within her, and she retaliated again, only to find nothing before her as she cleared his arm away. Just as she turned to locate Lai, she felt the world tilt, her body collapsing uncontrollably, her vision upside down. "What is happening to me? Just moments ago." After Lai's second visual obstruction was dispatched, he had positioned himself beside Sun, his right fist mere inches from her chin. The technique employed was called no-inch strike, a specialized martial art maneuver delivering a swift, debilitating blow within an extremely confined range. To an onlooker, it appeared as though Sun's head had vanished for an instant. Sun could scarcely comprehend that despite being exceptionally skilled among her peers and having passed the grueling assessments, she was so utterly defeated this time, reduced to a mere plaything in another's hands. As she descended into a profound unconsciousness, the practice session came to an abrupt halt. Sun lay upon the bed, her gaze fixed upon the ceiling, deep in contemplation, revisiting the recent sparring match. Had she underestimated her opponent? No, that was not the case. Although the initial ambush had caught her off guard, she had subsequently focused all her attention on countering. She recalled vividly every strike from her adversary, each one etched in her mind, accompanied by her own strategies to counteract. However, her opponent had an uncanny ability to seize the opportune moment, consistently exploiting her vulnerabilities, leaving her unable to mount an effective counterattack. Was it the sheer physical prowess of her opponent that led to her defeat? No, that was not the case either. During their encounters, she had discerned that his physical strength did not exceed that of an ordinary person. All his might was derived from muscle alone, and in certain respects, his physical condition may have even been slightly inferior to her own. What, then, had been the cause of her loss? Sun persistently sifted through her memories until she arrived at a conclusion. The answer was skill. It was the martial prowess of the fighter known as Lai Yongzhou. Every attack, every dodge, and every movement was imbued with technique. This was precisely what she lacked. Her prior training in body techniques and swordsmanship had been instinctual, each strike and slash executed by reflex. While such an approach might be acceptable when paired with ninjutsu and ninja tools, in the face of a specialist like Lai, who had perfected his craft, Sun appeared no more competent than a mere child of 3. Chapter 24. A moment of interlude. The following morning, a weary Sun entered the classroom, having not slept a wink through the night. Her disheveled hair and prominent dark circles under her eyes, coupled with the bloodshot appearance of her gaze, betrayed her sleeplessness. Upon noticing her fatigued state, the teacher kindly suggested that she take a seat in an inconspicuous corner at the back, understanding the needs of such a gifted student, especially one who had received prior recognition. Last night, after reviewing her sparring session with Lai, Sun felt an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction. She replayed every detail in her mind, contemplating how to refine her techniques. Thus, she resolved to engage in further practice with her opponent to enhance her skills. Consequently, she dedicated the entire night to rigorous training, only wrapping up as dawn broke, before hastily making her way to school. Now seated in the classroom, Sun paid little heed to the whispers of her classmates. All she longed for was to rest her head upon the desk and reclaim some of the sleep she so desperately lacked. With the tacit approval of the teacher and the understanding of her peers, she soon succumbed to slumber. "Hey, Kakashi, what did you and Sun do yesterday? Why does she look like that today?" one asked. "Nothing at all. When I finished training, she hadn't even left," Kakashi replied. "That is impossible. What else could explain her current state? It can't be." Shut up and focus on class, you underachiever, Kakashi retorted. Opting not to engage in a debate with Obito's errant thoughts, and instead delivered a playful punch to Obito's head, leaving a noticeable bruise, satisfied with his action. The minor scuffles and discussions in class soon subsided, allowing Sun to finally enjoy a moment of tranquility. However, she was soon roused by the ringing of the dismissal bell, along with Kakashi and his companions. In her groggy state, Sun murmured, "Let me sleep a little longer." "Sleep longer? It's already dismissal time. Haven't you had enough rest? Just a moment longer, please." Obito, brimming with energy, disregarded her plea, insisting on pulling her up. After a brief respite, Sun appeared considerably rejuvenated, though still yawning. Her condition markedly improved. "What did you do after returning from the training ground yesterday?" Obito inquired. "Exactly. Kakashi wouldn't he have bullied you, would he?" Another chimed in. "Training is crucial, but one must not overdo it," another cautioned. "Son, why not join me for some reading today?" The four of them engaged in a lively exchange, their chatter causing Sun's head to throb with the noise. "Stop. One at a time," she implored, directing her gaze at Kakashi. "First, Kakashi, after returning home last night, I practiced some taijutsu techniques. Since you're so curious, you can be my sparring partner later. And Obito, since you're so eager to know, you'll accompany Kakashi and me for practice." Her gaze then shifted to Hong and Asuma, who appeared as if they had been singled out by some malevolent specter, shivering in trepidation. "Red, where's that bookstore you mentioned? Let's go together today." "Really? Thank you, Asuma." Before Sun could respond, the two immediately executed a brief routine and slipped out. Obito wished to join them, but as he made a move, Sun swiftly pulled him back and hoisted him onto her shoulder, and the trio headed toward the training ground. As they journeyed, Sun's mind echoed with the scenes from her spar with Lai the previous night. She meticulously pondered each movement and every offensive and defensive maneuver. Prior to this, Sun's combat skills had primarily been honed under the guidance of Zong, learning how to exert force effectively. However, she had never truly mastered any specific martial techniques. Her attacks and defenses were almost entirely instinctual reactions. Upon entering the training ground, Sun casually set Obito aside, preparing to immerse herself fully in the forthcoming training. Kakashi observed Sun with a hint of helplessness in his gaze. He understood her determination and recognized that her requests were not something he could refuse. "Kakashi, Obito, during the upcoming spar, we will refrain from using any ninjutsu or ninja tools. I will not initiate any attacks. Can you both accept this?" "Are you certain?" Kakashi replied, somewhat perplexed. Although there was a disparity between them, he doubted that even with Obito as a liability, they could be defeated without the use of ninjutsu or tools. "I am certain. I will focus solely on defense and counterattacks. You both may attack, as long as you do not employ ninjutsu or tools. Don't underestimate me." Obito, who had been carried by Sun all the way, felt a surge of frustration. At this impulsive age, hearing Sun's request ignited a fire within him. "Kakashi, watch closely. For I shall show Sun what it means to be proud of the Uchiha clan. Then give it your all." Kakashi was unfazed by Obito's antics. Having known him for quite some time, he was accustomed to Obito's emotional outbursts, which always ended with him getting soundly beaten. However, this time Kakashi was not inclined to coddle Obito. He too was eager to discover the extent of the gap between himself and the confidently determined Sunday. The three soon readied themselves. Sun took her stance, positioning herself sideways, her right arm hanging down and her left arm drawn in, standing still before Kakashi and Obito, fully concentrated and awaiting the imminent challenge. This stance was not arbitrary. It was a profound realization Sun had grasped and applied during her last fight. It cleverly balanced the demands of defense and offense, allowing her to maintain a clear line of sight and stable posture while delivering swift and precise strikes. More importantly, this stance maximized Sun's reach, granting her a broader range for her attacks. The air was thick with a tense yet anticipatory atmosphere. Chapter 25. 2 against 1 within the training grounds. Sun, Kakashi, and Obito stood facing one another. After exchanging glances, Obito and Kakashi nodded at each other. Without hesitation, Obito launched his attack, bending low to sprint towards Sun, attempting to tackle her with a body slam. However, Sun was well acquainted with such tactics. She had employed them herself. As Obito entered her striking range, Sun swiftly raised her fist and delivered a powerful blow to his face. Following that, she retaliated with an uppercut that connected with his jaw. As Obito was sent airborne from the impact, Sun pivoted her waist, summoning her strength for a third strike. With a resounding thud, A devastating downward punch sent Obito crashing into the ground. The sequence of events transpired in mere seconds, leaving Kakashi momentarily stunned by the rapidity of it all. It was only when Obito coughed a few times that Kakashi was jolted back to reality. My apologies. I may have been a bit too forceful, Sun remarked, glancing at Obito, who lay on the ground. It's all right. He deserved it, Kakashi retorted, a hint of jest in his voice. Even while sprawled on the ground, Obito couldn't resist exchanging banter with Kakashi. As Obito struggled to rise, Kakashi observed the unfolding confrontation, analyzing Sun's movements. Her stance was unfamiliar, her precision striking, yet it appeared she could only manage one aspect at a time. Unsteadily, Obito regained his footing, wiping away the dirt and traces of blood from his mouth, and fixed a determined gaze upon Sun, as if attempting to pin her in place with his stare. Suddenly, he surged forward again. Sun, maintaining her composure, kept a keen eye on Kakashi's movements. The recent encounter had allowed her to gauge Obito's prowess. It was Kakashi, the one who had been silently observing, that warranted greater caution. In a swift maneuver, Obito slid low, aiming to sweep Sun's legs from under her. Sun deftly leaped, evading the attempt, and executed a roll in midair, landing gracefully behind Obito. He quickly spun around, throwing a punch at her, but she was prepared, deftly sidestepping while seizing his arm and using his momentum to throw him aside. Obito stumbled a few steps but quickly regained his balance, charging towards Sun once more. This time, his attacks were more ferocious and intricate, as he varied his techniques in an effort to disrupt her rhythm. Yet, Sun seemed to anticipate his every move, skillfully dodging and occasionally countering with quick jabs. Kakashi, observing from the sidelines, found himself silently admiring Sun's combat skills and reflexes while also seeking the opportune moment to intervene. After several minutes of continuous combat, Obito's movements began to slow. Seizing the chance, Sun executed a spinning kick that struck him squarely in the waist. Obito doubled over in pain but refused to surrender. Instead, he attempted to grasp Sun's leg. With agility, she leaped into the air, delivering a downward kick to him. At that moment, Kakashi's instincts kicked in. He had spotted a fleeting opening in Sun's defense. Kakashi, who had been observing from the sidelines, exchanged a glance with Obito, and they understood that this was the opportune moment for a coordinated assault. Obito nodded, signaling his readiness. In an instant, the assailant executed a swift roll to evade the downward strike from Sunday. Kakashi immediately launched his attack, closing the distance to hinder her movements. Meanwhile, Obito surged from another angle, poised to catch her off guard. Upon landing, Sun realized that Kakashi had already advanced towards her. She quickly adjusted her stance, preparing to counter Kakashi's assault. Just then, Obito burst forth from her side, delivering a powerful punch aimed at her midsection. Sun reacted with remarkable speed, rolling away deftly to avoid Obito's strike while simultaneously kicking at Kakashi. However, Kakashi, seasoned and composed, easily sidestepped her kick and seized her leg. Sun felt an immense pressure as Kakashi's grip tightened. In that fleeting moment, she forcefully twisted, breaking free from Kakashi's hold, and executed a graceful turn in midair to face Obito. Seizing the opportunity, Obito initiated another round of offense, his movements swift as the wind as he bore down on Sun, striking towards her neck. Sun deftly tilted her head, evading the blow, and retaliated with a punch aimed at Obito's ribs. He hastily withdrew, narrowly escaping her attack. Kakashi, witnessing Sun's escape from his control, was not disheartened. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. He flickered forward once more, this time opting for an unconventional approach, circling behind Sun to launch a surprise attack. It was as if she possessed eyes at the back of her head. Sun abruptly pivoted to face Kakashi and unleashed a punch. The force of her strike sent Kakashi reeling backward. As he regained his footing, he noticed Obito sprawled on the ground, completely incapacitated. Kakashi could only sigh in resignation. It's over, Sun. You have won. He approached and lifted Obito from the ground, glancing at Sun, momentarily at a loss for words. What is wrong, Kakashi? Did I strike too hard? She inquired. Not at all, Sunday. Is this how you live your life normally? Sun was taken aback by Kakashi's question, pondering the nature of her daily existence. Reflecting on her time in Konoha, she realized that for the past few months, her days had revolved solely around training. As Kakashi had suggested, indeed, it left little room for anything else. You need to cultivate a life of your own. While training prevents weakness, excessive training can ultimately lead to your downfall. Sun was momentarily stunned by these words, her mind overwhelmed with contemplation. After seeing Kakashi escort Obito home, she returned to her own residence. Upon arriving, she eagerly donned her headband and resumed training, resembling a student addicted to gaming, relentlessly draining her energy. The ensuing days unfolded in a monotonous rhythm, attending classes and sleeping during the day, and training with her headband at night. Aside from the training field, there was no one else to practice with, and each day felt indistinguishable from the last. It was only when Jisuk began to scrutinize the training records that he realized something was amiss. With a startled expression, he inadvertently spat out his tea upon witnessing the frequent alterations in Sun's daily training regimen. This girl had delivered quite the shock to him, akin to the profound impact of an internet addiction. In a single night, over the span of 8 hours, she had engaged in a staggering 7 practice matches, resembling a frenzied climb up a celestial ladder. Jisuk felt a growing concern. If this continued, Sun's health would inevitably suffer. However, it seemed inappropriate to simply strip her of her training opportunities. After much contemplation, he resolved to seek a moment of opportunity to activate the communication platform within Sun's headband. He intended to disguise himself as a training AI, imparting a significant lesson to her about the necessity of moderation and reason in her training endeavors. Chapter 26. Education. As dusk descended and the stars twinkled brilliantly in the sky, Sun hurried home after school, eager to don her headband and commence her nighttime training. Unbeknownst to her, this session would diverge significantly from the usual. After confirming the battleground with Xin, she awaited the arrival of her opponent with great enthusiasm. However, this time, the visitor was an elderly man who sat quietly on the ground, unlike the formidable warriors she had encountered before, waiting for Sunday. Initially cautious, Sun's wariness subsided after several tests of strength, as her opponent did not retaliate. Xin, what's going on? Is there an issue with the AI? After a thorough examination revealed no anomalies, Xion's response piqued her curiosity. After all, where was the training AI that did not engage in combat? Sun approached and sat down beside the old man. Grandfather, why didn't you fight back just now? The elder remained silent, gazing at the sky. Are you even listening? Sun, now agitated, found herself perplexed by his intentions as they sat together in silence. The old man slowly turned his head, revealing deep and tranquil eyes. He smiled at Sun, gesturing towards the starry sky, and spoke. Look at how beautiful the night sky is. It is a pity we seldom find the time to appreciate it. Captivated by his words, Sun lifted her gaze to the heavens, where countless stars shimmered with faint light. Little girl, what drives you to train so diligently? Sun, though somewhat bewildered, instinctively articulated her aspirations. To grow stronger, to become the kind of ninja that my brother, Zong, speaks of, so that everyone can live without fear and with dignity. Have you achieved that yet? Not yet. I am still not strong enough. The old man shook his head. That is to be expected. One's sense of inadequacy is perpetual. When you reach the summit of one mountain, your eyes will only seek another higher peak. Humans are like tireless climbers, ceaselessly challenging themselves, exhausting their spirits to ascend one summit after another. The view from each peak is undeniably beautiful, yet it becomes monotonous. Would it not be a loss to forsake an entire forest for a single leaf? Sun pondered the elder's words thoughtfully. You must be feeling quite perplexed now. Training so rigorously yet perceiving your progress as nearly imperceptible, correct? Surprised, Sun realized he had spoken the truth. Despite her relentless training and contemplation, her improvement felt minuscule. She looked at the old man with curiosity. Child, do you know the difference between carp in a river and those in a pond? What difference could there be? Aren't they all just carp? It is not as such. The carp in the pond, regardless of how long they are nurtured or how they are fed, will only grow to a certain size. In contrast, those in the river, given sufficient time, can grow to a magnitude capable of swallowing a person whole. Observing the young girl, still perplexed, the elder shook his head. You are akin to the carp in the pond, being tended to by others and striving diligently. Yet you remain oblivious to the outside world, resulting in your sluggish progress. It is only through pausing to observe, reflect, and truly feel that you can evolve into a stronger version of yourself. The girl nodded thoughtfully, ready to inquire further. Yet the elder vanished before she could utter another word. Fortunately, she chose not to resume her training. Instead, she retreated and removed her headband. Perhaps it was time to indulge in a restful night's slumber. She awoke earlier than usual, foregoing immediate training to assist her family in preparing breakfast. Thus, she spent the morning in tranquil routine, bidding farewell to her family before departing for the Ninja Academy, just like everyone else. Throughout the day, she maintained a demeanor of calmness and serenity. The girl was uncertain of her motivations, merely sensing a desire to effect some change from her usual habits. It was only after school that she realized what had transpired in the past few days. Kakashi, Obito, Asuma, and Kurenai seemed to have neglected her for quite some time. Her classmates had begun to unconsciously isolate her, and even the teachers appeared to overlook her presence. This sensation brought her considerable discontent. The once fervent dedication to training had shielded her from such feelings. Now, however, as she paused, the loneliness washed over her like a relentless tide. It was in this moment that she recognized her error. She sprang up and immediately sought out Kakashi and the others. Before long, she found them at the school entrance. The four looked at her with surprise, Obito displaying a hint of evasion. She noticed their awkwardness as they shuffled their feet. I was wrong the other day. I heard a new bookstore has opened in town. Would you like to go together? The four exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting disbelief at her invitation. Yet, it was Obito who, brimming with courage, stepped forward, placing his hand on her forehead to compare temperatures. No fever? What is going on today? Though she felt an urge to react to Obito's action, she restrained herself. Meanwhile, Kurenai's face brightened with a smile, reminiscent of their first meeting. As she grasped the girl's hand, "It's settled then. We'll go together shortly, and no backing out. Kakashi, are you all right with this?" Kakashi shyly turned his head away. It's a rest day, so of course it's fine. At that moment, Shikamaru observed from a distance. Finally, he thought. He had managed to connect with this young girl. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Had his words from the previous night truly resonated with her? He was unsure how to encourage her to value life more without causing her distress. Fortunately, those words seemed to have taken effect. Sun has begun to reflect and strive for change. He calculated that Kaziz and Myanmar should be nearing Konoha village. Now he has arranged identities for them, and everything is in place. However, the only source of his headache is what they should do upon their arrival in the village. As for Kaziz, he felt little concern. Whether handling internal affairs or engaging in diplomatic negotiations, Kaziz is exceptionally capable, and he trusts that Kaziz will swiftly adapt to the new environment and find his rightful place. Yet, Myanmar, with his natural naivety, poses quite a challenge for him. He is at a loss as to how to assign Myanmar a suitable task that would allow him to contribute meaningfully without causing too much chaos. Chapter 27. The meeting as night descended, the lights of Konoha village gradually illuminated, bestowing a sense of warmth and tranquility upon the ninja hamlet. In a secluded corner of the village, Jae-suk sat alone on a stone bench, his gaze fixed upon the distant starry sky. His heart a tumult of anxiety and anticipation. He clutched tightly to the scroll he had meticulously prepared for the imminent arrival of Kaziz and Myanmar. A complex array of emotions filled Jae-suk's heart, blending the joy of reunion with the trepidation of uncertain futures. He understood well that with Kaziz and Myanmar's arrival, their plan would take a pivotal step, and the dynamics within Konoha would subtly shift. As he waited, memories of past battles fought alongside Kaziz and Myanmar replayed vividly in Jae-suk's mind. Those moments cherished like precious treasures, each scene emerging in his heart. Their laughter, spirited debates, and unwavering resolve in the face of adversity were indelibly etched into his soul. Time trickled by until, at last, the midday sun cast its rays upon the horizon, revealing two figures emerging in the distance. Jae-suk stared at the gradually clarifying silhouettes, a surge of indescribable excitement welling up within him. How exasperatingly slow, Jae-suk murmured softly, yet a smile involuntarily graced his face. Rising to his feet, he adjusted his robes, preparing to welcome these two significant allies. As Kaziz and Myanmar approached, the three exchanged knowing smiles. All the waiting and unease dissipating in that singular moment. They embraced tightly, as if to merge their strengths into one. "You finally arrived." Jae-suk's voice quivered slightly, but could not conceal his elation. "We're here, Jae-suk," Kaziz responded with a smile, determination glimmering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Myanmar wore an earnest grin, radiating warmth like sunlight. Though they occasionally experienced disagreements regarding mission-related matters as warriors under the Emperor's command, the bond of brotherhood amongst them remained unyielding. As they stood together, having been summoned by the Emperor to this world, they felt an intimate connection, like drifting reeds and willow fluff. However, the warm atmosphere was fleeting. Kaziz, as one of the Emperor's right-hand men, quickly steered the conversation back to their mission. "Jae-suk, what is the current situation in Konoha?" "Not promising. We are currently situated in the timeline between the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, and I am unable to access specific information at present. The intel provided by Black Zetsu has long since expired. Kaziz nodded, having never expected much from the assistance given by Black Zetsu. He held no judgment regarding Jae-suk's performance. The Emperor's initial directive had merely instructed them to observe and integrate, which constrained their actions to avoid any unnecessary variables. However, there is good news. The white Zetsu left behind by Black Zetsu is still functional. I have brokered a deal with the TZ of this world, allowing our operations to proceed with less trepidation. The night has deepened. Yet in a secluded corner of the hidden leaf village, the discussion among Jotaro, Kazus, and Minma persists. Gathered around a flickering campfire, they converse in hushed tones, as if fearful of shattering the tranquil night. Danzo's attitude towards us seems somewhat ambiguous, Jotaro remarked, his brow furrowed. He desires to exploit our abilities while simultaneously harboring suspicions about us. Kazus snorted dismissively. That's only natural. After all, we are not true leaf ninjas. However, as long as we remain valuable to him, he will continue to collaborate with us. Minma voiced his concerns. What should we do next? We cannot remain passive indefinitely. After a moment of contemplation, Jotaro slowly replied, we must take the initiative. Only then can we secure more leverage. Kazus nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is only by amassing greater power that we can establish our footing in this world. Minma's eyes brightened upon hearing this. All right, I understand. Our next task is to capture the tailed beasts, correct? His enthusiasm was palpable, yet Jotaro and Kazus exchanged glances, refraining from directly answering Minma's query. Regardless, we must settle in the village for now. Jotaro shifted the topic. Tomorrow, I will return to speak with the third Hokage and arrange some tasks for you both. Kazus nodded in consent, and Minma echoed his agreement. If there are no further issues, I will contact you as soon as there are any updates regarding the Minato situation. After outlining their plans, Jotaro led the two to their assigned accommodations within the village before departing alone. As dawn's gentle light spilled through the clouds, it cast a warm glow upon the hidden leaf village, infusing the new day with vitality and promise. Jotaro stood before the Hokage tower, adjusting his attire, inhaling deeply before stepping inside. He had come to consult with the third Hokage, Hiraka Hayazashi, regarding significant matters. Upon entering the building, Hiraka's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Jotaro. He had anticipated that it would be some time before they would reconvene after their last parting. Yet here was the young man before him once more. Jotaro, you've returned so swiftly. Is it concerning the assessment? Do not worry. It is merely a straightforward evaluation, and it will not pose any difficulties for you, Hiraka said with a warm smile. Jotaro gently shook his head in response. Respected third Hokage, you misunderstand. Regardless of whether the assessment is simple or arduous, I shall give it my all. Hiraka inquired, is there some trouble you encountered in the village? Speak to me, and I will surely assist you. There are indeed some challenges, but they do not pertain to me. My two companions have arrived in the leaf, and I hope to request that the third Hokage arrange some tasks for them. Upon hearing this, Hiraku's eyes gleamed with interest. Oh, your companions have arrived? Excellent. We at the Leaf welcome all those with aspirations. What kind of tasks would you like me to arrange for them? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zhou spoke. I do not dare to indulge in extravagant expectations. I merely wish for my two companions, who possess remarkable strength and unique skills, to fully unleash their potential and contribute to Konoha. The specifics of the tasks should be determined according to your arrangements and the needs of Konoha. Yuan Fei nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. After a brief pause for reflection, he replied, very well, I shall consider assigning them suitable tasks. However, prior to that, I must first comprehend their abilities and specialties in order to make a more prudent allocation. Perhaps we could convene tomorrow to assess this together. Chapter 28. Preparation for the test. After concluding discussions with the third Hokage regarding the particulars of the upcoming test, Jae-suk made his way to the Hokage building. As he emerged from the edifice and navigated the bustling streets, he returned to the residence, shared by Kaziz and Minma. His countenance bore a semblance of gravity, yet it was infused with a flicker of anticipation. Upon pushing the door open, he found Kaziz engrossed in examining a scroll of intelligence, while Minma animatedly polished his weapon, evidently eager to showcase his prowess. Jae-suk approached them, his voice imbued with determination and confidence as he spoke. I have comprehended the situation. The third Hokage will be assigning 3 Jonin for us to engage in combat. Minma's eyes sparkled at the prospect of a fight, and he sprang to his feet, clenching his fists in exhilaration. Excellent. Finally, we can have a proper battle. His voice brimmed with enthusiasm for the impending challenge. However, Kaziz cast a sidelong glance at him. Reproachingly admonishing, "You need to rein it in a bit. Don't cause me any trouble when the time comes." Despite the reprimand, Kaziz's words conveyed his concern for Minma and the gravity of their mission. Deflated by Kaziz's remark, Minma slumped to the ground. Yet the glimmer of excitement in his eyes remained undiminished. Kaziz then turned to Jae-suk, inquiring, "Jae-suk, do we have any intelligence on those 3 Jonin?" His tone was laden with caution and contemplation. Jae-suk shook his head, replying, "Yuan Fei did not provide me with specific details, but I surmise they are unlikely to be weak. We should be able to manage with some effort." Kaziz nodded in agreement, but then shifted the conversation with a penetrating gaze fixed on Jae-suk. His voice, low yet powerful, resonated, "Jae-suk, I wish to delve deeper into matters concerning the girl, Sunday." A tremor coursed through Jae-suk, though he maintained his composure. He understood Kaziz's seriousness and the need for careful handling. Taking a deep breath, he began to elucidate. "Kaziz's son is an extraordinary child. Her tenacity and resolve far exceed our expectations. Ever since she commenced her training, she has never flinched, regardless of the obstacles and challenges she faced." Kaziz's eyes flickered with appreciation, yet his brow furrowed slightly, as if awaiting further elaboration. Jae-suk continued, "However, I have also observed that Sun tends to rely excessively on certain techniques during her training. This may, to some extent, hinder her overall development. Thus, I am devising a new training regimen to assist her in surmounting this limitation." Kaziz nodded, acknowledging Jae-suk's considerations. Yet, he posed a more pointed question. "Jae-suk, if Sun's growth surpasses our control and potentially becomes a hindrance or threat to the Emperor's plan, how would you respond?" Jae-suk's expression turned grave as he comprehended the weight of this inquiry. After a brief silence, he resolutely replied, "If that day truly arrives, I shall assume responsibility to ensure she does not stray onto the wrong path. After all, she is the one I have nurtured, and serving the Emperor is my inescapable duty." Upon hearing this, Cassius's eyes flickered with a hint of satisfaction. After Zhangzhu departed, Myanmar, somewhat perplexed, turned to Cassius and inquired, "My lord Cassius, why did you suddenly mention that girl, Sun? Is she particularly special?" "Myanmar, what are your thoughts on this girl, Sun?" Cassius asked, breaking the silence. Myanmar paused for a moment, then replied thoughtfully, "Sun, I believe she must be quite diligent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become so remarkable in such a short time." Cassius nodded, a glimmer of appreciation crossing his eyes, yet it soon transformed into concern. "Indeed, Sun's talent and effort are exceptional, but precisely for that reason, I am even more apprehensive about Zhangzhu." "Why is that?" Myanmar questioned, perplexed. "Isn't brother Zhangzhu always reliable?" Cassius sighed. "He is reliable. Yet his method of cultivating Sun has already adopted the tactics from the battlefield. I fear he may deviate from the Emperor's original intentions for the sake of her strength." Myanmar stared at Cassius in shock. "That seems unlikely, right? Brother Zhangzhu's loyalty is well known. People can change." Cassius shook his head, especially when faced with someone or something they hold in high esteem. If Zhangzhu were to act against the Emperor's will for Sun, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Myanmar fell silent, the worries in his heart deepening like the night. After a long while, he finally asked, "What should we do?" "We must discreetly monitor their actions," Cassius replied, taking a deep breath, "and prepare for both outcomes. Should Zhangzhu truly deviate, we must have a strategy ready." Upon returning to his residence, Zhangzhu realized that his back was already soaked. Confronted with Cassius's suspicions, a flicker of fear arose within him, not from Cassius's personal authority, but from the vast power he represented. If the day ever came when he had to make a choice, how would he decide? Would he harm Sun or betray the Emperor? As this thought emerged, Zhangzhu forcefully suppressed it. "What is wrong with me? To even entertain thoughts of betraying the Emperor?" he murmured, filled with self-reproach and confusion. Under the bright moonlight, Zhangzhu stood quietly by the window, his gaze piercing through the night, as if seeking answers. He recalled the days spent fighting alongside Cassius, those moments filled with trust and synergy now shrouded in shadow. Cassius's doubts hung over him like an invisible sword, imposing unprecedented pressure and turmoil. He closed his eyes, attempting to calm the tempest within. Yet, the days spent with Cassius surged back like a tide. The once tangible trust and synergy now felt distant, obscured by the barriers of reality. That night, Zhangzhu tossed and turned, sleepless. His thoughts churned like tumultuous waves, relentlessly contemplating his predicament and future. He ceased his contemplations only when dawn broke. not because he had unraveled all his queries, but rather because a new day had arrived. The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room. With the sun rising, he tidied his attire and stepped outside. He made his way to the residence of Kazuya and Minma, his face devoid of the ease it had displayed the previous day. After a brief exchange with the two, he summoned them to prepare for their journey to the training ground. Upon arrival at the training area, the third Hokage had already assembled with 3 elite shinobi, awaiting the arrival of the trio led by him. Chapter 29. Minato Namake's The midday sun cast its radiant light upon the training ground, where Asuma led his companions, Kazuya and Minma, with steady strides, preparing to meet the third Hokage and his 3 accompanying jonin. Without indulging in excessive pleasantries, Asuma directly introduced his 2 companions to the third Hokage, stating, "Lord Third, these are my comrades, Kazuya and Minma." Under the sunlight, Kazuya's silver hair and Minma's golden locks shimmered brilliantly. After they succinctly introduced themselves, the third Hokage beamed with a warm smile. Indeed, they are worthy companions of Asuma. Both exhibit remarkable individuality. "Your praise is too generous, Lord Third," Asuma humbly replied. "Let us dispense with the formalities," the third Hokage interjected. He gestured towards the 3 jonin behind him, explaining, "These individuals were originally on a mission, but I would like them to engage in some sparring with you, allowing for a better understanding of each other's capabilities. Remember, keep it light and do not let it escalate into hostility." As soon as the third Hokage finished speaking, the expressions of Asuma, Kazuya, and Minma sharpened, their eyes locking in silent communication of battle strategies. The 3 jonin stepped forward, clad in tight-fitting ninja attire and wearing umbu masks. One was stocky, another carried a gourd on his back, and the last boasted a shock of golden hair. One of the jonin stepped closer to Asuma, addressing him, "Mr. Asuma, I have heard about you from Master Jiraiya. It is a privilege to spar today. I hope you will give it your all, as we shall not hold back." Asuma smiled faintly, observing the ninja before him. Upon noticing the golden hair akin to Minma's, Asuma's mind began to piece together the identity of this formidable opponent. He replied courteously, "Against a ninja of your caliber, we shall certainly give our utmost. If we overstep, I hope you will forgive us." Despite his outward politeness, Asuma discreetly signaled to Kazuya and Minma to temper their strength, urging them not to inflict harm, for he had recognized the individual before him as Minato Namake's. However, given Minato's current prowess, he posed no significant threat to Asuma and his companions. Once both sides were prepared, the third Hokage signaled for the sparring to commence. "Let the match begin." The third Hokage's voice rang out like the shot of a starting gun. The 6 participants exchanged glances and swiftly dispersed, each seeking their respective opponents. For them, the team battle held little significance. This test primarily aimed to assess the individual capabilities of Asuma, Kazuya, and Minma. Asuma chose Minato as his opponent, having heard tales of the senior ninja's renown since he first joined the fray in their world, yet he had never had the opportunity to spar until now. Engaging with a fellow reincarnation was a long-held aspiration fulfilled. Minato nodded slightly in acknowledgement, saying, "Mr. Asuma, I look forward to your guidance." No sooner had he spoken than 3 specially crafted kunai hurtled toward Asuma like lightning. Asuma's gaze sharpened, and with a slight shift of his body, he effortlessly evaded the kunai's assault, catching a glimpse of the seals inscribed upon them. "Flying Thunder God technique," Asuma murmured softly. Konoha's Minato, known as the Yellow Flash, nodded in appreciation, acknowledging Jotaro's keen insight. In an instant, Minato had already positioned himself at Jotaro's earlier location, his kunai poised to strike. After confirming his opponent's tactics, Jotaro had formed a general understanding of the situation. Swiftly, he drew his kunai, channeling lightning chakra into it, which instantaneously manifested into a formidable chakra blade. Gripping this ethereal weapon tightly, he unleashed a fierce slash towards Minato with breathtaking speed. Realizing he had no time to defend, Minato cleverly hurled his kunai, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport. Just as Jotaro's blade was about to make contact, Minato abruptly vanished from sight. Observing his attack miss, Jotaro remained undeterred. He executed a graceful flourish of his sword, elegantly pivoting to face Minato, who had reappeared in another location. "Your Flying Thunder God technique is remarkably swift," Jotaro remarked with genuine admiration. Minato reciprocated with a look of respect, acknowledging Jotaro's swordsmanship as equally formidable. Subsequently, Jotaro unsheathed a second kunai, forming yet another chakra blade. "You will need to quicken your pace," he urged. Minato's expression, concealed beneath his mask, grew serious, He understood the impending duel would be exceedingly challenging. Faced with Jotaro's relentless assault, he could not afford to be careless. In preparation for the forthcoming confrontation, Minato swiftly drew a kunai, firmly grasping it as if seeking an opportunity to counter. Simultaneously, his other hand began to gather chakra, swirling and coalescing in his palm, gradually taking the shape of a spinning chakra sphere, his signature technique, the Rasengan. A flicker of surprise crossed Jotaro's eyes as he recognized the technique Minato was preparing. With a burst of initiative, Jotaro propelled himself forward, his explosive speed causing the ground to fracture and send dust billowing across the battlefield. As Minato searched for Jotaro's silhouette amid the haze, he suddenly heard the crackling sound of lightning behind him. Alerted by the disturbance, Minato swiftly turned, only to find Jotaro charging towards him, wielding 2 chakra blades, surrounded by crackling electricity, at an astonishing velocity. Minato reacted instantaneously, hurling his kunai at Jotaro while advancing with the Rasengan. In the swirling dust of the battlefield, the 2 figures moved with remarkable speed. Just as the chakra blades and the Rasengan were about to collide, Minato once again vanished from Jotaro's sight. Almost simultaneously, he appeared above Jotaro. Flying Thunder God, second stage. Jotaro, taken aback by Minato's sudden disappearance and reappearance above him, felt a surge of surprise, yet he remained composed. He quickly adjusted his stance, wielding his chakra blade upward to counter the impending attack. However, Minato's movements were swifter. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique's second jump, he adeptly altered his position mid-air, evading Josuke's assault, while simultaneously hurling his Rasengan mercilessly towards him. Josuke, exhibiting remarkable reflexes, executed a roll to narrowly escape this lethal strike, as the Rasengan detonated upon impact, creating a significant crater in the ground. Seizing the moment, he leapt into the air, brandishing his dual blades to launch a counterattack against Minato. The two engaged in an intense aerial clash, with chakra blades colliding with the Rasengan, intertwining lightning and gusts of wind, shaking the entire battlefield with their formidable might. Yet, the skirmish did not endure for long. Just as it was on the brink of escalating into a fervent crescendo, both combatants simultaneously ceased their strikes. In that moment, Minato Namikaze appeared somewhat disheveled, for it had been a considerable time since anyone in the ninja world could match his speed. He inhaled deeply, gazing at Josuke before him, filled with admiration. "Josuke, you have proven yourself worthy," Minato remarked with a smile. Josuke returned the gesture, smiling back as he bowed in gratitude, thanking him for the guidance. Chapter 30. The duel at the training ground. In a secluded area of the training ground, Cassius stood beneath the slanted rays of the sun, casting a long shadow. His gaze was resolute, prepared to face the imminent challenge. A ninja adorned with a gourd approached the arena, his presence shrouded in mystery. Clad in dark garments that starkly contrasted with the deep woods behind him, he bowed slightly to Cassius. "It is an honor to spar with you today, Mr. Cassius." Cassius returned the gesture with a smile. "You flatter me, esteemed senior. I humbly seek your guidance." Before his words had fully dissipated, the gourd-carrying ninja swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, hundreds of minuscule insects erupted from his being, resembling a billowing black mist as they surged toward Cassius. Each insect was infused with his chakra, ready to strike at any moment. Cassius's expression sharpened. He moved like the wind, effortlessly evading the initial wave of the swarm. Instead of countering directly with ninjutsu, he relied on his exceptional taijutsu and speed to engage the insects. Whenever the bugs encroached upon him, he deftly sidestepped their advance with blinding swiftness. The gourd-carrying ninja, unfazed, understood that his insect manipulation required patience and strategy. He orchestrated the insects into new formations, attempting to envelop Cassius from multiple angles. Yet, Cassius seemed to possess an uncanny foresight regarding the insects' movements, skillfully dodging their advances each time. As time progressed, the intensity of their duel escalated. Cassius began to showcase his exquisite swordsmanship, slicing through the insects with his short blade whenever they drew near. The oil-wielding ninja was equally tenacious, commanding the insects to launch more ferocious assaults. "Secret technique, insect tornado," he shouted as the insects swiftly converged to form a colossal black vortex. This swirling tempest, accompanied by a howling wind, charged toward Cassius, as if intent on swallowing him whole. In the face of such formidable aggression, Cassius remained composed. He inhaled deeply and wove through the tornado with the grace of the wind. Each time the insects sought to approach him, he evaded them with precise judgment and agile reflexes, all the while wielding his short blade to sever the attacking insects. Ultimately, through Cassis's exceptional skill and calm discernment, he successfully avoided the onslaught of the insect tornado and discerned a flaw in the oil-wielding ninja's defense. With a swift stroke, he aimed directly at his opponent's chest. The oil-wielding ninja, recognizing the imminent threat, commanded the insects to shield him. However, in the face of Cassis's speed and swordsmanship, this defense appeared feeble. In the end, Cassis's short blade pierced through the insect barrier, heading straight for the chest of Oil Woman's Shimi. Yet, at the moment the blade was about to make contact, Cassis suddenly sheathed his sword and leaped back. "I concede," he stated with a smile. The oil-wielding ninja gazed at Cassis, his heart brimming with admiration. In the midst of the battle with Kaze eyes, Myanmar stood resolutely at the center of the training ground. His gaze firmly locked onto the imposing figure of a burly elder opposite him. The opponent, a ninja from the Akimichi clan, was renowned in the Hidden Leaf village for his mastery of physical techniques, famous for the art of expansion and formidable martial prowess. His physique towered like a mountain, instilling an aura of immovability. "Myanmar, you are a promising young man," the Akimichi ninja remarked with a smile, "but defeating me will not be an easy feat." Taking a deep breath, Myanmar replied, "I humbly request your guidance." No sooner had the words left his lips than he charged toward the Akimichi ninja like a gust of wind, relying solely on his pure physical skill and speed. Devoid of any ninjutsu or jinjutsu, Myanmar unleashed a flurry of strikes akin to a tempest, aiming to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. Yet, the Akimichi ninja stood steadfast as an unyielding peak, effortlessly deflecting Myanmar's assaults and retaliating with a powerful punch that seemed capable of shaking the very ground beneath him. Myanmar, quick to react, dodged this lethal blow with a swift motion, cognizant that to best his formidable adversary, he must uncover a flaw. Thus, he began to maneuver rapidly around the Akimichi ninja, seeking an opening. Each time the elder attempted an attack, Myanmar nimbly evaded and countered. Although the Akimichi ninja possessed immense strength, his speed paled in comparison to Myanmar's. After several exchanges, Myanmar discerned a chink in his opponent's armor. Seizing the moment, he delivered a powerful strike to the ninja's ribcage, causing him to stagger. The Akimichi ninja groaned in pain, his face contorted with discomfort, yet he remained standing, eyes wide as he regarded the young challenger before him. "Not bad, kid. You've got some skill." Myanmar, however, maintained his vigilance, aware that this was merely the beginning. As a seasoned jonin, the elder would not be easily vanquished. True to his experience, the Akimichi ninja quickly regained his composure and launched a ferocious offensive once more. This time, he employed the art of expansion, his form instantly swelling to that of a giant. Each blow he dealt reverberated through the ground, amplifying the pressure on Myanmar. Yet, he did not falter. He understood that he must give his all. Myanmar concentrated intently on every movement of his opponent, striving to identify a weakness. Whenever the Akimichi ninja struck, he deftly avoided the attacks and seized the opportunity to counter. While he lacked the brute force of his adversary, Myanmar's speed and technique afforded him a distinct advantage in this fierce contest. As time progressed, the intensity of their struggle escalated. Dust swirled around the training ground, and the figures of Myanmar and the Akimichi ninja darted through it, the sounds of their clashing fists and feet resonating in the air. Both combatants exhibited astonishing martial artistry. If there were an audience present, they would undoubtedly be astonished by the prowess exhibited by both combatants. However, every battle must eventually reach its conclusion. As both warriors found themselves utterly exhausted, the ninja from the Akimichi clan abruptly ceased his onslaught. Gazing at his opponent, he remarked, "You are quite impressive. I concede my defeat." Upon hearing these words, Maji felt a wave of relief wash over him, for he understood that he had triumphed in this arduous contest. He bowed deeply to his adversary, expressing his gratitude for the elder's guidance. Chapter 31. After the battle concluded, the 6 individuals reconvened beside Yuan Fei. Yuan Fei gazed at the 3 companions he had brought, his expression a blend of complexity as he observed their disheveled appearances, which bore testament to the ferocity of their recent struggle. Although a tinge of dissatisfaction lingered within him, Yuan Fei chose to conceal it, letting out a soft sigh as he inhaled from his pipe. Moments later, he exhaled the smoke with measured calmness and addressed the 3 assistants. "Congratulations on successfully passing the assessment. Now, in my capacity as the 3rd Hokage, I hereby bestow upon you the esteemed honor of Konoha's Jonin. I trust that you will contribute even more significantly to our village." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Zhang Su deeply bowed to the 3rd Hokage, sincerely expressing, "Thank you for your recognition, Hokage-sama. I look forward to your continued guidance in the future. Very well, Yuan Fei replied. Having just endured a fierce battle, let us not be bound by formalities. Return and rest well. I shall have someone contact you directly when there are tasks at hand. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for them to depart. Zhang Su and his companions, understanding the cue, left the training ground. As Yuan Fei watched the retreating figures of Zhang Su and the others, he turned to Minato Namikaze and inquired, Minato, what is your perspective? Indeed, Hokage-sama, Zhang Su's prowess is truly commendable, Minato responded. During the earlier confrontation, I distinctly sensed that he did not exert his full strength. Even so, I felt an immense pressure. In a life-and-death scenario, I fear I would possess merely a 30% chance of victory. Upon hearing Minato's assessment, Yuan Fei stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, 30% you say? It seems you hold him in high regard. He then sought the opinions of Ding Zhuo and Shi Wei. Ding Zhuo rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, and mused, that young man, Myanmar, is indeed formidable. He matched me blow for blow with sheer taijutsu. If he possesses further hidden capabilities, I fear I would not stand a chance against him. When Yuan Fei turned expectantly to Shi Wei, the response from the Oil Woman's clan ninja brought a hint of disappointment. The man known as Cassis possesses unfathomable strength. During our skirmish, he appeared to hold back, almost as if he were toying with me. At this moment, Yuan Fei's emotions were exceptionally tumultuous. Minato Namikaze, Aikido Ding Zhuo, and Yuna Shi Wei were all elite ninjas, paragons among Jonin, their strength and loyalty invaluable to Konoha. However, the outcome of the recent battle suggested that even such distinguished elites felt overwhelmed in the face of Zhang Su, Cassis, and Myanmar. The willingness of such powerful ninjas to ally with them was undeniably a cause for celebration for Yuan Fei and Konoha. Yet, the formidable power displayed by Zhang Su, Cassis, and Myanmar inspired a profound sense of awe. A wave of trepidation washed over Yuan Fei as he began to ponder the implications. What if these three harbored ill intentions towards Konoha? How would he respond? Their strength was so great that, should a conflict arise, what price would Konoha have to pay to overcome them? These unsettling thoughts lingered in Yuan Fei's mind. Furrowing his brow, however, he reminded himself that every person possesses a vulnerability, whether it be wealth, power, or allure. One of these three elements invariably serves as a potential breakthrough point. In regard to Sasuke, the young ninja whom Yuan Fei had encountered most frequently, he felt that perhaps he could unearth some clues. He began to reflect on every interaction with Sasuke, striving to discern any possible weaknesses or desires that Sasuke might harbor. To his astonishment, he discovered that while this young man possessed remarkable insight and an understanding of the balance of power, he was not without vulnerabilities. After careful contemplation and meticulous observation, Yuan Fei identified a potential weakness, Sakura. This girl, nurtured by Sasuke himself, exhibited considerable potential and capability. Yet she remained a young girl at heart, yearning for belonging and connection. By fostering a profound bond within the village for Sakura, he could leverage this as a tether to restrain Sasuke, potentially even securing Sasuke's unwavering loyalty to the Hidden Leaf Village. In contrast, Ino appeared more straightforward in Yuan Fei's eyes. Despite her formidable strength, her passionate and forthright nature sometimes rendered her excessively impulsive. By crafting an appropriate scenario that placed Ino in a dilemma, there was a possibility of steering her towards decisions favorable to the Leaf Village, or at the very least, inducing a misstep that would diminish her threat. However, Kazuki was a presence that instilled considerable trepidation in Yuan Fei. Judging by Sasuke and Ino's attitudes towards him, it was evident that his standing among them was far from ordinary. His identity remained enigmatic, and his strength was unfathomable. More intelligence was imperative, Yuan Fei mused, while his gaze towards Minato and the others softened. Minato, you all should return to rest. There is no need to rush the task. I will arrange for others to handle it, Yuan Fei spoke gently. Minato nodded in gratitude, acknowledging the third Hokage's concern. Thank you. We shall take our leave then. Indeed. The recent battle had drained a considerable amount of his stamina, making it difficult to ensure success if he were to undertake a mission at that moment. It was not mere pleasantries. The exertion from the earlier conflict had taken its toll, and embarking on a task now would likely lead to unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, at Sasuke's residence, the atmosphere was light and harmonious. Kazuki and Ino sat comfortably in the spacious parlor, while Sasuke busily prepared tea and snacks to extend his hospitality. Sasuke, this place is truly magnificent. Living alone in such a large house with such a beautiful yard is enviable. Unlike Kazuki and me, Who must squeeze into a cramped shelter, Ino exclaimed, surveying her surroundings with awe. Sasuke chuckled and shook his head. If you had come to Konoha early like I did, you could be living as comfortably. As he spoke, he presented the prepared tea and snacks before them. There are plenty of rooms here, should you wish. You are always welcome to move in, Sasuke offered warmly. However, Kazuki appeared rather cautious. There's no need. Moving in hastily would only provoke unnecessary tension within Konoha. You all present valid points. Jotaro placed the snacks down with a smile, and Kakyoin, ever the thoughtful strategist, acknowledged the necessity of exercising caution given our current circumstances. Nevertheless, I extend a warm invitation to you all, should the need arise in the future, or if you seek a tranquil sanctuary to recuperate, my doors are always open. Kakyoin nodded in agreement, recognizing the peculiarity of our present identities and positions. Although Konoha is formidable, they remain vigilant towards us. We must engage in actions that will earn their trust. While Amino felt a twinge of reluctance, she understood the considerations of Kakyoin and Jotaro. Very well, I comprehend. What course of action should we pursue now? Chapter 32. The plan. I have indeed devised a comprehensive plan. Jae-suk's tone conveyed a sense of considered calm. Moreover, in this strategy, Minma shall play an indispensable role. Jae-suk gazed at Minma, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Minma, flattered by Jae-suk's words, felt a tinge of bashfulness, awkwardly scratching his head and revealing a shy smile. Jae-suk, your words make me feel somewhat embarrassed. I don't think I'm that important, he replied modestly. In stark contrast to Minma's shyness, Kazuz maintained his serious demeanor and spoke steadily. Jae-suk, please elaborate on your plan. Jae-suk nodded, pulled up a chair, and began to articulate his strategy in detail. First and foremost, we must acknowledge the current situation. Although we are now elite shinobi of Konoha, this status was conferred upon us by Yuan Fei. Compared to other elite shinobi, we possess little prestige within the village. Our foundation is rather tenuous. He paused momentarily before continuing. Thus, our objective is clear. Minma's approachable image makes him the perfect figure to promote. In our forthcoming missions, we shall endeavor to highlight Minma's contributions, attributing our successes to him. This will naturally elevate his standing within the village. Consequently, even if the third Hokage and Danzo harbor ill intentions towards us, they will hesitate due to public sentiment. Jae-suk's gaze shifted between Kazuz and Minma, seemingly seeking their consensus. Finally, he inquired, this is the essence of my plan. Do you have any suggestions or additions? The reason Jae-suk chose to emphasize Minma was twofold. On one hand, it was due to Minma's amiable nature, and on the other, it stemmed from his own ulterior motives. He was aware that Kazuz had begun to harbor suspicions about him. Thus, he hoped to foster a deep bond between Minma and Konoha, thereby mitigating the potential threat posed by Minma should Kazuz decide to take action against either him or Minma in the future. After pondering Jae-suk's proposal, Kazuz furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. This plan indeed possesses a degree of feasibility. Elevating Minma's reputation to fortify our standing in Konoha is a commendable strategy. However, we must also consider the inherent risks involved. He fixed his sharp gaze on Jae-suk. Firstly, a rapid enhancement of Minma's prestige may incite jealousy and discontent among other elite shinobi. We must tread carefully in managing these relations. Secondly, should Minma falter during a mission, the reputation we've built may collapse in an instant, posing a significant risk to us. Minma, upon hearing this, also subdued his smile and nodded earnestly. Kazuz is right. I cannot let down everyone's expectations, yet I feel immense pressure. I will do my utmost to complete the tasks and not cause any trouble for you all. Understanding their concerns, Jae-suk expressed his perspective. I have contemplated these risks as well. Nevertheless, I believe this is a plan worth pursuing. We will proceed gradually, avoiding excessive radicalism, while fully supporting Minma in his tasks to ensure his performance is convincing. Upon hearing this, Kaze's eyes nodded. Since you have given this thorough consideration, I shall lend you my full support. However, I hope we remain vigilant and prepared to respond to any potential changes. Jae-suk concurred. Naturally, we must be ever watchful for the Emperor's plan. Minma also expressed his determination. I will strive to meet everyone's expectations. Very well, then it is settled, Jae-suk said. Next, we need to meticulously plan the specific steps of our actions. Do either of you have any thoughts on this? Kaze's eyes pondered for a moment before presenting his idea. We could utilize Kurizetsu. Within Konohagakure, his influence may be limited, yet beyond the village, his impact is significant. He paused and continued. Kurizetsu harbors animosity towards Konoha, which we can exploit to incite a Wagakure, Kumogakure, and Sunagakure against them. I believe he would be quite willing to assist us in this endeavor." Upon hearing this, Jae-suk's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This strategy is indeed worth a try. Myanmar nodded in agreement. Jae-suk added, "Then, Lord Kaze-eyes, I will leave the communication with Kurizetsu in your capable hands." Kaze-eyes nodded. "I will reach out to Kurizetsu promptly, conveying our plan in detail and ensuring he acts in accordance with our wishes." With that, the discussion concluded. "We will need to adjust our specific plans based on actual circumstances," Jae-suk said, rising to his feet. "Before the plan officially commences, I hope everyone can maintain a low profile in the village to avoid unnecessary attention." Both Kaze-eyes and Myanmar stood as well, expressing their agreement. "We will exercise caution," Kaze-eyes stated, emphasizing that before the plan begins, we shall minimize our outings to prevent conflicts. "I will do the same," Myanmar added. After escorting Kaze-eyes and Myanmar out of the courtyard, Jae-suk returned to his room alone. He sat quietly at the table, his mind racing with thoughts. Despite knowing that he and Kaze-eyes might become adversaries in the future, at this moment, he felt only admiration and respect for Kaze-eyes. Jae-suk could not deny that. From certain perspectives, Kaze-eyes appeared almost too perfect. His wisdom, composure, and cleverness deeply impressed Jae-suk. Even after devising a plan against Kaze-eyes, he still held a sense of reverence for him. This reverence stemmed not from fear or anxiety, but from a recognition of Kaze-eyes' abilities and character. However, admiration and reverence did not imply that Jae-suk would abandon his plans. For the sake of that girl, Jae-suk found himself willing to sacrifice much. This feeling was a novel experience for him, neither traditional love nor mere friendship, transcending ordinary bonds. It resembles a profound, ineffable longing and spirit of sacrifice. In the past, Zhang Zhu might never have envisioned himself making such significant changes and sacrifices for another. Yet now, the status of Sun Girl in his heart is unmistakable. Her happiness and safety tug at the strings of Zhang Zhu's heart. For this reason, he resolutely vows to permit no one to threaten Sun's safety. Not even his former comrades may cross this boundary. Chapter 33. The training of Sun's ascendancy in the tranquil interlude before receiving any new missions. Uchiha Jae-suk relished the rare moments of leisure. Freed from the burdens of arduous training and the complexities of psychological warfare, he found solace in the simplicity of his garden, where he could tend to the flowers and brew a pot of fine tea, indulging in the precious serenity and contentment it afforded him. However, such peaceful times in life are invariably fleeting, often heralding imminent change. Master Cho Village. As the crisp and vibrant voice resonated, Sun entered unannounced, making her way directly into Jae-suk's abode. Engaged in meticulous gardening, Jae-suk looked up at her arrival and let out a gentle sigh, setting aside his tools. As Sun's mentor and guide, he was acutely aware of the purpose behind her visit, whether it concerned the entanglements of friendship at school, breakthroughs in her training, or her unique perspectives on certain matters. Jae-suk was not averse to these discussions. On the contrary, he was eager to lend an ear to Sun's confessions. Yet, the tranquility of his recent days made him cherish this solitude even more. "Did I interrupt your rest, Brother Jae-suk?" Sun inquired, a hint of apprehension in her voice. "Not at all," Jae-suk replied with a smile. "I am merely curious. What brings you here today?" "School is out, and Kakashi and Sakura have gone out with their families. I was bored at home, so I decided to find you," Sun explained. Jae-suk affectionately ruffled Sun's hair, chuckling. "Let me guess, you didn't come just to see me, did you?" "Of course not," Sun quickly countered. "I genuinely came to visit you. I just wanted to." Jae-suk turned and gestured for her to follow him inside. "All right, come with me." He led her into the modest yet tidy space, imbued with a warm, homely atmosphere. He invited Sun to sit on a soft cushion and personally poured her a fragrant cup of tea. His eyes reflected gentle amusement as he gazed at her seated across from him. He understood that this straightforward disciple must have come with certain expectations or dilemmas. "Speak your mind," he encouraged. "Did you come to discuss something, or do you seek my assistance?" Sun took a delicate sip of her tea, her brows furrowing slightly as she articulated her concern. "Brother Jae-suk, I feel as though my training has reached a bottleneck lately. I sense that my strength has hit a certain limit, making it increasingly difficult to make any breakthroughs." After a brief pause, she continued, "Although others have advised me to relax and immerse myself in life's nuances to gain new insights in my training, I still find my progress becoming increasingly sluggish, to the point of stagnation." The last 4 words were almost bitten out with determination. Jae-suk nodded thoughtfully, understanding that every ninja encounters similar predicaments on their path of cultivation. To transcend this bottleneck, the key lies in adjusting one's mindset and refining one's methods. "Why don't you demonstrate the fruits of your recent training?" he softly remarked, his gaze imbued with encouragement and anticipation. Upon hearing this, Sun rose and stepped into the spacious courtyard. Taking a deep breath, she began to focus intently on showcasing the results of her recent endeavors. Her movements were swift and precise, with each gesture revealing steadfast conviction and relentless effort. However, under the keen scrutiny of Sasuke's piercing gaze, the subtle flaws and inadequacies were laid bare. From physical techniques to ninjutsu and the use of ninja tools, when observed superficially, Sakura's prowess was indeed commendable, sufficiently capable of handling the majority of ordinary ninjas. Yet, in the eyes of someone of Sasuke's caliber, her techniques appeared rigid, her footwork unsteady, and her blade movements misaligned, suggesting a lack of depth in her execution. Sasuke, observing intently, contemplated his next steps. At present, Sun was overly focused on form, seemingly unaware of the underlying essence. Perhaps the time had come, Sasuke mused, to unlock the potential of the headband he had previously entrusted to Sunday. This device was not merely an AI simulation. It represented the culmination of the Empire's advancements and the very reason for the Emperor's expeditions into parallel worlds. The headband facilitated synchronous resonance with various realms, enabling both parties to engage in a dreamlike interaction through illusions. Thus, the majority of the AI data previously recorded was a mimicry of individuals from other worlds to aid in learning. Now, Sasuke resolved to grant Sun access to this capability, allowing her to train alongside those of true prowess. As he watched her complete her demonstration, a contemplative expression crossed his face. He had devised a new plan. "Son, did you bring the headband today?" he inquired. "Yes, from the Kiri Village Academy," she replied, her voice tinged with hesitation. "Are you going to adjust it again?" It was evident that she harbored some trepidation regarding the headband. Each time Sasuke had made adjustments in the past, unforgettable incidents had ensued. The initial experience had been harrowing, and the second had nearly cost her a friend. Noticing the uncertainty and concern etched on Sun's face, Sasuke gently reassured her, "Do not worry. As long as you follow my guidance, there will be no issues." He felt a twinge of exasperation at her lack of trust. The previous mishap had stemmed from her failure to heed his instructions, resulting in excessive use of the headband. Yet, he could not entirely blame her. After all, she was still young, and her ability to navigate such advanced technology was still developing. "All right, Sasuke, please promise me not to add any strange functions this time, okay?" Sun cautiously asked. "Hand it over." Sasuke replied with a smile, gently removing the headband from her head. He chuckled softly, shaking his head at her concerns. "Strange functions? I never indulge in such antics." Holding the headband, he glanced at Sun, whose anxiety lingered, prompting a bemused smile. He understood that her previous unsettling experiences had fostered her apprehension towards the device. However, he was also acutely aware of the immense assistance that this headband would provide in Sun's cultivation. "Do not worry. This time, in addition to granting you some new permissions, my primary focus is to implement anti-addiction measures," Jisuk explained. Although Sun did not fully comprehend the specifics of what Jisuk meant by anti-addiction, she could sense a tone of professionalism and confidence in his voice. This reassured her and filled her with anticipation for Jisuk's forthcoming actions. Sun nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and expectation. She trusted Jisuk, believing he would undoubtedly enhance her cultivation experience and yield superior results. Chapter 34. The Teacher Training Institute in Chio Village. "Indeed, you were deceiving me." With unwavering trust in Jisuk, Sun once again delicately lifted the headband and solemnly adorned it upon her brow. The surface of the headband shimmered with a ghostly azure luminescence, gradually enveloping Sun's consciousness in a soft haze. When she awoke once more, she found herself surrounded by an expanse of immaculate whiteness. "Welcome back, user 9527 Sunday. I am your assistant, Xin." The familiar voice resonated in her ears. "Hello, Xin," Sun greeted warmly. "What new permissions has my brother Jisuk granted me this time?" User 9527 Sun. "Your current permissions are somewhat restricted," Xin replied. "You may engage in 3 combat training sessions each day, and we shall also grant you access to various prototypes of AI for your challenges and refinement." In the ethereal white space, the environment transformed once again. Suddenly, a massive screen materialized before Sun, densely populated with information on a multitude of warriors, fighters, swordsmen, warriors, psychics, and even ninjas akin to herself. Xian, are these individuals whom I can challenge? Sun's voice brimmed with anticipation. Indeed, Xian affirmed. Unlike before, this time you will be facing the actual individuals rather than AI-generated simulations. You will have the opportunity to spar and communicate with genuine warriors. Upon hearing this news, a flicker of excitement danced in Sun's eyes. For her, the aspiration to safeguard those she cherished and enable them to live with dignity in this world was paramount. Yet, nestled within her heart was an undeniable yearning for challenge. A fervent desire to confront the strong and pursue victory. In her eyes, the screen no longer displayed mundane data, but rather an enticing menu brimming with delectable options that beckoned her to partake. Xian, Sun inquired with curiosity. Do the limitations you mentioned apply to these confrontations as well? Yes, Xian confirmed. According to your Mother Machine Jozek's settings, you may only engage in 3 confrontations every 24 hours. This is to ensure you have ample time to assimilate the experiences from each battle and to prevent fatigue and injury from excessive fighting. Sun nodded in understanding and agreement with Xian's words. She held a profound respect for Jozek's decisions. Subsequently, she began to swiftly peruse the information on the screen, her gaze flitting among the faces of numerous warriors. Suddenly, her eyes fixated on a familiar visage, Lai Yongzhou. This was the adversary she had encountered during her initial use of this device, and now his prototype lay before her. A surge of inexplicable excitement coursed through Sun's heart. Though she had faced numerous defeats against Lai Yongzhou's AI, those encounters had imparted invaluable lessons in skill. Now, with the chance to confront the real Lai Yongzhou, she felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation and exhilaration. Xian, let today's first confrontation be with him, Sun declared, pointing resolutely at Lai Yongzhou on the screen. Very well, target selected. Xian responded, indicating that this confrontation, as always, would feature no weapons and restrictions on ninjutsu usage. No problem, Sun replied confidently. She was already accustomed to such limitations and found joy within them. Each restriction allowed her to focus more intently on enhancing her combat skills and physical prowess. As Xian's voice faded, Sun was transported to the park, the designated arena for their duel. She sat cross-legged at the center of the park, quietly awaiting the arrival of her opponent, her heart brimming with anticipation and determination. Before long, a figure gradually came into view. It was a tall and robust man, his muscular physique exhibiting perfect contours. His skin glistened a healthy bronze under the sunlight, radiating a warm glow. His features were resolute and profound, with a pair of eyes that conveyed unwavering resolve and courage. He donned loose black harem pants, which accentuated his athletic build and strength. The only apparent flaw was his missing left leg, which was replaced by a singular prosthetic limb. Though his appearance differed from the last time Sun had encountered him, she could still sense a unique aura emanating from him. Unlike the previous intensity and hostility, he now exuded a calm and gentle presence. As Lai approached Sun, he bowed slightly and clasped his fists in greeting, saying, Yongyuan Pavilion, Lai Haiwang. I humbly seek your guidance. His voice was steady and powerful, revealing an inner strength and respect. Konoha, Sun, I also seek your guidance, Sun replied, returning the bow as a sign of respect for her opponent. After both parties exchanged their salutations, they did not rush into battle. Sun pointed to Lai's prosthetic leg and curiously inquired, Mr. Lai, you must understand that this world is merely a dream. Why not restore your lost leg? Lai smiled faintly and replied, there is no need. To covet what one has lost is a sign of weakness. Though I have lost a leg, I have simultaneously gained the trait known as one-legged. This prosthetic is not merely a mark of my battles. It embodies my life experiences. Moreover, how could one easily reclaim a gift bestowed by a friend? Sun was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Truly, Mr. Lai, even though this is our first meeting, you are indeed a remarkably unique warrior. Lai displayed a look of appreciation in return. Likewise, though this is our first encounter, Miss Sun, your exquisite combat posture as a woman is indeed quite rare. Mr. Lai, I have always wanted to ask. During our previous AI battle, I harbored doubts. What exactly is the technique you refer to as martial arts? Sun inquired with curiosity. Lai pondered for a moment before slowly responding. It is a form of struggle, a skill for survival. According to my master, Gua, martial arts are what enable the weak to endure before the strong. It is the technique that allows prey to resist in the face of predators. It is not merely a manifestation of strength, but rather a symbol of wisdom. He paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, martial arts is a skill accessible to all, enabling even defenseless children and women to enhance their self-defense capabilities through its mastery. I understood, and thus I implore Mr. Lai to personally enlighten me on the essence of martial arts. Sun's gaze was resolute as he fixed his eyes upon Lai. Chapter 35. The Clash of Strength. As soon as Sun's voice fell, Lai swiftly retreated a step, maintaining a respectful distance. His right hand began to gather power at his waist, muscles tensing, veins bulging, revealing his extraordinary strength. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his body gliding with remarkable speed towards Sun. His movements quick and fierce. With a powerful punch, he aimed directly at Sun's abdomen. Sun's eyes sharpened. Rather than retreating from Lai's fierce assault, she chose to confront it head-on. Immediately, she too began to gather strength from her waist, mirroring Lai's actions as she unleashed a devastating punch in return. With a resounding impact, their fists collided, sending shockwaves of energy radiating outward. A flicker of delight crossed Lai's eyes. Yet he regarded this exchange merely as a customary greeting among fighters. Without hesitation, Lai's left hand darted out like lightning, seizing Sun's right arm. His movements were fluid and powerful, a testament to his profound martial arts foundation. He then pivoted, twisting his waist to exert force, executing a precise shoulder throw that sent Sun sprawling. Thud! Sun hit the ground heavily, yet she wasted no time, swiftly rolling back to her feet, ready to face Lai's next onslaught. She understood that against an opponent of such caliber, lying on the ground, waiting for her body to recover, would be tantamount to inviting defeat. This time, Lai refrained from pursuing. Instead, he opted to await Sun's counterattack. The previous exchange had given him a clearer understanding of her capabilities. Without hesitation, Sun executed a side kick aimed directly at Lai's face. Caught off guard, Lai could only brace himself to absorb the blow. Although he steadied himself, the ground beneath him cracked under the force. However, Sun's assault was far from over. Following up with her right leg, she propelled herself into the air, twisting her body for another sweeping kick aimed at Lai. Though he managed to block this strike as well, he was still sent reeling backward from the force. Observing Lai on the ground, Sun did not linger. She leapt into the air, delivering a downward kick with tremendous force aimed at him. Bang! As the ground shattered and smoke billowed, Lai had already rolled aside, narrowly evading the attack. What astonishing power! Lai mused to himself. Such strength, even by his extensive experience, was exceedingly rare among humans. Yet, if one were to ask him whether he would lose, the answer would undoubtedly be, victory is assured. He removed his right shoe, adopting a stance that signified he would no longer hold back against this young girl. Lai's fighting spirit was ignited, and he prepared to give his all. As Lai assumed his stance, Sun chose to take the initiative once more. This was not recklessness, but rather a willingness to explore the unknown actively, rather than waiting passively. With a heart ablaze and fists like cannons, Sun's fighting style was direct and ferocious. Just as she reached Lai, she suddenly halted her advance, drawing power from the ground, generating force from her waist. With her right hand raised high, she unleashed a cannon punch aimed straight for Lai's face. Would this strike prove effective? In the subsequent replay, the answer was revealed. Just as Sun's fist was about to connect with Lai's face, Lai reacted with remarkable swiftness. He swiftly lifted one foot, while simultaneously twisting his body, forcefully propelling himself upward. This strike landed squarely on Sun's chin. The sudden impact rendered Sun momentarily unconscious. Her body swayed precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. However, Lai did not relent. He immediately used the same foot that had struck Sun to grasp her hair with his outstretched fingers, then forcefully slammed her head against the ground. On the brink of losing consciousness, Sun's thoughts began to scatter. After being attacked, she found herself pondering why a person experiences dizziness after sustaining a heavy blow. She recalled the knowledge that Joestar had once imparted to her. Joestar had explained that when the jaw suffers a significant impact, the brain shakes violently within the skull, akin to how tofu in a bowl wobbles vigorously when subjected to external force. Such violent movement can lead to fainting. However, Joestar had also informed her that there are methods to counteract this dizziness. One approach is to possess sufficiently robust skeletal structure, allowing one to remain steadfast against impacts, thereby minimizing brain movement. Another method is to apply an opposing force at the moment of impact, causing the brain to halt its oscillation immediately. Joestar's simple demonstration offered profound insight to Sunday. Just as her head was about to hit the ground, she suddenly understood how to apply this principle. Instead of resisting the force of impact, she chose to flow with it while skillfully exerting a counteracting force. At the moment her head was poised to touch the ground, she aligned herself with the momentum, forcefully striking her head against the surface. This seemingly perilous action was, in fact, a calculated application of mechanical principles to mitigate the brain's jolt. Subsequently, as Lai released his foot, Sun swiftly regained her footing. Although the world around her still swayed and her vision remained somewhat blurred, she had successfully harnessed one force to counterbalance another, thus alleviating the sensation of dizziness. She understood that as long as she could rise, there remained a chance for victory. "What a decisive judgment, Miss Sun," Lai remarked sincerely, expressing admiration for her recent actions. He found her ability to achieve such a realization and perform under pressure truly commendable. From that moment forth, he wholeheartedly acknowledged Sun's talent and strength. "Now, allow me to demonstrate the essence of martial arts, dissipating force," Lai said with a smile, as he began to move his hands gracefully. His movements were fluid and gentle, as if his entire body had shed its bones and weight, gliding effortlessly through the air. Sun watched Lai's actions, feeling utterly perplexed. She even questioned whether the scene before her was merely an illusion brought on by her incomplete recovery from the previous dizziness. Dissipating force is a martial art that renders an opponent's attacking power intangible. Through specific body techniques and hand movements, one can guide, disperse, or even transform the force of an attack into one's own strength. Sun was not fully aware of these intricacies. She gently patted her face, endeavoring to awaken her senses, and then tentatively extended her foot to deliver a kick. However, the moment her foot connected with the fierce figure, she sensed something amiss. The sensation was starkly distinct from her previous encounters. Her foot did not encounter the anticipated resistance, but instead felt as though it had struck a delicate feather. This peculiar feeling momentarily left her in a state of astonishment. Shortly thereafter, she witnessed the fierce figure gracefully spinning in the air several times before landing softly. Maintaining the same light and composed demeanor, her eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld this spectacle. She realized that what she had just experienced was the wondrous effect of the energy-dissipating martial arts that the fierce figure had demonstrated. Chapter 36: The formidable technique of destruction unfolded before Sun, leaving her in a state of bewilderment, as if she had been ensnared in an indescribable daze. What had just transpired? A sense of confusion welled up within her heart, her thoughts struggling to keep pace with the unfolding events. However, before she could fully emerge from her stupor, Lai's movements resumed. He gradually raised his right fist, a gesture seemingly unremarkable yet imbued with an ineffable authority. As Sun gazed at the slowly approaching fist, an inexplicable dread surged within her. Although the fist appeared neither robust nor forceful, even somewhat languid, her body seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, every cell silently warning her, "You must evade. You must escape." This nameless fear compelled Sun to instinctively retreat, while Lai maintained his slow yet resolute advance, closing the distance between them. "What troubles you, Miss Sun?" Lai's voice resonated, deep and powerful, laced with mockery and disdain. "Is it possible that my seemingly feeble punch instills fear in you?" Sun remained silent, retreating until her back collided with the trunk of a large tree. She realized she had nowhere left to flee, and Lai's fist was poised to strike. In that moment, her heartbeat seemed to halt, and time itself appeared to freeze. Just as Lai's fist was about to land, Sun suddenly crouched, evading the lethal blow at an almost impossible angle. She felt a chilling breeze sweep past her head, the airflow generated by Lai's fist. Then, a deafening crash reverberated through the air. Turning to look, she beheld the tree, large enough for two to embrace, reduced to a mere pile of splinters beneath the force of Lai's blow. The sight elicited an involuntary gasp, an overwhelming wave of fear and trepidation flooding her senses. Had she not evaded that punch, she would undoubtedly have met the same fate as the tree, effortlessly obliterated by Lai. The thought sent a shiver of anxiety coursing through her. Yet, just as her heart raced with lingering terror, Lai abruptly halted his assault. He withdrew his fist and regarded Sun with a calm demeanor, asking, "Miss Sun, do you now comprehend what martial prowess truly is?" Sun remained silent, drawing a deep breath in an effort to quell her tumultuous emotions. Lai's inquiry lingered in the air, resonating like a pebble cast into a tranquil pond, rippling outward. Standing there, Sun's gaze flickered with complexity. Deeply moved by the martial power Lai had demonstrated, she realized that his punch was not merely a physical blow, but a profound assault on her very soul. She stood amidst a silence that enveloped her, the tumult within her heart echoing loudly. At last, she broke the silence. Her voice soft yet resolute. I am beginning to understand. In her past days, Sun had never envisioned that one could attain such astonishing heights solely through the exquisite technique of physical prowess, independent of chakra's influence. The demonstration of strength by Lai compelled her to reevaluate her understanding of martial arts. This pure form of physical technique was elusive even to some seasoned upper ninjas. Though she had yet to fully grasp the essence of martial arts as articulated by Lai, her mindset had begun to evolve, allowing her to engage in deeper contemplation. She sincerely expressed her gratitude to Lai. "Thank you, Mr. Lai, for your meticulous guidance." After a brief hesitation, she resolved to voice the question that lingered in her mind. "I have a question that I hope you won't mind me asking." "Go ahead." Lai's voice was calm and encouraging. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her steadfast gaze upon Lai's eyes and solemnly inquired, "Mr. Lai, I am eager to understand what you perceive as strength." Lai fell silent for a moment, as if his thoughts drifted far away. Then he slowly spoke, his voice imbued with profound contemplation. "The notion of strength may hold varying interpretations for different individuals. For instance, my former close friend, Y. Jur, believed that strength is the smallest unit of freedom, representing the ability to act as one pleases, unrestrained by any limitations. In contrast, my master, Gua, asserted that true strength lies in the ability to master all one's desires, achieving inner peace and resilience." He paused before continuing. "Then there be that challenger at heart, who perceives strength as the capacity to engage his father in an equal and sincere dialogue. For him, this may constitute a spiritual victory and acknowledgement." A glimmer of depth flickered in Lai's eyes as he continued. "As for me, my understanding of strength might be to advance martial arts to the next level." After a prolonged silence, Sun suddenly felt the tightening of her headband, signaling her need to depart from the training space. She bowed deeply to Lai, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Lai. I shall continue to strive in my practice and not disappoint your expectations." Returning to reality, her gaze immediately fell upon Jae-suk, who stood nearby, his face etched with concern. Upon seeing Sun return safely, he visibly exhaled in relief. "How was it, Sun? What did you gain from this experience?" Jae-suk eagerly inquired. Sun looked at him, warmth surging within her. With a slight smile, she gently shook her head, indicating that she was unharmed. She then earnestly replied, "I'm fine, Jae-suk. Moreover, I truly learned a great deal this time." A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Jae-suk's eyes. "Oh? Do share with me what you learned." Sun inhaled deeply, beginning to recount her experiences in the training space. She spoke slowly. "Jae-suk, I believe I have come to understand what that technique you used during the assessment was." She paused and continued. "Furthermore, I have also begun to genuinely comprehend what strength truly means." Jae-suk nodded in acknowledgement, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "It seems you have indeed acquired a wealth of knowledge." Yet, confronted with Jae-suk's affectionate demeanor, Sun suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of discontent. This discontent does not stem from Jae-suk's demeanor, but rather from a profound yearning within her to truly stand alongside him in battle. "Jae-suk, brother," Sun took a deep breath, her gaze resolute as she looked at him. "Could you promise me one thing?" Jae-suk momentarily paused, then a gentle smile graced his lips. "What is it? Speak freely, and I shall agree to anything within my power." Yet Sun did not respond immediately. Instead, she stubbornly insisted, "You must promise me first." Observing Sun's earnest expression, though somewhat perplexed, Jae-suk chose to place his trust in her. "Very well, I promise you. Whatever you ask of me, I shall strive to fulfill." With Jae-suk's assurance, Sun finally spoke. "Brother Jae-suk, you know that I have always admired you and have tirelessly endeavored to keep pace with your accomplishments. If one day, through my own efforts, I become a jonin, would you promise to engage in battle with me once more?" Chapter 37. The mission within a secluded chamber in Konoha. 3 seasoned ninjas, Jae-suk, Kaze-eyes, and Minma, were intently listening to the directives of the third Hokage. "Jae-suk, you are to journey to the land of Earth and conduct a covert investigation into their development of new ninjutsu," the Hokage instructed. "Yes, Lord Hokage," Jae-suk replied. "Kaze-eyes, you will be tasked with traveling to the land of water to engage in clandestine discussions with our allies, in order to discern their needs and concerns." "Understood, Lord Hokage," Kaze-eyes affirmed. "Minma, Your mission involves heading to the Land of Lightning to seek out and connect with factions that harbor favorable sentiments towards our Hidden Leaf Village, and to endeavor to establish a closer cooperative relationship. Yes, Lord Hokage, I will do my utmost, Minmo assured. After the assignments were dispensed, the third Hokage gazed at the trio with a grave demeanor, stating, "This mission is of utmost significance. You three are the elite of Konoha, and though this is your inaugural task, I have faith that you will excel. However, remember, safety is paramount. Do not act recklessly." In unison, the trio responded, "Yes, Lord Hokage." Upon exiting the chamber, Jasuke, Kaze Eyes, and Minma convened to deliberate on how best to accomplish their missions and how to establish contact with Kaguya. They gathered in a secluded tea house within the Hidden Leaf Village, where the fragrant aroma of tea intertwined with the refreshing breeze from outside, yet could not completely mask the gravity etched on their faces. Jasuke broke the silence. "Our missions differ, yet all necessitate a profound understanding of the internal affairs of other nations. I propose we attempt to reach out to Kaguya." Kaze Eyes nodded thoughtfully, his gaze contemplative. Kaguya is indeed a pivotal figure, but the risks associated with contacting him are exceedingly high. Minma sipped his tea and remarked slowly, "We have previously collaborated with Kaguya. He possesses some knowledge of our strength and credibility." Jasuke inquired, "Have you both disposed of the white Zetsus?" "Yes, we took care of that immediately after our separation. They are now sealed within scrolls," Kaze Eyes responded. Jasuke pondered for a moment, then suggested, "In that case, after leaving Konoha, we can release the white Zetsus. They will assist us in locating Kaguya." "Excellent idea." Minma commended simply yet earnestly. Kaze Eyes nodded in agreement. "Now that the plan is set, we must begin preparations for action. We need to determine a suitable time and place to unleash the white Zetsus." With Kaze Eyes finalizing the plan, the trio departed from the village. According to their mutual agreement, Kaze Eyes would be responsible for releasing the white Zetsus to contact Kaguya, while Jasuke and Minmo would undertake their individual missions. Jasuke harbored little concern regarding Kaze Eyes' task, fully aware of his formidable capabilities, which could potentially incite a tempest within the Land of Water. His prowess was such that it rendered the extent of his impact unpredictable. However, Jasuke was enveloped in apprehension regarding Minma's mission. Myanmar possesses an innocent disposition, remaining blissfully unaware of the world's malevolence. His concern for Myanmar's potential encounters with unforeseen challenges in the Land of Thunder, which could even lead to significant disturbances, weighs heavily on his mind. As he journeys towards the mission's destination, Jasuke's thoughts inevitably drift back to the past, recalling his prior agreement with Sunday. The once youthful girl now regards him as her aspiration, a revelation that fills him with both astonishment and gratitude. He begins to contemplate whether, upon his return from the mission, he should perform a wood-release transplantation surgery for Sunday. His confidence in his abilities in this domain is unwavering. During his time in the combat unit, he personally executed every new recruit's wood-release transplantation surgery, each operation executed flawlessly. He believes that if he can perform the procedure for Sun, it would not only elevate her prowess, but also fulfill the promise he made to her. With a silent resolve forming in his heart, Jasuke grows increasingly eager to complete the mission so he can return and assist Sun with the surgery. He is acutely aware that the wood-release transplantation is not merely a technical procedure. It demands exquisite control over chakra and a profound understanding of the wood-release nature. Simply put, the surgery involves transplanting cells or tissues with the wood-release bloodline limit into the recipient's body, enabling them to wield wood-release ninjutsu. However, the risks associated with this procedure are exceedingly high. Even a slight miscalculation could result in the recipient's chakra spiraling out of control, potentially endangering their life. Thus, the surgeon must possess exceptional medical ninjutsu skills and ample practical experience. Jasuke began his exploration and study of this surgery during his time in the combat unit. He has witnessed firsthand the strength and transformation that the wood-release transplantation has bestowed upon his comrades and has gained a deep understanding of the risks and challenges inherent in the operation. With each surgery, he dedicates himself fully to ensuring both success and safety. His concern for Sun is particularly profound. He not only hopes for the procedure's success, but also desires that Sun truly masters the power of wood-release, evolving into a more formidable ninja. Therefore, he has resolved to personally perform the surgery for Sun after completing his mission, using his own hands to unlock a new realm of power for her. Returning to the present, Jasuke takes a deep breath, casting aside the distractions in his mind. He recognizes that the most pressing matter at hand is to successfully complete the task before him. To be candid, infiltrating the Land of Earth poses a considerable challenge for Jusuk. The Land of Fire and the Land of Earth are currently embroiled in conflict, complicating and endangering the infiltration mission. Moreover, if his memory serves him correctly, the current Tsuchikage, Anoki, is a formidable strategist, arguably surpassing even the third Hokage in strength and cunning. Particularly concerning is the opponent's dust release. Jusuk currently lacks the confidence to defeat him without revealing his Sharingan. Fortunately, his mission is merely to gather intelligence on the Tsuchikage's newly developed ninjutsu, theoretically allowing him to avoid many confrontations. However, Jusuk has other plans in mind. Having been dispatched to the Land of Earth, he feels compelled to create some stir. Chapter 38. The border Jusuk stood at the frontier between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, gazing into the desolate expanse ahead. The border was heavily fortified, and Earth Country patrols passed by intermittently, their sharp eyes alert to any suspicious movements. Taking a deep breath, Jusuk understood that to successfully infiltrate the Land of Earth, he must first overcome this obstacle. A direct assault was not an option, as it would only attract more adversaries, nor could he afford to take a detour, for that would consume too much time and provide no guarantee of evading all patrols. As dusk settled, Jusuk resolved to use the cover of night to seek out a solitary Iwagakure ninja. His plan was ingenious. He would utilize his Sharingan to obtain a secret signal and then employ a unique transformation technique for disguise. This transformation technique was not the traditional body duplication technique, but rather a creation of Jusuk's own, born from countless hours of idleness and enriched by his extensive surgical experience. The uniqueness of this technique lay in its ability to disguise not merely through chakra but to perfectly transform the practitioner's cellular appearance into that of another individual. The advantages of this transformation technique were apparent. Regardless of the nature of the attack, the transformed state would remain intact, even persisting beyond the practitioner's death. However, this formidable ninjutsu had its limitations. It required certain pheromones and chakra from the target. Without the target's chakra, even a completed transformation would fail to elude the keen perception of other ninjas. "Hey, Iwakawa, where are you rushing off to?" Murakami called out, puzzled by the hasty figure departing. Without turning back, Iwakawa replied, "Murakami, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I need to use the restroom. Could you cover for me for a moment?" With that, he hurried behind a large boulder, flustered as he hastily unfastened his trousers, yearning for a moment of relief. Unbeknownst to him, as he blissfully let go of his inhibitions, a shadow approached stealthily. Jusuk, like a specter, emerged silently from the darkness. He gently tapped Iwakawa's shoulder, and the sudden touch startled him, causing him to whirl around to discern who had intruded upon his solitude. However, what met his gaze were a pair of crimson eyes, deep and enigmatic, as if they could penetrate the very essence of his soul. The owner of those eyes was none other than Jusuk, whose Sharingan glimmered with a captivating light in the night, ensnaring Iwakawa's attention and rendering him momentarily entranced. Overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of powerlessness, Iwakawa's legs buckled beneath him, and he sank to the ground, stripped of any ability to resist. His vision was consumed by Jusuk's profound crimson gaze, as though he were entirely under its thrall. Observing the state of his prey, Jusuk spoke slowly, "Now, you shall answer all of my questions." His voice was deep and resonant, exuding an undeniable authority. Under Jusuk's command, Iwakawa could only respond, lost in a daze, "Yes." His voice carried a mechanical quality, as if controlled by some unseen force. Utterly unable to resist the commands of Jusuk. "Your name?" Jusuk inquired coldly, his voice echoing through the night. Nagamaki Iwakawa's gaze appeared vacant. Yet under the sway of Jusuk's Sharingan, he obediently replied, "Nagamaki Iwakawa. Which unit do you belong to?" Jusuk continued to probe. "Third War Zone, Reconnaissance Squad." "Third Team," Nagamaki responded in a robotic manner, reminiscent of a marionette on strings. "What are the names of your teammates?" Jusuk pressed further, in need of this information to refine his infiltration strategy. "Rikuwa Murakami, Sasaki AI," Nagamaki blurted out without a trace of hesitation or concealment. After acquiring all the requisite information, Jusuk mercilessly severed one of Nagamuki's arms. Although this act was brutal, it was merely a component of his mission. He gently placed the dismembered limb on the ground and then swiftly began to weave hand seals, his fingertips dancing through the air as if crafting a mysterious incantation. "Ninjutsu, transformation technique," Jusuk murmured, and as his voice faded, the arm on the ground seemed to come alive, with symbols emerging from it like serpentine motifs. These symbols instantaneously connected with Jae-suk's body, as if an invisible force were reshaping his form. Before long, Jae-suk's appearance and chakra were indistinguishable from those of Nagamaki Iwakawa, resembling a flawless replica. At this moment, Jae-suk gazed down at the prostrate Nagamaki. His eyes held no sympathy or pity, only resolve and coldness. He carefully removed Nagamuki's garments and donned them himself, seamlessly merging into the identity of the other. Subsequently, Jae-suk executed water release and wind release techniques to cleanse himself of blood and odor. Each of his movements appeared remarkably practiced and fluid, as if he had long since acclimated to this existence. Finally, Jae-suk fixated on the exposed Nagamaki Iwakawa, his Sharingan beginning to whirl slowly, ultimately transforming into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This represented his ultimate ocular technique, embodying immense power and boundless potential. Drawing a deep breath, he intoned Amaterasu as his voice resonated. A sphere of black flames erupted from Jae-suk's kaleidoscope Sharingan, enveloping Nagamuki's body. The flames blazed fiercely against the night sky, reducing everything to ashes. After witnessing the complete incineration of Iwakawa's remains, Jae-suk emerged from the rocks. "Hey, Iwakawa, where have you been? Took you so long to use the restroom. And now the squad's affairs are piling up." One of his companions, Murakami, remarked with evident dissatisfaction, casting a glance at the figure emerging from behind the rocks. His brow furrowed. Jae-suk quickly adjusted his expression to more closely resemble that of the familiar Nagamaki Iwakawa. He glanced towards Murazumi, a fleeting glint of cunning flickering in his eyes, before feigning embarrassment and saying, "I apologize, dear village chief. I believe I've been having some dietary issues lately, and my stomach feels rather uncomfortable. I was indeed experiencing a bit of constipation, which is why I took so long." Upon finishing his sentence, Jae-suk pretended to awkwardly clutch his backside, as though genuinely enduring discomfort. His other hand nervously scratched his head, amplifying the facade of genuine awkwardness. Observing this, although Murazumi still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, he refrained from further comment. He furrowed his brow and said, "Be more mindful next time. Do not keep everyone waiting too long. Now, let us return swiftly, for there is a multitude of tasks awaiting our attention in the team." Jae-suk quickly nodded in agreement and hurriedly matched Murazumi's pace. Internally, he felt a sense of relief, believing his ruse had not aroused Murazumi's suspicion. However, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The true challenge lay ahead. He must remain vigilant at all times, ensuring that no flaws were exposed. The two returned to the camp in single file, and Jae-suk began to secretly observe the surrounding environment and the individuals therein. He noted that everyone in this camp performed their duties with precision, maintaining an orderly atmosphere. Chapter 39. Investigation and surprises. For several consecutive days, Genjutsu maintained a discreet demeanor. During his prior journey, he had been inquiring for information, a behavior that might have aroused the suspicion of the accompanying ninjas. Despite his current appearance and chakra being skillfully concealed, there remained the possibility of inadvertent lapses in his conduct. To avert further scrutiny, Genjutsu resolved to temporarily cease his inquiries among the entourage. The morning sun filtered through the gaps in the curtains, gently rousing the still sleeping Genjutsu. "Iwakawa, wake up! We have arrived at the village. Do not linger in slumber any longer," Sasaki Kei expressed with a hint of excitement. Genjutsu rubbed his bleary eyes and sat up. Glancing towards the front of the group where the horse-drawn carriage had come to a halt, and everyone had gathered before the gates of Iwakimura. Iwakimura was entirely encircled by towering rocky mountains, forming an impenetrable natural barrier. The houses were artfully arranged across the rugged terrain, harmonizing with the surrounding perilous landscape. This layout rendered Iwakimura difficult to breach, bestowing upon it significant strategic value. "Iwakawa, do you have any plans upon your return to the village?" Sasaki Kei inquired with curiosity. Genjutsu smiled faintly and replied, "I intend to visit the daughter of Muragami, to convey his regards, and subsequently, I wish to seek employment within the village and lead a more tranquil life. I have grown weary of the incessant fighting and killing during this period." "Very well. Do extend my greetings to Muragami's daughter as well. Should you require any assistance in the village, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Sasaki Kei patted Genjutsu on the shoulder, and the two parted ways. Genjutsu successfully passed through the village entrance inspection and entered Iwakimura. He first made his way to Muragami's residence, where he found Muragami's daughter, Miyuki, and delivered the news and regards from her father. Upon seeing Iwakawa, Miyuki's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, and she joyfully leaped into his embrace. Witnessing her innocent smile, warmth surged within Genjutsu's heart. Muragami's wife warmly invited Genjutsu to stay for a meal, but he graciously declined. With a smile, he explained, "Sister-in-law, I appreciate your kindness. But as this is my first meal back in the village, I would prefer to share it with my parents." Understanding his sentiment, Muragami's wife expressed her support and urged him to visit their home frequently. Miyuki, however, clung to Genjutsu's hand, reluctant to see him depart. "I promise. I will come to visit often." Genjutsu gently patted Miyuki on the head before turning to leave Muragami's home. After departing from Muragami's house, Genjutsu began to wander aimlessly through Iwayakimura. The village was of considerable size, yet his knowledge of it was rather limited, making the search for Ohyuki's laboratory exceedingly challenging. He navigated through the intricate streets and buildings, attempting to glean information from observations and inquiries with the villagers. However, it was not until nightfall that Genjutsu stumbled upon a secluded corner. He surveyed his surroundings, ensuring that no one had noticed his presence, and cautiously dispelled the transformation technique he had been using. As his muscles convulsed and reshaped, he finally reverted to his original appearance. Subsequently, he swiftly activated a ninjutsu to conceal his chakra, preventing any detection. Having completed these maneuvers, he retrieved an exquisite scroll from his pocket. Gently, he unfurled the scroll on the ground and then opened it rapidly. With a slight puff of smoke, he extracted his clothing and equipment from within the scroll. Ready for action, only one crucial step remained. He murmured softly, "Shadow clone technique." Instantly, two identical clones materialized beside him, vigilantly circling around him. While he himself settled into a meditative posture, his hands swiftly forming seals to initiate his special sensory skill. The expanse of Awagakure was vast, with a topography that was intricate and convoluted. Relying solely on his own abilities for the search would likely prove futile. Even if Yuki's experiments had concluded, he might still struggle to locate the target site. Thus, he resolved to take a calculated risk, employing sensory ninjutsu to meticulously probe this expansive and treacherous terrain. Despite his formidable perceptual abilities, the search progressed at a rather languid pace. To safeguard his own well-being, he deliberately dispatched two clones to assist in observing the surrounding environment, ensuring that no potential threats lurked nearby. After an exhaustive and thorough search, he finally discerned some irregularities. Deep within the mountains, he detected a hidden cavity. Though the barrier's interference obscured his view of the interior's specific arrangements, leaving only a vague impression, he remained confident that this enigmatic location was indeed the laboratory where Yuki conducted his bloodline elimination experiments. Rising to his feet, he stretched his somewhat stiff body and subsequently dispelled his two clones. Now that he had pinpointed the laboratory's location, the challenge of gaining entry loomed as a formidable obstacle. Situated deep within the mountain, the sole entrance was heavily guarded. Should he choose to force his way in, it would mean confronting the entire defensive force of Awagakure head-on. Such a risk was monumental, and he lacked sufficient confidence to emerge unscathed from an assault without revealing his full strength. Realizing the need for a more astute strategy, he began contemplating the possibility of contacting a high-ranking individual within Awagakure, leveraging their influence to gain safe access to the laboratory. However, most members within Awagakure were not easily manipulable. Any aggressive action towards them could potentially alert Yuki, leading to his own exposure. After considerable reflection, he finally identified a suitable target, the J-Nin who had accompanied him. Since this J-Nin was privy to the laboratory's plans, he likely possessed the authority or means to facilitate access to the inner sanctum. Thus, he resolved to impersonate this J-Nin, which would allow him to enter the laboratory without arousing suspicion. Chapter 40. The shadow of the rock within the depths of his mind. Jusuk had devised a plan, the crux of which rested upon the presence of a certain Jonin accompanying him. From their previous dialogues, he discerned that this individual possessed a flamboyant demeanor and a notable lack of patience. Jusuk surmised that after spending prolonged periods on the front lines, this man would likely seek solace in the pleasures of the brothels upon returning to the village. As he traversed the hidden village of Awagakure, Jusuk soon located the Jonin indulging himself in a brothel. His name was Iwakura Jairu, a member of the scientific division under Inoki, currently unwinding in a private hot spring. Utterly unsuspecting, Stealthily, Jusuk approached and abruptly materialized before Iwakura Jairu. Startled, Iwakura Jairu instinctively opened his mouth to scream, only to be swiftly subdued by Jusuk's Sharingan. With a frigid gaze, Jusuk interrogated Iwakura Jairu. Enlighten me about the security measures in place at the laboratory. Under the influence of the Jinjutsu, Iwakura Jairu responded in a dazed manner. The laboratory's defenses are managed by the Umbu, who maintain a rigorous rotation of guards. How do you typically gain access to the laboratory? Jusuk pressed on. I possess a special access permit, Iwakura Jairu replied vacantly. Each entry requires identity verification and the presentation of the permit. Nodding thoughtfully, Jusuk inquired further, where is your access permit currently located? In my residence, Iwakura Jairu answered. Only with that permit can I pass through the Umbu's scrutiny to enter the laboratory. Furrowing his brow, Jusuk contemplated for a moment before continuing, aside from the permit. Do you possess any alternative means of entering the laboratory? Iwakura Jairu shook his head, stating, there are none, only those with the permit may enter. Upon hearing this, Jusuk formulated a plan. He reiterated, where exactly is your access permit in your residence? In the drawer of my desk, Iwakura Jairu responded. Satisfied, Jusuk had acquired the information he sought. To leave no trace, he extracted the pheromones from Iwakura Jairu, preparing to disguise himself as the Jonin. He then employed Amaterasu to incinerate his adversary completely. After donning Iwakura Jairu's attire, Jusuk departed the brothel and made his way to the Jonin's abode. Yet, upon entering, he was met unexpectedly by Iwakura Jairu's wife. Darling, you have finally returned, she said tenderly. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Jusuk, but he maintained a facade of composure, endeavoring to mimic Iwakura Jairu's tone as he replied, My dear, I apologize for the delay. The mission proved somewhat troublesome. However, no sooner had he spoken than her expression shifted drastically. She swiftly drew a kunai, pressing it against his neck. You are not Jairu, she declared coldly. Startled, yet striving to remain calm, Jusuk attempted to deflect. My dear, what jest is this? Nevertheless, the woman was not swayed by his words. She fixed her gaze upon his eyes, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his soul. Jiro would never utter such sentimental words to me, she spoke slowly. And moreover, after the mission concludes, he would undoubtedly be out carousing with those wild women before returning. Jusuk felt a sense of foreboding. He had not anticipated that this woman would possess such insight into Iwakura Jiro. He understood that he must respond swiftly, or he might find himself in peril. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to steady his racing heart. Then, he spoke softly, My dear, it seems you truly know Jiro well. However, have you considered that people are ever changing? Perhaps Jiro is no longer the man he once was. The woman fixed her gaze upon Jusuk, seemingly contemplating his words. Seizing the opportunity, he continued, Furthermore, my mission this time was exceedingly perilous. I nearly did not return. Perhaps it is this experience that has made me cherish our bond even more. Perhaps so, but other men might be like that. He certainly will not. Faced with the piercing intensity of Iwakura Jiro's wife, Jusuk could no longer maintain his faade. He swiftly drew a kunai, reluctantly silencing the woman. I am sorry. Jusuk gazed at the lifeless body on the ground, filled with a sense of resignation. He recognized that he had been exposed. Yet he had no choice but to act promptly. Resolutely, he grasped his pass and hastened toward the laboratory. Meanwhile, the shadowy organization had received word. The wife of Iwakura Jiro from the science team had ceased to show vital signs. As Jusuk hurried toward the laboratory, members of the shadowy organization were already en route, their sights set on Iwakura Jiro's residence. At the entrance of the laboratory, Jusuk was confronted by an interrogation from the shadow team. Halt! What is your purpose? A member of the shadow team blocked Jusuk's path, scrutinizing him sharply. Jusuk stood undaunted, meeting their gaze with composure. I am Iwakura Jiro from the science team, and I have an urgent task that requires my entry into the laboratory. The shadow member did not grant passage easily. Instead, they continued to probe. An urgent task? What proof do you have? Jusuk produced his pass from within his coat and presented it. This is my pass. You may verify it. The shadow member took the pass, examining it closely, exchanging glances with other members. Upon confirming its authenticity, their demeanor softened slightly, though they remained vigilant. Iwakura Jiro, we have received word that your wife has just passed away. Are you aware of this? Jusuk's heart tightened, yet he maintained an air of calm. What? My wife has died? How is this possible? He feigned shock and sorrow. Continuing, when I left home, she was perfectly well. What on earth happened? The shadow member, observing Jasuk's reaction, seemed to be swayed by his words. We are not entirely clear on the specifics. We merely received notification. Regardless, this does not pertain to our mission. Since your past is legitimate, you may proceed. Jasuk secretly exhaled in relief, grateful that the internal strife within the shadow organization had prevented this news from reaching here. He shed a few tears and gratefully expressed, "Thank you. I implore you to ensure justice for my wife. I must now enter to fulfill my mission. Once I emerge, I shall seek to understand the situation further." With that, he strode purposefully into the laboratory, secretly relieved to have narrowly escaped another peril. Meanwhile, the members of the Dark Division remained stationed, steadfastly awaiting the next individual to enter the lab. Inside the laboratory, Zhang Zhu glanced around at the meticulously arranged high-tech apparatus, an uncontrollable surge of excitement swelling within him. A faint, triumphant smile unconsciously graced his lips. Before him lay the highly confidential information regarding the bloodline elimination experiment of Rock Shadow Village. And this information now belonged to him. Chapter 41. Scavenging and Retreat in the Tense Atmosphere of the Laboratory. Jae-suk's mind raced as he meticulously analyzed the research data on bloodline elimination. Although their actions had yet to be exposed, the Umbu of Awagakure were formidable adversaries not to be underestimated. Should they uncover the peculiar circumstances surrounding Iwakuro's wife's death, they would undoubtedly trace it back to him. Thus, Jae-suk was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation, with every passing second becoming increasingly precious. He turned the pages of the documents, his expression shifting with each revelation. Not this. This direction seems somewhat promising. Has Awagakure's research on bloodline elimination progressed to this extent? He murmured to himself. As he continued to peruse the materials, Jae-suk was astonished to discover that Awagakure's research had reached a notably advanced level. Their progress was swift and seemingly on the brink of clinical trials. The advancement of human experimentation was also proceeding smoothly, a stark contrast to the struggles faced in Konoha's wood-release experiments. This revelation illuminated the reasons behind their success. The wood-release project was hindered by numerous constraints, primarily mandated by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, which curtailed their autonomy. Furthermore, after the project's failures, it was covertly overseen by Danzo, complicating matters further. In contrast, Awagakure's bloodline elimination experiments were led personally by Inoki, with the village providing unwavering support. As a user of dust release, Inoki's direct involvement undoubtedly facilitated significant advantages for the experiments. Nonetheless, even with such backing, Iwagakure's bloodline elimination trials had yet to enter the true clinical phase, indicating that practical application was still a considerable distance away. Jae-suk felt a surge of delight at this realization. The thrill of such unearned advantage was universally exhilarating. Now, he merely needed to conduct a thorough examination of the human experiment reports to gather all the necessary information. Approaching the experimental chamber, he diligently reviewed the report materials while meticulously comparing the vital signs data of the test subjects. Observing the stable vital signs and the indicators meeting expectations, he nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Indeed, the vital signs are stable, and all metrics align with the requirements." However, just as he immersed himself in his work, a voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Iwakuro, what are you doing here?" Jae-suk momentarily froze, then turned to face the speaker. Realizing that this individual was not mentioned in Iwakuro's intelligence, a sense of unease gripped him. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself and smiled as he replied, "Oh, nothing much. Just reviewing the previous experimental reports." The person furrowed their brow, seemingly puzzled, and said, "Is that so? But I recall you were assigned to the front lines for testing the new explosive tags. How is it that you've returned and are immediately given another task?" Startled internally, Jae-suk maintained his composure outwardly. He smiled and explained, "The testing at the front lines has been completed, so I was reassigned to assist in organizing the experimental reports. After all, the work here is of paramount importance and requires prompt completion." The other party turned their hand, slowly approaching Jae-suk, a cryptic smile gracing their face. "Iwakura, it seems you are a person of considerable stature who tends to forget matters." A sense of unease crept into Jae-suk's heart, yet he maintained an outward composure. He met the other's gaze, attempting to glean some insight while swiftly devising a strategy. "Then please, be forthright," Jae-suk replied calmly, his tone devoid of any hint of panic. The other chuckled softly, Continuing, as far as I am aware, the testing of the new detonation talismans at the front line has not reached completion. Yet here you are, inspecting experimental reports that are unrelated to you. This inevitably raises some suspicions. Alarm bells rang in Jae-suk's mind, but he remained composed, striving to uncover a flaw in the other's reasoning. Perhaps you are mistaken. The tests at the front have indeed been completed. As for my presence here, it is due to the laboratory's need for personnel, and I was reassigned. If you doubt me, feel free to verify. The other scrutinized Jae-suk for a considerable time, seemingly weighing the veracity of his words. Ultimately, he nodded and said, "Very well, I believe you. However, Iwakura, you must remember that any unusual behavior in this laboratory may attract our attention. Therefore, it is advisable to remain straightforward." With that, the individual turned to leave, and Jae-suk exhaled a sigh of relief. However, no sooner had the person exited his line of sight than he promptly contacted the Shadow Division of Awakage. Target Iwakura Jur is exhibiting abnormal behavior. Having appeared in the experimental capsule area, please advise. The individual's voice was low and urgent, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. The Shadow Division responded swiftly and decisively. Continue monitoring, but do not alarm the target. We will dispatch personnel for support immediately. It is essential to ascertain his true intentions. Jae-suk remained in place, organizing the experimental reports and preparing to complete his data collection expeditiously. The earlier conversation had heightened his alertness. Yet he was reluctant to retreat just yet. On one hand, there was an overwhelming amount of data still to be prepared. On the other, he had no intention of leaving this laboratory and its materials to Awakage. Moreover, an immediate withdrawal after their interaction would be far too conspicuous. Under the watchful eyes of the Shadow Division, Jae-suk displayed remarkable calmness. As he organized the reports and gathered the necessary data, he discreetly placed detonation talismans in key locations throughout the laboratory, cleverly concealing them. Meanwhile, members of the Shadow Division communicated covertly. The target appears stable and seems unaware of his exposure. Should we take action? One member inquired. Let us wait a moment. The target is still within the laboratory, which contains precious experimental equipment and numerous hazardous materials. If a confrontation arises, the losses would be substantial. We shall act once the target exits the laboratory. Another member cautiously decided. They remained oblivious to the fact that Jae-suk had already set the detonation talismans within the laboratory. Taking a deep breath, Jae-suk suppressed all feelings of regret, well aware that he had no path of retreat. He slowly exited the laboratory, his hands resting naturally at his sides, appearing utterly unguarded. Yet his heart was brimming with vigilance. The moment he stepped outside, a blinding light struck him, causing his eyes to squint slightly. Almost immediately, he heard a stern command, "Yamazaki Jiro, place your hands in plain sight and cooperate with the investigation." Jae-suk offered a faint smile. As if this were no surprise to him, he gradually raised his hands, presenting them before the crowd to demonstrate that he bore no weapons nor harbored any intent to resist. Chapter 42. Chaos. As the members of the Umbu prepared to conduct a thorough investigation, Jae-suk's fingers moved almost imperceptibly, drawing forth a hidden line of chakra. In the very moment when the others were still reeling from their astonishment, a cataclysmic explosion erupted from the laboratory behind them. Boom! With a deafening roar, the mountain housing the laboratory trembled violently. The shockwave of the explosion radiated outward with devastating force, instantly heating the surrounding air as if one were ensconced in a furnace. The Umbu personnel were momentarily paralyzed by the sudden upheaval, their senses dulled, unable to react. Yet amidst the chaos, Jae-suk seized the opportunity, swiftly snatching a ninja blade from the waist of a nearby Umbu agent. The ninja, caught off guard and too late to resist, found himself dispatched with a clean and decisive stroke. The entire sequence unfolded in a heartbeat by the time the others regained their wits. Jae-suk had vanished using the body flicker technique, leaving only a faint ripple of chakra in the air, a trace of his departure. Quickly pursue him. He must not escape. The Umbu leader commanded with urgency, turning to another subordinate, and immediately informed the security team to fortify the village perimeter. We must block all exits and deny this rogue any chance of fleeing. Without delay, the Umbu leader directed his subordinates to initiate the chase and relay communications. He understood that Jae-suk could not have ventured far. If he could be apprehended, there might still be a chance to mitigate the repercussions of his oversight. As orders were dispatched, the Umbu members sprang into action. Some pursued the likely escape routes of Jae-suk, while others coordinated with the security team to bolster the outer defenses. Clenching his fists, the Umbu leader recognized that successfully capturing Jusuk could offer some reprieve for his negligence in this incident. Otherwise, the blame for this debacle would rest squarely upon his shoulders. He gazed up at the pitch-black night sky, silently praying for the success of the pursuit. While mentally preparing for the worst, should he fail to rectify this blunder, he would accept the consequences. Meanwhile, Jusuk had swiftly reached his secret hideout using the body flicker technique. Although this technique could not entirely extricate him from the grasp of a Wagakire's control, it sufficed to elude the Umbu's pursuit for the time being. Upon entering his refuge, Jusuk wasted no time. He retrieved his specialized gear, dispelled his transformation technique, and restored his true appearance. However, just as Jusuk finished donning his equipment, a shadow materialized behind him. The figure moved with astonishing speed, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at Jusuk's back. Fortunately, honed by years of combat experience, Jusuk's keen instincts enabled him to evade this lethal strike with a nimble sidestep. The opponent's fist crashed heavily against the wall, triggering a violent explosion. Explosion release. Hunt? Zangetsu swiftly turned around, instantly recognizing the identity of the assailant. This individual, known as Bakutun Shikari, a jonin of the Rock Village, was a formidable ninja endowed with a bloodline limit, whose prowess was not to be underestimated. However, what troubled Zangetsu was not the strength of Bakutun Shikari, but rather his uniquely destructive combat style. Each of Bakutun's assaults would trigger colossal explosions, inevitably exposing Zangetsu's hiding place. Resolute in his decision, Zangetsu calmly assessed the situation, confirming that there was only one opponent. Without hesitation, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan, a powerful and enigmatic bloodline limit that significantly enhanced his combat abilities. With a flurry of hand seals, Zangetsu unleashed his ninjutsu, lightning release, Chidori. In an instant, the air was filled with the thunderous cry of birds, and blinding blue lightning ignited in his left hand. Faced with Zangetsu's rapid onslaught, Shikari swiftly reacted, forming hand seals to execute Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. As he completed the incantation, the ground trembled, and a solid earthen wall rose, attempting to separate the two combatants. However, Zangetsu did not relent in his assault. Ignoring the earthen wall's defenses, the Chidori in his left hand shimmered with dazzling electricity, piercing through the wall with ease. The earthen barrier crumbled under the thunderous might of Chidori, as if it were mere parchment. Shikari quickly retreated, seeking to create distance to employ other ninjutsu against Zangetsu's relentless attack. Yet, this intention was painfully evident. As Shikari leaped back, Zangetsu seized the moment. He deftly adjusted his Chidori, and in an instant, the blue currents coalesced into a slender spear of electricity, akin to a cerulean lance, and swiftly pierced through Shikari's shoulder. Chidori sharp spear, Zangetsu shouted. Shikari let out a pained groan, clutching his bleeding shoulder, his face contorted in disbelief. Zangetsu wasted no time closing the distance, decisively ending Shikari's life. Once he confirmed that Shikari had drawn his last breath, Zangetsu allowed himself a moment of respite. He evaluated the current situation. The commotion from this battle had not been significant enough to immediately reveal his location. Looking down at Shikari's lifeless body, Zangetsu reflected on the man's commendable judgment in locating his hiding place, yet lamented that he ultimately underestimated his own strength. Nevertheless, Shikari's corpse now represented an unforeseen boon. Zangetsu skillfully collected Shikari's pheromones, ensuring a safer exit from the Rock Village. Simultaneously, he did not waste the body of this bloodline limit ninja, recognizing the rarity of such valuable research material. With great care, he withdrew a scroll, preserving Shikari's body within. Shortly thereafter, Zangetsu utilized a transformation technique to assume Shikari's appearance and stealthily departed from his hiding place. Just as he exited, he encountered a hurried Umbu ninja. Upon seeing Shikari, the ninja approached immediately, inquiring, "Lord Shikari, has the target been eliminated?" Zhang assisted, imitating the tone and demeanor of Shou, responded, "No, he managed to escape. Please wait a moment while I tend to my wounds, and then I shall join you in the pursuit." As he spoke, he theatrically bandaged his own injury. The Umbu ninja, glancing at the bloodstains on Shou's attire, harbored no suspicions. It has been arduous for Lord Shou. Chapter 43. Departure at the outskirts of Awaya village, Jusuk, along with other Umbu ninjas, was diligently searching for traces of his adversary. As reports from various directions began to arrive, the situation appeared increasingly dire. No sign of the enemy was found in the east. None in the north either. The Umbu leader, upon hearing these reports, grew visibly anxious. He hastily turned to Hunt and inquired, Lord Hunt, did you leave any wounds or marks on the enemy during your confrontation? Jusuk, maintaining his composure, shook his head and replied, No. The opponent was disguised as a Wakura, and his speed was exceptional. After injuring me, he vanished instantly, leaving me no time to mark him. Upon receiving such a response, the Umbu leader's frustration was evident. The trail seemed to have gone cold once more. Realizing he could not obtain useful leads directly from Hunt, he resorted to alternative measures. He quickly summoned a subordinate nearby, urging, Go contact the sensory team and have them come immediately to assist. He hoped to track the target's chakra fluctuations through the sensory team's abilities. Simultaneously, he did not abandon the search on site, instructing the remaining personnel to continue their efforts. Believing the assailant, having just engaged in battle, could not have ventured far. Listening to the leader's commands, Jusuk felt a smirk tugging at his lips. Yet he strove to suppress it, concealing any hint of weakness. Inwardly, he mused, Indeed, he has not gone far, for I am right here. At that moment, a nearby ninja noticed Hunt's smile and mistakenly interpreted it as agreement with the leader, exclaiming loudly, Did you hear? Lord Hunt has made a judgment. We will surely find him. As the search progressed and personnel gradually dispersed, this provided Jusuk with an opportunity. Before the sensory team could arrive, he keenly sensed the moment to act. Swiftly and decisively, he drew a kunai and ambushed an unsuspecting Umbu member. Disguised as Hunt and moving with remarkable speed, the opponent had no chance to react before being dealt with. However, as he approached the Umbu leader, the situation shifted. Before Jusuk could make his move, the Umbu leader turned alertly, eyeing the kunai-wielding figure before him, and anxiously asked, Lord Hunt, what are you planning to do? A sly smile danced on Jusuk's lips as he slowly replied, Do you remember your earlier assessment? The individual has indeed not strayed far, and is quite close to you. His voice dripped with mockery, as if ridiculing the leader as delayed realization. The Umbu leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the figure of Hunt, and he shouted in a mixture of anger and fear, What have you done to Hunt, you fiend? Jusuk merely chuckled disdainfully and retorted, If you're curious, why not go down and ask him yourself? No sooner had he spoken than Jusuk's figure slipped past the Umbu leader like a wraith, leaving him in stunned silence. The supervisor's reaction was swift, yet still insufficient to track Jusuk's movements. In the blink of an eye, Jusuk effortlessly severed the man's head with clinical precision, leaving no room for hesitation. With an icy gaze, Jusuk indifferently observed the blood-dripping head in his grasp, his heart utterly unmoved. The mission now thoroughly accomplished, he casually discarded the severed head and swiftly departed the gruesome scene. Meanwhile, within the Tsuchikige's office, Noki glared crimson-faced at the devastating report before him. The bloodline elimination experiment, his life's work, the very hope that would elevate the land of Earth to supremacy in the shinobi world, now lay in smoldering ruins. The laboratory was obliterated, all research data lost, and worst of all, there loomed the peril of critical information being leaked. Where were the ANBU assigned to protect it? Anoki bellowed, desperately seeking an outlet for his pent-up fury. Yet, the assistant before him remained silent, bowing his head and kneeling with a single knee on the ground, refraining from any semblance of defiance. Amidst Anoki's tirade, a hurriedly arrived Umbu ninja burst into the room. Lord Third, breathless, he reported that the pursuit team had news. Speak quickly. Impatiently, Noki urged. The head of the Dark Division responsible for laboratory security had already perished. The Dark Ninja reported with deep sorrow, adding that traces of explosive combat had been discovered in a certain underground chamber. At present, Lord Korea was missing, and bloodstains belonging to him had been detected at the scene of the battle. This news struck Noki like a bolt from the blue. His countenance turned ashen, and the fury within him was swiftly quelled. He waved away his assistant and the Dark Ninja, seeking solitude to collect his tumultuous thoughts. What he could ascertain was that the adversary's strength was extraordinary, and Korea had likely met with a dire fate. It seemed that the losses incurred were not merely the disruption of the bloodline elimination experiment, but perhaps also included the loss of a demolition squad leader and the body of a precious bloodline limit ninja. Faced with such immense losses, Noki found himself devoid of the energy to rage. Rather than succumb to impotent fury, it would be wiser to calmly contemplate how to rectify these losses. Noki fell into deep reflection, meticulously considering the forthcoming strategies. He picked up the loss report once more, carefully perusing it page by page, in search of any clues or glimmers of hope. Although the explosion in the laboratory had been quite severe, the report indicated that a portion of the facilities remained relatively intact. More importantly, the earlier researchers had emerged unscathed. As he examined the report, a plan began to take shape in Naka's mind. While the complete bloodline elimination experiment could no longer proceed, they could leverage the existing knowledge and facilities to attempt some research on bloodline limits, provided they could achieve a modicum of results. Reinstating the demolition squad would still be feasible. Noki was resolute in his plans. Only by swiftly taking action could he mitigate the repercussions of this incident on the standing of the land of Earth within the ninja world. Thus, he immediately summoned his assistant into the office and began to meticulously arrange the forthcoming work schedule. He promptly organized a team for the reconstruction of the laboratory, ensuring that the new facilities would be even more comprehensive and secure. Dainoki's tone was resolute and decisive. "Let us conduct another rigorous evaluation of the researchers," he commanded. The assistant nodded in understanding and swiftly recorded Dainoki's instructions. "Next, we shall commence the research experiments on bloodline limits," Dainoki continued. "This time, I do not wish to encounter any unforeseen incidents. Do you comprehend my intentions?" "Understood, Lord Sandame," the assistant replied without hesitation. Chapter 44. Return to Konoha. After issuing the command, Noki instructed his assistant to leave. With his anger subsided and matters temporarily settled, it was time to contemplate the identity of those who instigated this incident. Deep down, Noki already harbored a suspicion. The Sand Shadow was preoccupied with its own survival, and there was no conflict with the Mist Shadow on his side. The only plausible suspect was Konoha. This realization further darkened his mood, as it seemed to be a cruel twist of fate. In his youth, he had lived under the shadows of Hashirama and Madara, and now, just as he was on the verge of completing his experiment, Konoha had thwarted his endeavors. Gazing out the window, he sighed, resigning himself to the thought that he would reclaim this territory on the battlefield in due time. Meanwhile, the Konoha Anbu had received news from Jae-suk. In the Hokage's office, Yuan Fei Raizen was perusing the intelligence sent by Jae-suk. As he delved into the contents of the report, a cold sweat broke out on his brow. He could surmise that Noki was conducting a bloodline elimination experiment, but the implications of such progress were indeed chilling. It mattered little if the enemy succeeded. What concerned him was the possibility of this information reaching the ears of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, jeopardizing his position as Hokage. After all, the daimyo had allocated substantial funds for research on wood release, and he could be deemed a failure before any results were achieved. However, this concern faded as he reached the latter half of the report, and his furrowed brow eased. The bloodline elimination laboratory had been utterly destroyed, and the experimental data had been eradicated. At this point, Yuan Fei understood that Jae-suk had not only gathered intelligence, but had also successfully dismantled Naka's bloodline elimination experiment. Truly, a remarkable young talent. He couldn't help but admire Jae-suk. His performance had exceeded expectations. Intelligent, capable, strategically astute, aware of the current dynamics. With desires that were strong yet manageable, such subordinates were rare indeed. Upon completing the report, Yuan Fei inquired of the Anbu present. "What further intelligence do we have regarding Jae-suk?" "Lord Third," the Anbu replied. "Jae-suk is currently en route back to Konoha. According to reports, he has successfully evaded his pursuers and is expected to arrive by tomorrow." Yuan Fei nodded in appreciation at the Anbu's update. "He is indeed swift and decisive. I commend him." "And what of the other two?" Yuan Fei pressed further. The Anbu member responded promptly, "Report to the Third. Mei and Kazu's team has also successfully completed their mission. Based on their pace and distance, they are expected to reach Konoha the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Yuan Fei slightly inclined his head in approval. "Indeed, they have all performed admirably. Their efforts have surpassed my expectations." After a brief pause, he continued, "Inform the financial department to prepare in advance." Although it was their inaugural mission, the flawless execution by these three individuals is indeed deserving of commendation. Consequently, their rewards must be conferred in accordance with the highest standards of the village, as a testament to our acknowledgement and encouragement of their efforts. Upon hearing this, the members of the clandestine faction promptly responded, "Understood, Lord Third." It was not a matter of favoritism on the part of Yuan Fei Raizen. After all, the trio had only recently joined Konoha, and if their accomplishments were not sufficiently rewarded, it is likely they would not remain in the village for long. At times, a degree of preferential treatment is quite necessary. Moreover, it is imperative that this is executed swiftly. Otherwise, if Danzo seizes the opportunity first, it would result in a regrettable loss. Yuan Fei Risen was more than willing to partake in the acquisition of accolades. Yet he would be incensed if he were to be the one deprived of them. Lost in contemplation, he pondered what rewards to bestow upon Jae-suk, Ino, and Kazuhira. Ninjutsu. At their level, these ninjas had already developed their own combat styles and paths, rendering other techniques potentially unsuitable. Romance. This notion was promptly dismissed, for his observations over time had revealed that these three were not swayed by mere beauty. Wealth? They appeared to be lacking for nothing in that regard. After much deliberation, his gaze settled upon Suki. As Jae-suk's apprentice, she possessed commendable strength and talent, yet remained relatively vulnerable until she matured. Given Jae-suk's evident concern for his disciple, why not extend a favor and afford Suki the opportunity to learn Konoha's forbidden techniques? Such an action would yield manifold benefits. Soothing Jae-suk while nurturing new talent for the village, truly a double-edged advantage. Furthermore, this form of reward could inadvertently create a rift among the trio, should they remain united. Yuan Fei Risen might find himself feeling uneasy. However, if discord were to arise, he could easily incite division with mere words. With this thought, a satisfied smile graced Yuan Fei Risen's face. He resolved to speak with Suki the following day to convey this decision and also gauge the reaction of this young apprentice. At the border of the Land of Fire, the sun gradually descended, casting a warm orange-red hue across the vast sky. Amidst this expansive landscape, a solitary figure journeyed onward. Jae-suk, who had just completed his mission. Having crossed into the Land of Fire, he was finally on his way home. This arduous journey had been fraught with countless hardships and dangers. As he departed from Awagakure and approached the border of the Land of Earth, the tension and excitement had nearly quickened his heartbeat. He vividly recalled how the members of Awagakure's covert faction and frontline soldiers had pursued him relentlessly. To evade capture, he was compelled to frequently employ transformation techniques to alter his appearance and presence. What was intended to be a stealthy retreat had morphed into a breathtaking escape, with over 100 individuals pursuing him alone. Upon returning, he would consult with that old rogue, the third Hokage, for he vowed never to accept another covert infiltration assignment again. In his heart, he silently vowed to himself. He yearned to return to Konoha swiftly, to his tranquil little courtyard. There, he could leisurely engage in embroidery, tend to the grass, and savor the delights of life. Occasionally, he might offer guidance to his disciple. Son, watching her gradually blossom, such days would be nothing short of blissful. He could not bear the thought of enduring another day of such treachery. Meanwhile, Sun, preparing to drift into slumber, let out a sneeze. Autumn. Chapter 45. Arrival on a tranquil morning in the Hidden Leaf Village, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled shadows upon the wooden floor of the Hokage's office. Standing before Yuan Furijan, Zhangzhu reported his tasks with a serene demeanor. He had accomplished his mission with remarkable success, not only uncovering the plans of the Tsuchikage, but also thwarting their conspiracies, which greatly pleased Yuan Furijan. As Yuan Furijan perused the mission log handed to him by Zhangzhu, he nodded in approval. Raising his gaze, admiration gleamed in his eyes as he addressed Zhangzhu. Your performance in this mission was commendable. You not only gathered intelligence on the Tsuchikage's plans, but also effectively disrupted their schemes. Zhangzhu humbly lowered his head, acknowledging, "It is merely my duty as a subordinate." Yuan Furijan waved his hand dismissively. Your task was to gather information. Yet your ability to make accurate judgments based on the situation has brought about even greater results. Zhangzhu, you are an exceptionally skilled ninja. Though he was already well informed about the details of the mission, Yuan Furijan could not help but praise Zhangzhu. After all, as Hokage, it was essential to offer words of encouragement. However, his reason for summoning Zhangzhu was not solely to commend him. With the students of the Ninja Academy approaching their class division, Yuan Furijan, as the third Hokage, needed to consider how to appropriately arrange the students' placements. Among Zhangzhu's group of three, he had interacted most with Zhangzhu and had gained some understanding of his abilities and character. To ensure that the talented students nurtured by Zhangzhu would remain in the Hidden Leaf, he decided to keep Zhangzhu in the village as much as possible and minimize his interactions with the other two. Thus, looking at Zhangzhu, Yuan Furijan spoke slowly. Zhangzhu, your efforts in this mission have not gone unnoticed in the village. He paused before continuing. Therefore, after discussions with my advisors, we have decided to appoint you as the lead teacher at the Ninja Academy. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhangzhu felt a stir of emotion. He quickly grasped Yuan Furijan's intentions and did not oppose the arrangement. In fact, it could be said that had Yuan Firijan not proposed it, he would have willingly suggested it himself, as it would allow him some autonomy in selecting his class members. As a member of the Hidden Leaf, Zhangzhu bowed slightly, naturally agreeing to follow the third Hokage's arrangements. With that settled, I shall not prolong this any further. Zhangzhu, I will have someone deliver the roster to your residence shortly. Yuan Firijan stated succinctly. After a brief pause, he broached the topic of the mission reward. By the way, regarding the reward for this mission, what do you think of this? With that, he handed Zhangzhu a seemingly ordinary scroll. Zhangzhu accepted the scroll, his curiosity piqued. Yuan Firijan continued. Within this scroll are my in-depth insights on combined ninjutsu, along with advanced techniques for 5 different elemental styles. I believe you will find this knowledge beneficial. Thank you, esteemed third Hokage, for your guidance. I shall diligently study it upon my return. Although Zhangzhu verbally expressed indifference, his heart was as clear as a mirror. He understood that Yuan Firijan entrusted him with these ninjutsu techniques solely for the purpose of imparting them to the students. However, Zhangzhu was rather unconcerned about the rewards in terms of ninjutsu. He was proficient in the vast majority of techniques mastered by Konoha, and those he had yet to learn were generally deemed impractical in his eyes. Thus he chose not to pursue them. After handing over the materials, Yuan Firijan did not linger, and Zhangzhu, too, made his swift departure from the Hokage building. As he breathed in the refreshing air outside, a wave of relief washed over him. The days ahead promised him rare moments of respite. To be honest, since his arrival in Konoha, Zhangzhu had not taken the time to leisurely explore the streets. He weighed his wallet in his hand, the satisfying heft reassuring him. Consequently, he resolved to venture out for a stroll, eager to see what treasures he might discover. The last time he had gone shopping was with Sun, assisting her in gathering supplies for her training. The mere thought of her brought a smile to his lips. That little girl consistently filled his life with boundless joy and warmth. He wondered what she might be up to today as he stepped onto the bustling thoroughfare. The streets of Konoha buzzed with life, an array of shops dazzling the eye and tantalizing the senses. Zhangzhu navigated through the crowd, glancing left and right, occasionally pausing to admire intriguing trinkets. As he passed a jewelry store, a particular bracelet caught his attention. It was a delicate string of small stones in a spectrum of colors, each one shimmering like a star in the night sky. This sight reminded him of Sun's eyes, clear and bright, akin to the stones in the bracelet. Compelled by the thought, he entered the shop and purchased the bracelet, intending it as a delightful surprise for Sunday. He envisioned her joyous expression upon receiving the gift, his heart swelling with anticipation and delight. After a lengthy excursion, Zhangzhu's hands were laden with an assortment of shopping bags. It was nearly enough. Satisfied with his spoils, he prepared to head home. On his way, he made sure to pick up some of Sun's favorite sweets. Upon returning to his dwelling, Zhangzhu carefully placed the bracelet and desserts aside, meticulously chosen gifts intended to surprise Sunday. After setting everything down, he settled in the courtyard and connected to the training system through his headband, perusing Sun's recent battle records. As the screen scrolled, he witnessed her diligent efforts over the past days. Within a mere 10 days, she had accumulated over 20 battle records, indicating her relentless pursuit of challenges and self-improvement. Initially, her performance had been lackluster, predominantly consisting of defeats. Yet, as time passed, she gradually adapted and honed her combat skills. Notably, in unrestricted battles, her win rate had seen significant improvement. The only aspect that left Zhangzhu somewhat discontent was that Sun now seemed entirely engrossed in her physical training. After reviewing more than 20 battle records, he discovered that the majority were encounters with Ri Yongzhou, predominantly focusing on physical techniques. While diligent practice is commendable, this alarming tendency towards specialization left Jusuk feeling somewhat apprehensive. Perhaps he should engage her in another match, seizing the opportunity to remind her of the importance of well-rounded development. This thought briefly crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. He recognized that he might be overly stringent, after all. Sun had only recently embarked on her journey as a ninja, and she required more time and space to grow and explore. Chapter 46, Strengthening on the following day. As dawn broke, Sun learned that Jezu had returned to Konoha village. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly requested leave from school and hurried to Jezu's residence. Finally, after a brisk run, he arrived at Jezu's doorstep. The sight of the familiar door stirred an indescribable excitement within him. He could hardly contain himself as he knocked eagerly. The door swung open swiftly, revealing Jezu's familiar and amiable visage. "Jezu and I," Sun exclaimed, his face radiating uncontainable joy. How did you know I was back? Jesu inquired with a hint of confusion. Asuma told me, Sun replied. He said you completed your mission exceptionally well. And the third Hokage is particularly pleased. Jesu smiled and beckoned Sun inside. Once inside, Sun could hardly wait to ask, when did you return? Why didn't you inform me? I intended to settle down first before seeking you out. Jesu explained. This mission was somewhat complex, which delayed my return. Moreover, I brought you some gifts. Really? Sun's eyes sparkled with excitement, but he feigned a serious demeanor. I don't believe you. With a smile, Jesu retrieved a parcel from the room and presented it to Sun. This is a gift for you. Open it and see. As Sun accepted the parcel, his previous irritation vanished instantly. He carefully unwrapped it to find a bracelet along with some of his favorite sweets. His eyes lit up immediately, and he excitedly grasped Jesu's hand, exclaiming, Thank you, Jesu and I. How has your training been during this time? Jesu asked with genuine concern. Jesu and I can now hold my own against Mr. Retsu. Sun replied proudly, confidence shimmering in his gaze. That's wonderful to hear, Jesu acknowledged with a nod. What about your other training endeavors? How is your progress? Upon hearing this question, Sun appeared somewhat bashful. With a sigh, she admitted, I've indeed made significant progress in physical techniques, but I've encountered difficulties with ninjutsu. After a brief pause, she continued, my chakra capacity has always been a limitation. If I practice too many ninjutsu techniques in a day, I feel my chakra deplete, leaving me utterly exhausted. Jesu was well aware of the challenges Sun faced. Despite her notable talents and remarkable recovery abilities, her chakra volume was relatively modest, a congenital condition that she could not significantly alter through sheer effort. Nevertheless, for Jesu, this was not an insurmountable dilemma. Sun, have you considered enhancing your chakra capacity? Jesu inquired gently. Sun appeared somewhat disheartened. Jesu and I have indeed contemplated it. However, I researched extensively in the village, and all the materials clearly state that chakra capacity is innate and cannot be altered through later efforts. Upon hearing this, Jesu smiled slightly. What the materials state is indeed correct. The initial amount of chakra is influenced by inherent factors. But let us not forget, the fundamental reason affecting our chakra reserves lies within our bodies. Since training cannot be directly enhanced, let us explore alternative methods. Sun was intrigued by Zhang Jio's proposition, yet she maintained a degree of caution towards the unknown. She trusted Zhang Jio, but this matter was indeed of great significance, and doubts inevitably arose within her. However, how shall we accomplish this? Sun inquired, her eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. Zhang Jio gazed at her, his expression turning grave. Do you truly wish to proceed? This process will be exceedingly painful and may even pose a threat to your life. He needed to ensure that Sun fully comprehended the risks that lay ahead. Sun was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such dire consequences. Yet, she did not waver. Instead, she met Zhang Jio's gaze with determination. I wish to try. Brother Zhang Jio. Very well, but do not rush, Zhang Jio replied. What do you know about the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama? He asked slowly. I know of him. Brother Zhang Jio, Sun answered. He is revered as the god of shinobi, a legendary figure possessing the wood release Kekkei Genkai. Zhang Jio nodded. Indeed, that is correct. The chakra reserves of Senju Hashirama are so vast that they rival even the tailed beasts. Sun appeared puzzled. But what does this have to do with my desire to enhance my chakra? Zhang Jio smiled slightly. Do you know, Sun? Among the Senju clan, only Hashirama possesses such extraordinary chakra, which is closely linked to his unique physical constitution. He paused before continuing. Moreover, only his cells can wield the formidable wood release. Sun's eyes brightened as if she had grasped a critical piece of information. Brother Zhang Jio, do you mean? Yes, it is the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. Are you still willing to proceed? Zhang Jio asked sternly. Sun fell into contemplation. She had previously envisioned that Zhang Jio might impart some forbidden techniques or special training methods. But she had not anticipated such a proposal. The allure of immense chakra and powerful wood release was undeniable. Yet the risks associated with the transplantation of Hashirama's cells made her hesitate. This was not merely a quest for power, it was a gamble with her life. If successful, she would gain unprecedented strength, but if unsuccessful, the consequences would be dire. After a moment, the young woman resolved herself. Based on her profound trust in Zhang Jio, she cast aside all other concerns. Brother Zhang Jio, she declared resolutely, I have made my decision. To attain power, one must pay the corresponding price. Furthermore, I trust you completely to perform this procedure. Zhang Jiao smiled with satisfaction, appreciating Sun's mindset. Indeed, the acquisition and utilization of any power are fraught with risk, and every endeavor requires a corresponding sacrifice. This is a profound truth. Failing to comprehend it and recklessly granting power and resources will ultimately lead to destruction. Since you have made your decision, let us proceed. Zhang Zhu remarked. Once you have completed your class division, I shall proceed with your surgery. In the meantime, it is imperative that you take good care of your health and make ample preparations. Chapter 47. Class Division. Before the official announcement regarding class division at the ninja school, the news had already spread like wildfire among the well-informed heirs. Sun was somewhat apprehensive. She had grown accustomed to training under the guidance of Obito and was uncertain whether she could adapt to the teaching styles of other instructors. In the classroom, students engaged in fervent discussions about the impending division. Lin, I am certain we will be placed in the same class. I will do everything in my power to protect you, Obito declared confidently to Lin. Lin smiled in response. Obito, thank you. That gives me confidence. Regardless of whether we are in the same class, you will always be the most outstanding ninja. Kakashi, standing nearby, teased Obito. Are you planning to protect Lin with your yet-to-awaken Sharingan? Obito shot him a glare and retorted defiantly. Kakashi, do not underestimate me. I will surely awaken my Sharingan and become a top-tier ninja. Kakashi glanced at Obito, chuckling lightly. A bottom-tier ninja is still a bottom-tier ninja. It seems you always enjoy boasting. After a brief pause, Kakashi continued in a more serious tone. If you wish to grow stronger, you should start by not being late. Frustrated, Obito could only explain in vain. I have said, it was not my intention to be late. I encountered an elderly person in need of assistance on the way. Kakashi shrugged. Right, you encounter them every day? Watching their quarrel, Lin interjected, Kakashi, Obito, please stop arguing. Upon hearing Lin's admonition, the two exchanged glares before ceasing their bickering. At that moment, Kakashi noticed Sun, who was playing with a shuriken by herself. He attempted to shift the conversation to alleviate the awkwardness. Sun, have you considered what our class instructor might be like? Sun halted her actions and glanced at Kakashi with an indifferent expression. Not really. Even if I knew, it wouldn't change anything. With that, she set the shuriken down and casually rested her head on the desk, appearing somewhat disinterested. Obito approached her and chimed in. Rather than worrying about who your instructor will be, you should be concerned about whether you might frighten them. His words carried a mix of admiration and light-hearted teasing. Having witnessed Sun's training regimen and prowess firsthand, he was profoundly impressed by her diligence and determination. Even though much time had passed, he vividly recalled the moment when he and Kakashi had teamed up only to be defeated by Sun alone. Sun merely cast a faint glance at Obito and said, You talk too much. Amidst the cacophony of voices, the teacher from the ninja school entered the room. Clearing his throat, he picked up a form and announced loudly, I will now call out the names of some students. Those whose names are called, please assemble in the corresponding classroom. Kakashi Hitaki, Obito Uchiha, Lin Noera, the teacher declared. Here. Kakashi responded promptly. Here. Obito echoed. Here. Lin replied just as resoundingly. Please proceed to classroom 1 and wait, the teacher instructed. The teacher continued calling the names. Asuma Saratobi, Mike Guy, and Kurinai Yuhi. Present. Asuma responded promptly. Present. Guy followed suit. Present. Kurinai chimed in with a clear voice. Students, please move to classroom 2 and wait, the teacher reiterated with clarity. The roll call continued. Next is Konoha Saratobi, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka. Upon hearing their names, the three responded in unison, present. The teacher then instructed, these 3 students should proceed to classroom 3. Konohamaru, Shikamaru, and Ino stood up, exchanged glances, and together made their way to classroom 3. Eventually, only 3 students remained in the classroom. S.N., Aoyama Shimizu, and Reito Namishi. They sat quietly in their seats, awaiting further instructions from the teacher. The teacher surveyed the classroom, his gaze lingering on the trio for a moment before he set down the form he held. He slowly spoke to them. S.N., Aoyama Shimizu, and Reito Namishi, please wait here for your class instructor. Hearing the teacher's words, the 3 nodded in understanding. Once the teacher left the classroom, Aoyama Shimizu and Reito Namishi approached S.N. Although the 3 attended the same class, S.N. was not particularly familiar with them. At that moment, the other 2 took the initiative to introduce themselves. Aoyama Shimizu was the first to speak, smiling as he extended his hand. Hello, I am Aoyama Shimizu. I specialize in support, reconnaissance, perception, an intelligence gathering. Rado Namishi also greeted SN warmly. Hello, SN. My name is Rado Namishi, and I excel in swordsmanship. SN looked at the two with mild surprise, smiling gently as she replied, Hello, I am SN. I focus primarily on ninjutsu and taijutsu training, and I enjoy studying various tactics. After their brief introductions, silence enveloped the classroom once more. Rado and Aoyama were somewhat awkward in conversing with girls, making them appear uneasy. Meanwhile, SN had little interest in boys aside from Kakashi and Shino, so she did not take the initiative to spark a conversation. Thus, the three sat quietly in the classroom, awaiting the arrival of their class instructor. The air was thick with a subtle awkwardness and silence, as if each person was searching for an appropriate topic but did not know what to say. Finally, Rado broke the silence, mustering the courage to ask, Hey, SN, do you have a dream as a ninja? Upon hearing this question, a glimmer of determination shone in SN's eyes as she replied, To become stronger and protect those I wish to safeguard, that is my dream. Her voice, though soft, conveyed a sense of resolve and dedication. Rado, taken aback by her response, remarked, That's a remarkable dream. As for mine. He paused, seemingly contemplating how to articulate his aspirations. At that moment, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open, and the class teacher entered. The attention of the three students was instantly captivated, and Lei Tong momentarily ceased his dialogue. They all turned their gazes towards the entrance, their faces adorned with curiosity, pondering the identity of the teacher who would soon share a portion of their time. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a familiar figure. Upon recognizing the visage of the newcomer, an expression of disbelief spread across Sun's face. She had envisioned that this teacher might be a certain elite shinobi from the village, yet the individual before her brought forth an astonishing surprise. Kimura-sensei. Sun exclaimed, her voice imbued with astonishment and joy. It was none other than her well-known brother, Jasa Kimura, who also happened to be her teacher. Chapter 48. The assessment. The sound of bamboo echoed throughout the classroom, drawing the attention of Rado and Aoi, who turned to her with expressions of confusion. At that moment, standing before them, Jasa Kujo cleared his throat, preparing to commence his address. Ahem, Jasa began, Fellow classmates, some of you may know me, while others may not. Nevertheless, it matters not. My name is Jasa Kujo, and I look forward to your guidance in the time to come. He surveyed the classroom before continuing. Before we embark on the formal lessons, I wish to learn more about each of you. Therefore, I kindly ask you to introduce yourselves, sharing your name, interests, dreams, or anything else you wish to convey. Rado was the first to rise, his voice resonant as he introduced himself. I am Rado, my interest lies in swords, and my dream is to become Hokage. Next, Aoi confidently stood up to share her own introduction. I am Aoi Yamashiro, my interest is in intelligence gathering, and I too aspire to become Hokage. When all eyes turned to the bamboo, she suddenly felt a wave of uncertainty. Sitting there, gazing at Jasuke, she wondered, what? Must I also introduce myself? Aren't we already quite familiar? Yet, Jasuke remained undeterred and inquired, And you, student, what about your introduction? Taking a deep breath, Bamboo stood up to present herself. My name is Bamboo. I am interested in desserts and training, and my dream is to grow stronger to protect those I care for. After hearing Bamboo's introduction, Jasuke nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for her to take her seat. Excellent, he remarked. Your aspirations are commendable. Now class dismissed. We shall convene at the training grounds tomorrow morning. Do remember, do not eat anything in the morning. With that, Jasuke turned and exited the classroom with decisive grace, leaving the three students exchanging glances in bewilderment. Afterward, Aoi approached Bamboo and directly voiced her curiosity. Bamboo, are you well acquainted with Jasuke-sensei? Bamboo nodded and replied, Yes. Jasuke-sensei has been teaching me ninjutsu even before I arrived at the Ninja Academy. Upon hearing this, Aoi's eyes lit up, and she eagerly asked, Then you must know what he plans for us tomorrow. In response to Aoi's question, Bamboo sighed and rested her head on the desk. Her face pale as she replied, I am uncertain, but based on the last assessment Jasuke-sensei administered, tomorrow will likely be quite grueling. As she spoke, recollections of her previous assessment flooded her mind, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Noticing Bamboo's reaction, Aoi too began to feel apprehensive, images of torturous interrogations flashing through her mind, leading her to shiver as well. At that moment, Rado approached them, observing their reactions with a light chuckle. He patted their shoulders reassuringly. Do not be anxious. Regardless of the nature of tomorrow's assessment, As long as we give our utmost to showcase our abilities, I believe Jasek-sensei will be satisfied with our efforts, no matter the outcome. Raito's words provided a modicum of solace to the two. Suddenly, Sun sprang to her feet, propping her hands against the table as she declared to herself, "I've made up my mind. Tomorrow I shall surprise the teachers at the village normal school." No sooner had her words left her lips than she pivoted and exited the classroom, leaving Qingye and Leitong exchanging bewildered glances. Upon leaving the classroom, Sun made her way directly to the ninja tools shop on the street. She impulsively purchased a plethora of various ninja tools, ranging from shurikens to explosive tags, acquiring an extensive array. Clutching these scrolls containing her newly acquired tools, a glint of cunning sparkled in her eyes. She had concocted a brilliant plan, ready to shine in the practical combat training scheduled for the following day. Sun speculated that teacher Zhangju's suggestion for them to skip breakfast might very well be a prelude to a real combat drill. Rather than feeling trepidation about such an arrangement, she was imbued with a fierce determination. She resolved to make the most of her pre-prepared ninja tools to deliver an unforgettable surprise to teacher Zhangju. Just envision it. During the practical training, when Sun suddenly brandishes her meticulously prepared tools and launches an unexpected attack, it would undoubtedly astonish teacher Zhangju. Little did Zhangju anticipate that during her recent sparring sessions with Mr. Lai, she had not only honed her taijutsu, but also gleaned numerous techniques regarding ninja tools. The thought prompted a mischievous chuckle from Sun. "Ha, brother Zhangju. Tomorrow you shall surely regret this." She could almost envision the astonished and helpless expression on teacher Zhangju's face, filling her with a secret delight. Meanwhile, Zhangju sat in his room, a furrowed brow betraying his displeasure as he scrutinized the roster of team members. Initially, he had intended to pair Sun with Kakashi and Guy, both formidable ninjas whom he believed would form a perfect synergy with her. However, when he submitted the list to the third Hokage, it was met with an unhesitating rejection. The third Hokage insisted on including Qingye and Leitong in the team, much to Zhangju's frustration. His discontent was not rooted in any bias against the two ninjas. Rather, he felt their styles and strengths did not align well with Sun's. Sighing, he shook his head, momentarily suppressing his dissatisfaction. He began contemplating how to maximize this new team's potential, aiming for them to achieve commendable results in the forthcoming tasks. What a nuisance, he thought. I'll just have to see how they perform in tomorrow's practical session. It had been quite some time since he had sparred with Sun, and he was genuinely curious about the current capabilities of this spirited young girl. In preparation for the next day's training, Zhangju began making his final arrangements, hoping to gain deeper insights into the strengths and potential of each student to guide them more effectively. Simultaneously, he looked forward to the surprises his students might unveil. As night fell, the entire village succumbed to tranquility. Yet, Sun tossed and turned in her bed, unable to find solace in sleep. The scenes of the upcoming practical training replayed continuously in her mind, as she envisioned herself shining brilliantly in battle. She eagerly anticipates the arrival of tomorrow, longing to present a memorable surprise to her beloved teacher. Jay-Z, Aoba, and Reit are also diligently preparing for the upcoming practice at their homes. As common ninjas, the assessment scheduled for tomorrow holds great significance for them. Their potential to become exceptional ninjas hinges on their performance in the impending evaluation. Chapter 49. Is this what you call an assessment? On the day of the assessment, Aoba and Raiton arrived early at the training ground, eagerly awaiting the proceedings. The morning air was slightly crisp, which served to rouse the drowsy pair. However, after a while, the absence of Jae-suk and SN began to stir Raiton's unease. "Aoba, do you think Jae-suk-sensei has forgotten the date?" Raiton queried. "I doubt it. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps he encountered some unforeseen circumstances on his way." Aoba replied. "And what about SN? What could be delaying her?" "Well, being a girl, she might simply take her time getting ready." At that moment, Jae-suk was still in slumber, having spent nearly the entire night devising an assessment and training plan for the three of them. Consequently, when the morning alarm rang, he chose to silence it, deciding to allow them a brief respite. SN, knowing her teacher well, was certain he would keep her waiting. So she opted to prepare herself at home, ensuring her gear was in order before setting out. As noon approached, the two, whose stomachs were beginning to protest, grew increasingly impatient. "Aoba, I believe Jae-suk-sensei is testing our judgment. He likely won't show up today?" Raiton exclaimed, patting his rumbling belly. After a moment's contemplation, Aoba concurred. "You're right. How can one engage in a practical assessment on an empty stomach?" With that, They resolved to first satisfy their hunger before proceeding. Just as they were about to exit the training ground, they encountered SN, who arrived fully equipped for the occasion. The sight of her donned in a half-mask of fine iron, a snug black silk bodysuit, and a crimson and copper-accented samurai armor, with a belt adorned with various ninja tools, was nothing short of imposing, leaving Aoba and Raita momentarily speechless. In unison, they silently critiqued, seriously. Is all this necessary for an assessment? SN, feeling somewhat self-conscious under their gaze, inwardly questioned, is there something wrong with my preparation? Ah, Aoba and Raitan. Have you just arrived? She inquired cheerfully. Yes, indeed. We just got here, they replied. Though the truth was they had been waiting for quite some time, without sight of Jae-suk, and their hunger had driven them to seek food. The rumble of their stomachs betrayed their situation. You haven't tea had breakfast? Without sustenance, you won't have the strength for today as practical assessment, SN noted. Oh, not at all. It's just that our idol consumes energy more quickly, so we find ourselves hungrier, Right unexplained hastily, striving to maintain their dignity. Very well then. Let us make haste to the training ground. I anticipate Jae-suk sensei will be arriving shortly. We wouldn't want to leave a poor impression on him during our first assessment. Upon hearing these words, Chingye could not help but scoff inwardly. What on earth? Yesterday, it was clearly stated that we were to meet in the morning, yet you choose to arrive just before noon and still have the audacity to criticize us. However, externally, Chingye displayed no such sentiments, merely scratching his head. You go ahead. I, along with Lei Tong, will find something to eat and join you shortly. I would advise against eating at this moment, as the upcoming assessment will be quite intense, and consuming food now may hinder your performance. This left the two of them in a state of indecision, unable to choose whether to eat or not, ultimately resigning to follow Sun back to the training ground. After a brief wait, Jae-suk sauntered over, yawning. Unlike his usual attire, today he donned the standard green vest and training uniform of a Konoha ninja, complete with the headband representing Konoha. Good morning, everyone. The sun is particularly bright this morning. Indeed, Jae-suk sensei, if you had delayed your departure any longer. The morning sun could have rivaled the hues of the evening glow. In response to Jae-suk's unexpectedly frivolous demeanor, Sun did not hold back, at least not in words. Nevertheless, Jae-suk remained unfazed, attributing it to the rebellious nature of youth. Chingye and Lei Tong felt a bit embarrassed listening to their pointed exchange. Yet they recognized that he was of noble lineage, while they were merely children of no notable background. Today's assessment is quite straightforward. Jae-suk then produced 2 metallic bells. Your task is to snatch these from me to pass the assessment. Chingye immediately sensed something amiss. There were 3 of them, yet Jae-suk had prepared only 2 bells. Puzzled, he promptly voiced his concern. Jae-suk sensei, there are 3 of us, yet you have only prepared 2 bells. Oh, is that so? Jae-suk jingled the bells and checked them. Indeed. Then it is settled. The student who fails to acquire a bell will be deemed eliminated. Hearing this, Lei Tong expressed his discontent. Sensei, I've worked hard to hone my skills. This is not a game for your amusement. And if Sun fails to obtain a bell, would you also eliminate her? Jae-suk's gaze turned icy, and he approached Lei Tong, squatting down to meet his eyes. Your question is both excellent and vital, Lei Tong. Fairness is paramount in a team. Therefore, should Sun fail to pass, I will not only treat her the same as the others, but will also remove her from my disciples. After all, if one cannot even pass this assessment, perhaps being a ninja is not the right path for them. He then winked at Sunday. Sun had no objections to this arrangement. As the requirements for Jae-suk's assessment were not overly demanding, it merely involved taking the bells without the stipulation of defeating him to satisfaction. If everyone has no objections, then let us commence the assessment. I have no objections. Neither do I. Jae-suk sensei, please prepare to begin. After much ado, Sun's long-awaited assessment was finally about to start. But as Jae-suk surveyed the 3 of them, he stroked his chin contemplatively. Are you truly prepared? This time, Aoba and Rado are utterly unprepared. What is the meaning behind this teacher's actions? One moment we are to engage, and the next we are not. This morning, we were left here for an eternity, leaving them to endure hunger for hours. I have had enough. Rado's frustration reached its peak as he unsheathed his sword, advancing with the blade aimed directly at the bell held by Jae-suk. Wait, Rado, it hasn't begun yet. Aoba attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Rado's sword was already in motion. Just as it was about to make contact with the bell, Jae-suk swiftly retreated several paces. He secured the bell at his waist, and as its chime resonated, Jae-suk commenced the assessment. Ding. Now, we shall begin. Please do not disappoint me. Chapter 50. The battle commenced with the ringing of the bell. Almost simultaneously, Sun and Qingye darted into the forest, leaving the furious Lei Tong to confront Jusuk alone. Empowered by his rage, Lei Tong's every strike was swift and powerful, yet Jusuk merely retreated with his hands behind his back, skillfully evading at the very edge of danger. Lei Tong. Your companions are nowhere to be seen, Jusuk taunted. Enough of your chatter. Your moves are futile against me. Do not underestimate the bond between Qingye and me. If I defeat you, the outcome of this assessment will be determined by my will. With another slash, Lei Tong's blade grazed Jusuk's cheek, who fixated on the ominous dark blade. How terrifying. You have even laced your weapon with poison. Do you intend to kill me, your teacher? Meanwhile, Qingye, concealed in the shadows alongside Sun, observed the unfolding conflict. Lei Tong relentlessly attacked, while Jusuk appeared increasingly defensive, constantly evading. Excellent. Although Lei Tong's approach is somewhat reckless, it is proving effective. Sun, can you assist Lei Tong? Not yet. In 2 minutes, remember to bring Lei Tong back. Focus on your safety, Sun replied, unconvinced that Lei Tong's erratic strikes could pose a threat to Jusuk or force an error. Immediately, she conjured 2 shadow clones and spread out the ninja tool scrolls she had previously acquired. With a puff of white smoke, an array of ninja tools manifested on the ground, kunai with explosive tags, giant shuriken, wind-infused shuriken, and more. Sun retrieved a long blade from the collection, while her 2 clones armed themselves with various throwing weapons and positioned themselves strategically. All right, Qingye, I will create an opportunity with smoke bombs. You must be ready to strike. Without waiting for Qingye's response, Sun sprang into action, compelling Qingye to follow suit. The relentless onslaught began to wear down Lei Tong, and Jusuk seized the moment to remark. It seems our valiant warrior is becoming fatigued. At this rate, you may not survive the battlefield. As Jusuk sidestepped and prepared to unleash a kick, Lei Tong sensed the pure, chilling intent to kill. Instinct urged him to evade, but his exhausted body could scarcely respond. Am I to perish? Lei Tong pondered, but just as the smoke bomb exploded, Qingye appeared beside him and swiftly whisked him away. Jusuk, having kicked through the smoke, found himself grasping at nothing. Thank you, Qingye, your timing is impeccable. Where is Sun? Is she still entangled with our teacher? As Lei Tong, just released by Qingye, attempted to rise, she pressed him back down. We must observe from here. Your intervention would only complicate matters. But boom, boom, boom. Before he could finish, a series of explosions reverberated from within the smoke, momentarily stunning Lei Tong. Is Sun attempting to eliminate her teacher? As the explosion had yet to conclude, a myriad of various ninja tools soared from 3 directions, many of which were affixed with explosive tags. In this chaotic onslaught, JZ found himself in a precarious position, struggling to evade the relentless barrage. A stark contrast to the ease he had previously exhibited against Raid. Where had this girl acquired such wealth? Was she intent on betraying her master? Faced with the classic combination of attacks from Sun, JZ indeed felt a sense of distress. The smoke bombs obscured visibility, while the projectiles and explosives created a continuous disruption that made it exceedingly difficult for him to respond without serious consideration. As the onslaught of thrown weapons began to diminish, JZ surmised that Sun's offensive was about to advance to the next phase. Would ninjutsu soon be unleashed? His intuition proved accurate, for he knew his apprentice well. The trio of earth, fire, and wind techniques, Doton, Mud Swamp, Katon, Great Fire Extinguishing, and F-Ton, Great Breakthrough, were executed in a classic combination attack. The mud served to restrict the enemy's movement, the fire acted as the primary assault, and the wind enhanced the fire's intensity, culminating in a torrent of scalding mud to ensnare the foe. Aoba, observing from the sidelines, began to question his own existence. Are you telling me this is a genin from my own cohort? He thought to himself. No one could withstand such a relentless barrage. Even if Raid and his brothers joined forces, they would surely be incinerated by such a sauna of techniques. As the ninjutsu continued to rain down, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing JZ's figure. Aoba quickly alerted Sunday. Now's your chance, Sun. Go seize the bell. Without hesitation, Sun dispelled 2 shadow clones to conserve chakra and charged forward with her long blade. Leaping into the air, she swung down, only to find JZ had transformed into a wooden log substitution jutsu. As Sun searched for JZ's true form, he appeared beside her in an instant. What are you looking at? Sun swiftly turned, only to be met with a powerful kick from JZ that sent her blade spiraling away. Seizing the moment as Sun's guard dropped, he followed up with a crushing punch that sent her tumbling backward. Rado, witnessing the scene, dashed to catch Sun. patting her back with concern. Are you all right? Can you continue the fight? Coughing, she replied, I'm fine. It's not a big deal. He didn't use his full strength. However, Rado, observing the blood she had coughed up, thought differently. Sister, you've just been hit hard. How can you say it's nothing? And he didn't even exert himself. But it was Sun who rose first, helping Rado up. How are you holding up? Will you be able to support my attack soon? I should be able to keep up with you shortly, he responded, determination in his voice. Good, then let us prepare. Jay-Z brushed off the dirt clinging to him, casting a disapproving glance at the two strategizing openly in front of their adversary. Hey, is it really wise to discuss tactics right in front of the enemy? I can hear everything. Ignoring Jay-Z's protest, Sun unfastened her cumbersome armor and took up a combat stance, charging forward. Meanwhile, Lei Dong had become considerably calmer, adopting the stance he practiced most frequently, readying his blade to follow suit. In the corner, Xingye was not idle. Rather, he had received prior instructions from Sunday. His ninjutsu was ill-suited for frontal assaults, primarily serving as a means of disruption. Thus, he was compelled to wait until the two could create an opportunity for him to strike. Yet, observing his friends entangled in combat with Araki stirred an unsettling feeling within him. How could he allow his companions, including a young woman, to engage in battle while he remained here, biding his time for an uncertain moment? Xingye, what kind of ninja are you? He chastised himself internally, his clenched fists drawing blood. Nevertheless, he understood that to act now would squander the cover provided by the duo. Lei Dong, son, you must hold on. At that moment, Xingye fixed his gaze intently on Araki, fearful of missing even the slightest opportunity. Chapter 51 concluded. Faced with the relentless onslaught from the two adversaries, Jusuk was acutely aware of their intentions. They sought to exploit his fatigue and seize the bell at the moment he revealed a vulnerability, a rather clever strategy. However, Jusuk was determined not to grant them such an opportunity, though this was merely an assessment, and the performances of the three thus far had been commendable. He was not averse to allowing them a brief respite. At that moment, a series of attacks came rushing in. While evading the repeated strikes from Raido, Jusuk intercepted a kick launched by Sunday. One must concede, Sun's physical techniques had developed impressively. Aside from a slight lack of power, his skills were remarkably refined. His speed was commendable, though he fell short in raw strength. With that, Jusuk released Sun's leg, allowing him to retreat. Why have you stopped your assault? Where is your sunglasses-wearing companion? Was it Aoi? Surely he has fled out of fear? Jusuk taunted, provoking Raido. Anger simmered within Raido at the mockery directed at his friend, yet he remained oblivious to the plan devised by Aoi and Sunday. As he scanned the surroundings, he found no trace of Aoi. Doubts about Aoi began to creep into his mind, and as soon as that thought emerged, he shook his head. Impossible. Aoi would never abandon his comrades. Is that so? Since the battle commenced, have you witnessed him make a move? Perhaps he intends to swoop in when we are utterly exhausted and claim the spoils for himself. Jusuk continued to incite Raido. For such a fiery fool, if he were not met with some adversity to thwart his progress, he would only serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield. At that moment, Raido was once again provoked. He understood that his attacks were akin to a child's play to Jusuk. However, he could not tolerate the humiliation directed at his partner. He and Aoi were childhood friends, and the time they shared made any doubt unfathomable. Shut your mouth. In a corner, Aoi watched Raido's reaction, his eyes already glistening with unshed tears. He fought to suppress any sound, the effort contorting his expression. Blood had long since stained his hands, yet for the sake of that opportunity, he had to endure. Just then, Sun discerned something amiss in Jusuk's movements. In an attempt to evade Raido's horizontal slash, Jusuk chose to leap high to avoid the attack. This was an opportunity. Without a point of support in midair, Jusuk was unable to pivot or maneuver. Sun seized this moment, swiftly positioning himself above Jusuk, executing a downward kick. With the dual angles of assault, Jusuk opted to fall backward to evade the strike. At that instant, Aoi finally found his chance, an exceptional opportunity where the opponent could not evade the onslaught. Earth release, center decapitation. In an instant, Aoi appeared beneath Jusuk, his youthful hands grasping kunai as they erupted from the ground. Now, Sun shouted excitedly upon witnessing Aoi's strike. Aoi. As Lei Tong finally witnessed his companion spring into action, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Meanwhile, upon noticing the expressions of the trio, Zhangjiao smiled faintly before vanishing the moment Xingyi severed the bell. With Zhangjiao's guidance, Sun executed a powerful downward strike that landed heavily on Xingyi's face. Xingyi, are you all right? Sun swiftly pulled Xingyi up from the ground, inspecting him with concern. At that moment, Apart from a broken pair of sunglasses and a shoe print on his face, Qingyi appeared to be largely unscathed. Nevertheless, a smile graced his lips. Lei Tong, son. I did it. He proudly displayed the bell he had just retrieved, only to faint shortly thereafter. Hey, Qingyi. Zhang promptly appeared behind him, supporting him. Lei Tong. Seeing Zhang approach, continued to fixate on him with a determined gaze. Lei Tong, you performed admirably, maintaining faith in your comrades even in dire circumstances. Keep persevering. As a green light illuminated Zhang hand, Qingyi gradually regained consciousness. He looked at Sun and Lei Tong surrounding him, then at Zhang who was holding him, and weakly inquired, Teacher Zhang, we obtained the bell. Zhang smiled gently, his demeanor no longer teasing. Indeed, congratulations to you all. Everyone has passed. Upon hearing this, Lei Tong was taken aback. He had already prepared himself for rejection, but Zhang proclamation of universal success left him bewildered. Teacher Zhang, weren't there only 2 bells? Is that so? Show it to me, Zhang requested. Lei Tong handed over the bell, and Zhang rubbed it in his hands before returning it. I told you I wouldn't be mistaken. Take a closer look. Aren't there 3? Lei Tong gazed at the bell in astonishment. To confirm his eyes weren't deceiving him, he placed the bell on the ground and counted repeatedly. 1, 2, 3. Indeed, there are 3. Qingyi, son, we truly passed the assessment. Lei Tong exclaimed, exhilaration radiating from him. Sun chuckled at Lei Tong's excitement, noting how boys often reacted this way. Zhang, however, playfully flicked Sun's forehead. Sun, it's time you explain the situation regarding your shinobi tools. Zhang gestured towards the ruined training ground, littered with Sun's discarded tools and traces of explosions. Following Zhang gaze, Sun awkwardly scratched his head. Teacher Zhang, do you believe I merely wanted to surprise you? Zhang glared at Sun, who was attempting to justify himself. You rascal. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Before he could finish, Sun dropped to his knees in a dramatic apology. Zhang was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that this young girl had become quite audacious during their time apart. He rubbed his forehead and shook his head. All right. Get up. I imagine you haven't had lunch yet. The 3 children nodded in unison, their grueling battle leaving them feeling as though they could devour an entire cow. As the 3 pairs of hopeful gazes turned towards him, Jae-suk announced the itinerary for the day, to ensure that everyone is clear about the assessment success. I shall treat you all to a barbecue. He continued, there is no atmosphere that cannot be unified by a sumptuous feast of grilled meat. If such a situation arises, it simply means that there is not enough meat to go around. Thank you, Jae-suk-sensei, exclaimed Aoi and Rado in unison, bowing in gratitude. Meanwhile, S took a leap and wrapped her arms around Jae-suk's neck. I love you, Jae-suk-onaikin. Jae-suk gently pulled S down. All right. I can see that you are not hungry enough. Let's get moving. Chapter 52. Jiraiya within the cozy confines of the barbecue booth. Jiraiya leisurely sipped sake while savoring exquisite grilled meat, relishing his rare holiday. Having just returned to Konoha and completed his report to the 3rd Hokage, he sought solace in delectable cuisine and fine spirits. However, a familiar voice unexpectedly pierced the tranquility of his moment. Jiraiya paused momentarily, tilting his head to listen intently, attempting to discern the source of the voice. It resonated with familiarity, invoking memories of an acquaintance. Teacher Jay-Z, do you think we can become as strong as you one day? Asked Aoi with eager anticipation, while Raido devoured his meat beside him. No, you will not. Jay-Z's response halted their feasting, leaving their chopsticks suspended mid-air, eyes brimming with embarrassment and disappointment. Aoi, Raido, do you see that sapling? Will it ever grow as tall as the ancient tree beside it? The question left them momentarily speechless, their gazes drifting outside to the newly planted sapling. How could such a fragile seedling ever reach the height of the mighty tree nearby? With this realization, their spirits sank further. Indeed, without external intervention, that little tree would never surpass the towering giant. Yet, what if one day the great tree withered from drought, or was felled by human hands? You are still so young. Why aim for the unattainable? Strength does not come overnight, but through persistent effort over time. In this journey, you may not see your future clearly. All you can do is seize the present. As your teacher, I hope you will surpass me in strength, rather than remain stagnant at my level. After Jay-Z finished speaking, he wiped his mouth, and the 2 youths seemed to comprehend his words, the gloom in their eyes dissipating. Teacher Jay-Z is speaking in riddles again, Aoi remarked. It's evident that during my absence, your training intensity has noticeably waned. Jay-Z retorted, adopting a teacherly demeanor, threatening them with assignments. Unfazed by Jay-Z's threats, Aoi scoffed, "If you're so capable, why not solve my defense puzzle?" Jay-Z resolved to limit Aoi's training to once a day upon his return. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had been eavesdropping, finally recognized the source of the voice. He rose and approached their booth, surprised to see the headband atop Jay-Z's brow. "Ah, Jay-Z, have you decided to become a ninja after all?" he inquired. Turning to see Jiraiya, Jay-Z replied, "Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya's gaze drifted past Jay-Z's shoulder to the little girl named Aoi, who was voraciously consuming her grilled meat. A playful smile crept across his face as he observed her ravenous appetite. "Well, it seems that the task I entrusted to you, Jay-Z, has been executed quite well." Upon witnessing Jay-Z rise to converse with Jiraiya, the attention of the three children, Konoha, Riet, and Sun, was immediately captivated. They gazed curiously at the two adults, particularly Konoha and Riet, who, as children born and raised in Konoha, instantly recognized Jiraiya. "Is that really Lord Jiraiya?" Konoha questioned, adjusting his glasses with feigned composure. "There is no mistaking it. It truly is Jiraiya." Sitting opposite them, Sun appeared somewhat perplexed by their reactions. Having only a vague recollection of Jiraiya as the one who once delivered food to him and the villagers. "Hey, Konoha, Riet, what is going on? Who is this person?" Sun inquired quietly, leaning closer to them. "This man is none other than one of the legendary Sannin, the sage of Mount Maiboku, Jiraiya," Konoha exclaimed. "Is he really that impressive?" Upon hearing Sun's response, Konoha was taken aback. "Well, it's not so much about being impressive. He is just quite rare. And I can't quite explain it." After a brief exchange, Jay-Z and Jiraiya departed, instructing Sun and the others to finish their meal and return home early to rest, with plans to gather in the classroom the next day. Sun nodded in agreement, while Konoha and Riet gazed longingly at Jiraiya and Jay-Z as they left. In a private room of the tavern, Jiraiya swirled his drink, regarding Jay-Z. "What made you suddenly decide to become a ninja?" he asked. "And why did you choose to become a ninja?" Jiraiya shook his head. "Who knows? What do you think of Konoha?" "It's decent. Much better than other ninja villages," Jay-Z replied. Jiraiya chuckled at his response. The pleasantries had been exchanged, and it was time to address serious matters. "Jay-Z, if I may call you that, you and your two companions are actually from the land of Lulan, aren't you? Or was Lulan the first place you arrived at?" "Lord Jiraiya, you're mistaken. My hometown is in the land of grass." Upon hearing this question, Jay-Z had already placed his hand in his pocket, gripping the hilt of his chakra-infused sword, contemplating whether to eliminate Jiraiya right there, regardless of the risk of exposing his abilities. "Well, if you prefer not to disclose it, that's perfectly fine. Everyone has their own secrets, don't they? I can sense that you are a gentle person, and you've formed your own bonds here, haven't you? As long as you refrain from actions that could endanger Konoha or this ninja world, I want to pry into where you come from or what your intentions are." However, at that moment, strange patterns began to appear on Jiraiya's face, as if he were adorned with a mask. "When the time comes, I advise you to think carefully before taking action." Unmoved by Jiraiya's veiled threat, Jay-Z relaxed his grip on the sword. "Since you are aware of this, shouldn't you report it to the third Hokage? Or do you have other motives?" Zhangju's conjecture proved correct. Jiraiya indeed harbored ulterior motives. This explains why he chose to issue a warning to Zhangju before reporting to the third Hokage. "Allow me to speculate. Is it due to a prophecy? The toads of Maiboka Mountain are truly meddlesome." Now, it is Jiraiya who finds himself in a state of tension, unable to fathom that his own adeptness at gathering intelligence has led to his secrets being unveiled. To speak candidly, I am neither privy to nor concerned with the contents of the prophecy. However, in a certain light, Jiraiya and I share a similar stance. I have no desire to undertake that mission, yet I refuse to allow this ninja world to continue its descent into chaos. I shall endeavor to effect change in my own manner, so rest assured, the calamity you fear shall not come to pass, nor will I permit it." With that, Zhangju rose and departed, leaving Jiraiya to ponder alone. Having played the role of the enigma, Zhangju felt a sense of relief. He rejected the notion of becoming an imperial figure. Indeed, this ninja world falls short in many respects compared to the one ruled by the emperor. Yet it offers a frigid peace. Here, he glimpses hope, perhaps believing he could transform it into the world he envisions. Chapter 53, Team Training the following day at noon. Jisuk was once again late. It seems he has developed an increasing fondness for slumber, to the extent that he can no longer revert to his previous routine. The trio in the classroom regarded the tardy Jisuk with palpable disdain. Sensing the unkind gaze of the academic prodigy, Jusuk awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem. After yesterday's assessment, I have gained a clear understanding of your abilities. To be frank, although I allowed you to pass the evaluation, it was solely based on potential. Your actual performance was utterly abysmal. Jusuk forcefully slammed a stack of documents onto the table. First, Sunday me? Sun exclaimed in disbelief, as she believed her performance had been satisfactory. Yes, if my memory serves me correctly, you three are a team. So, when you were discussing tactics with Aoi, why did you fail to inform Reidu? Or do you think having 3 members in a team is excessive? Faced with Jusuk's probing question, Sun struggled to respond. For she had indeed thought of the assessment as a duel between herself and Jusuk, considering her 2 companions as superfluous. Secondly, Reidu, in the presence of an unfamiliar adversary, you rashly engaged after a few careless words provoked you. Did you genuinely believe your opponent would beg for mercy due to your anger? Hearing his evaluation, Reitu hung his head in embarrassment. As for Aoi, you had no issues. Aoi was taken aback, having merely seized an opportunity to be opportunistic, and thought it curious that he, who had contributed little throughout, was deemed without fault. Do not be surprised, as a support member lacking direct combat capability, your ability to assist teammates in a timely manner while maintaining composure and executing your role flawlessly warrants the highest praise if this assessment were a performance. Jusuk then distributed the documents to the 3 individuals and continued, ninjas must strive for efficiency and composure in their missions. To achieve these 2 goals, you require both comrades and intellect. Your comrades are your second life, while a calm mind is a weapon that surpasses any ninjutsu. Ignoring your comrades renders you worthless, and those who cannot maintain composure are deemed ineffective. Now, the documents you hold contain your upcoming training regimen. The trio examined the documents in their hands, densely filled with content. Sun quickly glanced over and noted that it was quite similar to her previous training, thus she showed little reaction. However, Aoi and Reitu appeared somewhat apprehensive. Jusuk-sensei, may I ask how many days we have to complete this training? Days? This is the amount of training you will undertake each day henceforth. Upon hearing Jae-suk's response, Raido slumped onto the bench, while Aoi, seated beside him, turned pale. Stealing a glance at SN, Aoi noticed that she seemed relatively unfazed by Jae-suk's words. Doubts began to creep into his mind, questioning whether Jae-suk had shown favoritism towards the girls. However, when his peripheral vision caught sight of the training regimen in SN's hands, his suspicions dissipated instantly. It was a meticulously detailed training schedule, far more comprehensive and rigorous than the one he and Raido were following. Aoi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that SN's training volume would surpass theirs. Raido, noticing Aoi's unusual demeanor, followed his gaze to the training plan in SN's hands. He swallowed hard, a surge of admiration swelling within him. Previously, he had assumed that Jae-suk favored the girls, but now it appeared they had overthought the matter. Summoning his courage, Raido inquired of Jae-suk, given the extensive training we already have, what about SN's regimen? Jae-suk regarded them, then glanced at SN, explaining, each person's training plan is tailored to their abilities and potential. Although SN's regimen appears more demanding, it is because she possesses the requisite strength and potential to endure such a workload. You too must gradually increase your training volume according to your individual circumstances. SN, are you all right? SN flicked her training log and gave an okay gesture, indicating she was fine. If there are no further questions, let us prepare to commence training. Under the afternoon sun, 3 figures were animatedly traversing the running track of Konoha's training grounds. They were exerting themselves in a vigorous run, while Jae-suk stood quietly nearby, his gaze piercingly monitoring their every movement. Initially, the 3 maintained a consistent pace, forming a tight formation. However, as time progressed, particularly after 10 laps, disparities began to emerge. Aoi was the first to show signs of fatigue. His steps grew heavy, and his speed noticeably decreased, gradually falling behind the group. Raido, though still persevering, was clearly unable to keep pace with SN, merely striving to avoid lagging too far behind. Jae-suk was not surprised by this. He had trained SN extensively, and such physical exertion was routine for her. In contrast, for Aoi and Raido, it was a true trial. Jae-suk had already prepared 2 barrels of a special medicinal bath for them, waiting for the moment they reached their limits, marking the onset of their recovery. While the efficacy of this medicinal bath could not rival that of professional medical equipment, the herbs Jae-suk selected significantly promoted growth in bodies of their age. Particularly when physical strength was depleted, every cell and organ in the body craved replenishment of energy. Thus, utilizing the medicinal bath at such a juncture would yield optimal results. As anticipated, after barely 5 laps, Aoi was the first to collapse, soon followed by Raito, who could no longer sustain himself and fell onto the track. Meanwhile, SN completed the entire distance, afterward engaging in stretching exercises with ease. After the stretching session concluded, Jae-suk summoned Sun to assist him in placing Aoi and Raito into the prepared medicinal barrel. Within a few minutes, the two gradually regained their consciousness. Upon witnessing their awakening, Jae-suk ceased the infusion of chakra and rose to inspect the barrel. He discovered that the medicinal potency had been entirely absorbed, and he nodded approvingly, indicating that they were ready to proceed to the next phase of training. Still enveloped in the soothing sensation of the herbal bath, Aoi and Raito were suddenly yanked up by Jae-suk. Their garments were still dripping with water, rendering them somewhat disheveled. Jae-suk-sensei, what has happened to us? Aoi inquired, a perplexed expression adorning her face as she regarded the changes occurring within herself. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Jae-suk had already begun to urge them to commence the next training exercise. You have just exhausted yourselves. You should have recovered by now. Let us begin the next training session. Chapter 54, The Routine of a Day of Rest for Several Consecutive Days. Passers-by near the playground could hear the stern reprimands of Azuma and the lamentations of Aoba and Raito. The intensity of such training posed an extraordinary challenge for the two young individuals. In an effort to cultivate their training habits, Azuma even took the initiative to visit the parents of Aoba and Raito, proposing that they move into the dormitory he rented. This arrangement would allow him to oversee their training and daily lives more comprehensively. The parents were deeply moved by Azuma's responsible attitude and sincere request and readily agreed to the proposal. However, for Aoba and Raito, this was undoubtedly a grim turn of events. Previously, they could return home after training to enjoy a period of relaxation. Now, having moved into the dormitory, they found that nearly all their time, aside from sleep, was spent in rigorous practice. Daily meditation and chakra refinement added to their mounting pressure. This high-intensity training persisted for a month until Azuma announced some good news. The first phase of training had come to a temporary halt. Moving forward, aside from mission days, they would be allowed to rest 1 day for every 4 days of training. Today marked their very first day of respite. Upon hearing this news, Aoba and Raito nearly leaped for joy. They had finally endured 30 grueling days and could now afford a moment of relaxation. Although Sun had grown accustomed to such rigorous training, it did not mean she was immune to fatigue. At that moment, her mood, while not as exuberant as Aoba and Raito's, revealed a rare sense of ease and delight. Despite it being a day of rest, the trio preferred to seek mental rejuvenation outdoors rather than languishing at home. They exchanged knowing glances and, in unison, made their way to the village's pedestrian street. The summer heat blazed fiercely under the sun, yet the liveliness and clamor of the street offered them a refreshing respite. With ice pops in hand, they wandered aimlessly, savoring this precious leisure time. As they relished the sweetness and coolness of their treats, a familiar figure caught their eye. The recently returned Kakashi was walking towards them. Raito's eyes sparkled with surprise upon seeing Kakashi. They had been very close friends during their time at the Ninja Academy, forming an inseparable trio with Aoba. Overcome with excitement at this reunion, Raito hurried forward to greet Kakashi warmly. He admired Kakashi's ninja vest with a tinge of envy. Kakashi, have you just returned from a mission? Yes, I just got back. The mission went relatively smoothly, but I am utterly exhausted. Kakashi nodded, a broad smile spreading across his face. I really envy you guys for being able to go on missions and experience such thrilling adventures. Have you not received any missions? Certainly not. Teacher Zhangzhu has intervened on our behalf, and during this period, we have been training alongside Sunday. Upon hearing this, Zhuangqian cast a sympathetic glance towards Sun, who appeared indifferent. It must have been quite arduous. He recalled the rumors and tales he had heard at school regarding Sun, particularly about the intensity of her training, which were astonishing in their severity. Observing the noticeable changes in the physique of his two friends, he began to suspect that these rumors were not unfounded. Your bodies have become remarkably robust. It seems the training has indeed borne fruit, Zhuangqian remarked, attempting to lighten the somber atmosphere. Indeed, I feel utterly exhausted every day. Lei Tong replied with a wry smile. However, I can genuinely sense my strength increasing. Qingye concurred. Indeed, most of our current training consists of fundamental physical conditioning. While it has undeniably enhanced our physical prowess, I often feel that these exercises do not significantly contribute to our combat capabilities, Sun interjected. Combat training should commence soon. Based on the method teacher Zhangzhu used to train me previously, we should be engaging in practical combat training starting tomorrow. Sun's interjection drew the attention of everyone. Her tone was calm and assured, instilling an inexplicable sense of trust. Are you suggesting that Teacher Zhangju will allow us to engage in practical combat training next? Yes, that was his approach with me. Once our physical conditioning reaches a certain level, he transitions us into combat training to enhance our combat skills and responsiveness. However, Sun refrained from disclosing that the current physical training felt almost like a holiday compared to the forthcoming practical training. Meanwhile, Teacher Zhangju was meticulously sifting through tasks at home. Due to the unique nature of the headband, he intended to utilize it solely for Sun's training, necessitating a different approach for Qingye and Lei Tong's combat training. His gaze swept over the task list, systematically eliminating the menial tasks from the villages. Although these tasks were easy, they offered little to no enhancement for their combat abilities. Next, he discarded tasks that were excessively challenging and beyond the current capabilities of the three, ensuring that the selected tasks were both demanding and not overly perilous. Yet, having some tasks was better than having none. Ultimately, his focus settled on a few assignments involving the handling of wild beasts. These tasks required the ninjas to venture into the wilderness and confront various threats posed by wildlife, which would serve to hone their combat skills and improve their ability to respond to unforeseen circumstances. Even if the intensity was insufficient, he could still incorporate additional elements into the tasks for the trio. After confirming the tasks, Zhangju glanced at the calendar. He contemplated that it was nearly time. Once this batch of tasks was completed, he would commence the operation for Sun's cell transplantation and the bloodline elimination procedure. The equipment and venue had been prepared during this training period. Furthermore, if we delay any further, it is likely that Kazuhira and Myanmar will have to return to Konoha, making the subsequent surgical procedure rather challenging. Chapter 55, the first mission on the following day at the training ground. The team assembled punctually as usual. However, the singular deviation from their routine was that Jae-suk arrived exceptionally early. This unexpected contrast left the trio feeling rather disconcerted. Aoba, that must be our teacher, Jae-suk, right? Judging by his appearance, it is indeed him. Something feels off, remarked Soon, the one who had the most contact and the closest relationship with Jae-suk. Immediately sensing the anomaly, she believed that any peculiar behavior from him would foretell an unfriendly occurrence, and she felt this time would be no exception. Unperturbed by the trio's demeanor, Jae-suk calmly produced 3 mission briefs. Everyone, quiet down. From today onward, we shall commence our missions. Please take a moment to review these tasks and familiarize yourselves before we prepare to set off. He distributed the 3 mission briefs to the group, which contained not only the tasks at hand, but also some intelligence he had compiled for their reference. However, Aoba's keen eye detected discrepancies. The intelligence appeared comprehensive, yet many crucial details were conspicuously absent. Should they proceed solely based on the information provided, while it might prevent death, injuries would be inevitable, significantly impacting the mission's success. Teacher Jae-suk, I have some inquiries regarding the intelligence. Speak, he replied, viewing Aoba as the group's external brain. It wasn't that Soon lacked intelligence, rather. Her cognitive prowess was entirely devoted to combat acumen. Teacher Jae-suk, I noticed that many key pieces of information are missing from the intelligence. What is the reason for this? Indeed, the intelligence provided to you is somewhat lacking. Then, should we continue with our mission? Jae-suk's demeanor shifted from languid to serious as he summoned the other two. Your training is not yet complete. We are merely entering the second phase. The foundational physical training has concluded, and now we shall engage in practical combat. While low-level tasks within the village will furnish you with ample information and intelligence, B-rank and above missions will often lack comprehensiveness, and some may even contain inaccuracies. At this juncture, I need you to learn to gather intelligence independently during your missions. Is there anyone else with questions? Jae-suk's demands were not unreasonable. He had witnessed too many warriors perish due to an over-reliance on the information provided by intelligence departments. He would not permit such a fate to befall his disciples. Furthermore, it was impractical to hone their skills solely on low-level tasks, only to attempt research during higher-level missions. Although Aoba and Radu harbored some dissatisfaction, they did not voice any opposition. Soon, on the other hand, nodded in agreement. Since there are no further inquiries, return to prepare your gear and supplies. We shall reconvene at the village entrance in 3 hours. Understood. They chorused, before swiftly dispersing. As Jae-suk glanced at the time, he resolved to return home for a brief slumber before addressing other matters. 3 hours later, at the village entrance, 3 individuals gathered with their backpacks. While Jae-suk arrived somewhat tardily, The trio merely sighed at his delay, accustomed to it by now. After all, he was only over 10 minutes late, a significant improvement compared to previous instances. Jusuk cast a cursory glance at their bulging backpacks and raised his arm high, proclaiming in a resounding voice, "Jusuk squad, first mission. Let us embark." "Oh," the three responded in unison. However, this newly kindled enthusiasm was momentarily interrupted by the sudden appearance of the Namikaze Minato squad, who were evidently returning from their own mission. Obito's sharp gaze quickly noticed the trio, and before his teammates could react, he swiftly approached Jusuk's group, greeting them with enthusiasm. "Hey, Son, are you all preparing to undertake a mission?" "Yes, indeed," Son replied. "This is our first mission, and to be honest, I am somewhat anxious." Upon hearing that it was their first assignment, Obito perked up, unable to resist boasting about his own experiences, adopting an air of superiority. "Son, listen to me. Executing a mission is no trivial matter. One must remain vigilant at all times." He began to impart his wisdom. "Moreover, when encountering an enemy, do not panic. You must respond with composure. Additionally, teamwork is crucial. You must trust and cooperate with one another. Oh, and there's also..." Son quietly listened as Obito rambled on with his repetitive advice. When he finally concluded, parched from his monologue, Son offered a slight bow. "Well, that seems to be about it. Thank you, Obito-senpai. If possible, upon our return from the mission, I would love to spar with you." "Surely." Obito-senpai would not decline a request from a junior female, would you? Upon hearing this, Obito felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He found himself in a difficult position. Wanting to maintain his image while acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and Sunday internally lamenting, he outwardly attempted to remain composed. Well. I wouldn't dare to be called senpai. As for the sparring, let's discuss it later. Obito chuckled awkwardly, eager to escape the uncomfortable situation. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted Kakashi ahead. "Kakashi, you rascal, why are you walking so fast? You didn't wait for me," he shouted, seizing the opportunity to dash back to his team. Watching Obito flee in haste, Son smiled softly, while Jusuk exchanged a knowing glance with Minato, shaking his head in resignation. After this brief interlude, Jusuk's squad continued on their journey. Their first destination, after deliberation among Son, Aoi, and Raito, was determined to be the Water Cloud Village. The furthest from Konoha, yet the most optimal choice according to their route plan. The route this time has been meticulously arranged by the trio based on the available intelligence, organized according to the difficulty and completeness of the information. The mission concerning Shueiyun Village presents a relatively low level of difficulty, while also being the most comprehensive in terms of intelligence. Jusuk has no objections to this. During this mission, his primary role is to provide support to the three, and when necessary, to elevate the difficulty of the tasks at hand. Hence, he will not be involved in the team's mission planning. Aoba walks at the center of the group, relaying pertinent information about the mission to the others. The intelligence reveals that Shueiyun Village has recently been besieged by beasts emerging from the forest. According to villagers, these creatures possess the ability to utilize chakra, and their skin is remarkably tough. Eyewitnesses describe that the beasts enter a state akin to conductivity when they attack. Reitu and Sun listen with a sense of astonishment. Although Sun has encountered some rather peculiar beasts in his hometown, he has never before heard of creatures capable of wielding chakra. Chapter 56. The Thunder Beast. After 2 days of arduous travel, the quartet finally arrived at Shueiyun Village, nestled on the border of the Land of Fire. This quaint hamlet is embraced by peculiar flora and towering trees, exuding an air of mystery and tranquility. Though modest in size and not particularly affluent, its well-organized layout imbues the village with a vibrant sense of life. Shueiyun Village is renowned for producing high-quality Shueiyun wood, and the presence of a natural hot spring further supports its economy. As the group stepped into the village, they were warmly welcomed by the village chief, who had evidently been anticipating their arrival for some time. The chief expressed concern, stating, "Noble ninjas, I trust your long journey has left you weary. I have prepared comfortable accommodations and a sumptuous feast for you. I hope you will indulge." Under the chief's guidance, the group proceeded to the village's hot spring inn. They did not decline the generous hospitality, for if their client was not in a hurry, neither should they be. On their way to the inn, Aoyan eagerly inquired about the beast from one of the chief's aides. "Ah, you mean the Thunder Beast?" The aide responded. "Indeed, please share all that you know." Aoyan urged with urgency. After a moment of contemplation, the aide replied, "Rumors about the Thunder Beast have existed since my childhood. There are records in the village concerning its weaknesses. If memory serves me correctly, it has a particular aversion to water. Moreover, when enveloped in lightning, its skin and fur become more vulnerable. One more thing to consider is to never engage it in battle during a thunderstorm. An elder in the village once recounted witnessing a thunder beast wielding thunder as a weapon during such weather. Aoyan diligently noted this information. Though it was scant, it sufficed for the time being. He had now gleaned the appearance, characteristics, and vulnerabilities of the thunder beast, enabling him to begin formulating a battle plan. Meanwhile, Raitu Gaju and Sun had eagerly immersed themselves in the hot spring. The steam rising from the water seemed to transport them to another realm. The trio appeared to have forgotten that Aoyan was still outside, languidly leaning against the partition and engaging in idle conversation. Ah, this is truly delightful, Raitu stretched languidly. These 2 days of travel have exhausted me. This hot spring is a true remedy for fatigue. Indeed, it feels as though every muscle in my body has relaxed. Sun concurred. By the way, have you seen Aoyan? Sun suddenly inquired. Not at all. Hasn't he been following you? Raitu replied. As the two exchanged glances, they realized their oversight. They had inadvertently left their companion outside. Recognizing this, Raitu and Sun promptly rose from the hot spring, hastily donned their garments, and rushed outside. Upon exiting the hot spring, they discovered that Aoi had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. At last, you have emerged. I have been waiting for a while, Aoi remarked. My apologies, Aoi. I inadvertently forgot about you, said Radamo, scratching his head in embarrassment. Aoi, unfazed, immediately began to share the intelligence he had just acquired. Here is the situation. We now possess comprehensive information regarding the Thunder Beast. Do either of you have any uncertainties? Sun and Radamo shook their heads, indicating they had no questions. Aoi's intelligence-gathering efforts were commendable, while not flawless. The amount of information they had gathered allowed them to understand nearly every detail about the Thunder Beast. So, Aoi, when shall we commence the hunt for the Thunder Beast? Radamo inquired. The tentative timing is set for tomorrow, as it coincides with the Thunder Beast's hunting hours at the forest periphery. At this time, it is most at ease, and the terrain is relatively open, which is suitable for our practical engagement, Aoi elucidated. After hearing this, Sun nodded. I have no objections. What about you? I will defer to Aoi's judgment, Radamo agreed. However, just as the three were deliberating their battle strategy, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The village chief rushed in with great urgency. Ninja Masters, Ninja Masters, the chief exclaimed anxiously. Upon seeing Sun, Radamo, and Aoi in the corridor, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, you are still here. Please calm yourself and explain the matter slowly, Radamo reassured the chief. I implore you, Ninja Masters, to assist this old man, the chief pleaded. What is the matter? Speak freely. As long as it pertains to the Thunder Beast, it falls within our purview, Radamo responded. Ninja Masters, you must save Saijinki. He is an orphan from our village. When the Thunder Beast attacked, it killed his parents. Since then, he has yearned for vengeance. However, he lacks the aptitude to be a ninja. Now that he has heard that ninjas are coming, he has ventured into the mountains alone to confront the Thunder Beast. The chief explained urgently. He will surely perish there, so I beseech you to rescue him. The three found themselves in a quandary. Their commission was solely to address the Thunder Beast, with no mention of rescuing anyone. Perceiving their hesitation, the chief quickly added, Rest assured, I will increase your remuneration and personally petition the Hidden Leaf Village to elevate the task's rank. After hearing the chief's words, the three were indeed tempted but remained indecisive. Although Jisuk had clearly stated at the outset that they could make autonomous decisions, the matters of money and interests compelled them to consult him. I have grasped the situation. Jisuk began. Since the chief is willing to enhance the remuneration and elevate the task's rank, let us proceed to rescue the child. This is indeed a responsibility we, as ninjas, must undertake. Jisuk, in light of this unforeseen circumstance, is more than willing to rise to the occasion. After all, having a legitimate reason to intensify the training of the trio means he shall certainly refrain from allowing them to take the easy route. Thank you, Jisuk-sensei. Raito expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Let us set forth at once. Every minute spent searching for that child increases their chance of survival. Thank you, noble ninja. At this moment, the village chief had fallen to his knees, tears streaming down his face, while Take hastily approached to assist him. Fear not, for we are indeed ninjas of Konoha Gakure. Jisuk nodded in affirmation. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall venture into the mountains now. Chapter 57. Rescuing in the depths of the night. Zhijing ventured alone into the forest, bearing a bow and arrows upon his slight frame. The bow, disproportionately long for his diminutive stature, accentuated his smallness, while his quiver held but a scant few arrows, many of which had lost the majority of their feathers. Nevertheless, he persevered, lantern in hand, seeking traces of the thunder beast within the woods. Was Zhijing afraid? Undoubtedly, yet his hatred overshadowed his fear. He vividly recalled that fateful rainy night when the rampaging thunder beast invaded his village. As a hunter-s son, his parents valiantly confronted the creature. It was then that he, a mere child cradled in the village chief's arms, bore witness to their demise, only recovering their remains after the beast had vented its fury. From that day forth, he inherited his parents' legacy, becoming a hunter for Shuiyun village. He vowed to avenge them by hunting down the thunder beast himself. However, not long ago, the thunder beast once again assaulted the village, prompting the chief to seek assistance from Konoha for the sake of the village's welfare. This act struck Zhijing as a betrayal. This is my affair, my vengeance, my hatred. It is I who must conclude this matter, he thought. Upon seeing the ninjas from Konoha arrive at Shuiyun village, he resolved to ascend the mountains, despite not being fully prepared. Yet, he had forgotten that in the realm of nature, there are no constant prey nor eternal hunters. As he searched for the thunder beast, it too was on the prowl for its evening meal, lurking within the shadows of the forest. A small insect radiating a cerulean glow brushed against Zhijing's cheek. In the nocturnal thicket, such a luminescence was conspicuous, and Zhijing was acutely aware of what encountering such a creature signified. He immediately turned to follow the insect's path. As his gaze traversed the dark woods, a colossal silhouette gradually became discernible amidst the gathering of glowing insects. It was the thunder beast. Adorned in golden scales and a cerulean hide, its thick, erect fur resembled that of a massive wolf, its ears standing upright like horns. In the beast's eyes, he discerned the terror of youth. With a predatory grace, the thunder beast advanced towards him, each step tightening Zhijing's tension as he drew back his bowstring. The longbow trembled in response to its master's anxiety. 1 step, 2 steps. When the creature drew near for the 3rd step, Zhijing could bear it no longer and loosed his arrow. The projectile struck the beast's scales with little force, leaving not even a mark. The thunder beast turned its head to regard the point of impact, then let out a thunderous roar. Accompanied by its bellow, sparks of electricity crackled around its form. The previously closed scales parted slightly, and its fur became even more lustrous, entwined with arcs of lightning, causing the entire forest to shudder in response to its roar. Faced with this defiant morsel, the thunder beast felt its pride wounded, exhaling wisps of white mist with each breath. At this moment, Zhijing found himself trembling on the ground, overwhelmed by the deafening roar that reverberated around him, leaving his bow lost somewhere in the chaos. He was unable to locate his weapon, and a consuming terror began to envelop his senses. It felt as though he had been transported back to that fateful stormy night. The thunder beast continued its leisurely stroll, relishing the prospect of toying with its feeble prey before delivering the fatal blow. To it, the most delectable morsels were those that perished steeped in fear and despair. Gradually, the thunder beast advanced, relentlessly forcing Zhijing to flee. Even as he rose to run, no matter how he attempted to escape, the beast would invariably reappear before him. The forest at night was now illuminated by flashes of lightning, as the thunder beast engaged Zhijing in a game of cat and mouse, akin to a child discovering an ant by the roadside. This chase persisted for a while, until the thunder beast once again intercepted Zhijing, now resolute in its determination to prevent his escape. Prey was meant to be consumed. It raised its lethal claws, crackling with electricity, preparing to strike down and eliminate its quarry. Just then, a massive shuriken intercepted its assault. Just in time. Can you still move? Sun landed beside Zhijing, inquiring about his condition. Zhijing hastily got to his feet, brushing off his trembling legs, and nodded emphatically. As long as he could still run, he would proceed in this direction without looking back, leaving the rest to the professionals. After indicating the route to Zhijing, Sun swiftly created 2 clones. Watching Zhijing depart, the weight on Sun's heart finally lifted. She lacked confidence in her ability to confront this formidable creature alone, especially while safeguarding someone in need of protection. Big dumb dog. Now it's time for us to have some fun, she declared, as the 3 sons drew forth their ninja blades, fixating their gaze upon the thunder beast. The beast, upon observing Sun, took a step back. As a wild creature, it possessed no sense of pride in victory or defeat in its worldview. There existed only the concepts of eating and being eaten, although this being appeared similar in size to the prey that had just fled. The aura it exuded was undeniably perilous, prompting the thunder beast to contemplate retreat. In the realm of predators, if the cost of hunting a target is deemed excessively high, surrender is a perfectly rational choice. Who among the strong would reveal their fangs against a foe of greater power? After a moment of contemplation, the Thunder Beast turned and fled. This unexpected behavior left Sun momentarily stunned. What is going on? Why is it running away before we even fought? In her past encounters, every opponent she faced seized the opportunity to strike swiftly and preemptively. Yet this seemingly formidable Thunder Beast was behaving contrary to expectation, choosing flight before engagement, which stirred her irritation. Fortunately, once the Thunder Beast entered a state of electrical discharge, it could not deactivate this condition for a short duration. This rendered it conspicuous in the nocturnal forest. With Sun's agility, she and her two clones swiftly pursued the Thunder Beast, closing the distance between them. With a swift motion, the shurikens in her grasp were launched, each striking the Thunder Beast with unerring precision. Yet, upon encountering the creature's armor, as hard as stone, they were mercilessly deflected. What manner of sustenance could have fostered such resilience? She muttered in frustration. Continuously, she endeavored to assault the beast with shurikens and kunai. Yet these conventional ninja tools appeared utterly ineffective against the formidable foe. She was acutely aware that her current tactics were incapable of inflicting any genuine harm upon the Thunder Beast. Longing to unleash powerful ninjutsu to combat the creature, she found herself confronted with a dilemma. Amid the rapid movements, she struggled to gather sufficient chakra to execute her techniques. With no better alternatives at her disposal, she was compelled to persist with her harassment tactics, seeking to uncover any vulnerabilities in the Thunder Beast's defenses. Chapter 58. Encirclement. As the pursuit between Sun and the Thunder Beast unfolded, the commotion attracted the attention of the other two members of the team. The forest was not particularly vast, and Qingye and Leitong arrived with remarkable speed. Upon reaching Sun's vicinity, Qingye immediately discerned the distinctive features of the Thunder Beast, prompting him to devise a plan in his mind. He exchanged a glance with Leitong and swiftly dispersed. Qingye instantaneously positioned himself beside Sun, who continued to chase the beast, driving it eastward, while Leitong prepared to intercept. Sun nodded and retrieved her remaining wind shurikens, hurling them at the Thunder Beast. The sound of the shuriken slicing through the air alerted the creature, which quickly adjusted its stance and began sprinting eastward to evade Sun's assault. Although Sun continued her relentless pursuit, she had dispelled her shadow clone to conserve chakra. As the frequency of her attacks diminished, the Thunder Beast believed it had successfully eluded its pursuers. However, a formidable iron chain suddenly obstructed its path. Leitong emerged from behind a tree, brandishing his black blade, adjusting his forehead protector as he fixed his sharp gaze upon the Thunder Beast. His piercing eyes seemed to challenge the creature, as if asking, "Where do you think you are going?" Spotting an enemy ahead, the Thunder Beast immediately turned to flee once more. Yet, upon pivoting, it collided with the recently landed Sunday. As it attempted to change direction again, it was intercepted by Qingye. Now, the Thunder Beast found itself with no avenue of escape. It was surrounded on all sides, with a massive rock behind it, leaving it with no retreat. It emitted a low growl, its gaze darting among the three adversaries. As the trio drew closer, the beast resolved to cease its flight. With another roar, the electrical energy coursing through its body intensified. Merely humans, it thought, are nothing but prey. As the apex predator of this forest, I shall not fear mere fodder. In a sudden lunge, it pounced, claws crackling with electricity, targeting Sun's head. A resounding metallic clang echoed around as Sun deftly blocked the strike with her ninja blade, which was now infused with water chakra, enhancing its sharpness. Undeterred by the failure of its first assault, the Thunder Beast retracted its claws and struck again. This time, Sun evaded the attack with a nimble sidestep. Using the Earth Release Mire technique, Sun swiftly formed hand seals upon landing, executing her signature jutsu. Though not an advanced ninjutsu, its broad area of effect effectively constrained the enemy's movements. Observing the changing environment, the Thunder Beast erupted in furious roars. It spun in place, its massive tail whipping about, launching bolts of lightning as it unleashed a barrage of electric spheres. As the trio began to dodge the oncoming projectiles, Leisure seized the opportunity, leaping into the air, claws crackling with electricity, with his sights set firmly on Leitong. After a month of intense training, the disparity in reaction and speed became evident. The Rabi's pronounced movements were easily discernible, and it had already evaded the strike while dodging the thunderball. The creature's attack impacted the ground with a resounding crash, illuminating the surroundings with flashes of electricity, sending ripples through the disturbed mud and charring the earth beneath. Meanwhile, Ayo, having successfully evaded the thunderball's disturbances, unleashed his signature ninjutsu, the technique of 3,000 crows. Countless crows materialized around him, soaring toward the Rai beast, incessantly disrupting its focus. At that moment, Lei Tong, acting on Aoyou's cue, swiftly brandished his black blade, aiming for the unprotected areas of the Rai beast. A glimmer of cold light flashed as he struck, drawing forth a bead of blood from the creature. While the damage inflicted was minimal, the toxin on the blade had already infiltrated the Rai beast's body. The poison spread swiftly within the creature, exacerbated by the activation of its muscles through the lightning, accelerating its effects more than ever. Realizing something was amiss, the Rai beast's vision began to blur, and its movements grew sluggish. However, its massive size diluted the poison's potency, preventing it from collapsing. Observing the success of the duo, Sun promptly initiated her own ninjutsu, water release, raging stream. A jet of water erupted from her mouth, violently battering the Rai beast. At that moment, the creature felt the sting of electricity coursing through its body, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Sun approached, preparing to deliver judgment alongside Aoyou and Lei Tong, flexing her neck. "So, is this it?" Aoyou inquired. "Well, as long as we finish it off, the mission will be complete." "Allow me," Sun replied, somewhat disheartened. She had anticipated a more formidable challenge from the beast, but to her surprise, after such a prolonged pursuit, it was resolved so easily. This outcome left her somewhat disillusioned. Nevertheless, duty prevailed, and Sun brandished her ninja blade, stepping forward to eliminate the creature once and for all. If all went smoothly, the mission would reach its conclusion. But that was contingent on everything proceeding without a hitch. In the distance, the observing Jusuk harbored dissatisfaction with the outcome, feeling it fell short of his intention to adequately test the trio. Resolute, he retrieved a pill, flicking it with his thumb so that it was discreetly propelled into the Rai beast's mouth without notice. Yet, this was far from over. Jusuk continued to weave seals, escalating the intensity of the encounter. Lightning release, thundercloud. As the ninjutsu was completed, a transformation overtook the sky. Clouds coalesced, swiftly obscuring the moonlight, followed by a crescendo of electric flashes. Jusuk surveyed his creation with satisfaction, deeming it a true combat exercise. The Rai beast, having ingested the pill, suddenly felt a shift, its pupils dilating in response. The toxins within its body were purified, and wisps of white smoke began to emerge. Sensing the impending danger, the bamboo shoot quickly distanced itself from the Thunder Beast. At that moment, the Thunder Beast let out another furious roar, one that surpassed all previous ones. While dark clouds gathered in the sky, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck its back with unerring precision. The Thunder Beast, struck by the lightning, was enveloped in a cloud of black smoke that billowed around it. Amidst the thick fog and its resonant growls, the Thunder Beast unleashed a thunderous roar once more, echoing across the vast expanse of the wilderness like a rolling thunderstorm. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a brilliant red light suddenly flashed forth, as if heralding an unknown transformation. Its once vibrant green skin, glistening like jade, had now turned a ghastly white, as if all the blood had been drained from its body. The golden scales that adorned the Thunder Beast had lost their original luster, transforming into the same pallid hue, rendering it even more formidable and cold. Yet the most disquieting change was in its once clear eyes, which had now morphed into a blood-red hue, shimmering with an aura of malevolence and fury. This deep, eerie crimson resembled molten iron, akin to the flames of hell raging fiercely. The electric arcs that danced across the Thunder Beast's form had also undergone a dramatic transformation. The once azure-blue electricity had now turned the same sinister red as its pupils, leaping between the scales like small serpents, strikingly vivid against the night. In this moment, the Thunder Beast resembled a ghostly warrior returned from the depths of hell, standing with an unparalleled aura of oppression. Chapter 59. The Infernal Thunder Beast. Confronted with the astonishing transformation of the Thunder Beast, the three individuals were engulfed in a sense of panic. This sudden tempest had shattered all their prior arrangements into fragments. Qingye was particularly flustered, for the current predicament had exceeded his strategic planning. He possessed no knowledge about the Thunder Beast before him, let alone any advice to offer his companions. "Son, Lei Tong, we must retreat. The situation has surpassed our expectations," Qingye swiftly deduced. They were ninjas, not warriors, and currently faced merely a wild beast. There was no necessity to engage in discussions of honor with it. Sun and Lei Tong nodded in agreement with Qingye's counsel. The aura emanating from the transformed beast was overwhelmingly oppressive, instilling even Sun with a sense of trepidation against direct confrontation. However, would they truly be able to escape? Just as the trio prepared to flee, the Thunder Beast lunged. Its enormous claws slashed across the ground, summoning arcs of crimson lightning that congregated in its grasp. With a formidable leap, the beast descended upon Sun, intent on annihilating her. It blamed her for depriving it of its midnight meal and for rendering its existence so disheveled. The force of the strike was immense, although Sun narrowly evaded it. The ensuing lightning scattered violently, and the ground fractured, revealing the beast's terrifying power. Sun marveled inwardly at the sheer strength displayed, noting that the lightning had grown increasingly ferocious. Undeterred by its initial failure, the Thunder Beast propelled itself towards Sun once more, this time spinning through the air like a drill, its body generating an accelerated current of electricity. Despite Sun's attempts to react, she was inevitably ensnared by the onslaught. Witnessing this, Leitong shouted, "Sun!" But his voice was too slow, his movements lagging. Even as he perceived the beast's attack, he could not match its speed. Clenching the hilt of his blade, he found no opportunity to strike. His strength was insufficient to pierce the beast's armored scales, and now that it had evolved into the infernal Thunder Beast, his confidence dwindled even further. Thus, Leitong could only watch helplessly as Sun engaged in a fierce struggle with the beast yet again. Ninjutsu. 3,000 Crows technique. Chingya invoked his signature ninjutsu once more, yet the crows he summoned were swiftly dispersed by the beast's lightning as they approached. Sun witnessed this calamity and, after the skirmish, realized that her two companions were unable to assist her. The only viable option remaining was to cover their escape and seek aid from Jezu. Should all three remain, their fate would inevitably culminate in death. "Chingya, Leitong, you must leave. I will hold it off for now," Sun exclaimed with determination. Leitong was unwilling to abandon his comrades, especially a woman in peril. Even if he recognized her strength surpassed his own, he turned to Chingya, seeking a solution. "Chingya, your intellect is sharper than mine. Think of a way to assist Sun." Chingya felt a throbbing in his head, having racked his brain for a solution. Sun was his teammate. How could he possibly abandon him? Yet the situation remained dire. And for the first time, Chingya felt ensnared in a desperate predicament. The inadequacy of his strength rendered even the sharpest wits futile. Presently, the only course of action, as Sun had suggested, was to flee. Only by escaping could they hope for a chance. He pivoted and delivered a punch to Leitong's abdomen. And as he observed the astonishment and confusion in Leitong's eyes, he murmured an apology. With a swift motion, he hoisted Leitong onto his back and summoned every ounce of strength to begin running. He could assure that this was the fastest he had ever run, yet paradoxically, the slowest as well. The sensation of time slipping away nearly vanished from his being, while self-reproach and disdain for his own weakness relentlessly tormented him. Out of the corner of her eye, Sun caught sight of Chingya and Leitong making their escape, allowing her to focus on the battle at hand. Utilizing the substitution technique, she evaded the Thunder Beast's assault once more. As the smoke dissipated, Chingya reappeared atop a treetop, gazing down at the Thunder Beast below. Her objective was to prolong the encounter, to draw out the enemy's weaknesses, and to await reinforcement from Zhangzhou. At this moment, the roles of offense and defense shifted. With each tree she reached, the Thunder Beast relentlessly pursued her, demolishing the great trees in its wake. Amidst their relentless chase, these two had cleared a small space within the forest. However, as Sun sought her next foothold, she discovered that there were no trees left to serve as cover. This was not mere happenstance. The Thunder Beast had orchestrated this outcome deliberately. Although the creature's strength and speed were formidable, it could not sustain the electrical charge indefinitely. If things continued this way, it would undoubtedly be exhausted by Sunday. Thus, when she ascended to the treetops, a plan began to formulate within the Thunder Beast's mind. Yet, it hoped for a suitable opponent, unaware of Sun's true capabilities. Through careful observation, Sun had discerned the Thunder Beast's vulnerabilities. Primarily, it still harbored a fear of water, and she noted the subtle changes in its strength. As she suspected, it was experiencing this state for the first time, struggling to control its power. Moreover, it appeared that this condition imposed a significant burden on the Thunder Beast. Upon landing, Sun swiftly summoned 3 clones. Although she needed to conserve chakra, she had been driven to the brink of despair, even if it resulted in mutual destruction. As long as she had a breath left in her, it would be a victory. Amidst the chaos, figures darted and explosions erupted. Sun and her clones continually disrupted the Thunder Beast's judgment, compelling it to evade and pursue until its stamina waned. Additionally, she employed combined ninjutsu to reshape the terrain, striving to create advantages for the ensuing battle. After all, it was merely a wild beast. The sense of crisis that the Thunder Beast had initially instilled in her had diminished significantly. Its strength far exceeded hers, yet its speed matched her own. Yet, What distinguishes man from beast is wisdom. Even though this thunder beast possesses a modicum of independent thought, its behavioral logic remains that of a savage creature. Since you cannot sever it nor blast it apart, let us attempt this instead. As soon as the words left his lips, a scroll was unfurled upon the ground by Sun Ping. This was a summoning scroll, a gift bestowed upon him by the shopkeeper during his previous acquisition of ninja tools, specifically designed to carry sizable weaponry. Sun bit his finger, drawing a single stroke that left a blood mark on the scroll, and then he slammed his palm down. The incantation radiated outward from his hand, and soon a white mist enveloped the area. A colossal hammer was lifted by Sun. Its entire form gleamed silver, adorned with explosive talismans at its base. Now, let us see just how resilient your shell truly is. Chapter 60. Unexpected aid. The Thunder Beast, playfully toyed with by the doppelganger of Sun, sensed an anomaly in the corner. Without hesitation, it abandoned its pursuit of the immediate target and redirected its focus towards the location of Sun's true form. This instinctual advantage, a gift from the primal nature of beasts, allowed it to swiftly discern the shifts in its surroundings. It began to whip its tail and spin in place, unleashing scarlet orbs of electric energy. At that moment, Sun's doppelganger began to dissipate. Sun, no longer in need of her doppelganger for cover, found herself in a fierce confrontation. Both parties had gained a clear understanding of one another. The Thunder Beast approached Sun with a leisurely yet predatory gait, while Sun, wielding her colossal hammer, awaited the opportune moment as the Thunder Beast circled her. She was biding her time, hoping for a chance to deliver a decisive blow. This massive hammer was not her weapon of choice. She preferred not to wield such an unwieldy instrument unless absolutely necessary, and at present, she lacked a more effective means to inflict harm upon the Thunder Beast. She could only wait, yet the Thunder Beast had discerned the threat posed by the hammer, recognizing it as a potential instrument of its demise. Fortunately, the Thunder Beast exhibited patience, aware that this creature was as cunning as a fox, as swift as a monkey, and possessed strength rivaling that of the forest's fiercest predators. Faced with the Thunder Beast's cautious demeanor, the standoff had once again reached an impasse. If left unbroken, it was likely that Sun would be the first to reveal a vulnerability. Am I to wait for it to make a mistake first? Sun pondered. Nevertheless, she resolved to demonstrate her own feigned weakness. Rather than succumb to a forced error, she would proactively present a flaw. However, such an act was exceedingly audacious. Fraught with peril, a miscalculation could lead to her demise at the hands of the beast. But Sun's nature was one of risk-taking. She understood that rewards often came at a price, and nothing of value could be gained without sacrifice. With that, Sun planted her feet firmly on the ground, adopting an aggressive posture, intentionally misaligning her foot's angle during the process. A sharp crack echoed from her ankle as she twisted it in the moment. Such a splendid opportunity was immediately seized by the Thunder Beast, which halted its advance and charged forward. Feeling the ground tremble beneath it, Sun steadied herself once more, disregarding her injured ankle, and summoned her strength. "Break for me," she cried. Boom. The colossal hammer crashed down upon the Thunder Beast's shoulder, resulting in a violent explosion. The detonating runes, stacked upon one another, erupted in tandem, and the immense recoil sent the hammer flying back. Sun gripped the hammer's handle tightly, swirling it in place before bringing it crashing down from another direction. Thud! Another resounding impact struck the Thunder Beast's opposite shoulder, though not as explosive as the first. Yet the scales on the impacted shoulder began to crack, revealing the flesh beneath. The tremendous force of the explosion, combined with the hammer's inertia, left Sun breathless and weary after 2 strikes, her body already fatigued and injured. At this moment, the Thunder Beast writhed on the ground, racked with agony. Witnessing this, Sun relinquished her massive hammer, now rendered utterly useless and battered after the explosive clash. She unsheathed the kunai from her waist and, despite her swollen ankle, resolutely approached the rolling beast. The blade glimmered coldly under the moonlight, radiating an icy aura. As she reached the Thunder Beast, she raised the blade high, pressing her foot firmly against its chest to restrain it, preparing to plunge the blade into its wound. "Now perish," Sun bellowed, driving the knife downward. Yet, she was not alone in her fury. The Thunder Beast shared her rage. It too concealed its intentions, having been caught off guard by her previous assault. Yet the outcome aligned with its own objective. The opponent was now within striking distance. With a defiant roar, the Thunder Beast knocked Sun to the ground, its formidable claws pinning her chest. Its crimson eyes and crackling lightning, illuminated by the moonlight, heralded the impending end of her life. Confronted with death, Sun reflected on her hubris and arrogance, the root causes of her failure. Had she acted more swiftly, the beast would never have had the chance to transform. Her arrogance blinded her to the intelligence the creature had repeatedly demonstrated, reducing it to mere prey in her eyes. Was this how it was to end? Truly a pitiful sight, she thought, gazing at the night sky, only to realize that hope was not entirely extinguished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows, entwined with explosive talismans, struck the Thunder Beast's wound. This explosion severed the beast's grip on Sun, eliciting a moment of stunned surprise. Struggling to push aside the beast's claws, Sun managed to rise and scan her surroundings, discovering Zhijing. It turned out he had not returned to the village. Instead, he had retrieved his longbow and gathered a few explosive talismans, hastening to follow the trail of battle. Was he afraid? Yes, terrified to the core. Especially after witnessing the Thunder Beast's transformation, which filled him with dread. Yet, what terrified him more was the thought of fleeing and missing the singular opportunity to avenge his parents. He refused to live the rest of his life in regret. He had waited for this moment, for this very chance. In a world where paths seem blocked, one must reflect upon oneself to uncover the strength needed to resolve issues. Blood poured from the Thunder Beast's severed arm, its former vigor now replaced by a primal yearning for survival. It dragged its battered body, desperately attempting to distance itself from Sun, but this time, Sun was not blinded by arrogance. The young girl moved slowly but surely towards the Thunder Beast, raising the broken kunai and driving it fiercely into its flesh. However, the blade became lodged within, and the exhausted girl found herself unable to push it further. Just then, a rough hand grasped hers. She looked up to find Zhijing standing beside her. The two gazed into each other's eyes, and together they forcefully pierced the heart of the Thunder Beast. Blood erupted forth, cascading like rain. The crimson liquid splattered across Zhijing's face, and at that moment, the youth experienced his long-awaited liberation. Years of nightmares and a lifetime of hatred had come to an end. Father, mother, I have succeeded, he wept aloud, attempting to release the torment he had endured over the years. Meanwhile, Sun lay sprawled on the ground, her hands limp, allowing the blood to soak her body and saturate her clothing. At this moment, she could no longer concern herself with such matters. This battle had proven too exhausting for the young girl. It was finally over. These were the last words Sun uttered before succumbing to slumber. Chapter 61. The hot spring. The night was as dark as ink, and the moon shone like frost. Araki, accompanied by Aoi and Raito, located Seiju and Sun, who were struggling through the woods. Under the moonlight, Seiju carried the unconscious Sun on his back, both of them smeared with blood, while Sun's clothing was drenched in crimson. It appeared they had emerged victorious. Araki observed them, muttering to himself. He was well aware of the outcome, having witnessed the entire battle. He found Sun's performance quite satisfactory. Despite some youthful flaws, he had shown considerable improvement. Araki smiled down as Seiju, upon seeing the approaching trio, completely exhausted, collapsed. He was not a ninja, and his perseverance had brought him this far. Upon seeing the fallen Seiju, Aoi and Raito rushed forward. One lifted Sun while the other supported Seiju. Araki signaled for them to take the injured back to Suikyu village while he returned to examine the corpse once more. The Thunder Beast was a creature Araki was intimately familiar with, possessing greater knowledge of it than the villagers of Suikyu. This was not merely a coincidence. This creature should not exist here. The Thunder Beast was a biological weapon created by Chiron, yet these constructs were not supposed to possess independent thought. Without human control, they would not act autonomously. As Araki knelt down to inspect the corpse before him, he pondered, this cannot be a failure. After employing ninjutsu for analysis, he discovered that the Thunder Beast was indeed a failed experiment, and even a descendant of such failures. This revelation implied that they were not the first to arrive in this ninja realm. Prior individuals or forces had already set their sights on it. Could it be Chiron? The thought sprang to Araki's mind. If anyone had the opportunity, it would certainly be him, as only he could continuously access the dragon veins. However, the reasoning eluded Araki. Chiron was cunning and treacherous, yet all his actions were driven by the pursuit of immortality, something the Emperor had already promised him. Within the Empire, no one constrained Chiron's research. He had no motive to engage in such endeavors. This conundrum perplexed Araki, but he resolved to collect the Thunder Beast's corpse for later destruction. This entity could not be discovered by Kazei's Amenma. If they were to learn of it, the Emperor's battalions would mobilize immediately, plunging this ninja realm into despair. After addressing Sun's aftermath, Araki returned to Suikyu village. At that moment, the village was celebrating the death of the Thunder Beast with a grand feast. A group of villagers danced around the great tree at the village entrance, hand in hand. The men indulged in drink while the women engaged in casual conversation. The village chief stood aside, observing the harmonious scene. Meanwhile, Aoi and Raito found refuge in a corner, sipping tea, though the battle had been won. Their comrade had yet to regain consciousness, and the tension in their hearts made them feel out of place amidst the surrounding festivities. Upon seeing Jae-suk approaching, Aoba immediately rose and hurried over, her expression tinged with anxiety as she urgently inquired, "Jae-suk-sensei, soon hasn't awakened yet. What should we do?" Jae-suk gently ruffled Aoba's hair, reassuring her, "There is no need for concern. She is not in grave danger, merely in need of rest." Aoba's anxious demeanor eased considerably upon hearing his words. However, Ariete remained dejected in a corner. This recent combat had profoundly impressed upon him the harsh reality of his limitations. He yearned for Aoba's sharp intellect and Soon's formidable strength and presence. Even in the face of enemies, he found himself unable to quell the fear that gripped his heart. As he observed those around him celebrating their victory, he felt a sense of unease, compounded by the envious, hopeful gazes of the village children directed at him. Such looks filled Ariete with guilt. Did he truly deserve their admiration? Ariete, he mused, you are merely a thief of fruits. You possess no true ability. Without Aoba and Soon, you might not even survive this mission. Do you still have the audacity to remain at this banquet? With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, he gradually exited the village and found himself at a small shrine near the village station. He drew forth the black blade he had always carried, a family heirloom and a symbol of his aspirations for renown. Yet now, he pondered, not only was he far from achieving fame, but in this ninja world, he likely lacked even the capacity to survive. As he wallowed in self-doubt, Jae-suk approached. He had sensed something amiss when he saw Ariete rushing towards him for help. After all, he was his student. Despite lacking remarkable talent, it was his duty as a teacher to shoulder responsibility. Jae-suk settled beside Ariete with a bottle of juice. The moonlight streamed into the dilapidated shrine as the two sat on the floor, gazing at the moonlit scenery outside. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them at that moment. Ariete was unsure how to face Jae-suk, burdened by the thought that his ineptitude had led to his comrade's current condition. Jae-suk broke the silence first, pouring juice into 2 cups, pushing one towards Ariete while he himself began to sip from the other. You are still quite young, so I brought you juice. The flavor of the juice from Mizukigir has its own unique charm. Ariete found himself momentarily speechless as he stared at the juice in his cup. Jae-suk continued. What is it? Are you lamenting your inadequacy? Apologizing for my guidance? Or believing that Soon's unconsciousness is due to your shortcomings? Jae-suk added. If that is how you feel, you underestimate yourself and overestimate your impact. Ariete quickly defended himself, but Jae-suk-sensei, during the battle, I was unable to assist my teammates. My strength is lacking, my thoughts are not agile enough, and I am easily swayed by emotions. I am dragging the team down. Jae-suk set down his cup and replied calmly, Indeed, that is true. Perhaps you should return and apply to leave the team to regain your civilian status. This response astonished Ariete, but after a moment, he clenched his teeth, gripping the hem of his clothing tightly as he forced out a reply. I comprehend, Jotaro. He then rose to depart, his silhouette under the moonlight appearing rather desolate. However, after taking just a few steps, he was called back by Jotaro. Are you not feeling discontent? Upon hearing these words, Reijin turned, his face intermingled with tears, full of resentment. Indeed, I am discontent. Why am I devoid of talent? Why do I feel so ordinary and feeble? I have exerted myself. I have poured every ounce of effort into this. Yet what is the outcome? I remain utterly powerless. Jotaro stood up, grasped Reigen's dark sword, and extended it toward him. Chapter 62. Regulation Leidong gazed intently at the black sword presented before him, the tide of frustration within him surging like an unrelenting wave. This blade not only bore the weighty expectations of his family, but also encapsulated his own aspirations. Yet, he found himself faltering. Each time his fingers brushed against the cold hilt, he was acutely aware of his own impotence and insignificance. However, Zhangju urged him, draw it forth. Leidong hesitated. Did he truly deserve to wield this sword? Nevertheless, spurred by Zhangju's encouragement, he ultimately grasped the weapon. Observing this act, Zhangju ceased his urging and began to recount a tale about his sword saint. Leidong, do you know what it means to be a swordsman? They are those who do not rely on physical prowess, ninjutsu, or illusions. They are neither ninjas nor samurais. Many can barely utilize chakra and, by all accounts, seem like failures. Yet, even among such individuals, true strength can emerge. Some may possess talent, but cannot be called sword saints. The path to becoming one is illuminated by a single farewell message I have encountered. Leitong listened, captivated, never having considered that someone could ascend to greatness under such harsh conditions. The epitaph read, "I am quite ordinary. My qualifications as a swordsman are far below those of my peers. Among the exceptionally talented, I am profoundly mundane. Jealousy, self-loathing, and despair erode my soul day and night. I realize that I merely share the common desire for existence with all. Moreover, it did not take long for me to understand that this was not my conscious will. Yet, despite this, I believe that I was born for a purpose, destined to be discovered someday. Even if I meet my end in despair, I shall wield my sword with unwavering resolve. Thus, as I reached the end of my life, I came to understand that my ordinary talent is my gift. Looking back on my life, this is the answer I have found. Experiencing hardship and training is the testament to one's faith. I dreamt, soaring through the skies alongside all weapons. Now, I have no regrets. Possessing mediocre talent yet harboring extraordinary dreams is not a sin. I am grateful for the sky that allows me to dance freely with my sword. What a perfect life it is, for the sword saint rests here in eternal slumber." After reciting the epitaph, Zhangzhu hurled his cup into the sky, drew his ninja blade, and sliced through the air with a single stroke. The glint of cold light and the chill of frost coalesced. This strike, seemingly ordinary, left a trail of ethereal blue sword light in its wake. Leitong, do you comprehend? The barriers to strength are not innate talent or genius, but oneself. If you wish to carve your path, it lies beneath your feet. If you love the sword and desire to make it renowned, pour forth all your passion. If 10 hours of training are insufficient, extend it to 16. While a genius may strike 100 times in a day, you must strike 1,000. Two things surpass innate talent. The first is passion, and the second is your heart and willpower. Reflect upon the moment you first grasped your sword. Cherish that sensation and dedicate yourself wholly to the art of cultivation. As for ordinariness, it is merely an excuse fabricated by the feeble who lament their plight. Have you come to understand this now? Standing in a daze, Leitong felt a refreshing clarity wash over him from Zhangjia's words. An inexplicable strength surged within him as he gripped the hilt of the black sword with an intensity greater than ever before, as if he sought to merge it with his very being. Indeed, ordinariness is my true talent, Leitong mused. He drew forth the black sword that had accompanied him through thick and thin, this time gripping the hilt tighter than at any previous moment. Reminiscent of a child who discovers a perfectly straight branch by the roadside, Leitong sought the sensation of his first swing, yearning to reconnect with his love for the sword. The chirping of cicadas, the call of birds, the rustling of leaves in the moonlit forest, all of it faded into the background. After an extended moment, Leitong executed a simple yet flawless strike, the sword descending with impeccable precision, leaving a fleeting shadow in the air. He had rediscovered that feeling, and beneath the moonlight, he laughed and cried in unison. Observing Leitong's swing, Zhangjia wore a satisfied smile, recognizing that the youth had reclaimed his original intent and passion, setting forth on his own path. Although this path was fraught with thorns and challenges, such obstacles would only serve to strengthen the seeker of truth. Meanwhile, Sun was enveloped in a medicinal bath that Zhangjia had prepared for her. The warm herbal water enveloped her body, providing a soothing balm. After a fierce battle, this bath was undoubtedly the most effective means for her to unwind. Slowly, she opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. The solitude of the space brought her a sense of tranquility. Rather than hastily seeking companionship, she stretched her weary limbs and gently leaned against the side of the tub. In this moment, she wished only to savor this rare peace. However, fate had other plans. The ever-busy and caring Aoi could not quell his concern for Sun's well-being and hurried over to check on her. He stood outside the door, cautiously observing her, afraid to intrude. Upon noticing that Sun had awakened, he exclaimed with excitement, "Sun, how are you feeling?" Hearing Aoi's voice, Sun responded in a somewhat feeble tone, "I'm all right. Just about to kick the bucket. Is there something you need? If not, could you prepare a coffin for me?" Though her tone bore a hint of jest, Aoi felt a wave of relief. He understood that as long as Sun could still joke, her condition was not as dire as it seemed. With a smile, Aoi said, "Sister Sun, just lie back and rest well. Once you are able to move, should you find yourself feeling bored, I invite you to the village square. The residents of Shuiyun village are currently hosting a jubilant celebration, bustling with excitement." Sun smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Once she has regained her strength, she intends to join in the festivities. For now, however, She wishes to continue relishing the comfort and relaxation afforded by the medicinal bath, allowing both her body and spirit to enjoy a well-deserved respite. Upon leaving the hot spring inn and returning to the square, Qingye spotted Leitong approaching, with Araki following closely behind. He waved in greeting, exclaiming, "Araki-sensei." "Leitong, Sun has awakened." Araki and Leitong exchanged knowing smiles, while the latter, brimming with curiosity, rushed to Leitong's side, inquiring, "Where have you been for so long?" "I must tell you, the performances in the village were absolutely splendid. It's such a pity that you and Araki-sensei missed them." Chapter 63. A new departure. The festivities in Shueiyun village lasted for an exuberant 3 days, eventually drawing to a close. This grand celebration enveloped everyone in joy, particularly the village chief, whose warm hospitality made the visiting guests feel undeniably welcomed, prompting them to extend their stay. Observing the merriment shared by all, Master Zhangzu made an exception and granted a brief respite to the trio. Qingye eagerly embraced this holiday, taking the opportunity to thoroughly unwind, while the other two remained resolute in adhering to their training regimen, showing no signs of relaxation. As the afternoon of the 4th day arrived, the three gradually awakened from their slumber. It dawned on them that the previous night marked the final evening of the banquet, during which Master Zhangzu had permitted them to indulge in a modest sampling of fine wine. For those unaccustomed to drinking, the mere sip had swiftly led them into a state of delightful inebriation. After a night of revelry, they felt a touch of embarrassment as they slowly regained their senses, yet simultaneously found the experience rather amusing. Sun was the first to rise from bed, stepping outside to stroll along the village streets. Although it was summer, the temperature in the mountainous Shueiyun village was pleasantly mild in the afternoon. A gentle breeze caressed his face, refreshing him and alleviating the discomfort of his hangover. He ambled leisurely, curiously observing the surrounding scenery and the villagers. Suddenly, a young boy rushed towards him, clutching a parcel tightly. "Ninja Miss, this is a gift for you." The boy exclaimed breathlessly, handing the present to Sunday. Taken aback, Sun accepted the gift, but before he could express his gratitude, the boy had already dashed away. The boy was none other than Jijing. He had retrieved his mother's heirloom, a hairpin from home. This hairpin held profound significance for him, as it was a cherished possession of his late mother. Jijing had hesitated for quite some time before deciding to bestow this gift. Without the assistance of Sun and the others, he would not have been able to avenge his parents, and he might have perished at the jaws of the Thunder Beast. This debt of gratitude remained etched in his heart. However, the boy's shyness rendered him somewhat uneasy in Sun's presence. He hurriedly pressed the gift into Sun's hands and fled, as if fearing rejection of his token of appreciation. Curious, Sun unwrapped the gift to reveal an exquisite hairpin. Its design, interwoven with gold and blue, was both simple and timeless, exuding an air of elegance. She gently styled her hair into an updo and secured it with the hairpin. Gazing into a clear pool of water by the roadside, she examined her new hairstyle, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Sun called out in the direction Jijing had taken. "Thank you for your gift. I truly love it." She harbored no ill feelings towards Jijing, although his strength was relatively weak. The bravery he displayed in the face of adversity left a lasting impression. It was this courage that allowed him to step forward in a critical moment and save Sunday. Thus, in her heart, Jijing was a person deserving of respect and gratitude. Soon, Sun had completely explored the modest village of Shueiyun, and with a sense of satisfaction, she returned to the inn. By that time, Leitong and Qingye had also risen, embarking on their respective activities. Leitong was diligently practicing in the courtyard, each swing of his sword resembling a duel with an invisible adversary. Meanwhile, Qingye sat in the room, meticulously studying the mission intel, his gaze flitting across the text as he sought to uncover every possible clue and detail. When the two noticed Sun beginning to adorn herself, astonishment spread across their faces. In their previous impressions, Sun had always been a rough and unrefined tomboy, yet now, with an exquisite hairpin nestled in her hair and dressed in a casual yet elegant outfit, her long, fair limbs shimmered in the sunlight, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. The two young men, witnessing this transformation, felt their cheeks flush. They had never seen such a feminine side of Sunday. Qingye removed his sunglasses, rubbed his eyes, and donned them again as if to confirm he was not mistaken. With an incredulous tone, he exclaimed, "Wait, am I seeing things? Sister Sun, what has come over you today?" His eyes scrutinized her, searching for the differences from the past. Though Leitong remained silent, his gaze mirrored the same astonishment, as he looked at Sun, seemingly awaiting her response. However, Qingye's words elicited a hint of displeasure from Sunday. She furrowed her brow and retorted, "What do you mean? What's wrong with me today? Can't I dress up a bit?" Her tone carried a touch of irritation, clearly not fond of Qingye's surprised reaction. Realizing his potential misstep, Qingye hurriedly clarified, "No, sister son, that's not what I meant. Of course, you can dress up. It's just that you don't usually do so." Leitong nodded in agreement with Qingye's explanation, adding, "Indeed, son, you typically don't pay much attention to your appearance, so your sudden change today has genuinely surprised us." Sun rolled her eyes in exasperation and replied, "Fine, I can't be bothered with you too. How are the preparations going? Has teacher Zhangzhu mentioned when we'll be departing?" Qingye adjusted his glasses and responded, "We're nearly ready. Teacher Zhangzhu said he would return in the afternoon, and we'll set off early tomorrow." Sun nodded, indicating her understanding of Qingye's response. She surveyed her surroundings, meticulously checking her gear and luggage, confirming that everything was in order. Then she casually remarked, "All right then, I'll go soak in the hot springs for a while. Please call me when teacher Zhangzhu returns." With that, Sun gracefully made her way towards the hot springs. She relished the opportunity to unwind, savoring the soothing sensation of the warm water caressing her skin. Furthermore, soaking in the springs allowed her to momentarily forget the impending pressures of the task ahead, granting her a fleeting moment of tranquility. Qingye and Leitong exchanged knowing smiles, and Qingye waved his hand, signaling that he would take responsibility for calling Sun when teacher Zhangzhu arrived. In the hot spring, Sun closed her eyes, quietly savoring the tranquility and comfort that enveloped her. The steam swirled around her, imparting an ethereal and mysterious beauty to the scene. At that moment, she seemed to be isolated from the world, immersed in her own realm. Soon, the voice of Qingye pierced through the serene atmosphere. "Sister Sun, teacher Araki has returned." Sun opened her eyes and rose from the hot spring, droplets of water cascading from her skin, shimmering with a crystalline glow. She wrapped herself in a towel and stepped out of the spring, preparing to discuss the forthcoming action plan with her teacher and companions. Chapter 64. The difficulty of work often depends on your superior upon stepping out of the steamy bathroom. Sun gracefully picked up a nearby towel and meticulously dried her dripping hair. Her hair flowed like silk, radiating a vibrant sheen of health. With a gentle motion, she secured her hair with a hairpin, a simple act that exuded an unexpected elegance. She then donned a blue bathrobe, intricately embroidered with exquisite patterns, striking a balance between sophistication and modernity. After tidying herself, Sun glided into the spacious living room, where three individuals, Zhangzhu, Qingye, and Leitong, were already seated, seemingly engaged in light-hearted conversation. The atmosphere pleasantly relaxed. Her entrance seemed to infuse the room with a refreshing energy. Zhangzhu immediately took note of her presence, his gaze lingering on her for a moment. The sight before him was a stark departure from her usual appearance. This delicate and elegant attire surprised and intrigued him. He realized he had never witnessed Sun dressed in such refinement, akin to a brilliant jewel that sparkled even more under the ambient light. Unable to resist, he stole a few more glances at her, admiration flickering in his eyes. Feeling the intensity of Zhangzhu's gaze, Sun was unexpectedly enveloped by a wave of bashfulness. Her cheeks flushed softly, reminiscent of the dawn's blush, as she lowered her head to evade his stare. Zhangzhu, aware of his own lapse in decorum, cleared his throat in an attempt to mask his embarrassment. Then, with a warm smile, he encouraged, "Please, take a seat, Sunday." Following his invitation, Sun settled into the space between Qingye and Leitong. Her posture was poised and graceful, reminiscent of a refined lady from a noble lineage. Noticing her seated, Zhangzhu once again expressed his admiration, saying, "Sun, you look stunning today." His tone was imbued with sincerity and appreciation. At his compliment, Sun's cheeks deepened in color, feeling as though she were a molten piece of iron freshly extracted from a forge, radiating warmth. Shyly lifting her head to meet Zhangzhu's gaze, she murmured, "Thank you, brother Zhangzhu, for your kind words." Her voice trembled softly, as fragile as a whisper carried by the wind. Then, with a serious demeanor, Zhangzhu unfurled a scroll, preparing to convey important news. An urgent notification had just arrived from the village. Slowly, he opened the scroll, surveying each individual present. "The upcoming mission will be temporarily suspended. We must return to the village immediately." This revelation astonished everyone in the room, particularly Qingye. He understood that abandoning the mission would be a significant blow to the village's reputation. Such a decision was rarely made lightly, reserved for only the most extraordinary circumstances. Unable to contain his curiosity, Qingye inquired, "Master, what has transpired in the village?" Zhangzhu nodded solemnly, replying, "Indeed, there is an urgent situation. The situation at the front has escalated, and the village can no longer afford to attend to these scattered tasks. The third Hokage has instructed us to return to the village immediately and prepare for deployment to the Land of Rain. At the mention of this place, Sun's body quivered slightly. She is all too familiar with it. Her hometown lies not far from its border. Once, she believed that coming to Konoha would liberate her from the shadows of war, but now it seems she had underestimated the reality. Jae-suk took a deep breath and continued gravely. Therefore, everyone, please be prepared. During this time, you must adjust your mindset. For what lies ahead is no longer mere skirmishes. His words cast a heavier pall over the atmosphere in the room. Aoyanaji, Rate, and Sun were all enveloped in a tumult of emotions. Although they usually excelled, the impending war rendered their hearts vulnerable to fear and anxiety. Aoyanaji pressed her lips together, her eyes betraying a flicker of dread. Rate clenched his fists, as if to muster courage through sheer determination. Meanwhile, Sun's thoughts drifted back to her hometown. That small village bordering the Land of Rain, which once served as the paradise of her childhood. Jae-suk perceptively noticed the fear and unease reflected in his student's eyes. He deeply understood this sentiment, having traversed a similar path himself. In the face of life and death, true fearlessness is an unattainable ideal. However, as their teacher, he bore the responsibility to guide them, to instill in them strength and confidence. He gently raised his hands, a warm yet resolute smile gracing his face, and said, "But do not worry. I will continue to lead our team on this mission. As your teacher, I will do everything in my power to protect you, ensuring that we return safely together." In this moment, Jae-suk's promise was heartfelt. He was acutely aware of the battlefield's brutality and the weight of his responsibilities. While he typically held his students to rigorous standards, often deliberately increasing the difficulty of their tasks to enhance their skills and experience, now was not the time for such measures. As their mentor, he could not bear the thought of losing his students in battle, especially before his very eyes. Upon hearing Jae-suk's steadfast words, Aoyanaji, Rate, and Sun, though still somewhat apprehensive, felt a sense of reassurance compared to before. If there are no further questions, Jae-suk surveyed the room. Noticing that their spirits had somewhat stabilized, let us gather our belongings and prepare to depart. We aim to return to the village swiftly and ready ourselves for what lies ahead. With that, Jae-suk rose and made his way to his room to pack his belongings. Aoyanaji, Rate, and Sun followed suit, each retreating to their own quarters to organize their possessions. As the sun cast its fading light, Jae-suk, Aoyanaji, Rate, and Sun gathered at the entrance of the inn, poised to leave Suigun village. Their figures appeared particularly resolute under the golden sunlight. At that moment, Zhijing hurriedly caught up. He jogged until he reached Sun, where he finally came to a halt. Breathless and leaning against his legs, his face reflecting a mixture of anticipation and tension, his eyes shimmering as they met Sun's. "Miss Ninja," Zhijing stammered, his voice quivering slightly. "Could you tell me your name?" Sun gazed at the young boy before her, taken aback by the sincerity and hopefulness in his eyes. After a brief moment of hesitation, she ultimately decided to reveal her name. "I am Sun," she smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Zhijing." With that, Sun turned to leave. As the four figures gradually receded into the distance, Zhijing summoned his courage and shouted, "Miss Sun, I shall become the finest hunter." Sun did not look back, merely smiling in response. Chapter 65. Return to Konoha. Unlike the leisurely journey to the Land of Water, the return of the four was marked by a swift and resolute pace. Urged by the impending mission from the Hokage, they pressed forward day and night, resting only briefly for essential breaks in practice. As the first light of dawn began to illuminate the horizon, the gates of Konoha came into view. Aoyuki, Ryudomo, and Sun couldn't help but quicken their steps, their faces alight with the joy and anticipation of returning home. However, Jae-suk maintained a steady pace, lost in contemplation. As they approached the gates of Konoha, a familiar figure emerged. Third Hokage, Yuri Hizashi, stood there, patiently awaiting their return. His gaze shifted among the four, revealing a profound concern and anticipation. "Jae-suk, you have worked hard." Hizashi's voice was calm yet powerful. He dispensed with pleasantries and promptly addressed the matter at hand. "You are the last team to arrive in Konoha. The situation is urgent. We must discuss our next course of action without delay. Please prepare for a meeting in the office shortly." Having endured the rigors of a long journey, Jae-suk, considering the fatigue of his comrades, directed Aoyuki, Ryudomo, and Sun to rest before proceeding with Hizashi to the Hokage's office. On their way, Hizashi briefly outlined the tense situation. Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain has been increasingly active, having declared war on two nations simultaneously. His voice bore the weight of concern. If Konoha wishes to avoid being dragged into the mire of this conflict, we must act swiftly and decisively. What we seek is not merely victory, but a resounding defeat for the land of Earth, compelling them to retreat. At this juncture, Hizashi paused, turning to Jisuke, his eyes gleaming with expectation and trust. Jisuke, this time, I hope you can assist Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. You four are the elite of Konoha, and I believe you can collaboratively devise a flawless battle plan to secure victory in this critical war. The name Hanzo left a notable impression in Jisuke's mind. He recalled having perused information regarding this formidable traditional ninja in the archives, recognizing a style reminiscent of Jiraiya's. Yet, a cloud of doubt enveloped Jisuke's heart. Third Hokage, given the significance of this mission, why have Kasese and Minma not been recalled? He finally voiced his concern. Hizashi was momentarily taken aback, not wishing to address the query directly. Despite the precarious nature of the current situation, he remained vigilant regarding Kasese and Minma. Thus, he opted for a vague excuse to placate Jisuke. Their missions are still of considerable importance and must continue, lest we find ourselves besieged in the impending war. Hizashi explained ambiguously. Understanding the unspoken implications of Hizashi's words, Jisuke recognized that pressing for further details would be futile, as the other party was unwilling to divulge more. He nodded, indicating his comprehension. Understood, Lord Third, Jisuke remarked. Hizashi reciprocated with a nod of satisfaction. That is good to hear. We shall elaborate further during the meeting, he stated, leading Jisuke towards the office, preparing for the forthcoming assembly. The conference room was filled to capacity, the atmosphere solemn and tense. In addition to numerous elite shinobi, representatives from the major clans of Konoha were present, including a notable delegate from the Uchiha clan, underscoring the extraordinary significance of this gathering. The third Hokage, Yuan Fei Hizashi, strode steadily to the head of the table, his gaze sweeping across every attendee before he began to speak, his voice resolute and powerful. Esteemed colleagues, I appreciate your presence amidst your busy schedules for this urgent meeting. I trust you are all aware of the situation we face. Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain has recently increased his activities, launching attacks on two nations, which undoubtedly poses a formidable challenge for us in Konoha. After a brief pause, Hizashi continued, Our objective is clear, to maintain the peace and tranquility of Konoha. To this end, we must act swiftly and decisively. I have conferred with several core members, and we plan to initiate a rapid strike against the land of Earth to demonstrate our resolve and strength. At this juncture, Hizashi's gaze shifted to Jisuke. Jisuke, you will form a special operations team with Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya to strategize and execute this operation. Despite some dissent among the elite shinobi and representatives regarding the third's arrangement, the absence of any objection from Danzo silenced further discourse. Hizashi then elaborated on the operational framework, detailing the timing, location, and troop deployment of the attack. He emphasized that the success of this mission hinged on speed and surprise, ensuring that the land of Earth would be caught off guard. As the meeting concluded and the crowd began to disperse, Danzo quietly intercepted Jisuke in a secluded corner of the corridor. His gaze was profound, seemingly harboring a significant secret. Jisuke, I wish to discuss something with you privately concerning this mission. Danzo's voice was low and serious, scanning the surroundings to confirm their solitude. Jisuke followed Danzo to a more discreet area. Lord Danzo, what is it that you wish to speak to me about? Jisuke inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Danzo inhaled deeply before responding. Jisuke, I hope you can spare Hanzo's life during this mission. Jisuke paused, bewildered, as he looked at Danzo. Lord Danzo, what do you mean by that? Hanzo is our enemy, and the battlefield is ever-changing. It will be difficult for me to guarantee such an outcome. Furrowing his brow, Danzo explained, I understand this is challenging, but I have my reasons. Hanzo is a valuable source of intelligence. If we can spare his life, perhaps we can extract further information regarding the land of rain and the land of earth. Jisuke offered a wry smile. Lord Danzo, you overestimate my capabilities. The opponent is none other than Hanzo, the demigod, whose strength is unfathomable. It is a feat in itself for me to ensure my own survival in battle, let alone control the course of the fight. Danzo remained silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Finally, he sighed, You are correct. The uncertainties of the battlefield are beyond anyone's prediction. Yet, I still hope you can do your utmost. At the very least, when Jiraiya's 3 disciples engage Hanzo, I implore you not to intervene. Jisuke nodded, I understand, Lord Danzo. I shall endeavor to comply with your request. But I must beg your pardon as I cannot offer any guarantees. Chapter 66, Negotiation. Zhang Zhang's response appeared to sidestep Danzo's inquiry, eliciting a flicker of displeasure from the latter. For Danzo, the survival of Hanzo the salamander was paramount at this juncture. His existence was integral to Danzo's overarching schemes. Danzo was willing to accept, even to relish the notion of Hanzo serving as a stepping stone for the trio of disciples under his wing, paving the way for their ascendance. However, should Hanzo perish at this moment, it would engender considerable complications for Danzo's plans. State your terms. Danzo resolved to forego the circumlocution with Zhang Zhang, opting instead for a direct exchange of interests to remedy the current predicament. Zhang Zhang narrowed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Lord Danzo, you do possess a sense of humor. As a ninja of Konoha, is it not our duty to adhere to the Hokage's orders? Though his words were laced with respect, a hint of mockery permeated his tone. Danzo's patience was nearly exhausted. He spoke sternly, Koharu Zhang Zhang, my forbearance is not infinite. Do not continually test my limits. In Konoha, none dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet Zhang Zhang persisted in his jest, inciting Danzo's ire. Nevertheless, Zhang Zhang remained unfazed. He tempered his flippant demeanor somewhat, but still maintained a smile as he said, Lord Danzo, if we are to negotiate terms, should it not be you who first presents your leverage? Danzo inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself. You may freely learn all the forbidden techniques amassed by the Root Organization. This was an enticing offer. The forbidden jutsu collected by the Root Organization were formidable and exceedingly rare. Yet, Zhang Zhang found the proposal unsatisfactory. He shook his head, indicating that the offer held little value for him. Danzo, noticing this, furrowed his brow, visibly displeased as he retorted, Koharu Zhang Zhang, do not push your luck. If you are dissatisfied, then articulate your own terms. Zhang Zhang approached Danzo, grasping the hand that held the cane. Leaning in, he whispered into Danzo's ear, Lord Danzo, might I borrow your wood-release laboratory? This request took Danzo by surprise. He had not anticipated such a condition from Zhang Zhang, momentarily leaving him at a loss for words. He was entirely unaware of Zhang Zhang's intentions for his wood-release laboratory, but its significance to him was profound, containing years of research and confidential information. No, I cannot allow such a condition. Danzo firmly rejected Zhang Zhang's request. The laboratory was too crucial to lend out lightly. However, Zhang Zhang seemed to have foreseen Danzo's reaction, undeterred by the refusal, and pressed on. It is merely a temporary loan, Lord Danzo. Besides, do you not desire further information regarding the cells of Hashirama? Zhang Zhang's words began to sway Danzo's resolve. The interstitial cells have long been a research domain fervently pursued by Tuanzo. Acquiring more pertinent information would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous aid to his studies. Intrigued, Tuanzo inquired, what do you mean? With a smile, Zhangju explained, there is no hidden meaning. I merely wish to perform a minor surgical procedure on my disciple. Throughout the operation, I will meticulously document all data and retain the surgical records along with other relevant materials in the laboratory. This way, not only will you gain access to the latest research data on interstitial cells, but you will also ensure the safety and confidentiality of the laboratory remains intact. Noticing Tuanzo's lingering hesitation, Zhangju presented a crucial condition. I have but one request. This matter must remain free from external surveillance or involvement. Only the two of us should be privy to it, thereby safeguarding the confidentiality of the entire process. Tuanzo fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He understood that by acquiescing to Zhangju's request, he might achieve a significant breakthrough in his interstitial cell research, albeit at a certain level of risk. However, this risk appeared trivial when juxtaposed with the potential rewards. After a fierce internal struggle, Tuanzo ultimately reached a decision. He raised his gaze to meet Zhangju's eyes and slowly nodded. Very well, I agree. However, you must guarantee the safety and confidentiality of the surgery. Otherwise, I will make you aware of the consequences. Zhangju's face lit up with a satisfied smile. When do you intend to commence? Tuanzo asked in a low voice, a hint of subtle apprehension flickering in his eyes. Without flinching from Tuanzo's gaze, Zhangju candidly replied, the sooner, the better, ideally, tomorrow. After all, we are set to embark on a mission to the Land of Rain in a week, and I would prefer my disciple to remain unscathed during this period. Tuanzo had no objections. The sooner progress was made with the wood release experiments, the better. Moreover, the laboratory was continually operational. and arranging a surgery at a moment's notice posed no significant challenge, so he acquiesced. Very well, let it be tomorrow. Is there anything you require me to prepare? Tawanzo inquired. No need. I will prepare everything myself. Just ensure that no one disturbs us. Lord Tawanzo, Zhangzhu replied with a smile. Tawanzo nodded once more. Though a sense of vigilance lingered within him, he did not fully trust Zhangzhu, yet he recognized that their collaboration at this moment was mutually beneficial. Thus, he resolved to temporarily set aside his doubts and fully support Zhangzhu in executing the surgery. I understand. Tomorrow, I will arrange everything to ensure the smooth conduct of your operation, Tawanzo stated. Zhangzhu, upon hearing this, slightly bowed to express his gratitude. Then I shall trouble you. Lord Tawanzo. Tawanzo snorted, replying, just remember your promises. With that, he vanished in a flash, employing the body flicker technique, leaving Zhangzhu standing alone. Once Tawanzo departed, Zhangzhu felt a slight sense of relief. Although Tawanzo's requests had come rather unexpectedly, considering the current circumstances, this collaboration was indeed advantageous for him. A week's time is sufficient for the recovery following surgery. He is filled with confidence in his disciple, Sun Gone. He knows that this young woman possesses a resolute spirit and remarkable talent. As long as she can persevere through this challenge, she is destined for greater achievements in the future. However, the outcome of the surgery and the recovery process ultimately depend on Sun Gone herself. As a teacher, Zhang Zhu has done his utmost to assist her. Now, it is entirely in her hands to determine her fate. Chapter 67. The operation at the break of dawn the following day, Jusuk awaited patiently at the entrance of Sun's home. He chose not to disturb her slumber, opting instead to remain in tranquil anticipation. When Sun emerged, fully attired, she was pleasantly surprised to find Jusuk waiting for her. How did you rest yesterday, Sun? Jusuk inquired gently. Sun glanced at him, a blush gracing her cheeks as she replied softly, I slept very well, Jusuk Onaizen. But, are you here waiting for me? Jusuk nodded, smiling as he said, do you recall the cellular transplant of Hashirama I mentioned to you? Sun appeared somewhat taken aback, yet she nodded in affirmation. Yes. You told me that after the operation, it could significantly enhance my chakra capacity and even grant me the ability to wield would release. Indeed, Jusuk confirmed. The surgery is ready to commence today. Follow me, and please refrain from speaking or asking questions along the way. Do you understand? After a brief moment of hesitation, Sun resolved herself, recognizing the imminent war ahead. The opportunity to grow stronger was within reach, and she could not afford to let it pass. Thus, the two proceeded silently towards the Roots Would Release laboratory. Before long, they arrived at the laboratory. Within the root space, Sun was filled with curiosity. Yet out of respect for Jusuk's wishes, she did not utter a single question throughout their journey. Upon entering the laboratory, she lay upon the surgical table at Jusuk's behest. The medical team was already in place, diligently checking the surgical instruments to ensure everything was in optimal condition. Danzo had personally overseen the preparations the previous day, ensuring that all necessary resources and personnel were adequately allocated. As Jusuk entered the ward, he found Sun lying quietly on the bed, her eyes closed, seemingly mustering her courage. He was acutely aware of her inner strength and resolve, yet the gravity of the surgery naturally induced a degree of tension. Sun, relax, you will be all right. Jusuk reassured her softly, gently grasping her hand. Sun slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Jusuk, a glimmer of determination shone in her gaze. Sensei, I am not afraid. I know I will endure. Jusuk nodded, his heart swelling with pride. Having such a disciple was his greatest honor. As the time for surgery arrived, the medical team sprang into action. Jusuk, designated as the lead surgeon, donned his surgical garb, complete with mask and gloves. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself before entering the operating room. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with tension and seriousness. Each member understood that the forthcoming hours would serve as a rigorous test of their medical skills and teamwork. The operation commenced. Jusuk wielded the scalpel with precision, slicing into Sun's skin. Blood, surgical instruments, and the commands of the medical team intertwined, creating a scene both tense and orderly. As time ticked by, beads of sweat formed on Jusuk's forehead. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and focus, the scalpel moving with the same precision as his keen eyes navigated within Sun's body. Ultimately, at the last juncture, the transplantation of interstitial cell tissue was successfully completed. Zhangzhu gently paused, removing his mask, a faint smile gracing his face. The surgery had concluded, and the entire procedure unfolded even more smoothly than he had anticipated. He felt an immense satisfaction with his performance. Although he had simulated this operation countless times within the battleground, this occasion bore a distinctive significance. For it was the first time he had engaged in a real operation on someone he deeply cared for, and his heart fluttered with a hint of apprehension. With the assistance of the medical staff, Zhangzhu meticulously wheeled the still unconscious Sun out of the operating room and into the recovery ward. The effects of the anesthetic lingered, leaving Sun peacefully reclined. After ensuring Sun was comfortably settled in the ward, Zhangzhu did not hasten to depart. He took a seat beside the bed and began to meticulously document every detail of the interstitial cell surgery, from the commencement to the conclusion. He recorded each phase and step without omission. Tuanzou entered the room, observing Zhangzhu diligently chronicling the surgical details. He nodded in satisfaction before inquiring about Sun's condition. How did the surgery proceed? What is the status of your disciple? Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I could summon Nichiri's wife for assistance. Zhangzhu glanced up at Tuanzou and waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. The surgery was exceedingly successful. Sun now requires rest and will gradually recover. Furthermore, do not forget the promise you made to me initially. Harbor no detrimental thoughts towards Sunday. Tuanzou's gaze flickered momentarily, but quickly regained its composure. He nodded, affirming his commitment to the promise. Zhangzhu continued, I have documented all details of the interstitial cell surgery here. If there are no further matters, once Sun awakens, I shall escort her away. Tuanzou cast a glance at the notebook in Zhangzhu's hands and nodded once more. He refrained from saying much else, simply congratulating Zhangzhu on the successful surgery before departing the room. Once Tuanzou exited, his expression grew increasingly grave. He summoned a subordinate and whispered instructions. In the forthcoming operations concerning the Land of Rain, you must pay particular attention to Sun's movements. She is now a valuable asset to our Hidden Leaf Village. Embodying the perfect fusion of interstitial cells, her importance cannot be overstated. Should we be unable to ensure her absolute safety during the mission, I authorize you to take necessary measures. It is better to destroy than to allow her to fall into the hands of other factions. The subordinate's demeanor sharpened, and he promptly replied, Understood, Lord Tuanzou. I will personally arrange for personnel to closely monitor and ensure Sun's safety. Should any disturbances arise, we will act according to your directives. The significance of wood release to the Hidden Leaf Village is indeed paramount, as this formidable power holds a crucial position within the ninja world. For Tuanzou, the disciple of the second Hokage, his obsession with wood release runs deep. He vividly recalls the majesty with which the first Hokage wielded wood release, an awe-inspiring power that remains etched in his memory. Consequently, Danzou's relentless pursuit of the wood release technique never waned. He has perpetually sought methods to harness this formidable power, willing to pay any price. In his view, mastering the wood release would bestow upon Konoha an unparalleled strength, securing the village's invincibility within the ninja world. Although he had made a pact with Sasuke to honor each other's choices and decisions, the allure of such power ignited an obsession within Danzou, compelling him to contemplate the breach of their agreement. He was acutely aware that his actions might provoke Sasuke's discontent and resentment, potentially jeopardizing their relationship. Yet, he firmly believed that the mastery of the wood release would render all consequences worthwhile. For the future of Konoha, for the village's supremacy, he was prepared to sacrifice anything. Chapter 68, Rehabilitation Training. A brief respite. The following day after her surgery, Sun was discharged from the hospital without any complications. Under the stringent guidance of Zhangzhu, she refrained from divulging any details of the procedure to anyone, opting instead for silence and a dedicated focus on her subsequent rehabilitation. During this period, Sun diligently followed Zhangzhu, striving to acclimatize to the physical changes brought about by the integration of the Hashirama cells. In addition to the Hashirama cells, Zhangzhu had indeed employed a certain degree of intervention during the surgery, implanting a mysterious and experimental technique into Sunday theoretically. This technique was designed to awaken a bloodline limit within her, yet until it was activated, all remained uncertain. In Zhangzhu's world, although this technique was exhilarating, it was still in an unstable experimental phase. It had the potential to aid the user in awakening various bloodline limits, but the specific outcome was shrouded in unpredictability. During today's rehabilitation training, Sun approached Zhangzhu with a radiant expression. Zhangzhu, I've just discovered something extraordinary, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Zhangzhu, intrigued, looked up and inquired, Sun, have you noticed anything unusual about your body? She quickly shook her head. No, Zhangzhu. I found a unique ninjutsu. Allow me to demonstrate. As she spoke, without forming any hand seals, a tricolor radiance of blue, yellow, and pink enveloped her, swirling around her like petals, creating an ethereal aura. Zhanzhu, I've realized that in this state, my speed, reflexes, and strength have all significantly enhanced, Sun articulated, her eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation for her newfound power. Zhanzhu, captivated by the tricolor light surrounding Sun, felt a surge of wonder. The bloodline limits he had encountered typically manifested as a fusion of two elemental natures, yet what Sun displayed was evidently a novel transformation of her own chakra. This transformation was both enigmatic and formidable, igniting a sense of eager anticipation for the possibilities that lay ahead. Curiosity piqued, Zhanzhu asked, Sun, how long can you maintain this unique state? After a moment of contemplation, she replied, If I do not engage in combat, this special condition can last for several hours. However, in a battle scenario, due to the significant energy expenditure, it can only be sustained for approximately 30 minutes. Beyond that, my chakra will be depleted. She paused briefly before continuing. Yet, I can feel that since the integration of the Hashirama cells, my chakra reserves have not yet reached their limit and are still on the rise. Upon hearing Sun's response, Zhanzhu nodded with satisfaction. This is indeed commendable. Given your current rate of growth, coupled with your newly developed ninjutsu, you may well become one of the most formidable forces in the entire ninja world. He added, Excellent. Sun, during this period, focus on developing your own techniques. Remember, rest is equally crucial. Ensure both your body and spirit are rejuvenated. In just a couple of days, we shall embark on our journey, so please make the necessary preparations. Sun earnestly nodded. All right, brother Jusuk. With that, Sun turned and made her way towards the training ground in the village. Upon arriving, she immediately noticed Kakashi. His demeanor today was markedly different from usual. Appearing somewhat despondent and lost in thought. Concerned, Sun approached him to engage in conversation. What troubles you, Kakashi? You seem out of sorts today, she gently inquired, hoping to uncover the thoughts weighing on his mind. Kakashi glanced up at her, his mind drifting back to their first encounter during battle. A memory vivid with the clash and exchange of their ideologies. He let out a deep sigh, revealing the turmoil within him. The rumors about my father in the village have only intensified, he spoke in a low and resigned tone. Sometimes I wonder, can a ninja truly be devoid of emotions? Must we really forsake everything for the sake of our missions? Sun, sitting beside Kakashi, spoke soothingly to enlighten him. Kakashi, why concern yourself with such gossip? You know best what kind of ninja you are. Why let the words of others halt your progress? Understand that even I, a mere genin, have my share of rumors circulating in the village. They are merely expressions of jealousy and slander aimed at us. What truly matters is that we uphold our beliefs and principles, pursuing what we deem right. Despite feeling slightly uplifted, Kakashi remained perplexed. Just as he was about to speak, Sun interrupted him. There is no need for hesitation, she asserted firmly. Your dreams, your ideals, and your father's expectations of you are for you to realize. No one can advance in your stead. Being overly concerned with others' evaluations will only render you weak. Sun's words plunged Kakashi into contemplation, making him realize that she was encouraging him to remain steadfast in his beliefs, unperturbed by external opinions. He gazed at her gratefully, his confusion gradually dissipating. I heard you've recently developed a new ninjutsu. Could you show me? Sun shifted the topic, attempting to draw Kakashi out of his reverie. Kakashi rose, ready to demonstrate his new technique. With swift hand seals, a dazzling orb of lightning suddenly materialized in his grasp, seemingly infused with boundless power. The brilliance emanated from it was awe-inspiring. Once the technique was complete, Kakashi turned to Sun and asked, I haven't named this technique yet, Sunday. What do you think it should be called? Sun gazed at the dissipating orb of lightning in Kakashi's hand, her eyes sparkling with contemplation. After a moment, she took a deep breath and replied slowly, Such a ferocious power must possess incredible speed. Kakashi, if possible, I believe it could even sever lightning. Though her voice was calm, the impact of her words was undeniable. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, soon transformed his surprise into profound agreement. In that case, let us name it Trikiri. Sun continued, his tone imbued with a sense of determination and confidence. Right is it? A splendid name, Kakashi remarked with a subtle smile, expressing his admiration for the appellation. Let us give it a try. Perhaps it can indeed sever the lightning as you claim. Chapter 69. The Front Line in the Rain Country, within the frontline base of Konoha. Orochimaru sat alone in the command tent. A solitary oil lamp cast a faint glow, illuminating his contemplative visage. He fixed his gaze upon the sand table before him, Adorned with myriad small flags representing various factions, the battle lines intricately intertwined. His attention oscillated between the sand table and the documents in his grasp, occasionally adjusting the flags as if in pursuit of an opportunity for breakthrough. Under the dim light, his countenance appeared somewhat somber, and the occasional twitch of his lips betrayed his inner turmoil and unease. The war had persisted for an extended period, yet the situation along Konoha's front line remained far from optimistic. The strategic plans devised by the third Hokage now seemed almost unattainable. Maintaining the current battle lines had become exceedingly arduous, let alone expanding their achievements. As a major power, the Land of Fire, with its principal village, Konoha, was expected to possess the strongest capabilities among the 5 great nations. However, Konoha's performance in this conflict had been unexpectedly disheartening. Continuous defeats on the front lines, severe delays in logistical support, and a critical shortage of manpower had all emerged as significant factors impeding Konoha's path to victory. What incited Orochimaru's feelings of anger and impotence the most was the political strife brewing in the rear. The power struggle between his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Danzo appeared interminable. The command over the front line had regrettably become a pawn in their ongoing contest. At times, he pondered how one could govern a ninja village amidst such pests. Yet, as a ninja and a subordinate to both Danzo and Sarutobi, Orochimaru found himself with limited options. His only recourse was to execute his duties diligently. Nevertheless, not all news reaching him was grim. There were indeed some positive developments. For instance, the reinforcements arranged by the third Hokage were soon to arrive. The front line was in dire need of both manpower and resources. Tsunade's medical team was on the verge of collapse, and without Jiraiya's steadfast defense, maintaining the existing battle lines would have been exceedingly challenging. This group, it seemed, would inevitably be pushed back into the borders of the Land of Fire by the enemy. However, the imminent support from the third Hokage undoubtedly provided them with a much-needed boost of morale. Orochimaru set aside the military pieces in his hand and picked up the list of supplies and personnel, leaning back in his chair to scrutinize it closely. The list of supplies was remarkably extensive, encompassing everything from ninja tools and medicinal herbs to various specialized tactical equipment. From this supply list, Orochimaru could distinctly sense that the rear truly meant to make a concerted effort this time. Unlike the symbolic assistance of the past, this support was notably ample, with both equipment and medical supplies meticulously prepared. Particularly commendable were the medical supplies. Given the rain country's perennial rainfall, soldiers on the front line were prone to illness, making the arrival of these medicines akin to a timely boon. However, what intrigued Orochimaru more was the personnel list. He noted that, in addition to elite ninjas from various prominent clans, even the lower-ranking ninjas from the village had been dispatched. This was undeniably a strong signal, indicating the rear's emphasis on and support for the front line. As he perused the roster of personnel, Orochimaru's attention was captured by the name Jae-suk. He had a vague recollection of this man, rumored to be a recently accepted fugitive ninja within the village, noted for his considerable prowess, with some even daring to draw comparisons to Jiraiya. However, Orochimaru approached the opinions of others with a discerning caution. Hearsay was often misleading, and personal observation and judgment bore far more weight than the praises or condemnations of others. The following morning, Jae-suk and his team arrived at Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru had been awaiting their arrival at the entrance, his gaze scanning the crowd for Jae-suk's figure. When he finally spotted him, a tall man with a resolute demeanor descending from the carriage, Orochimaru's expression shifted subtly. Jae-suk, aware of Orochimaru's scrutiny, ensured that his companions were settled before striding towards him. In Orochimaru's presence, he maintained the expected decorum, offering a slight bow and extending his right hand, stating, "Lord Orochimaru, I have come at the behest of the third Hokage to assist you. I look forward to your guidance." Orochimaru grasped Jae-suk's hand lightly, responding in his characteristic deep voice, "I have heard much about you as well. I hope your abilities are as remarkable as the rumors suggest." Although their initial meeting lacked fervor, it did not hinder their impending collaboration, as Jae-suk's primary mission was to support Orochimaru. Once he withdrew his hand, Orochimaru said, "Jae-suk-san, please accompany me to the war conference room." He gestured towards a nearby tent. After Jae-suk nodded in acknowledgement, he followed Orochimaru inside. Within the tent, Orochimaru stood before a strategic sand table, his gaze intensely focused on the current state of affairs. He then turned to Jae-suk and inquired, "Jae-suk-san, how do you perceive the current battle situation?" Jae-suk did not rush to respond. Instead, he contemplated for a moment before countering, "Lord Orochimaru, That largely depends on the tactics you wish to employ. Orochimaru appeared slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, asking with curiosity, "What do you mean by that?" Jae-suk elaborated. "If you intend to adopt a defensive posture, solidifying the existing front and advancing gradually, then, given the present circumstances, our position is quite precarious. The extended front, strained resources, and dispersed forces all pose significant challenges. More critically, such a strategy is easily exploitable by the enemy, who may concentrate their superior forces to execute a decisive breakthrough against us." He paused momentarily to gauge Orochimaru's reaction before continuing. "However, if you prefer a more agile and unpredictable approach, the current chaotic front could, in fact, present us with opportunities. In this intricate environment, we could capitalize on the enemy's illusions and oversights, launching swift and decisive strikes. Furthermore, the chaotic front lines signify that the enemy struggles to make effective defensive adjustments in a short span of time, thereby presenting us with the opportunity to execute a surprise attack." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru found himself greatly intrigued by Jae-suk's perspective and slowly remarked, "Oh, pray, elaborate." Jae-suk nodded and began to analyze in detail. "If we opt for a steady and methodical approach, we must possess sufficient forces and resources to sustain this front. Moreover, the primary concern is that achieving the strategic objectives set by the third Hokage would be exceedingly challenging." Orochimaru fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Then, what if we were to deploy an unconventional strategy and engage in a monstrous battle?" Jae-suk smiled subtly and continued, "This is precisely where our advantage lies. While the current front may appear disordered, it, in fact, provides us with concealment and an element of surprise. We can exploit this chaos to launch an unforeseen assault, disrupting the enemy's arrangements. We might even feign a retreat to lure out Hanzo the Salamander." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face broke into a satisfied smile. "Jae-suk, your insights are quite profound. Do you have any specific plans?" Jae-suk nodded and began to elaborate on his strategy. "We could select several pivotal points to break through, such as here, here, and here." As he spoke, he pointed out several locations on the map. "We can utilize the cover of night to launch a sudden attack, catching the enemy off guard. Simultaneously, we can position ambush troops at these locations, awaiting the enemy reinforcements, and then strike them with a decisive blow." Chapter 70. Arrangement. Orochimaru held a deep admiration for Sarutobi's strategic capabilities. Their plans were remarkably aligned, a synchronicity that brought him immense joy. Collaborating with someone of equal caliber was indeed a delightful experience. Orochimaru nodded slightly, expressing his approval of Sarutobi's scheme. However, he did not take his leave immediately, but instead approached Sarutobi with a slow, deliberate pace, casting a penetrating and enigmatic gaze upon him. This scrutiny unsettled Sarutobi, prompting him to inquire, "Lord Orochimaru, is there something else you wish to discuss?" Orochimaru gently placed a hand on Sarutobi's shoulder, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. "Oh, do not be so anxious, Sarutobi. Or should I refer to you as Uchiha Sarutobi?" Upon hearing the name Uchiha Sarutobi, Sarutobi was momentarily taken aback. Quickly regaining his composure, a surge of inexplicable emotions welled within him. Many of the questions that had previously confounded him suddenly became clear. He finally comprehended the reason behind the Imperial War Beast's failures appearing in this ninja realm. It became evident that the two incarnations of Orochimaru had long conspired in secrecy, and it was likely that his true identity, along with the secrets of Kaze-Eyes and others, had been uncovered. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi endeavored to maintain his calm. "Orochimaru, what jest is this? How could I possibly be of the Uchiha clan?" he retorted with a cold smirk. Unperturbed by Sarutobi's words, Orochimaru advanced with a composed demeanor, producing a communication device which he placed gently upon the table. "Since you so vehemently deny it, why not consult with Kaimei?" Recognizing the undeniable connection between Orochimaru and Kaimei, Sarutobi ceased to conceal his true feelings, the brilliance of his Sharingan illuminating his eyes. "Orochimaru, given your dealings with Kaimei, you must be well aware of our methods towards traitors." Orochimaru remained unfazed in the face of Sarutobi's failed threat. He was well informed about the prevailing attitudes toward heretics and traitors from his exchanges with Kaimei. Yet, he was even more convinced that Sarutobi had embarked on a path that diverged sharply from the Emperor's will. The information concerning the would-release experiment obtained from Danzo further solidified Orochimaru's belief that this man before him, even if not entirely in rebellion against the Emperor, had already distanced himself from the cause. "Should you truly wish to cleanse your ranks, perhaps you ought to scrutinize your own actions first?" Orochimaru's tone dripped with subtle mockery. If Kazai's were to discover that you have clandestinely applied the Empire's confidential technologies to your disciple, the repercussions would surely be beyond your capacity to bear. Saratobi was acutely aware that he had been maneuvered into a precarious position by Orochimaru, yet he refrained from revealing any sense of panic. He still possessed contingency plans. In extreme circumstances, eliminating Orochimaru would resolve the matter, albeit at the cost of losing support from Konoha. Orochimaru sensed the palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from Saratobi. Beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He hastily attempted to defuse the tension. Lord Saratobi, your murderous intent is quite formidable. However, rest assured, your identity and objectives are absolutely secure and will not be divulged. He took a deep breath and continued, in a certain sense, our objectives are indeed aligned. I do not require you to sacrifice your life. I merely wish for us to collaborate hand in hand. With arraigned and murderous intent, he calmly inquired, what do you desire? At that moment, he too experienced the sensation of being constrained, a stark contrast to his usual manipulation of others through intelligence. Orochimaru felt a surge of delight within, yet maintained an exterior of composure. I require the equipment and database you have brought. Naturally, this will not disadvantage you. As you have observed, the trajectory of this war is quite clear. Once the conflict concludes, my influence within the village will substantially increase. At that time, whether it be Kazu's or Minma, I shall assist you in dealing with them. What do you think? This transaction appeared rather favorable to him. Despite a slight discomfort throughout the process, overall, the advantages outweighed the drawbacks. The equipment and instruments he had brought, aside from the headband, would have little impact if relinquished. Moreover, should he entrust these to Orochimaru, it would grant him legitimate usage within the village, ultimately a beneficial outcome. Regarding Orochimaru's promise to assist with Kazu's and Minma, he merely smiled. He did not expect Orochimaru to eliminate these two entirely, as long as they refrained from returning to the village in the short term. He would be quite content. After pondering for a moment, he made his decision. He retrieved his communication device and established a connection with Orochimaru. As the data streamed continuously across the device's panel, the information from the database swiftly synchronized with Orochimaru. The database is now in your possession, he stated. As for the instruments, they are stored at my residence in the Hidden Leafs Mura. Orochimaru reviewed the received content and, satisfied, stowed away the communication device. I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Mura Jaesook. With that, he exited the war conference room. Watching Orochimaru's retreating figure, Jaesook felt a wave of revulsion. He thought to himself, this foul serpent is unpleasant in any world. However, he also recognized that while this transaction left him feeling uneasy, it was indeed the best option available under the circumstances. Orochimaru's departure heightened Jae-sook's vigilance. He realized that in the current shinobi world, it was likely that more than just Orochimaru possessed knowledge of his affairs. Kiria's methods were cunning and ruthless. He would certainly not leave Orochimaru as the sole pawn in his game. Chapter 71. The first battle. Upon departing the operations conference room, Orochimaru promptly initiated meticulous battle preparations. Concurrently, the three members of the Araki squad, Sun, Raito, and Aoi, were specifically assigned to a combat zone of comparatively lower intensity. This strategic arrangement aimed to provide these newly minted genin with a secure opportunity to hone their skills within a real-world environment. Remember, this is your inaugural experience in battle. Safety must always come first, Orochimaru sternly cautioned while delineating their tasks. Meanwhile, Araki, serving as their mentor, observed closely from the sidelines. Having deliberately chosen this location, one that presented a moderate challenge, it was manageable for them, serving as a comprehensive assessment of their training. They were acutely aware that any lapse in vigilance on the battlefield could exact a grievous toll. Before long, the Sun Squad arrived at the combat area located in the Land of Rain. This woodland was starkly different from the environment of the Land of Fire. The trees were dense and towering, their foliage casting a canopy that severely limited visibility. Such conditions undoubtedly heightened the difficulty and uncertainty of combat, instilling a sense of apprehension in the trio. In this unfamiliar setting, Araki temporarily appointed Sun as the squad leader, tasking her with guiding the team through the engagement. Having grown up in similar environments, Sun felt an unexpected sense of familiarity and comfort here. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart in preparation for the challenges that lay ahead. Raito, having shared a heartfelt conversation with Araki under the moonlight, experienced a notable shift in his mindset. He understood that adversity often presents the finest opportunities for growth. Thus, rather than succumbing to fear or retreating due to the harsh surroundings, he found his resolve and determination strengthened. Conversely, Aoi felt an overwhelming pressure in this environment. With no intelligence regarding his surroundings and ensconced in such peril, he felt engulfed by darkness, acutely aware that an enemy's ambush could spell his demise at any moment. His palms began to perspire, and his heart raced. Noticing Aoi's anxious demeanor, Sun and Raito instinctively approached him, gently patting his shoulder. "Do not fret. We are here for you," Sun softly reassured him. Raito nodded in agreement, attempting to bolster Aoi's confidence. "They are merely low-ranking ninjas from Amage Cure. Do not be afraid, Aoi." Upon hearing his comrade's words of comfort, Aoi's emotions settled somewhat. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Sun continued, "Moreover, our mission is not overly perilous. We are merely patrolling a territory we have already secured. Judging by the current situation, we should encounter little danger." However, no sooner had she spoken than an unforeseen event transpired. This area was originally a battleground between Konoha and Amagakure, and thus, it should have been occupied solely by the forces of both sides. Yet, the ever-ambitious Inoki, refusing to relent, seized the opportunity amidst the ongoing conflict to discreetly deploy an elite unit into this region. Though this unit is modest in size, comprising merely 4 members, 3 CH Nin and 1 J Nin, their prowess should not be underestimated. For the ranged shinobi village, this contingent is sufficient to assist them in breaching the defenses of this locale. The sudden appearance of adversaries enveloped Team Sun in a tense atmosphere. Instantly, they assumed a combat-ready stance, preparing to confront the unforeseen skirmish. Aoi, momentarily setting aside his apprehension, gripped his weapon tightly, ready to stand shoulder to shoulder with his comrades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air was abruptly pierced by several sharp sounds, followed by a thunderous explosion. Boom. A few kunai, entwined with explosive tags, streaked across the sky like meteors, violently embedding themselves in the very spot where they had just stood, triggering a ferocious explosion. Flames soared, smoke billowed, and the entire battlefield seemed to tremble under the immense force of the blast. Fortunately, Sun's reflexes were remarkably swift. She immediately sensed the impending attack. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly pulled Raito and Aoi to safety behind a nearby cover, the 3 of them evading the onslaught with lightning speed. As the aftershocks of the explosion gradually subsided, the smoke and dust that had enveloped the battlefield began to dissipate. The trio of Team Sun huddled closely together, their heartbeats resonating with remarkable clarity in the momentary stillness. "Is everyone all right?" Sun broke the silence, her voice laced with concern for her companions. "I'm fine." Raito breathed deeply, calming his racing heart. "Thanks to your quick reaction." Sunday Aoi nodded in agreement. Although his complexion was somewhat pale, his voice remained resolutely firm. "I'm fine too. Thank you." Even as the remnants of the explosion faded, the tension in the atmosphere lingered. The 3 members of Team Sun remained closely clustered, their gazes revealing unwavering determination. "Prepare for battle," Sun commanded softly, swiftly analyzing the current situation. As the temporary leader of the team, she recognized her duty to assume command. Aoi immediately sensed the number of opponents. Sun decisively issued her first command. "We need to ascertain the enemy's specifics to devise an effective combat strategy." Aoi nodded, promptly closing his eyes to concentrate, honing his senses to perceive the presence of adversaries nearby. His ability to detect the number and location of foes within a certain radius was crucial for the impending confrontation. "Raito, provide cover for Aoi here." Sun continued her directives. "Ensure his safety while remaining prepared to assist me at a moment's notice. I will draw their attention to create a more conducive environment for Aoi's perception." Without hesitation, Raito positioned himself beside Aoi, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. His weapon was gripped firmly, ready to engage any potential threats. Taking a deep breath, Sun's form flickered as she darted from behind cover. As the strongest member of the team, she bore the weight of this perilous task. Her figure darted swiftly through the woods, evading the assaults of the Rock Shadow ninjas. The onslaught persisted, yet the Rock Shadow ninjas remained cautious. Until they ascertained the number of opponents, they dared not recklessly employ their jutsu. This provided her with a moment to breathe and recalibrate her strategy. After successfully dodging multiple attacks, a voice echoed in her mind, Aoyama's voice. "Son, we have confirmed the enemy's numbers. There are a total of 4. Next, I will have Lightning assist you in pinpointing their exact locations." Upon hearing Aoyama's words, a surge of joy filled Sun's heart. With the support of her comrades, she felt emboldened to confront the impending battle. She swiftly replied, "Understood. Please inform me when you are ready." Chapter 72. The initial skirmish. Chinya darted swiftly through the woods, his figure both nimble and agile. He continuously employed his perceptive abilities to survey the surroundings, discerning that the Ewing ninjas were intently observing every move made by the three of them. Sun was deep in contemplation, meticulously analyzing the myriad scenarios that might unfold in the impending battle. She was acutely aware that if it were merely herself and Qingye fighting side by side, the risks would significantly escalate. Thus, she resolved to include Lei Dong in their combat formation. "Lei Dong, join us in our endeavor," Sun declared in a low, resolute voice. "Understood," Lei Dong replied succinctly, gripping his weapon firmly. He recognized that, as a member of the team, he bore an indispensable responsibility. To strike with only two would render their assault feeble, insufficient to withstand the enemy's fierce onslaught. However, the united efforts of the three would undeniably amplify their collective strength and deterrence. The trio of Sun's team clasped their weapons tightly, steadfastly preparing to confront the imminent conflict. Although they were well aware of the formidable capabilities of their adversaries, who held the advantage in numbers, fear did not seep into their hearts. Sun inhaled deeply, swiftly adjusting her combat readiness, and without hesitation, she surged forth from the thicket. "Qingye, Lei Dong, stay close to me," she called out, her voice resonating with determination and resolve. Upon hearing Sun's summons, Qingye and Lei Dong immediately followed suit, erupting from the woods in unison. The three swiftly dispersed, seeking traces of their foes. In this tense and unpredictable moment, their heartbeats quickened slightly, yet their gazes radiated unwavering conviction and determination. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions shattered the tranquility of the forest. The source of the detonation was precisely where they had previously detected the Ewing ninjas. Sun and her companions halted abruptly, scanning their surroundings with vigilant eyes. They understood that this was a ploy by the Ewing ninjas, intended to draw their attention and subsequently execute a ruse. In the face of such provocation, Sun remained unflustered. The trio tightened their grips on their weapons and swiftly readied themselves before charging out of the woods. "These Ewing ninjas are indeed cunning," Sun mused inwardly. In such a complex battlefield, failing to swiftly identify the enemy's position and decisively retaliate could result in a perilous ambush. The three members of Sun's team dispersed rapidly, each in search of the enemy's whereabouts. They were acutely aware that, as the leader, it was imperative to shoulder their responsibilities. Should only two initiate an assault, their defensive capabilities would be gravely weakened, leaving them vulnerable to the enemy's opportunistic strikes. "Not good. The Ewing ninjas have spotted us," Qingye exclaimed suddenly. "What is happening?" Sun's heart tightened, and she immediately turned to investigate, only to find an Ewing ninja standing quietly not far away, their gaze firmly fixed upon the three of them. "Run!" Sun shouted urgently. Upon hearing the words, Qingye and Lei Dong immediately followed Sun's lead and swiftly vacated the scene. However, the Iwagakure ninjas were relentless in their pursuit. Shortly after their escape, two more Iwagakure ninjas materialized, quickly closing the gap. Their speed was astonishing, their figures weaving through the trees like shadows of darkness. "We must split up," Sun exclaimed. "This way, they cannot track all three of us simultaneously." Qingye and Lei Dong instantly grasped Sun's intention, and the trio hastily diverged, racing off in different directions. Sun silently prayed that this strategy would prove effective. She understood that capture would spell disaster for the entire team. She ran with all her might, the sounds of the Iwagakure ninjas echoing behind her. Her heart raced, sweat trickled down her forehead. Yet she dared not pause for even a moment. Meanwhile, Qingye and Lei Dong were equally desperate in their flight, acutely aware of the relentless pursuit behind them. Knowing that the Iwagakure ninjas were drawing nearer, the chase persisted for what felt like an eternity, until all three were utterly exhausted. Yet they understood that being caught by the Iwagakure ninjas would have dire consequences. Finally, deep within the forest, Sun discovered a hiding spot. She concealed herself within a dense thicket, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Soon after, Qingye and Lei Dong also found their respective refuges. They communicated through discreet signals to confirm each other's safety. Although they had temporarily evaded the Iwagakure ninjas, the trio knew that the peril had not yet abated. They needed to devise their next plan without delay. "We require a secure location to recuperate," Sun conveyed her thoughts through signals to Qingye and Lei Dong. Qingye responded, "I know of a secluded cave where we can take shelter." Lei Dong concurred, "Yes, let us head there first and strategize on how to confront these Iwagakure ninjas." Thus, the trio cautiously departed from their hiding places and, guided by Qingye, made their way to the concealed cave. Inside the cave, they briefly rested, replenishing their supplies of food and water. During this time, Sun meticulously analyzed the previous skirmish and the tactics of the Iwagakure ninjas. They clearly came prepared. Well aware of our movements, Sun mused. However, the intelligence we deployed at the front lines should remain unknown to them. Qingye voiced her concerns. Indeed. Leitong replied as he sat up, drawing forth his black blade, its sharp edge glinting ominously in the dimness of the cave. This Iwagakure squad likely came to gather intelligence. And we just happened to cross paths with them. He rose and approached the cave entrance, his voice resolute. Logically, they should not be privy to our frontline arrangements. Yet, having encountered them now, we cannot afford to let them return with any information. If the enemy becomes aware of our frontline arrangements, our defense may face significant challenges. Upon hearing this, Aoba hastily rose to his feet, his expression tense and trembling slightly. We are merely low-ranking ninjas. If we confront them head-on, we will perish. Sun gently placed her hand on Aoba's shoulder, speaking in a calming tone. Do not worry, Aoba. Just like before, focus on gathering intelligence. And leave the ensuing battle to me and Raiden. A radiant smile graced her face, as if it could dispel all shadows and fears. Gazing at Sun's smile, Aoba felt his anxiety diminish somewhat. He took a deep breath and nodded. All right, Sunday. I will do my utmost to fulfill my duties. She understood Aoba's trepidation. Although they were of similar ages, he was ultimately a child raised in the peaceful village of Konoha, and it was entirely natural for him to feel fear in the face of life and death. Chapter 73. The five energies converge to the origin seated upon the ground. Qingye meticulously traced the current tactical diagram in the sand with a kunai, simultaneously elucidating the situation to Sun and Leitong. Based on my previous perceptions, there are 4 individuals on the opposing side, coupled with the intelligence provided from the front lines. It is customary for the personnel configuration of a Iwagakure to comprise 1 Jonin leading 3 Chunin. Hence, it is highly likely that the adversaries we face follow a similar arrangement. He paused, raising his gaze to meet the serious expressions of Sun and Leitong. This indicates that we will be contending with a formidable Jonin and 3 Chunin, presenting a rather daunting challenge. Qingye's eyes swept between Sun and Leitong as he inhaled deeply, addressing them with gravity. In terms of numbers, we are clearly at a disadvantage. My role primarily involves information gathering, which means I can only provide limited support. He hesitated momentarily before continuing, therefore. The brunt of this battle will rest upon the 2 of you. Sun, you need not be modest. Your strength surpasses that of ours, making you the main combat force of our team. As for Leitong, the crux lies with you. Sun will engage the 3 Chunin, while you must focus on eliminating the Jonin, and I will do my utmost to assist you in this endeavor. Upon concluding his remarks, Qingye fixed his determined gaze upon the 2, awaiting their responses. Sun was the first to rise, stretching his shoulders with confidence. I am ready and prepared. Leitong followed suit, performing a dazzling flourish with his blade, its glimmer reflecting his resolve. I too am ready. You need not worry about our coordination, Qingye. Stowing away the kunai. Qingye stood tall, a fierce determination radiating from his countenance. Then let us set forth. We shall demonstrate to those Iwagakure scoundrels the prowess of the shinobi from Konoha. Outside the cave, the Denswits provided a concealed gathering spot for the 4 Iwagakure ninjas. They sat in a circle, quietly deliberating their forthcoming strategy. We have ascertained some critical information regarding the frontline deployment of Konoha. The leading Jonin spoke in a low tone. Our sole concern now lies with those 3 leaf ninjas. We must handle this delicately. We cannot allow them to impede our progress. A Chunin interjected. We could attempt to neutralize them before they become aware of our plans. This would facilitate a more seamless operation. Another Iwagakure ninja, who had just withdrawn from a sensory technique, chimed in. I sensed moments ago that the 3-leaf ninjas have emerged from their hiding spots and are now advancing towards us. Judging by their trajectory and speed, it is quite possible they have detected our presence. Furthermore, their team likely includes a sensory-type ninja. Upon hearing this, the leading Jonin's face curled into a disdainful smile. They choose not to retreat and report the situation, but rather head directly towards us. It seems they have been deemed prey. He surveyed the other 3 ninjas, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. We must not allow ourselves to be underestimated any longer. Let us move out. This time, we shall return with their heads as a memento of this intelligence mission. With a commanding voice, he summoned the 4 rock-hidden ninjas, who sprang into action like 4 unleashed tigers, pouncing toward the direction of the leaf ninjas. Amidst the dense forest, the bamboo squad deftly maneuvered through the underbrush. Qingye, with a serious expression, spoke. The four adversaries have commenced their actions. According to my senses, the 3ch Nin are currently positioned to our northeast, while the J Nin stands directly to our north. Everyone, let us commence. At Xingye's command, the bamboo squad swiftly dispersed, adhering to their established tactical plan. Sun surged toward the northeast, poised to confront the 3ch Nin, while Leidong stealthily advanced northward, targeting the formidable J Nin. The battle was imminent. Sun was the first to engage the 3ch Nin, and they were soon embroiled in a fierce confrontation. A flurry of projectiles whirled through the air, accompanied by the cacophony of explosions and flickering flames. In swift coordination, the 3ch Nin encircled Sun, attempting to restrict her movements. Both sides found themselves in a stalemate, refraining from launching further attacks. At this juncture, one of the rock-hidden ch Nin broke the silence, taunting, "Little girl, has Konoha really become so desolate that they send a child like you to your demise?" Sun, unfazed by his taunt, smiled faintly and retorted, "If there is no one left, you shall find out for yourself." Her gaze swept cautiously over the three rock-hidden ch Nin, confirming that the J Nin was not present. A sigh of relief washed over her. This confirmation bolstered her confidence, for she knew that as long as the J Nin was absent, she possessed ample capability to contend with the 3ch Nin before her. Sun internally mused, 30 minutes should suffice to deal with them. She resolved to conclude the encounter swiftly, denying her foes any respite. Subsequently, she clasped her hands together, channeling her chakra, and with a powerful shout, a torrent of chakra surged forth from within her being. Golden, pink, and blue chakras intertwined splendidly, akin to a resplendent rainbow, enveloping Sun and forming a dazzling halo. This was Sun's unique bloodline limit, 5 elements manifestation. This ability was a product of the intertwining of 5 distinct chakra attributes with the forces of yin and yang, perfectly exhibited through her body, modified by Hashirama's cells. The 3ch Nin, witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily taken aback. They had never encountered such a singular bloodline limit, especially manifested by a mere genin, which indeed was unexpected. However, their astonishment was short-lived. The ch Nin who had previously mocked Sun quickly regained his composure and shouted, "She is merely a lowly genin. What does it matter if she possesses a bloodline limit? Without a matured talent, she is nothing." The other 2 ch Nin swiftly echoed his thoughts, contemplating that indeed she was merely a genin. Even with a bloodline limit, how significant could it truly be? In the past, while undertaking clandestine tasks within the village, they had personally extinguished numerous so-called prodigies. Confronted with the disdain and scorn of the trio, Sun emotionlessly drew her kunai, a cold smirk playing at the corners of her lips. Her voice resonated with both challenge and contempt. "If that is the case, then come and test your mettle. Let us see if you esteemed ch Nin can withstand the onslaught of a mere genin." Chapter 74. The infernal palm. The ensuing battle unfolded like a vivid tapestry. Swift and fierce, Sun charged towards the 3ch Nin with astonishing speed, her kunai slicing through the air with a glimmering edge. The ch Nin who had mocked her was the first to engage, wielding a shuriken in an attempt to fend off her assault. In her state of 5 elements activation, Sun's velocity was unparalleled, matching the speed she had exhibited during her earlier combat with Sasuke. Her swordsmanship was as swift as lightning, dazzling to behold. With a swift whoosh, the ch Nin's shuriken was struck from his grasp by Sun's kunai, causing him to stagger back in shock, disbelief etched on his face. How could a mere genin disarm him with a single exchange? He thought to himself, are all Leaf Village genin monsters? Simultaneously, the other 2 ch Nin, witnessing their comrades' dismay, swiftly joined the fray. They attacked from both sides, attempting to create a pincer movement. Nevertheless, despite their utmost efforts, their speed paled in comparison to Sun's. She moved like a nimble fish, darting effortlessly between the three, her every strike precise in countering or evading their ferocious assaults. Her movements flowed seamlessly, akin to a dance upon the battlefield. We must restrict her movements. This was the shared sentiment resonating in the minds of the 3ch Nin. They realized that without effectively curtailing Sun's agility, victory would remain elusive. One of the ch Nin made a decisive move. Just as Sun's kunai was about to strike his ally's neck, he swiftly cast a Doton technique, raising a formidable earthen wall that skillfully intercepted her blade. "Doton, earth flow wall," he shouted, his voice imbued with determination and resolve. As the wall rose, Sun felt a tremendous resistance. She immediately relinquished her kunai and nimbly retreated. However, she soon discovered that new earth walls were continuously emerging around her, gradually enclosing her in a confined space. Within this constricted area, Sun found herself face to face with the Nin who had previously taunted her. The air seemed to thicken with tension, suffocating in its intensity. The Nin clasped his hands together, a multitude of stones coalescing rapidly in his right hand, forming a colossal stone fist. A sinister grin spread across his face as he prepared to unleash a devastating blow. Doton, stone fist technique, he bellowed. The stone fist hurtling towards Sun with a howling wind. This was his prized technique, immensely powerful, capable of obliterating any obstacle in its path. However, its inherent flaw was evident. It was easily evaded. Yet, in this cramped space, Sun had nowhere to escape. This was also the trio's trump card. By coordinating their efforts, they could corner their adversary, allowing him to deliver the final strike. This strategy had proven successful time and again, enabling them to find openings even against formidable foes. The two Nin outside, at this moment, relaxed their vigilance, wiping their brows and jesting with one another. What does it matter, even if she is a genius? Deprived of her familiar weapon and stripped of her once proud speed, it seemed inevitable that she would soon fall to our hands. However, before they could finish their words, a thunderous roar erupted from within the earthen wall. The sound was so startling that the two Nin outside felt a jolt of fear and hurriedly turned towards the source of the noise. As debris scattered and dust settled, they were left in shock, discovering their comrade lifeless, eyes rolled back, effortlessly held aloft by Sunday. This scene left them speechless, a wave of inexplicable dread surging within them. "What have you done?" one exclaimed, his voice trembling with barely concealed fear. Sun casually tossed the body aside and replied with an air of indifference, "Did I ever claim my taijutsu and strength were lacking?" Her tone dripped with disdain and mockery, as if to ridicule their underestimation and ignorance. Recalling the earlier confrontation, the arrogant Nin had charged at her, bellowing, "Die! Prepare to await your arrogance in hell. You genius of Konoha!" His fist sliced through the air with deadly intent, aimed directly at Sun's life. Yet, she remained unfazed. Drawing a deep breath, she lowered her stance, her gaze reflecting calmness and resolve. As his fist neared, she swiftly raised her hand, executing a decisive strike. The blow landed squarely on his chest, followed by a violent eruption of flames erupting from his body. The flames blazed fiercely, illuminating Sun's impassive visage, as if declaring her triumph. 5 elements, fiery palm. Sun whispered the name of her technique, her voice resonating with confidence and authority. She concentrated the fire element chakra of the 5 elements and, upon contact, ignited her opponent's chakra, triggering a ferocious explosion that rendered him utterly incapacitated. The two remaining Nin no longer wore their previous mocking expressions. Instead, fear of an unknown adversary gripped them. They realized that the little girl before them was not the easy target they had envisioned. Recognizing that a direct confrontation was futile, they resolved to alter their strategy, attempting to ensnare Sun while waiting for their leader's reinforcements. With that, the two Nin exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu. One formed hand seals, chanting, "Earth release, tremor core." As his words fell, the ground beneath Sun began to tremble violently, as though a great force was brewing below. The others swiftly followed suit, forming hand seals and shouting, "Earth release, rockfall." In an instant, numerous colossal rocks rained down from the sky, aiming to confine Sun within a minuscule area. As the two Nin executed their ninjutsu in unison, the earth beneath Sun sank rapidly, creating a vast pit. The rain of rocks grew increasingly dense, as if intent on burying her within this ruin. Despite the ferocity of the Nin's assault, such attacks posed little threat to Sunday. In a state of unparalleled vitality, her reflexes and dynamic vision reached their zenith, with her physical agility exhibiting remarkable sharpness. Although the falling rocks were abundant, she deftly navigated through them with her exceptional reaction speed and physical prowess. Moving like a bolt of lightning, she leaped gracefully, evading each rock with precision while swiftly ascending towards the ground. The two Nin, witnessing this spectacle, were left in a state of astonishment. They had initially believed such an assault would at least momentarily hinder her, yet they were astounded by her effortless response. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from their sight. "Where did she go?" one of them shouted. Chapter 75. Lost. Another Nin hurriedly glanced around, desperately attempting to trace the whereabouts of Sun, but it was already too late. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Sun suddenly emerged above them like a specter, her ninja blade glinting ominously in the light. With a swift stroke accompanied by a sharp exclamation, 5 energies returning to origin, ascension, the blade's aura surged forth. Propelled by a raging wind, slicing through the air and hurtling toward the two nin. Caught off guard, they barely managed to evade, their bodies twisting in a desperate bid for survival. Nonetheless, the blade's energy grazed them, leaving deep, crimson gashes that instantly stained their garments. Ah! One of them cried out in agony, stumbling perilously close to the ground. The other, though managing to remain upright, was as pale as a ghost, clearly suffering from severe injuries. Sun observed the scene with no trace of compassion. She understood acutely that in the theater of war, mercy towards one's adversary equates to cruelty against oneself. Moreover, she could not sustain the five energies returning to origin state for long. The failed strike had already intensified the pressure she felt. Quickly, she regulated her breathing, stabilizing the flow of chakra within her. While vigilantly scanning the distant woods, where an Awagakure nin might appear, the absence of news from Aoi and Rate only deepened her unease. If they had failed to eliminate that nin, the ensuing battle would inevitably become more arduous. She resolved to conclude the skirmish swiftly and provide them with support. With renewed determination, Sun once again wielded her ninja blade, launching a fierce assault against the injured nin. Under her relentless onslaught, the two soon found themselves overwhelmed. Realizing the dire predicament, they recognized that they were no match for Sun. Their only hope lay in fleeing. They swiftly turned, exerting every ounce of strength to escape deeper into the woods, hoping to find their leader and reverse the tide of battle. However, Sun discerned their intent with ease. Her expression darkened as she swiftly formed hand seals, prepared to unleash a new ninjutsu. Five energies returning to origin, lightning release mode. Upon completing the seals, her chakra surged violently, crackling electricity, weaving a tempestuous net around her. Previously, her body could not endure the side effects of this mode. Muscle tissue would necrose, and cells would wither. Yet now, bolstered by Hashirama's cells, Sun could enter this state without fear of repercussions. Think you can escape? Not so easily, she scoffed, her form transforming into a streak of lightning as she pursued the fleeing nin. Her speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, she had caught up with them. Seeing Sun closing in, one of the nin resolutely halted, turning to his companion. You go find the leader. I will hold her off. His words exuded determination and resolve, as if he had already accepted his fate. Understanding the gravity of the situation, his partner did not hesitate, turning and fleeing deeper into the woods. The remaining nin drew a kunai, charging at Sunday. Yet, the disparity in strength was unmistakable. Even though he exerted every ounce of his strength, he still appeared powerless in the face of Sunday. The kunai in Sun's hand crackled with electricity, effortlessly severing the opponent's shoikin in a mere exchange. The nin, taken aback by this display, found himself unable to react in time. Sun's kunai swept through with unyielding force, cleaving through his body, and blood gushed forth instantaneously. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he could not fathom the suddenness of it all. With the nin's collapse, only Sun remained in the forest, alongside the panicked shinobi fleeing in terror. The nin fled with all his might, yet Sun's speed surpassed his own, the distance between them dwindling rapidly. Just as despair began to take root in the nin's heart, a familiar figure suddenly emerged into his line of sight. It was none other than their leader, the Awagakure nin. However, the leader's demeanor was somewhat peculiar, as if enveloped by an unusual aura. Upon seeing his leader, the nin felt a surge of hope. Calling out with a voice filled with joy and anticipation, "Leader, over here. This little brat has killed both of us. Please save me." Upon hearing the nin's cry, Sun halted, standing a short distance away and observing silently. The nin, seizing the moment, turned to face her. His breath ragged, yet his words laced with provocation and mockery. His face contorted in anger, he pointed at the shadowy figure of the Awagakure nin, taunting, "Ha! Aren't you supposed to be formidable, you so-called genius of Konoha? Come on, if you're that strong, why not spar with him? We Awagakure have dispatched many like you who rely on their bloodline limits." Sun's expression darkened at his words, but she was not incensed by the nin's taunts. Instead, a greater worry gnawed at her heart. The safety of Aoi and Reito prevented her from fully concentrating on her adversary. She understood that the appearance of the Awagakure nin signified an escalation of the conflict, and she remained oblivious to the fate of her two teammates. The nin had indeed materialized before her, and according to their previous arrangements, her comrades were likely in grave danger. Yet, the nin continued to mock her, his words growing increasingly nauseating, though he began to sense that something was amiss. This was also why Sun had not yet resolved to fight to the death. The nin's taunts grew ever more grating, but Sun chose to ignore them. She began to scrutinize the Iwagakure J-Nin closely, and then she offered a faint smile. Addressing the J-Nin, "After all that talk, you must be parched." The J-Nin, bewildered by Sun's words, confidently believed that his leader's prowess was unparalleled. Honed by countless battles, beyond anything they could aspire to, he could not comprehend why this mere child dared to speak so brazenly. "Boss, hurry up and take action. The sooner we deal with this brat, the sooner we can report back," the J-Nin urged, hoping for a swift response from the J-Nin. However, no reply came in response to his plea. As anxiety crept into his demeanor, he pressed on, his tone tinged with fear. "Boss, this isn't a joke. They've both already been killed." Yet the J-Nin remained silent, merely standing there, a quiet sentinel in the midst of chaos. The Ch-Nin, gathering his courage, timidly approached the J-Nin, his hand poised to make contact, only to witness the latter unexpectedly collapse to the ground. This scene sent the Ch-Nin into a state of utter panic, leaving him at a loss as he gazed at the fallen J-Nin, his heart brimming with fear and despair. Observing the Ch-Nin's disarray, Sun scoffed softly and remarked, "It appears your superior is not in the best of states." Her words dripped with disdain and mockery, as if to convey to the Ch-Nin that their scheme had met with complete failure. Chapter 76. Reluctance to resist. At this moment, the Ch-Nin had utterly lost the courage to resist. Acutely aware that he was no match for the formidable opponent before him, as he felt the oppressive presence of Sun drawing nearer, a tide of fear engulfed him, compelling him to instinctively flee from this perilous location. Struggling to rise from the ground, he exerted every ounce of strength to crawl forward, leaving deep claw marks on the earth beneath him, as if narrating the despair and turmoil within his soul. Yet, regardless of his efforts, his speed was laughably insufficient compared to Sun's relentless advance. Observing the Ch-Nin's frantic escape, Sun's eyes flickered with disdain. She refrained from pursuing him immediately, choosing instead to remain still and calmly survey her surroundings. Just as the Ch-Nin believed he had evaded his pursuer and was preparing to seize his chance to flee, a young boy's toe unexpectedly appeared before him. Startled, he looked up to find a familiar figure standing coldly before him. It was Aoi, the very person he had been searching for. A wave of alarm washed over the Ch-Nin as he instantly recognized the perilous nature of his predicament. He attempted to rise, but found his body too fatigued from the earlier battle and flight to comply. Aoi regarded the Ch-Nin with an impassive expression and remarked, "Did you truly believe you could escape?" A heavy weight settled in the Ch-Nin's heart, realizing he was trapped with no avenue for escape. Trembling, he pleaded, "Please, I beg you, spare me. I am merely a Ch-Nin, not a pivotal figure in this conflict." However, Aoi paid no heed to his desperate entreaty. He crouched down, fixing a penetrating gaze upon the Ch-Nin's eyes, and stated, "On the battlefield, there is no opportunity for mercy. You chose to stand against us. Thus, you must bear the consequences." At that moment, Raito emerged from the shadows of a nearby tree, his black blade shimmering coldly in the moonlight. He stepped forward. Observing the Ch-Nin, now devoid of any capacity to resist, his eyes flashing with resolve. "There is no escape for you," Raito declared solemnly, mercilessly bringing down the black blade to end the Ch-Nin's life. As Sun witnessed her companion's safe return, the weight on her heart finally lifted. She swiftly deactivated the 5 elements rising mode. Although it had drained considerable energy, it remained within a manageable limit, allowing her to function normally without succumbing to exhaustion. She approached Raito and Aoi, ready to inquire about their situation. However, before she could speak, Aoi interjected, "Sun, did you deal with that J-Nin?" Taken aback by the question, Sun replied with confusion, "Didn't you leave behind a corpse after dealing with him?" Aoi and Raito exchanged puzzled glances, clearly perplexed. Aoi hastily clarified, "We encountered no J-Nin. We only dealt with those Ch-Nin. Could it be that the J-Nin did not appear at all?" Sun shook her head, her brow furrowed in concern. "No, I am certain I saw the J-Nin, and his condition was peculiar, stiff in movement, with weak chakra fluctuations. I initially believed that you had resolved the situation first, hence, upon their meeting, both parties swiftly discerned the issue and promptly retraced their steps for a thorough reassessment. When Raito confirmed that the individual was indeed a Jonin, a weight lifted from his heart. Sun was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering the unfolding events. Aoi began to narrate the entire sequence of occurrences to Sunday. While Sun engaged in battle, Aoi and Raito encountered a Chunin. Fortunately, due to the opponent's overconfidence, they managed to inflict some damage through Aoi's ninja technique, 3,000 crows, combined with Raito's exceptional swordsmanship. However, The disparity in strength was starkly evident, and they were soon repelled. Yet, Raito was convinced that the adversary had been poisoned by the toxin smeared on his black blade. Despite the evident gap in power, they chose to persist in their pursuit. However, their chase yielded only the previously engaged Chunin. After Aoi's explanation, Sun finally unraveled the entirety of the incident. It turned out that the earlier Jonin had indeed been affected by the poison on Raito's blade. The intense physical exertion had accelerated his blood flow, causing the toxin to take effect rapidly. Yet, owing to his remarkable physical constitution, he did not collapse immediately, resulting in the peculiar scene witnessed earlier. Upon their return to inspect and confirm the Jonin's identity, the trio grasped the truth behind the matter. Raito's black blade was coated with a unique poison capable of swiftly disseminating through the bloodstream, inducing severe poisoning reactions. However, the Jonin's formidable physique delayed the onset of the toxin, allowing him to retain a degree of mobility for a time. Suddenly, a cacophony arose, instantly capturing the trio's attention. Having just emerged from battle, their nerves remained taut, and they immediately assumed a defensive stance. Without hesitation, Sun prepared to unleash the five elements technique. Her golden chakra subtly coursing around her, poised to unleash formidable power. Raito also readied himself, gripping his black blade tightly, his gaze sharp and vigilant towards the source of the sound. Although Aoi did not act immediately, his sensory abilities were fully engaged, striving to detect any anomalies in the vicinity. He understood that if adversaries approached, the ensuing battle would prove exceedingly arduous. Sun had already braced herself for the worst. She recognized that if the enemy was numerous or particularly potent, she would need to cover Aoi and Raito's retreat, ensuring that vital information could safely return to Konoha. In her eyes, the protection of her comrades and the transmission of intelligence were equally paramount, and she was prepared to sacrifice everything for this cause. The trio awaited anxiously, the tumult drawing nearer, yet they remained unable to ascertain the identity of the approaching figures. Subsequently, a green apparition darted past like lightning, followed by a Konoha ninja clad in a green armored vest appearing before them. The arrival of the ninja was akin to a gentle spring breeze, instantly alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. The newcomer was none other than the reinforcements from Konoha, and his timely appearance undoubtedly brought immense reassurance to Sun, Raito, and Aoi. Although the trio had not had the opportunity to call for help, it was evident that the commotion from their earlier skirmish had attracted attention from behind. "Wonderful! It's the reinforcements from Konoha," Raito exclaimed, his face breaking into a long-lost smile. Aoi also exhaled in relief, marveling. "I never anticipated that our commotion would draw in reinforcements." Sun too felt a wave of relief wash over him as he once again dispelled his inner turmoil. Chapter 77. Return to the camp. Upon releasing the state of five energies converging to the origin, Sun's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, yet her eyes sparkled with resolute determination. Together with Aoi, she meticulously recounted the events that had transpired to the arriving Nin, who was eager for details. "Are the bodies still there?" The Nin inquired anxiously, fully aware of the significance of intelligence and the critical information that could be gleaned from the corpses. Sun nodded and replied, "Indeed. The bodies of the Nin and the three Nin remain at the scene. We have yet to attend to them." The Nin exhaled in relief, a faint smile gracing his features. He recognized that these bodies would serve as vital clues for analyzing the enemy's strength and tactics. "Excellent," the Nin praised. "You have performed admirably. We will send personnel to handle the bodies and simultaneously gather further intelligence." Deep within, he felt astonished and respectful of Sun, Raito, and Aoi's performance. These three newly initiated Genin had faced unexpected challenges on the battlefield, yet had resolved a team led by a Nin with remarkable tenacity and intellect. "Incredible!" the Nin marveled, his gaze brimming with admiration. Hearing such commendation, Aoi felt a tinge of embarrassment and humbly interjected, "It was nothing. They simply underestimated us, allowing us to exploit their oversight." The Nin shook his head, looking earnestly at Aoi. "Do not belittle your achievements. Victories on the battlefield are never mere happenstance. Your ability to seize upon your opponent's weaknesses and respond promptly is a testament to your prowess. Moreover, the synergy and cooperation you three demonstrated during the conflict were of paramount importance." Aoi, slightly flustered by the Nin's words, scratched his head and smiled. "Thank you for your kind words." With a satisfied nod, the Nin's expression grew serious as he advised, "Now, let us hasten back to the camp. This area is not particularly safe. The rain-hidden ninjas must have sensed the signs of battle and will likely arrive shortly." Upon hearing this warning, Aoi immediately wiped the smile from his face. He nodded in understanding and turned to Sun and Raito, saying, "We should return to the camp swiftly. This place is unsafe." The three promptly organized their gear in preparation for their departure. Despite their recent victory, the battle was far from over. Rain-hidden ninjas could arrive at any moment. Fortunately, the journey back was uneventful, as they traversed territory firmly under the control of Konoha, ensuring their safety. They returned to the camp, collectively sighing in relief. As they stepped into the camp, they spotted Shuji emerging from the operations meeting room to greet them. The sight of Shuji filled the trio with warmth and gratitude. "You are back," Shuji exclaimed, hastening toward them, his face alight with joy. "I heard that you performed exceptionally well. That is splendid news." Sun, Aoi, and Raito nodded in agreement, affirming Shuji's assessment. They are well aware that the successful completion of this mission owes much to the guidance and training provided by JZ. "Thank you, JZ, Sensei," Sun smiled, "for your unwavering support. Although this mission encountered some setbacks, we are grateful to have returned safely." JZ waved his hand dismissively, indicating that no gratitude was necessary. "Your performance was indeed impressive. I heard that you managed to independently confront a team of CH Nin led by AJ Nin. That is truly remarkable." Upon receiving JZ's commendation, Aoi felt a bit bashful as he scratched his head, while Sun and Raito beamed with pride. The acknowledgement of their efforts served as a tremendous encouragement for them. "By the way, we have some intelligence to report to our superiors," Aoi stated. "JZ, Sensei, could you escort us to see Lord Orochimaru?" JZ nodded in agreement. "Of course, I will take you to meet Lord Orochimaru." Under JZ's guidance, Sun, Aoi, and Raito entered the operations conference room of the camp. The atmosphere within was tense and serious, as Orochimaru was intensely analyzing the various intelligence reports coming from the front lines. Upon noticing JZ entering the conference room with three young genin, Orochimaru paused momentarily, then set down the documents in his hands, raising his gaze to JZ with an inquisitive expression. "JZ-kun, might you elucidate the reason for bringing these three genin to the operations conference room?" Orochimaru's voice was deep and resonant, instilling a sense of urgency. JZ nodded respectfully and replied, "Lord Orochimaru, these three genin have just encountered a ninja squad led by AJ Nin at the front lines, and they possess some crucial intelligence that they need to report to you directly." Upon hearing JZ's explanation, Orochimaru's eyes scanned Sun, Aoi, and Raito, a glimmer of appreciation flickering within. He gestured for them to step forward and report. Thus, Sun, Aoi, and Raito approached and meticulously relayed their encounters with the enemy, the details of the battle, and the intelligence they had gathered. Orochimaru listened intently, nodding and inquiring at intervals, demonstrating his profound regard for the information. Once they had concluded their report, the three genin respectfully stepped aside, awaiting Orochimaru's directives. "That is the situation, Lord Orochimaru," Sun summarized, her voice firm and clear. Orochimaru set down his pen and looked towards them, admiration gleaming in his eyes. He nodded slightly and remarked, "You have done exceedingly well, not only completing the mission successfully, but also gathering such vital intelligence." He turned to JZ and instructed, "JZ-kun, please prepare the appropriate rewards and recognition for these three genin. Their performance merits our commendation and encouragement." JZ promptly complied, while Orochimaru continued addressing Sun and the others. "Your intelligence is crucial for our forthcoming strategic deployments. Please remain vigilant and ready to confront any challenges that may arise." After the departure of Sun, Xingye, and Lei Dong, Orochimaru's gaze shifted towards the departing Jasuk. He gently called out to him, "Jasuk-kun, please stay a moment." Jasuk halted his steps and turned to face Orochimaru, a respectful expression gracing his face. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru, do you have any instructions for me?" Orochimaru nodded, signaling Jasuk to come closer. Chapter 78. Attacking the weak point. Orochimaru gestured for Jasuk to approach and whispered, "Jasuk-kun, we can now confirm the arrival of the vanguard from Iwagakure. What is your perspective on this situation?" Jasuk, having previously engaged with Noki, regarded the emergence of this force with a sense of nonchalance. He believed that this war would inevitably ensnare all five great nations. It was merely a question of timing. After being summoned by Orochimaru, Jasuk replied softly, "There is no need for concern. Since this vanguard has been dealt with, we need not pay heed to Iwagakure." Orochimaru furrowed his brow, clearly surprised by Jasuk's casual dismissal, and pressed further, "Why so?" Jasuk responded with composure, "Lord Orochimaru, no one among the five great nations can claim exemption from this conflict. It is destined for Noki and Iwagakure to stir the waters. Therefore, we must remain resolute in our prior plans and not allow ourselves to be distracted. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Indeed, as a frontline commander, his responsibility was solely to oversee the battlefield in the Land of Rain. The involvement of other great nations necessitated the establishment of multiple battlefronts, matters that lay beyond his purview. The political intricacies could be left to those lords in the rear. After all, the prominent figures of the Land of Fire often say that ninjas need only engage in combat, while they must contemplate much more. With this in mind, Orochimaru felt unburdened and turned his attention back to Jae-suk. Jae-suk-kun, I intend to assign your 3 students to a more intense battle zone. Do you have any objections? None, Jae-suk replied candidly. I merely worry about the possibility of my students being harmed in this conflict. Orochimaru regarded Jae-suk with a deep gaze and answered reassuringly, Rest assured, Jae-suk-kun, I will ensure they incur minimal harm during the battle. Experienced ninjas will lead them to guarantee their safety. Upon hearing Orochimaru's assurance, Jae-suk's concerns eased somewhat. He nodded, expressing his trust in Orochimaru's judgment. That is good. I believe that under your arrangements, they will receive ample training while maintaining their safety. I will strive to ensure they gain the best training in combat, Orochimaru stated. Jae-suk was not particularly worried about Sun or Raiden sustaining injuries on the battlefield. For him, as long as they survived, it equated to no harm done. This was why he felt confident allowing the 3 youngsters to face the battlefield, even without his presence. Given Sun's capabilities, he could manage to safeguard himself and a few others. Meanwhile, Team Sun had completed their preparations and, upon receiving notification from the camp's messenger, immediately readied themselves for departure. The 3 members of Team Sun, Aoba, and Raiden, were all fully prepared. They meticulously examined their equipment, ensuring that their ninja tools were intact, and adjusted their mental states to present their best selves for the impending battle. The messenger conveyed Orochimaru's orders and directives, clarifying their mission and objectives. Upon learning that they were assigned to a more intense combat zone, the 3 members of Team Bamboo displayed varying reactions. Aoba harbored some doubts, concerned that the forthcoming conflict might exceed their capabilities. In contrast, Sun and Raito appeared relatively composed, exhibiting no undue anxiety, having previously engaged with the ninjas of Iwagakure. Sun and Raito discovered that their adversaries from other hidden villages were not as formidable as they had anticipated. As for their upcoming confrontation with the Rain Village, they brimmed with confidence. While the Land of Rain could slightly contend with the 5 great nations, this was primarily due to the formidable prowess of Hanzo the Salamander, a man revered as a demigod within the ninja world. However, apart from Hanzo, the abilities of other ninjas from the Rain Village could only be described as average. Furthermore, Team Bamboo possessed their own advantages, with Raito excelling in the use of poison and Sun holding the cells of Hashirama, which bolstered their confidence when facing the poison-wielding ninjas of the Rain Village. Coupled with Aoba's intelligence and analytical skills, they believed that as long as they maintained their composure on the battlefield, surviving until the end would be a feasible outcome, if not achieving significant military exploits. After ensuring that all preparations were complete, Sun turned to Aoba and Raito. If everyone is ready, then let us depart. Raito responded affirmatively. Aoba nodded, indicating his readiness. Observing that the trio was prepared, the messenger saluted respectfully and departed. At this moment, the Rain Village camp was bustling with activity, busy ninjas scurrying in every corner, diligently and methodically setting up defensive fortifications. The air was thick with a tense and grave atmosphere, as if a great battle was imminent. In the center of the camp, a towering tent stood out prominently against the night sky. This was the command center of the Rain Village, where Hanzo the Salamander was furiously reprimanding his subordinates. His voice, deep and authoritative, intensified the already tense atmosphere within the tent. What on earth is happening with our front line? The reports bear no resemblance to the reality, Hanzo exclaimed, his anger palpable. He knew all too well that as the leader of the Rain Village, he had to ensure the stability of their front line and the smooth execution of combat operations. However, the recent developments on the battlefield left him profoundly disheartened. Although Hanzo himself was powerful, he could not guarantee timely arrival at every conflict zone. Compounding his frustration was the presence of Jiraiya on the side of Konoha, whose strength was comparable to his own, effectively restraining him and preventing him from fully committing to the battle. Even more disheartening for Hanzo was the logistical support provided by Tsunade, rendering their poisons nearly ineffective. As a medical ninja of Konoha, Tsunade possessed a remarkable resistance to toxins and was capable of providing effective antidotes for Konoha shinobi. This rendered the expertise of Rain Village and toxic arts nearly ineffective on the battlefield. Hans was acutely aware that this war was of paramount importance to Rain Village. He had to devise every conceivable strategy to turn the tide and secure victory for his homeland. However, the predicament before him weighed heavily upon his shoulders. Until a report landed before him, illuminating his eyes with a flicker of brilliance. The intelligence detailed that a particular battlefront in Konoha was undergoing a change in defense. With 3 newly appointed genin taking their posts, Hans immediately recognized this as a rare opportunity. He swiftly summoned his most trusted aides and commanded in a low voice, arrange for a select few skilled operatives to launch an attack on that battlefront in Konoha. Their defenses are feeble, and the newly appointed genin lack experience. This is our moment to break through. A glimmer of resolve and ruthlessness shone in Hans's gaze as he continued. Simultaneously, I shall personally assault the area where Jiraiya is stationed, creating an opportunity for you. Jiraiya is also a vital asset to Konoha, and his presence hinders my ability to engage fully. Only by neutralizing him can we hope to alter the course of this conflict. Hans understood that the current stalemate was exceedingly detrimental to the land of Rain. With Konoha's abundance of shinobi and ample supplies, if this situation continued to drag on, the land of Rain might be utterly overwhelmed.